Chapter 671. Late at night, Baeyong District, Baegui Funeral Home. A car drove into the gate, crossed the open space, and headed for a townhouse on the left. Zhu Kei drove, and Kyo sat in the passenger seat. Zhu Kei was still a little surprised when Kyo suddenly asked to take a look at Edmund's body. After losing her memory, Kyo had no memory of the previous events and showed no interest, so Zhu Kei rarely mentioned it, and also glossed over her status as a tail team. Zhu Kei has always believed that childhood experiences will determine a person's life background, and have a profound impact on a person's life. If the background is beautiful, no matter how much suffering and temptation you experience when you grow up, it is difficult to fall and destroy, but if the background is dirty, it is easier to go astray when you grow up. After Kyo lost her memory, she was a blank sheet of paper, and had a second childhood. Therefore, Zhu Kei hopes to provide Kyo with a relatively healthy childhood, so that even if Kyo recovers her memory later, there is no need to worry that she will return to her previous life trajectory. Why do you suddenly want to see him? Zhu Kei asked casually. Did you remember something? Ku shook his head again and subconsciously hid the ring on his hand. No, I just suddenly wanted to see him, maybe I can remember something. Zhu Kei did not ask any more questions and reminded, you should be mentally prepared. It will be a bit uncomfortable to see a corpse for the first time. Okay. Ku took a deep breath again. The car was parked. Zhu Kei took the access card and took Ku to the morgue on the second floor. Enter the password. The anti-theft iron door opened. Zhu Kei walked into the morgue, entered the number on the operating table in the corner, and a refrigerator on the left wall slowly stretched out, with a body bag on it. Zhu Kei picked up the body bag and placed it on a table covered with black gold plates. Zhu Kei took a look at Kyo. Are you ready? Kyo was a little nervous, subconsciously clenched his fists, and nodded. Hiss. Zhu Kei unzipped the body bag, and the body bag flipped open to both sides, and slid down to the heels of the corpse. Kyo mustered up the courage to look. The corpse was an elderly man wearing a simple blue short-sleeved shirt and long pants. His skin was pale, and exuded the cold breath of the dead. He had blonde hair, a goatee, a full forehead, deep eyebrows, and because he closed his eyes, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes stretched out, giving people the feeling of a polite and gentle elder. Kyo had no impression of the man's face. If all dead people are like this, there is nothing to be afraid of. Kyo thought about it, and moved his eyes down to find Edmund's left hand. There was no ring on it, but he wanted to look at his right hand, but his sight was blocked by the corpse. If I go around to look for the ring on my hand, Zhu Kei will definitely notice it. Are you done? Zhu Kei asked. Kyo thought of a solution in a hurry. Sister Xia, let me zip up his bag. Although I can't remember anything, I still feel that I want to do something for him. Okay. Zhu Kei didn't object. Kyo went around to the other side of the body, and zipped up the bag a little bit. When he passed Edmund's right hand, he still didn't find the ring, but on the ring finger of his right hand, there was a ring mark that was whiter than his skin color. Kyo, put on the ring. No, I can take care of myself. Then can you take care of me too? I can't sleep well if you don't wear it. I know, it's really troublesome. The fleeting memory fragments were like a needle, piercing Kyo's brain quickly. There were no pictures in this memory fragment, only a few words of dialogue. Kyo wanted to grasp something, but she could no longer remember any information. In a trance, Gao Yang's words appeared in her ears again. I promised Edmund that I would take care of you. Kyo's hands couldn't stop shaking. She forced herself to calm down, and pulled up the body bag, as if nothing had happened. Zhu Kei picked up the body bag, and put it back in the refrigerator. Do you remember anything? Zhu Kei asked again. No. Kyo turned around and left. Let's go back. December 21st, 3 o'clock in the morning. Dongyu District, New Cemetery. Since the cemetery in Taipingqiao Cemetery began to be saturated, the new cemetery was built. It is said that the site selection is very particular. It is far away from the downtown area, quiet and far-reaching. There is a small river in front and a mountain behind. It is a feng shui treasure land. The new cemetery is a low hill, densely packed with white tombstones and black coffins, neatly planned, and quite spectacular from a distance. There is an open square at the bottom of the hill, half of which is used as a parking lot, and the other half is a service area, with shops selling tomb sweeping supplies, restaurants and toilets, etc. There is a solemn marble archway at the entrance of the new cemetery, with 5 brush-written characters Licheng New Cemetery engraved on the plaque, and a pair of inscriptions on both sides. Jiushan is beautiful for thousands of years, and pines and cypresses are evergreen. A canned voice appeared in the air. What does it mean? It means that the mountains are always beautiful, and the trees are always green. Huixiong's hoarse voice appeared. Oh, I understand the literal meaning, I mean its extended meaning. Anyway, it's just auspicious words written for the dead. If you like it, I give you 2 later. Huixiong sneered. Uncle Xiong, you are going too far. Cantu was angry. Speak softly. Gao Yang's voice appeared in the air. Ha ha, Captain, don't worry. The people of Qilin Union would not come here if they had nothing better to do. Huixiong said. I know you disturb the dead. Gao Yang's voice became colder. Ah, Captain, when you said that, I suddenly felt a chill on my back, and it was sinister. Cantu was a little scared. If it's a ghost, they shouldn't be able to see us, right? Ghosts can be invisible themselves. What do you think? Huixiong smiled evilly. Maybe there's one standing next to you, staring at you. Uncle Xiong, don't talk, I beg you. The 3 invisible people chatted all the way, and came to the halfway point of the mountain. Tonight Gao Yang, Huixiong and Cantu are responsible for finding a new base here. In order to avoid the search of the Qinglong group, the Juicy organization will not stay in any place for too long, and must find the next place to stay in advance. After finding a new place to stay, Gao Yang suddenly remembered that the new cemetery was nearby, and decided to visit a friend on a whim. Huixiong and Cantu did not object. Soon, the 3 of them came to a brand new tombstone. The 3 of them appeared. Cantu stood in the middle, Gao Yang and Huixiong stood on both sides of her, each extending a hand to her shoulder. Gao Yang let go of Cantu's shoulder, snapped his fingers lightly, and a small fireball appeared out of thin air, drifting slowly to the tombstone, illuminating the black and white photo embedded in the tombstone. Chapter 672. The young man in the black and white photo has slightly long hair, bangs in a 3:7 ratio, peach eyes, a high-nose bridge, thin lips, a lively smile, and a slightly crooked mouth corner that reveals a hint of impetuousness that is not annoying. He is Gao Yang's college roommate, Chiu. He is very narcissistic, but loyal to his friends. He likes to drink, but has a very bad drinking habit. He always likes to make dirty jokes, but will apologize immediately if he irritates others. He claims to be a veteran in the love field but is as miserable and humble as a dog after breaking up. He just entered college and should have a great life, but was killed by Gao Yang himself. Gao Yang took out a small white flower folded from white paper from his pocket, and placed it under the stone tablet without saying anything. Huixiong stood aside smoking, and calculated the day of Chiu's death in his heart. Today is exactly the 7th day of this kid's death. Cantu looked at Gao Yang's silent back, and became sad. She thought of her roommate Huan. Cantu has always been introverted and self-abased. After she went to college, Huan was the first person to talk to her, and she liked to take her with her in everything. Thanks to Huan, Cantu has become much more cheerful in the past 2 years of college. Captain, I also want to see Huan. She is also buried here, Cantu said. Xiao Lu is also buried here. Huixiong smiled bitterly. Since I'm here, I go and see it too. Gao Yang turned around and nodded. The 3 of them first found Huan's tombstone. Cantu squatted in front of the tombstone, and chatted with Huan for a few minutes, recalling some of their happy college days, until her eyes were wet. Then the 3 of them quickly found Xiao Lu's tombstone. Huixiong was a rough man, and he couldn't chat with the dead like Cantu did, thinking it was too hypocritical. He lit a cigarette, took a puff, put it on Xiao Lu's tombstone, and then reached out to pat the tombstone. In the past, he always liked to pat Xiao Lu's shoulder like this. Huixiong smiled bitterly. Why didn't I find that Xiao Lu was an awakener? Now that I think about it, Xiao Lu was not in a good state for a while, and even took a week off. I didn't take it seriously. I guess he was awakened at that time, and was bewitched by the Sangmu cult. Xiao Lu is such a good person, how could he believe they're evil? When people are afraid, they always want to grab something, even if it is a poisonous snake. Gao Yang said lightly. Yes, suddenly awakening, the worldview collapses, who can bear it? Grey Bear blamed himself a little. If I had noticed it more carefully at that time, I could have helped Xiao Lu, maybe he would still be my colleague. Uncle Xiong, knowing it earlier is worth 1,000 gold. Can's eyes were sad. If I had known the ending earlier, I would have knocked Huan unconscious that night at number 11 middle school, and I would not let her go out for a date. Yes, there is no regret medicine in the world. Grey Xiong lit another cigarette, and took a puff with an air of old-fashioned. It's better to die. It's all over. Living people suffer. That's what I said. Ken smiled embarrassedly, but I still think it's better to be alive. Ken said, secretly raised his head, and glanced at Gao Yang. Gao Yang was still staring at Xiao Lu's tombstone, not knowing what he was thinking. Ken was a little worried for a while. Since the Curse Abyss incident, the captain has changed a lot, always thinking about something secretly. Although he is still very gentle and occasionally humorous, it makes people feel more distressed and more difficult to understand. Captain? Ken called softly. Gao Yang came back to his senses. He turned around and smiled faintly. Let's go down the mountain. December 22nd, 1 o'clock in the morning. But she woke up in her dream again. This time, she was standing in the lobby of the cinema in the mall. People were coming and going around her. If you look closely, their faces were blurred and there were no details, just like the passers-by in the game who were automatically faded, turning into shadows. There was a ticket gate in front. Lu Qingying, wearing a slim work uniform skirt, stood aside, smiling warmly and speaking sweetly. Beauty, do you want to watch a movie? Kuyu lowered her head and found an extra movie ticket in her hand. Movie name, This Killer is a Little Stupid. Time, midnight show. Here, give me the ticket. Lu Qingying took Kuyu's ticket, tore off the ticket stub, and returned it to her. Go to the children's hall number 3 on the left. Seeing Lu Qingying playing the role of a ticket inspector so professionally, Kuyu didn't ask too much, so she walked in and soon found the children's hall. The children's hall is not big, with colorful decorations and full of childishness. Some people with blurred faces are scattered on the seats. In the corner of the last row, the only real person is Gao Yang. Ku walked forward and sat down in the empty seat next to him. Click. The theater went dark, the screen lit up, and the movie started. The sound was not loud, just enough to serve as background sound, giving Ku the illusion of a secret transaction. Do you have an answer? Gao Yang asked directly. Ku hesitated again. Gao Yang smiled and asked, Are you worried that Boss Lu will hear our conversation? Ku nodded again. He. Lu Qingying appeared on the screen at some point. She was dressed like a lady, and sat at a table on the street drinking coffee. She looked up at the audience outside the camera. Don't worry, I leave in a while. But before I leave, I must hear your answer, because this is a deal between me and Elder Qiang. Gao Yang nodded and explained, Whether you agree to me or reject me, it will be considered an S-level intelligence. Boss Lu must know this information. This is her reward for helping us connect to the dream again. Kuyo nodded, but still didn't speak. Gao Yang continued, Don't worry, Boss Lu and I have a common goal. Before that, she won't betray me. This goal is to find the traitor of the Baichuan group, who is also the murderer of Ba Qiuqi and Green Tea Dust. Of course, Lu Qingying will agree to Gao Yang, and there is another condition, but Gao Yang thinks it is not necessary to tell Kuyo for the time being. Kuyo finally made up his mind, took a deep breath, looked up at Gao Yang. I come to Juicy. Are you sure? Gao Yang was very calm, and did not show any joy. Sure. Kuyo nodded. Can I ask the reason? Gao Yang said. Because Edmund asked you to take care of me. Kuyo said. Your memory is back? Gao Yang was surprised. Kuyo shook his head again. No, but I remember his voice, and some of his words, which are very familiar. Since he asked you to take care of me before he died, he must have his reasons, and I believe him. Lu Qingying on the screen walked out. I didn't expect this reason. I am a strange person. Kuyu smiled self-deprecatingly. It's normal to make some strange decisions. Lu Qingying did not express her opinion. Okay, I got the information, I leave first. According to the agreement, Lu Qingying can only know this information, and she can no longer listen to the subsequent conversation between Gao Yang and Kuyu. Now, Lu Qingying is level 7 beautiful dream. She can wake up and leave the dream on her own initiative, and this dream will continue to exist until all other participants leave, wake up. Haha, you two can chat slowly. Lu Qingying covered her mouth and smiled evilly. Friendly reminder, after I leave, the dream is very fragile. You two better not run around, and don't do anything that makes you too emotional, otherwise the dream will collapse in advance. Got it. Gao Yang also smiled back. Boss Lu, after you wake up, you can go to the balcony to smoke a cigarette to relieve the trouble of insomnia. Gao Yang wanted to make sure Johan could see Lu Qingying with a telescope and detect her brain waves through voice transmission to ensure that she really woke up from the beautiful dream and did not use a substitute, instead of secretly hiding in the dream to eavesdrop on his conversation with Kuyo. No problem, you two have a good chat. Lu Qingying understood immediately, and her body became transparent little by little after she finished speaking, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 673. 1:15 a.m., Shilongzai. Lu Qingying opened her eyes, and woke up from the soft big bed. The room was quiet and dim, with sufficient heating. Lu Qingying wore a thin and smooth black silk suspender skirt, and her long silver-gray hair was messily spread on the pillow. She sat up slowly, and her palms and thighs rubbed against the sheets, making a squeaking sound. The induction lamp on the bedside table lit up, illuminating a corner. On the table was a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and a small photo frame. In the photo frame was a photo of the two of them. The people in the photo were Bachiochi and Lu Qingying in their school days. Both of them were wearing youthful and beautiful summer high school uniforms. Bachiochi put one hand on Lu Qingying's shoulders and held the Polaroid camera high in the other hand, looking at the camera. She had two ponytails, a bright smile, lively eyes, and a pointed chin when she smiled, which was energetic and cute. Lu Qingying had short hair that reached her neck, with messy ends, as if she had cut it off randomly. There was a band-aid with a strawberry pattern on her nose. At the age of 16, Lu Qingying was not as charming as she is now, and was more like a tomboy. Her face was immature, her eyes were shy, and her expression and movements seemed a little awkward and unconfident, but it was obvious that she was very happy at the time. Of course she was happy, because that was the first friend Lu Qingying had made in her life. Lu Qingying was a little lost in thought when she looked at the photo, and she couldn't help but open the drawer of the bedside table, took out a blue velvet gift box, opened it, and found two silver earrings in the shape of willow leaves. Lu Qingying's hands began to tremble slightly, and after struggling for a moment, she still didn't have the courage to pick them up. Pa! She closed the gift box, and put it back on the bedside table. Lu Qingying touched the cigarettes and lighter, walked barefoot to the floor-to-ceiling window, opened the window and walked out. The cold winter night wind messed up her hair, and smoothed the wrinkles of her silk nightgown, revealing her plump and graceful body curves. Lu Qingying knew that there was a man hiding in the distance, looking at her with a telescope, but she didn't care at all. She turned around, leaned on the cold balcony railing, held the lighter with both hands, lit the cigarette, took a deep breath, and the white air she exhaled quickly dissipated when she looked up. The wind was so cold that it cut Lu Qingying's skin like a blade. She felt much better in her heart. At the same time, in the children's theater in Beautiful Dream, the movie was still playing. Because of the girl's willfulness, the killer uncle and the girl were both kicked out of the hotel. The uncle carried a toolbox and a cello case, and the little girl held a potted plant and a bag of luggage. The two walked quickly on the road with depressed faces. No! Gao Yang rejected Kuyu's proposal. I can't force my way into Baihu Hotel to take you away. Only Xia, Zhuke and Isha are watching me. Kuyu said, I can whistle to disturb them, and you can take me away. It's not that simple. Gao Yang said, Baihu Hotel and Shilong Village are both the territory of Qilin Union, and there are many eyes in the dark. Gao Yang briefly explained the talents of Yasha, Luanjian, Sen and others. You haven't gained the trust of Qilin Union yet. The Union monitors you openly and secretly. It's not difficult for me to take you away, but it's hard to say if I want to leave no trace and not be tracked. What should I do? Kuyu said. Gao Yang thought for a while. Tomorrow. No, this afternoon, Baichuan Group and the 12 zodiac signs will hand over the runes in Shilong Village. Witnessed by Qilin Union, this is true. Well, Suzaku mentioned it. Ku said again. Will you participate? Gao Yang asked. I think so. Ku said again. The witnesses are Suzaku and Qilong. Suzaku always takes me with her to ensure that I am in her sight. Okay, I will pick you up when the rune is handed over. Gao Yang said. Are you crazy? Ku was surprised and puzzled. People from the 3 major organizations are here. Do you want to take me away in front of them? Yes. Gao Yang nodded and asked with a smile. If you are from the 3 major organizations, when the rune is handed over, the people from Jussi suddenly break in. What do you think they want to do? Ku was slightly stunned, grabbed the rune. That's right. The people from the 12 zodiac signs and the Baichuan group will definitely protect the rune as soon as possible. The people from the Qilin Union should also help protect the rune, or deal with Jussi, and have no time to take care of you. Ku narrowed his eyes slightly, and thought about the feasibility of the plan. Fewer people is not necessarily a good thing. You are the protagonist. Jiosi's intention to come after you is too obvious. It is not easy to succeed, and he may even fall into a trap. Gao Yang further explained, more people is not necessarily a bad thing. Everyone has different positions in the camp, the scene will be very chaotic, and there is also the smoke bomb of the rune circuit. By then, you will just be an insignificant supporting role. Ku was persuaded by Gao Yang again. Okay, what should I do? You have a lot to do. Gao Yang said solemnly. Next, I will tell you the detailed plan. Remember, every step must be correct, otherwise everyone's life will be in danger. Ku hesitated again, looked up at Gao Yang. Aren't you afraid? Am I lying to you? To be honest, I am a little afraid. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. But I believe Edmund, he said you are not a bad person. Ku sighed again. So you are gambling. Aren't you gambling too? Who doesn't gamble, if they want to make it to the end in this foggy world? Gao Yang borrowed someone's words. Ku was silent again. She lowered her head slightly, and a glimmer flashed in her eyes. Don't worry. Gao Yang said half-truthfully. I have good luck in gambling. Even if I compete with professional players with more than 10 years of experience in slot machines, I can still win by a narrow margin. December 22nd, 3 p.m., Shilongzai, Xuanwu Building. In the bathroom, Ku stood in front of the sink again, looking at herself in the mirror. She was wearing a double-breasted black windbreaker and a silver unicorn brooch on her chest, which meant that she was already an elite of the Suzaku group. This afternoon, she will follow the Suzaku elders to witness the two major organizations exchanging rune circuits. This is her first mission. She looked at the girl in the mirror. What an ordinary face, unremarkable, without any characteristics. Walking in the crowd, it was as if she had disappeared. Even if she really disappeared one day, no one would care, let alone remember her. Click. The toilet cubicle behind Kyo opened, and Zhu Kei, also wearing a black windbreaker, walked out. Let's go. Kyo nodded, followed Zhu Kei out of the bathroom, and went to the large conference room on the second floor. Within 10 minutes, all the people from the three major organizations arrived and sat down according to the positions at the last meeting. Qinglong and Zhu Kei sat at the main seat of the conference table, with Liu Shuang and Kyo standing behind them. At the conference table on the left, Dohu and Baitu sat. On the right were Huanlian and Chaining. Okay, the rune replacement begins, Qinglong announced. Chaining glanced at Huanlian, and Huanlian picked up the small suitcase made of black gold, put it on the conference table, and slowly opened it. A poison rune circuit was embedded in it. Dohu was not so troublesome. He directly took out a life rune circuit from his pocket and shook it in his hand. When Zhu Kei saw the life rune circuit in Dohu's hand, her heart was moved for some reason, as if it was an instinctive reaction. Then, a thought flashed through her mind before her reason. I really want to merge with the rune to see what kind of ability the 8th level equivalent exchange would be, and what kind of miracle it could create. Zhu Kei was shocked and realized that she had actually developed a subtle greed. Chapter 674. Suzaku focused his mind slightly, and quickly extinguished the thought that he shouldn't have. Brother Qinglong, please check the goods. Dohu grinned and threw the life rune circuit to Qinglong. Qinglong caught it, checked it carefully, confirmed that there was no problem, and then threw the rune back to Dohu. Huanlian also stood up, and handed the rune to Qinglong. Qinglong checked it once, and confirmed that it was genuine, and then returned the rune to Huanlian. Such a complicated method is also required by the two major organizations. Although the Qilin Union is unlikely to openly become an enemy of the two major organizations for two rune circuits that are not worth the top value, the attraction of the two runes in Qinglong's hands at the same time is still too great, which makes people feel uneasy, even if this person is known for his integrity and old-fashioned Qinglong. Huanlian took back his poison rune and checked it carefully again to make sure that Qinglong and Liu Shuang did not swap them. He looked up at Dohu, put the rune on the table, and slid over, we count 3, 2, 1, and hand the rune circuit to each other together. Dohu smiled and thought it was unnecessary. I give it to you first, and you can confirm that it's okay, then give me the poison rune. Next. Dohu threw the life rune in his hand to Huanlian. Boom! Instantly, there was a loud noise above his head, and the whole building shook violently. 1 minute ago, Shilongzai. A handsome boy was floating above the roof of the Xuanwu building. It was Tiango. He put his hands in his pockets, with white headphones hanging around his neck. He was concentrating and listening to everything. There was another person standing on the rooftop. It was Lilia from Baichuan Group. She leaned against the iron guardrail on the edge of the roof, and was looking down at a novel on her mobile phone. The online novel she was following recently was finally updated. However, although she seemed to be slacking off, she was actually not idle. If you pay close attention, you will find that there are many butterflies, dragonflies, and various ladybugs on the walls, windowsills, electric poles, and tree branches of the entire Shilong village. Lei has activated the level 4 Kun wand to monitor the entire Shilong village. Once a suspicious awakener approaches, the insects will react and Lei will be able to detect it immediately. In addition, Sin from the Qinglong group is also on the roof of the Xuanwu building. He sat cross-legged on the reservoir, with white flowers blooming all over his body. His 2 arms turned into countless tiny vines, spreading in all directions, covering the entire Xuanwu building and a small part of the nearby area. The young leaves on the vines swayed gently, and they were very sensitive to the flow of energy, and could detect suspicious targets that wanted to approach. Alas! Lei put down his phone and sighed. What's going on? Sen, who was sitting cross-legged on the reservoir, closed his eyes, and the white flowers on his body swayed slightly. It's not satisfying. I waited for a month, and finished it in an hour. Lei was a little disappointed, and it's very wrong. The author didn't publish it anymore. Sen never reads novels, and didn't know how to respond for a moment. At this time, the heavenly dog above his head slowly descended. You are chasing. Can't it be the boy of destiny? You are also reading it? Lei's eyes lit up. That was the joy of finding a like-minded person. I have read it. The heavenly dog scratched his face. Sister Rabbit recommends it every day. You can't help but read it. The latest chapter is updated. Have you read it? Lei asked. No. Go and read it. Lei couldn't wait to communicate and discuss with others, but suddenly, she was startled. Several dragonflies hovering in the sky sensed a very ostentatious energy approaching slowly, and conveyed the signal to Lei. There is an air raid! Lei shouted. Tengu and Sen also vaguely sensed the energy field above their heads, and immediately looked up. A small black dot appeared in the sky. In less than 2 seconds, the small black dot turned into a purple-haired girl wearing a blue and white sailor suit. She spread her limbs, her hair and skirt flying, and fell towards the Xuanwu building. It's Nana! Sen was the first to recognize this former colleague, and he shouted, Run! 10 minutes ago, Cantu relied on swift wind and invisibility to hold Nana and quietly came to the sky hundreds of meters above Shilongzai, lurking quietly. In the intercom headset, Gao Yang gave an order, and Cantu immediately dropped Nana, the blockbuster bomb. Ha ha ha, mortals! Will suffer. Repent? The day of reckoning has come, accept judgment and redemption. Nana, who was less than 60 meters away from the roof, fully activated the 7th level big and small, and shouted out the second-year move she had thought of all night. Ragnarok of the gods, the roar of the titans. Queen tramples. Buzz. A strong arc energy aura exploded in the air, and Nana instantly expanded into a giant as tall as 30 meters, covering the sky and the sun for a while. The Xuanwu building below her, in her eyes, was just a small box built of fragile cement blocks. 3 seconds before Nana's huge feet landed on the roof, Lei directly stepped over the iron guardrail and jumped down. Tengu flew out diagonally, hugged Lei, and fled to a safe area. Mora also quickly jumped away from the reservoir, and his arms, that had turned into vines, became ropes, swinging him to another building. Boom boom. 3 seconds later, Nana crushed the roof of the Xuanwu building, creating 2 large holes, and the top 2 floors collapsed directly. For a moment, cement fragments and glass fragments flew all over the sky. Inside the Xuanwu building, 2F conference room. At the moment of the loud noise and shock, the floor-to-cement anti-theft glass windows of the conference room were all shattered. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then realized they were attacked, and the attack came from the roof. As luck would have it, the life rune thrown by Dohu was originally going to fall into Hualian's hands, but because of the sudden strong shock, it also changed direction and flew to the side. White Rabbit reacted quickly. She activated the level 6 jump, kicked her legs, and flew to the rune in the air at a speed second only to teleport, trying to get it back. Swish. At the same time, a strong wind blew in from the floor-to-ceiling window, and the rune circuit changed direction again and was blown to the side. Not only that, the wind was so strong that everyone on the scene except Qing Long was blown away. Fighting Tiger took advantage of the wind and flew towards a wall. He did a somersault in the air, stepped on the wall with both feet, and kicked in the opposite direction, turning into a phantom and rushing towards the life rune. Swish, swish, swish. Fighting Tiger, who was about to get the rune, frowned and noticed that countless frantic translucent air blades flew in from the floor-to-ceiling window, attacking everyone indiscriminately. Fighting Tiger in the air was forced to give up taking the rune, and quickly pulled out the Qing Dog Demon Sword and the short blade, and with a spinning slash, blocked 5 or 6 air blades that could cut him. Ding ding ding. Others also dodged or blocked the air blade. Ding ding ding. Lu Shuang's body was quickly covered with a layer of frost, and he endured the cutting of the air blade without any injury. Shua shoo shoo shoo. Qing Long stood still, using his body to receive the air blade, which was sharp enough to cut through a wooden stake, but only cut a few holes in Qing Long's windbreaker. At this time, everyone's attention was focused on the rune, Only the experienced Qing Long was as steady as a mountain, searching for the enemy. He initially judged that from the strength and destructive power of this swift wind, the enemy was not Can, but the leader of Jiuxi, Qi Ying. In theory, the talent copy cannot be surpassed, and Can's level 4 swift wind is only level 4 when it is borrowed from Gao Yang. But Gao Yang's mental power is much higher than that of the Can, and mental power seems to have a bonus to elemental talents, so in actual combat, Gao Yang's level 4 wind is definitely much more powerful than the Can. Moreover, Gao Yang not only used wind, but also invisibility, so Qinglong couldn't find him for a while. However, the borrowing time of the level 6 copy talent is very short, and Qinglong only needs to wait patiently. Gao Yang will show up sooner or later, and time is not on Gao Yang's side. But unfortunately, time does not seem to be on Qinglong's side either. Boom! At this moment, the ceiling of the conference room cracked, and the Xuanwu building collapsed completely. Chapter 675. In fact, when Gao Yang suddenly launched an attack, most people in the conference room could quickly jump out of the window and escape from the conference room. Even people with weaker mobility like Qining and Kuyu could escape with the help of their companions. But everyone was concerned about the life rune that they could not get back, and most people were confident that they could deal with the current situation, so they stayed in the conference room without any prior agreement. What they did not expect was that what happened on the roof was not an explosion, but a giant trampling. Soon, Nana crushed the ceiling of the second floor, and 2 giant feet wearing white canvas shoes, carrying heavy concrete and steel bars, were about to bury everyone. Anti-gravity. Huang Lian took action. When countless air blades attacked everyone, Huang Lian quickly threw Qining beside him to the ground and escaped. Huang Lian had already put the rune back into the black gold briefcase. He handed the box to Qining, and Qining immediately understood and crawled forward with the briefcase in his arms, looking for a place to hide. As soon as Huang Lian stood up, the ceiling cracked and collapsed. He did not hesitate and opened the anti-gravity field with a diameter of 50 meters. In an instant, everything around was suspended and flew into the sky. This anti-gravity turned into an invisible eggshell that supported Nana's feet and the collapsed Xuanwu building. Chong chong chong. Just as everyone was falling overhead, Lu Shuang swung his hands and shot out more than a dozen thin, but solid ice lines in all directions. They were like white spider webs, filling the entire conference room. When everyone was falling, they grabbed the white ice lines around them and stabilized their position. Dohu stepped on the ice line and jumped to a flattened locker above his head. The life rune, which was originally an item from the equipment room on the 3rd floor, fell on the locker. At this moment, a person appeared on the locker, and it was Gao Yang. Invisibility time is up, and he appeared. It turned out that Gao Yang had activated teleportation to sneak into the anti-gravity field of the conference room. He came to the locker and reached out to take the rune circuit. Swish. Dohu did not hesitate at all. While jumping towards Gao Yang, he swung the green dog demon sword at an incredibly fast speed, slashing out a lightning-like purple arc. ZZ. Gao Yang's left hand, which had just picked up the rune, was directly cut off, and the locker under his feet was also split in half. The pain of the broken wrist did not distract Gao Yang. He had already activated the level 6 spirit armor, and was in absolute calmness and composure. Gao Yang quickly stretched out his right hand, grabbed the broken hand holding the rune circuit, and jumped out of the window, intending to activate teleportation. Shoo. At this time, Ke blew the strange whistle again. In an instant, everyone in the conference room was distracted for a second. The thoughts of Dohu, Liu Shuang, and Zhu Ke, who were about to attack, were forcibly interrupted. Dohu, who jumped towards Gao Yang, was also interrupted and did not cut the second knife. Even Huang Lian, who had already activated anti-gravity, was almost distracted and caused the gravity field to collapse. Unfortunately, the whistle did not distinguish between friend and foe. Gao Yang, who jumped, was also stunned and failed to activate teleportation. From the results, Ke's whistle seemed to protect Gao Yang from being besieged, but in fact, it delayed Gao Yang's escape. It is unknown whether the benefits outweigh the disadvantages or the disadvantages outweigh the benefits. But he also reacted the moment he blew it, and shut up immediately. 1 second later, everyone's thoughts returned. Frost Fury. Lu Shuang's eyes flashed with blue light, and her body exploded with a terrible cold air with a whistling sound. A layer of solid ice quickly spread throughout the conference room, and the conference room was about to turn into an ice cave. Lu Shuang's thinking was very clear. The ice cave could play a fixed role, so that everyone would not be buried by the ruins of the building. Secondly, the cold air would effectively slow down Gao Yang's mobility. The disadvantage was that it could not distinguish between friend and foe, and Chening and Ku would suffer greater damage, but as long as Gao Yang could be killed quickly, it would be no problem to end the battle. Serious punch. Qing Long did not hesitate at all. He had already accumulated power for 2 seconds and directly hit the ceiling, which was also Gao Yang's direction, with a terrifying destructive punch. 3 seconds ago, Shilongzai. Giant Nana completely treated the Xuanwu building as clothes in a footbath, stomping on it with her legs, and the Xuanwu building collapsed layer by layer, finally collapsing to the second floor. Then, Nana found that she couldn't step down, and some kind of field seemed to resist her feet. Nana guessed that the awakened person in the conference room had taken action. She decided not to continue to commit suicide, and just maintained this situation to buy time for the captain. But a few seconds later, she suddenly felt a terrifying energy fluctuation in the ruins under her feet. Damn! It's Elder Qing Long. He's angry. Nana knew her former boss's serious punch better than anyone else. Her bulky giant body had no time to jump away, so she still used the old trick of playing tricks to become smaller. At the same time, Tengu was holding Lele, suspended in the air 100 meters away, watching the giant Nana stomping on the building crazily, and neither of them had any intention of taking action. Tiango believed that Gao Yang was sensible, and would not really hurt the people of the 12 zodiac signs, and he also believed that Dohu could protect Baitu, so he simply let him go. As for Lele, he was simply afraid of death and had self-knowledge. Sister Chen, Brother Huang, don't blame me, I really can't intervene in this fight between gods, you two can only wish for good luck. Suddenly Nana, who was as huge as a mountain, disappeared with a beep. Tiango and Lele were both stunned, and quickly realized, she shrunk. Boom. 1 second after Nana disappeared, a golden energy shock wave rushed out of the ruins of the Xuanwu building. It was like a golden waterfall flowing backwards, rushing straight into the sky. Although it was daytime, the waterfall was still too dazzling, and for a moment, the entire sky was eclipsed. And the energy ripples that this shock wave exploded on the ground also lifted up all the upper ruins of the Xuanwu building, and a rain of gravel fell within 1,000 meters in the sky. Tengu held Lele in his arms, dodging the flying debris while saying, "It should be. We have nothing to do." "No, there's work to do." Lele smiled bitterly. "This punch will wake up many high-level beasts nearby. Let's go and clean up the mess." Lele was very proud. "This idea is really nice. We can participate in the battle and avoid the front line, and we can write a beautiful report when we go back." Tengu blinked slightly, and immediately understood her little calculation. He gave a thumbs up. Cool. Qinglong's punch had a devastating effect. The Xuanwu building was like a huge bud, and it was about to be crushed by the giant Nana, but Qinglong, who was in the center of the bud, punched it to make the bud bloom instantly. A few seconds later, the central part of the Xuanwu building was directly hollowed out, and only broken walls and cement dust were left around it. The people in the meeting room were also blown away by the fist wind, but they were all fine. When Zhu Kei stood firm, she found that Kyo was not by her side. She did not think much for a moment, and looked in the direction of Gao Yang. Huang Lian helped Chening, whose leg was injured, to stand up. Chening was still holding the suitcase with runes tightly in her hand, fearing that it would be snatched away. Gao Yang was restrained for 1 second by Kyo's whistle and Liu Shuang's coldness, and could not teleport to escape. He just barely avoided the energy wave from Qilong, and his 2 calves were still affected. Blood was dripping, and the white bones were exposed under the torn flesh. Gao Yang's left hand was broken, and his right hand was holding the life rune. He sat down with his back against a broken wall. He was covered with scars and panting. Dohu sighed deeply, and walked towards Gao Yang with the Qingchuan demon sword. Liu Shuang, Huang Lian, Qinglong and Zhu Kei surrounded him, blocking the space for Gao Yang to teleport. "Xiao Yangyang, you underestimated the enemy." Dohu stretched out his hand. "Here, give me the rune back, and I let you die quickly." Gao Yang raised his bloody face and sneered, "Uncle Hu, you taught me to never underestimate the enemy. How dare I forget it?" Chapter 676. Dohu's eyebrows shone. Gao Yang's eyes suddenly flashed a dazzling red light, and the skin on his face showed small and dense red cracks. It was self-explosion. This was Gao Yang's phantom clone. He copied man's self-explosion in advance. Dohu had no time to remind everyone. He turned around at the fastest speed, killing expert fully activated, and rushed to Zhu Kei not far away with a bang, grabbed her waist, and moved away from Gao Yang. The moment she saw Gao Yang's eyes flashing red, Baitu also reacted. She kicked hard and rushed out of the ruins quickly. Qing Long did not escape. He grabbed Lu Shuang and came to Huang Lian and Chen Ying with a swish. Lu Shuang had a tacit understanding, and with a thought, 2 1-meter-thick ice walls rose from under her feet, forming a sharp triangular fortress, facing Gao Yang's phantom, protecting the 4 people. Boom! Gao Yang's phantom exploded, and the dazzling semicircular ball of light instantly engulfed the ruins of the entire Xuanwu building, and continued to spread out tsunami-like flames and heat waves, rushing out along the square, drilling into the alleys between the streets and houses, and filling the entire Shilong village. Tiango in the sky was about to fly away with Lei Lei in his arms, and was immediately attracted by the terrifying explosion. Tiango turned his head, and a hurricane blew over, ruffling his hair, and his vision was quickly dyed red by the flames of the explosion. Wow! Tiango suddenly felt a little guilty. Gao Yang has a sense of measure, but it seems not much. Swoosh! At the same time, the life rune flew out from the center of the explosion, with a not very obvious red tail, cutting through the sky. Tiango quickly flew over with Lei Lei and caught the rune steadily. The rune circuit is extremely stable, and will not easily become hot, but after all, there are other burning materials on it, and Tengu's fingers feel a tingling pain. Ah! Tengu subconsciously threw the rune. Lei Lei, who was standing by, was stunned. Brother, this is a rune. Lei Lei stretched out his hand and grabbed the life rune. Ah, it's hot! A second later, Lei Lei screamed and threw the rune to Tengu again. Tengu took it, held on for a second, and threw it to Lei Lei again. The two threw it back and forth more than 10 times, and the rune was finally not hot. Lei Lei took the rune circuit and looked at it. Life rune, is it yours or ours now? If the transaction is successful, it's yours. If the transaction fails, it's still ours, Tengu said. Lei Lei looked at the Xuanwu building razed to the ground by the explosion with a complicated expression, and the Shilong village filled with fire and dust everywhere. She returned the rune to Tengu. You take it, I think the deal is off. Oh! Tengu stuffed the rune back into his pocket. Swoosh, swoosh. Gao Yang carried Kuyu on his back and fled from Shilong village quickly. After leaving Shilong village, Gao Yang did not dare to stop for a moment, jumping and teleporting between the rooftops of the antique pedestrian street. In broad daylight, in the crowded antique pedestrian street, the risk of being discovered by high-level beasts was very high, but Gao Yang could not care about these. Compared with the people of the Qilin organization, the danger of high-level beasts below the delusion beast can be ignored. Gao Yang carried Kuyu on his back, and came to Huangsong Street a few miles away in one breath. Huangsong Street is an old neighborhood waiting to be demolished. Only a piece of low old buildings is left. The water and electricity are cut off, and the residents have already moved out. Gao Yang was relieved when he came here. He jumped down from the 3-story cement house carrying Kuyu on his back, and came to number 121. The narrow storefront had a rusty rolling shutter half opened, and an old blue cloth was hung inside. It was the place where Gao Yang, Qing Ling and Officer Huang first went to the 12 Zodiac organization for an interview. The only difference was that it was night, and fluorescent lights flickered behind the blue cloth, and various arcade game sounds were heard. There was also a watermelon-headed boy who loved games, and human female breasts sitting inside. Gao Yang was a little dazed. The blue cloth in front of him was opened, and Wang Zikai, Qing Ling, Manshi and Hong Xiaoxiao came out quickly. They had been waiting here for a long time, on the one hand responsible for the support, and on the other hand considering the possibility of a frontal battle. This operation requires people with strong mobility. Hui Xiong is not suitable as a tank, and Jiu Han has other tasks. Ha ha. Brother, you can do it. Wang Zikai was very happy to see Gao Yang successfully bring Kuyu back, and flattered him. You are the Zhao Zilong of Huangshan, who went in and out 7 times to save Kuyu. It's Chan Shan. Qing Ling corrected coldly. Where are Cantu and Nana? Hong Xiaoxiao asked with concern. They will be fine. Gao Yang was not worried about Cantu and Nana. Cantu can turn invisible and fly with the wind, and no one can find Nana after she becomes small. The two of them are here to cause trouble, and will not participate in the frontal battlefield. In addition, Gao Yang finally let Phantom self-destruct to create chaos and distract attention, making it easier for them to evacuate. Gao Yang glanced at Hong Xiaoxiao. Give the hairpins to Kuyu and Manshi. Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao immediately took off the 2 black gold hairpins on her hair, and gave them to Kuyu and Manshi. Hong Xixia's level 3 game player can only play 2 save marks of time reset at the same time, which are usually given to the weaker people in the task team. Manshi took a hairpin and put it in his trouser pocket. He felt a little unhappy, but he could only accept that he was the weakest person in this operation. But he didn't ask why. He took Hong Shishia's hairpin, and felt a strange and gentle energy entangled in his body. It's not safe yet. Let's go. Gao Yang turned and left, and the others followed. The group left the game room and walked along the deserted road to the end of Huangsong Street, where there was a sewer. After going down, they can secretly transfer to Shanqing District and leave the Feiyang District, the territory of Qilin Union, which is basically safe. After that, the 6 people will find a place to hide first, wait until dark, and then quietly return to the base in Lijianjiwen. Not far away, there is the manhole cover of the sewer. Everything is going well. But Gao Yang is still uneasy, always feeling that things are too smooth. Gao Yang is alert to the surroundings while looking at Kuyu's expression and clothes. He didn't have time to look carefully before, and now he found that Kuyu was wearing a black watch on his right wrist. Gao Yang clearly remembered that in Lu Qingying's dream, Ku was not wearing a watch. The watch is pretty nice, Gao Yang said casually. Suzuki gave it to me to celebrate my joining the group. Ku said again. Chapter 677. Gao Yang's face darkened, and he stopped immediately. Others also stopped, noticing that Gao Yang was not right. After Kuyu finished speaking, his eyes shone, and he instantly realized that Gao Yang had a lie detector. Kuyu also stopped, and the atmosphere was subtle for a second. 1 second later, Kuyu immediately opened his mouth and blew a strange whistle. It took 2 seconds to open the strange field, and it was too late. Swish. Manchi threw out the flying knife in time. From the beginning, Manchi's eyes never left Kuyu. He never trusted anyone, even the captain who had memorized the book. Just now, Gao Yang said casually, the watch is pretty good. Manchi immediately understood that Gao Yang realized something was wrong, and was testing Kuyu with a lie. A flying knife immediately appeared in Manchi's hand. A cold light flashed in Kuyu's peripheral vision. Although she was not a warrior, she was not slow in action. In addition, she was at a certain distance. She tilted her head suddenly, and the dart rubbed her cheek, cutting a deep bloodline. Manchi's dart successfully delayed Kuyu for half a second, but this half second was the key to victory or defeat. Kuyu only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and Gao Yang had already flashed in front of her. Kuyu's abdomen tightened, and the pain instantly spread throughout her body, rushing to the top of her head, and she fainted. After Gao Yang knocked Kuyu unconscious, he quickly pulled off Kuyu's watch and threw it away, carried the unconscious Kuyu, and shouted, "We are being followed. Go!" Too late. Qingling, who was walking in the front, stopped. Gao Yang was startled and looked up. He saw an old man wearing a black cotton coat and black cotton shoes standing at the end of the intersection 100 meters away. He was skinny and hunched over, with his hands behind his back, and a crooked blue and red mask on his face. It's Yin Liang. Gao Yang knew nothing about Yin Liang's ability, but he could guess that he was very strong from the fact that he dared to block the 6 of them alone. And the support from the Qilin Union must be on the way. Let me deal with it. Wang Zikai clenched his fists, and was eager to try. Gao Yang made a prompt decision, and threw the cannon on his shoulder to the ground again. Go quickly. Gao Yang, Qingling, Manchi, and Hong Xiaoxiao turned around and ran. Don't fight. Wang Zikai was very disappointed, but he still suppressed the urge to fight, and turned around to catch up with everyone. Gao Yang stopped after running a few steps, his face was ashen. Others also stopped one after another, with a solemn look on their faces. What's wrong again? Wang Zikai, who caught up, was a little confused. He found that Gao Yang's eyes were full of fear. He rarely saw Gao Yang like this. Wang Zikai looked up, and saw a tall and thin man standing in the middle of the road 100 meters ahead. He had slightly curly chestnut hair, fair skin, a gentle face, a dark brown wool coat, and a black cane in his right hand. He looked gentle and dignified. Seeing this familiar face, Gao Yang's mind went blank. Qilin and Yin Yang surrounded the 5 of them. This was the first time Wang Zikai saw Qilin in person. He didn't know him, but he thought he was too pretentious. If he wore a pair of glasses, it would make people feel more comfortable. His eyes were too aggressive, and didn't match his elegant temperament. Wang Zikai took a step forward. Don't be afraid, brother, I teach him a lesson. Run! Gao Yang yelled. 3 seconds ago. Qilin, who was 100 meters away, intercepted the 5 people without any hesitation. He let go of the cane with his right hand, stared at the 5 people intently, and quickly turned the black gold ring on his left index finger. Z. The needle on the inner wall of the ring pierced Qilin's finger, and injected a trace amount of S potion. S potion is a new potion developed using the active energy of Suzaku's equivalent exchange. It was one of the drugs that Yin Liang asked Dr. Jia to develop. S potion can instantly increase the user's comprehensive ability by 2 times, lasting about 8 seconds, and then the user will fall into a deep coma for 7 days. Suzaku's equivalent exchange can increase the strength of others by 3 times, lasting 30 to 60 seconds, and the coma time is as long as 50 to 90 days. For Qilin, S potion is obviously a more compromised and more suitable choice for him. At that moment, Gao Yang didn't understand what Qilin was doing. He only knew that Qilin didn't wear glasses, and Qilin turned the ring without hesitation. Although, they still kept a distance of more than 100 meters from Qilin. Although, the attack range of Qilin's brain formatting is about 10 meters, the effective range of illusion is about 20 meters, and the effective range of mental pressure is about 30 meters. But Gao Yang, who had walked on the edge of death many times, had already developed an inexplicable intuition. His intuition told him, "Don't think about anything, run. Run now. Run!" Gao Yang roared, without any hesitation, grabbed Hong Xiaoxiao, who had the weakest mobility, and launched teleportation towards the low house beside the street. Manshi and Qingling also did not hesitate at all, and rushed to the low houses on the street in the opposite direction of Gao Yang, because those buildings were closest to him. Only Prince Kai in the middle of the road was still stunned, and he had difficulty choosing for a while, not knowing which way to run. Swoosh! Gao Yang flashed to the window rain board on the second floor of the low house with Hong Xiaoxiao in his arms, and was about to jump and teleport again. Qingling jumped onto the black gold knife, and planned to fly directly over the low house. Manshi ran at full speed, stepping on the wall to get into the second floor window. Swish! In a moment, the 5 people were frozen. Qilin's deep and cold green eyes were like a camera shutter, and with a click, everything in front of him was frozen. Qilin, who was injected with S potion, instantly activated the mental control skill with the largest range, Wooden Man. Qilin's eyes shot out countless powerful mental rays, like 2 invisible flashlights, shining on every life form in his sight. The range of the Wooden Man is nearly 80 meters, and the farther the distance, the weaker the control. But with the double enhancement of the S potion, the range of the Wooden Man reaches 160 meters, and it still has super control over Gao Yang and others, who are more than 120 meters away. 1 second later, Gao Yang, who was holding Hong Xiaoxiao, and was about to teleport again, Qingling, who was flying with a sword, and Manshi, who was escaping from the eaves, all froze and fell from midair, like 3 birds shot by a shotgun at the same time. Gao Yang fell to the ground, feeling as if he was filled with lead, thinking very slowly, and feeling dizzy as if he was drunk. However, this was far inferior to the crushing domination of mental coercion. He could still resist. He could still take action. In fact, Qilin's Wooden Man was a control skill that effectively restrained all enemies in sight at the cost of sacrificing his own actions. Once Qilin moved or changed his moves, the control of the Wooden Man would disappear immediately. As long as Qilin did not move, the target would remain in the Wooden Man state, with extremely slow movements and thinking, thus losing combat effectiveness. Qilin did not hesitate to play as an auxiliary, and was in a coma for 7 days, to give the initiative on the battlefield to Yin Liang. This was his absolute trust in Yin Liang. Everything at present was in the plan of the two. Even Qinglong and Zhu Kei didn't know about this plan. Only Qilin, Yin Liang, and Kyo were secretly carrying it out to ensure that nothing could go wrong. Gao Yang successfully rescued Kyo, and Qilin and Yin Liang secretly tracked him, and sent the location to Qinglong at the same time, asking him to bring people over. In the next 8 seconds, Gao Yang and his 5 men will have no power to resist or escape, and it will be easy for Yin Liang to kill them. Chapter 678. Yin Liang knew that Qilin's time was precious, so he didn't waste a second. The crooked mask on his face suddenly changed shape. The eyes, nose, mouth, eyebrows, and scars all turned into a flowing strange color. They collided and ran around, but they couldn't leave the mask as a palette. At the same time, the space around Yin Liang was subtly distorted, like the distorted air when the concrete road was exposed to the scorching sun in midsummer. Yin Liang raised his hands, put his 4 fingers together, opened his knuckles, and pointed them at Manshi and Qingling and Gao Yang and Hong Xiaoxiao respectively. From Yin Liang's point of view, the knuckles of his hands were like 2 right-angled sights, gradually locking the target. 2 seconds later, he bent his thumbs and put his knuckles together. At the same time, Manshi, who had climbed up from the ground, tried to continue to escape, but his movements were stiff and his thinking was slow. He looked at the wall of the house in front of him, and even had to think seriously about the escape route. In the past, receiving and processing this information was an instinct, and it didn't take 0.1 seconds. Qilin made me stupid. Manshi hated the feeling of becoming a waste. He jumped onto the wall again, and took out 300% of his attention to barely mobilize his energy to his hands and feet. Manshi climbed to the second floor, like a gecko using his hands and feet. Well, very good. There is a window on the left. Go in through the window, and then jump out of the back window in the house. It should be possible to get away from Qilin's mental control. Manshi's eyes shone, and an inexplicable strange energy suddenly appeared in his left chest. Then, he was in a trance and withdrew. What happened? Manshi slowly lowered his head. His chest was still intact, but it was empty inside. Manshi's heart disappeared. It was not smashed by a fist, pierced by a weapon, or crushed by someone's bare hands, but disappeared from the chest cavity out of thin air. Wow! Manshi spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the wall to the ground. His pale face with a narrow scar was filled with shock and confusion. He opened his eyes wide, looked at the sky, and died unwillingly. When Manshi was killed, Qingling also encountered the same danger. The difference was that Qingling did not try to escape again. Although she was slow in thinking, she still tried to activate metal, control the two knives, and stab Yin Yang not far away. But the next second, the two black gold knives disappeared from Qingling's eyes. Qingling was shocked. Strangely, although the black gold knife disappeared in front of her eyes, Qingling could still sense it, and it appeared in another place. In the spark of electric carbide, Qingling's slow brain vaguely guessed Yin Yang's ability. It's a distortion of space. Telekinesis. Unfortunately, she only had time to figure it out. A slightly cool and strange touch suddenly appeared on Qingling's left chest, where the heart was. No! No! I must not die here. Wow! A second later, Qingling spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. She looked intact, but her heart had been hollowed out. She opened her eyes wide and instinctively wanted to look up, but she had no strength. She fell down weakly, her face pressed against the rough ground, her eyes wide open, staring in the direction of Gao Yang. It was so dark, I couldn't see anything. Qingling especially hated this feeling. Just like when she was a child, she could only hide under the bed and shiver. I must become stronger. 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 In this way, I don't have to be afraid. Two streams of blood flowed from the corners of Qingling's mouth and nostrils. Her pupils widened and her mouth slightly opened, but she couldn't make a sound until the light in her eyes disappeared little by little, and she was completely still. When Manshi and Qingling were killed instantly, Gao Yang and Hong Xiaoxiao also suffered the same attack. But Gao Yang successfully escaped. Because Gao Yang did not hesitate at all, after being dominated by the wooden man, he immediately activated Power of Awakening, raised the charm value to the highest, and activated the 6th level spiritual armament, almost reaching absolute calmness and cold-bloodedness. Gao Yang's body and mind immediately relaxed and recovered to 70%. Gao Yang grabbed Hong Xiaoxiao, turned back and activated Teleport, and returned to Wang Zikai, who was still standing in the middle of the road. Woo! The moment Gao Yang and Hong Xiaoxiao disappeared, an extremely hidden space distortion appeared at their original location. You have to look very carefully to find a transparent ripple in the air. As for Wang Zikai, his brain, which was not very smart to begin with, was completely shut down after being hit by Qilin's wooden man. He stood there, feeling like he was waking up from a hangover. His mind was full of three sole questions. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? When he just remembered something, Gao Yang and Hong Xiaoxiao, who were pale, had flashed back to his side. Let's go! Gao Yang hugged Wang Zikai's arm with his other hand. Swoosh! Gao Yang activated Teleport again, taking Wang Zikai and Hong Xiaoxiao away, heading towards Manshi and Qingling. The next second after the three disappeared, invisible space distortions followed one after another, like the invisible death god who was lingering. Yin Liang was surprised. He didn't expect Gao Yang to be so agile under Qilin's wooden man. He is worthy of being the heir of God. However, Gao Yang's teleport did greatly improve his survivability. Without teleport, Gao Yang would have died countless times along the way. Yin Liang moved his hands, but did not lock Gao Yang. Instead, he predicted the approximate direction of Gao Yang's next teleport and launched another move, the Space Mixer, in advance. This move has a wide coverage area, consisting of hundreds of space vortices the size of ping-pong balls, which indiscriminately attack an area. It may not be as accurate and fast as killing Manshi and Qingling, and it may not be fatal in one blow, but it is very suitable for hunting down agile opponents like Gao Yang. Gao Yang will be dug out many holes in the rain of bullets formed by the space vortex if he is hit a few times, losing a muscle, a bone, an eye, a few teeth. may not necessarily kill the opponent, but it can severely damage the opponent's mobility. Yin Liang mobilized the energy in his body and pushed it to his palm. Just as he was about to launch a prejudgment attack, he suddenly found something wrong. Gao Yang, who caught Wang Zikai and Hong Xiaoxiao, did not continue to teleport, but was stunned on the spot. Because Gao Yang saw at a glance that Man Shi and Qing Ling, who were lying dead on the ground, looked intact, but not far away, there were two bloody human tissues that looked like hearts. Gao Yang, who was absolutely rational and cold-blooded, figured out what happened in an instant. Qing Ling and Man's hearts were dug out by Yin Liang, and they were dead. Man Shi was wearing Hong Xiaoxiao's hairpin, so as long as he escaped, he would have a chance to revive. But Qing Ling didn't have a hairpin, but her heart was dug out. What does this mean? This means that Qing Ling is dead, and there is no chance to come back. Chu Xue can't save her, Xu Ke can't save her, and Hong Xiaoxiao can't save her. No one can save her. She died just like that, really dead, not a game, not a test, not an illusion, not a nightmare. Ding. Instantly, a string in Gao Yang's brain broke. He was still absolutely rational and calm. His brain was not sad, but it was blank, as if his soul was stripped away. Buzz. The familiar tinnitus came again. Chapter 679. While my ears were ringing, the voice of the gloating little boy appeared again. Ha ha, look, you made a mistake again, ha. Gao Yang, no, it shouldn't be like this. Gao Yang, I clearly took all these factors into consideration. Gao Yang, I clearly made a foolproof plan. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Qing Ling is dead. She is dead? Is this your foolproof plan? You failed. Completely failed, Gao Yang. I didn't know that Qilin had this trick. We could have escaped smoothly. I say, you didn't mean it, did you? You wanted to kill everyone a long time ago, right, Gao Yang? I didn't. Everyone is dead, and you are still alive, so you can become a god. How great. Gao Yang, I never thought of it this way. You are the heir of God, destined to become a god. What's wrong with sacrificing a few people on the way to becoming a god? Go. Don't worry about these dead people. They are just your stepping stones. They can't become your stumbling blocks. Only me, I am your only friend. Gao Yang, get out, Gao Yang, get out of my head. Gao Yang let go of Wang Zikai and Hong Xiaoxiao, grabbed his hair with both hands, and shouted to the sky like a madman. Get out. Buzz. Gao Yang's eyes burst into dazzling white light, and a white energy ripple vibrated in his chest, spreading out in all directions. Qilin and Yin Liang, who were 100 meters away, felt numb all over, and their skills were forced to stop for a second. They didn't know that this was energy from the blood of living beasts, called tranquility waves. As Lin Yu's child, Gao Yang also had this energy dormant in his body. They only knew that this energy was very strange and dangerous. Fortunately, Gao Yang did not fight back. On the contrary, he collapsed, knelt down with a thud, and supported himself with his hands. Brother, are you okay? The control of the wooden man disappeared, and with the cleansing of the tranquility wave, Wang Zikai's head was instantly clear, and he found Gao Yang kneeling on the ground. Head is so dizzy. Hong Xiaoxiao's legs also softened, and she fell to the ground. Since Qilin activated the wooden man, her brain was filled with lead, and then she was dangled by teleportation, which made her even more dizzy. Qilin, who was 100 meters away, looked pale, and the 8-second limit of the S potion had expired. Next, it was up to Yin Liang. Qilin slowly closed his eyes, and fell backwards. Swish. Qilong, who was the fastest and the first to arrive, came behind Qilin and supported him in time. Opportunity. Yin Liang knew that this was the last and best chance. Gao Yang collapsed, and Wang Zikai and Hong Xiaoxiao were still in a brief confusion. The facial features on Yin Liang's mask twisted again. He pointed his hands at the three people, quickly put his thumbs together, and launched the precise and deadly heart thief. Swoosh. Gao Yang, Wang Zikai and Hong Xiaoxiao disappeared in an instant. Yin Liang was shocked. What happened? Even if Qinglong was as sharp as he was, he only vaguely saw a gust of black wind blowing away the three people. Qinglong, who supported Qilin, concentrated for 2 seconds and remembered the detailed report of the previous battle between Qiang and Lilia. The ghost group also participated at that time. Among them was a member named Jingjia. Although he had no combat power, he had a terrifying twice the speed of sound, which was definitely the ceiling for escaping. Qilong gave up the plan to pursue. Swoosh. A few seconds later, another gust of wind blew by, and not far away, the bodies of Man Shi and Qingling also disappeared. Qinglong was startled, and then he laughed bitterly. This Jingja came and went like the wind in front of me, and I still couldn't do anything about him. It was really provocative. Qi Long held the unconscious Qilin and walked towards Yin Yang with a serious look. Why are you and the president here? Yin Yang was in no hurry to explain. He put down his hands, put them behind his waist again, and walked slowly up 1,000 steps. His tone was very regretful. It was just a little bit short. Gao Yang, that kid, really has a trick up his sleeve. Qi Long soon found Kyo, who was unconscious not far away, and frowned for a while. Why is Kyo here? Heh. Yin Yang smiled. From now on, she will be Xuanwu. 90 seconds later, Lijianjiwen Villa. In the living room, Johan, who had returned from the mission, sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. Hui Xiong, who had been staying at home, was restless, walking around in the living room, looking at his phone from time to time. Will this operation go smoothly? Hui Xiong couldn't help but ask again. Johan patiently repeated, trust the captain. Of course I believe the captain, but I'm still anxious. Hui Xiong was a little annoyed, and seemed a little aggrieved. Old Han, tell me, why don't you let me go? Am I not more useful than a can? You can't be invisible, you can't fly? Johan said. Hui Xiong was stunned at first, a little unconvinced. I can take a beating. Among the Josie, except Kaizi, who can take a beating more than me. This mission is not to fight, but to rob people. I also participated in the last robbery of Dr. Jia. Hui Xiong was very excited. The situation is different. Last time it was in Li Country, this time it's in the Qilin Union headquarters. Johan paused, and added, and Hong Xiaoxiao has resurrected you once. Am I a person who is afraid of death? Swoosh. A gust of wind blew, interrupting Hui Xiong. Jingja, wearing a black tuxedo, appeared, holding a corpse in one arm, which were Manshi and Qingling. Manshi? Qingling? Hui Xiong was shocked. What happened to them? Dead. Jingja's voice was regretful. He put the two corpses down and disappeared again as a gust of wind. Hui Xiong and Johan looked at the corpses of their companions in shock, and they could not accept this fact for a while. Manshi and Qingling died? How could this happen? Aren't they the ones responsible for the response? The one who took the risk was the captain. Why did they die? Swoosh. 7 or 8 seconds later, Jingja appeared again. He held Gao Yang with one hand and Wang Zikai with the other, and carried Hong Xiaoxiao on his back. Jingja let go of the two, put Hong Xiaoxiao down, walked silently to a sofa, and fell silently. His body quickly shrank and evaporated, turning into a ball of light gray gas and emerged from his tuxedo. This ball of gas surged, gathering and spraying towards the center, then slowly drifting around, and then gathering towards the center again, like a small circulating fountain. Chapter 680. This is Jingja's second form. What kind of substance it is, Jingja himself can't tell. This gray gas fountain can't speak or move, and can't even think. It has entered a dormant state. On the way, Jingja took turns carrying 3 people and 2 corpses, transporting them back and forth, and brought the 5 people back to the Jussi base safely in just 1.5 minutes. This overdraft all his energy, and he couldn't recover without sleeping for a few days. A day ago, Gao Yang discussed the plan with Kyo in his dream, and immediately visited the Mother's Home Ghost group, asking Jingja to ensure his plan, just because he was worried that there would be changes in the middle. For Gao Yang's shameless request, Lord Chun firmly opposed it, Bai Lu remained neutral, and Chu Xue made a big fuss, saying that if Jingja refused to help Gao Yang, she would go to help Gao Yang herself. Chun doted on Chu Xue very much, and had no choice but to let go. But Chun repeatedly said, Jingja must not take action unless it is absolutely necessary. First, they don't want Jingja to take risks. Second, once Jingja shows up, the ghost group will be openly hostile to the Qilin Guild. As the head of the ghost group, Chun has to consider the safety of the entire family. Gao Yang agrees with Chun's decision, and the two sides reach a consensus. Jingja keeps a safe distance from Gao Yang, and will only take action if Gao Yang is in danger. If Gao Yang is successful throughout the process, Jingja will do nothing, and does not have to show up. This is very easy for Jingja. But in the end, something unexpected happened. But they turned against each other again, and Gao Yang and his 5 people were intercepted by Yin Yang and Qilin. Jingja, who was hiding in the dark, made a judgment. He must rescue people. But Jingja could not save 5 people at once. He decided to stay put, and when the 5 people fled in different directions, he would first rescue the slower ones, and then return to rescue the faster ones, to ensure that everyone had the greatest chance of escape. But Jingja did not expect that Qilin would directly inject S potion, and activate the wooden man with 2 times the strength. Although Jingja was hiding in the house, he was still within the sight of Qilin. Wanxiang's spiritual ray ignores obstacles and can penetrate walls. Although Jingja and Gaoyang and others were one bright and one dark, they were both hit. Jingja's mental defense was very low. Compared with Gaoyang and others, he completely turned into a wooden man and lost all his mobility. In the next 8 seconds, Yinliang hunted Gaoyang and his group, and soon, Manshi and Qingling died. Then Gaoyang collapsed, and a ripple of tranquility energy exploded in his body, interrupting Qilin's mental control and Yinliang's space distortion power. Jingja quickly recovered his mobility. He no longer hesitated and started to fly at twice the speed of sound, saving Gaoyang, Wang Zikai and Hong Xiaoxiao, and taking them 2 kilometers away. Then he turned back and took away the dead Manshi and Qingling. Jingja sent people in turn, and within 90 seconds, he sent the 5 people back to Lijianjuan in Shanxing district safely. Hong Xiaoxiao. Save Manshi. Gaoyang had already pulled himself out of his collapse, and started spiritual armor again. Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao knelt beside Man's body with a flutter, and shouted to the black hair clip in Man's trouser pocket, "Time reset." Countless sacred white soft silk threads appeared from Hong Xiaoxiao's 10 fingers, like the tentacles of a jellyfish, gently drifting towards Manshi and wrapping him up. Soon, Man's body turned into a glittering white cocoon, and the room was covered in a hazy white light. In less than 30 seconds, Manshi was lying on the ground intact, his chest rising and falling slightly, but he was still in a coma. When Hong Xiaoxiao rescued Manshi, Gaoyang had already knelt in front of Qingling's body. She stretched out her hand to Qingling, but froze in midair, at a loss. He wanted to do something, but he couldn't do anything. The fact is, Qingling is dead, and there is no way to save her. A thought came into Gaoyang's mind. The other hairpin should not be given to Kyo, but to Qingling. Why didn't I give it to her? Because I believe she is strong enough and reliable enough, she can always do things well, and never let me down. But it turns out that she is just a flesh and blood body, just a girl who tries to become stronger, refuses to admit defeat, and wants to live. Suddenly, Gaoyang traveled through time and returned to a certain moment. Late at night, in the dim car. Officer Huang drove. Gaoyang and Qingling sat in the back seat. Qingling had just finished a fierce fight, covered with a coat, and fell asleep. After the car turned a corner, her head rested on Gaoyang's shoulder, and her long black hair fell into his arms. That was the first time Gaoyang saw Qingling sleeping. Her brows were relaxed, her eyelashes were long, her mouth was small, and her breathing was quiet. She was still beautiful, but no longer cold and strong, revealing a certain fragility and softness. She is quite pitiful. At the age of 10, she didn't know anything yet, and she had to face such a terrible world. She must have suffered a lot, so she did things so extreme. Fortunately, she had a sister personality. Compared to that, we are very lucky. When we woke up, our minds were basically sound, and we also felt the love of this world. This love is fake. No, the world is fake, but love is real. Gaoyang, look at what you have done. Look at your conceited and stupid plan. It was not Qilin or Yinliang who killed Qingling, but you. No. Qingling should not have ended like this. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Gaoyang, armed with spirit, raised his head calmly. Where is Chu Shui? Upstairs. Jiu Han's voice was low, and the death of his teammates made his eyes stained with a layer of sadness. Gaoyang picked up the dead Qingling and rushed upstairs. Bang! Gaoyang knocked the bedroom door open with his shoulder. Chu Shui was wearing light-colored pajamas, and curled up on the bed and fell asleep. She had been waiting for Gaoyang to come back before, and she fell asleep while waiting. She didn't know why she wanted to sleep more than before recently. But her elder sister Bai Lu said that this was a good sign. As a human being, she was sleepy, which meant that she was growing up. Sooner or later, she would be as tall and beautiful as her elder sister. Chu Shui was awakened by the sound. She sat up from the bed with a smile on her face. Gaoyang. You? Chu Shui's smile froze. She found Qingling in Gaoyang's arms, and smelled her death. She died? Gaoyang walked over, and put Qingling's body on the bed. His voice was calm. Chu Shui, save her, save her. There was no sadness on his face, but his eyes were hot and broken, hiding some kind of pain and madness on the verge of collapse. Chu Shui didn't understand such complicated emotions, but Gaoyang's eyes reminded her of an old-fashioned kettle. When she was a child, Chu Shui was bored and would observe everything in the house. For a while, she was attracted by the kettle. Chu Shui felt that the kettle was really pitiful. It silently endured the fire, always kept silent, and looked stupid. However, blind endurance will eventually come to an end. Eventually, the kettle will suddenly scream in pain, making a piercing whistle, and the water in its body will begin to boil wildly and break through the lid. At this moment, in Chushua's eyes, Gao Yang is like a kettle that is about to scream and boil. Chapter 681. Chushua's heart ached. She reached out and gently touched Gao Yang's blood-stained face. Gao Yang, don't be sad, don't be unhappy, I will save her. Really, really? Gao Yang was half believing and half doubting. He himself had already given up hope. Yeah. Chushua nodded and promised, I will save her. Gao Yang finally confirmed that Chushua was not comforting him. He was very confused, but her heart is gone. Her heart should still be there. Chushua said firmly. How do you know? Gao Yang was even more confused. Her soul is still in the body. If the heart and brain are broken, the soul will leave immediately. Chushua said. Gao Yang was startled and didn't care too much. He stretched out his hand to press Qing Ling's chest, and slowly moved from the left to the right. Strange. There was an obvious hollow feeling at the left heart position, that is the position of the heart. Could it be that Qing Ling's heart also grew on the right side? No, Gao Yang clearly remembered. When Do who first tested Gao Yang, Qing Ling and Officer Huang, he clearly stabbed Qing Ling's left chest, but he controlled the angle well so that his heart was not really hurt. Later, Gao Yang had physical contact with Qing Ling several times, and he could clearly hear Qing Ling's heartbeat coming from her left chest. When did her heart move to the right side? Right now, this question is not important at all. The important thing is that Qing Ling's heart is still there, and she can be resurrected. Gao Yang almost cried with joy after the spiritual armor ended. He felt that the swords of sin that were stuck in his body were all pulled out in an instant. At that moment, he wanted to cry and laugh. He wanted to sing, dance, praise, and be grateful for everything. He didn't understand at that time that this kind of emotion is called redemption. He hugged Chushua tightly, crying and laughing, humble and happy. Thank you. Chushu. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Gao Yang, you're welcome. Chushua also laughed. In the past, Chushua would definitely rub her face against Gao Yang's chin and act like a spoiled child in his arms. But this time, she didn't do that. She carefully stretched out her hands, like the heroine in the movie, wrapped around Gao Yang's body, and gently placed them on his broad back. Is this a hug? It turns out that hugging feels so good. Chushua felt dizzy and very happy, and a hint of sweetness appeared on the tip of her tongue. After a few seconds, Gao Yang let go of Chushua. Chushua, can we save her now? Yes. Chushua nodded, but after waking her up, she may still die. She is seriously injured and needs treatment. Gao Yang was stunned and immediately took out the sea potion he carried with him. It's okay, I have this. Okay, Gao Yang, please move aside. I'm afraid of hurting your soul. Chushua smiled faintly. When I say it's done, you will give her an injection. Okay. Gao Yang held the sea potion, nodded and backed away, repeating it in his mouth like a fool. Chushua saw Gao Yang so clumsy for the first time and thought he was very cute. She smiled again. Gao Yang turned around. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment and didn't understand why. You said that the body can't be shown to others casually. Chushua smiled. The body of the soul is also the body. Okay. Gao Yang turned around immediately. Chushua knelt beside Qing Ling, put her hands together, crossed them, and gently placed them on Qing Ling's forehead. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Soon, Qing Ling's body was covered with a hazy, translucent light green halo, and it flickered slightly. Chushua spoke, and her voice became clear and ethereal under a certain energy resonance, like an elf language, with an ancient sense of rhythm and a holy tenderness. Flowers of spring. Cicadas of summer. Fruits of autumn. Snow of winter. Lost heart, wandering soul. River of life, river of choice. Wake up, wake up! Chushua opened her eyes, and her eyes flashed with brilliant green light. She raised her hands suddenly, and Qing Ling's soul was pulled out like a light sheet. Qing Ling's naked soul floated above the corpse in the form of translucent green energy. There was an obvious hole on her left chest, which was the fatal wound that caused her death. Qing Ling in the spirit state was a little confused. She frowned slightly, looked at Chushua, and then looked down at her body, as if she remembered what happened. Then, she looked sideways at Gao Yang in the room. Gao Yang was facing away from them, with his back straight, holding the sea potion tightly in his hand, his shoulders trembling slightly, looking like a timid student who was being punished by the teacher. Qing Ling in the spirit state could not speak, and she raised her mouth slightly. Fool! At this time, the energy in Chu Shue's hands turned into a ball of dark green energy with white noise, which wrapped around Qing Ling's soul little by little, and slowly poured into the hole in her left chest. The ball of energy that filled the body soon spread all over Qing Ling's body like a rapidly growing vine, and then gradually merged into one. In a blink of an eye, Qing Ling's body was complete, but more transparent than before. This is because Qing Ling's soul has become thin, and she can no longer be resurrected. If it happens again, her soul will collapse and cannot withstand the power of Chu Shue's curse. Chu Shue closed her eyes again and chanted softly, "Dew of flowers." Cicada's voice. Flower of fruits. Frost of snow. All things revive. Repeat over and over again. River of life, river of miracles. Sleep well, sleep well. Chu Shue opened her eyes, folded her hands, and quickly pressed down, pressing Qing Ling's forehead. In an instant, Qing Ling, in the spirit state, drilled back into her body, and Qing Ling, who was enveloped by green energy, slowly returned to her original state. Okay. Chu Shue's face was pale, her voice was weak, and the light in her eyes was a little dim. Swoosh. Gao Yang didn't even turn around. He teleported directly to the bed. He used force to pierce the sea medicine syringe into Qing Ling's chest, and pushed it all the way in. Then, he took out the special adrenaline, counted to 20 seconds, and pierced it again. Gao Yang took Qing Ling into his arms, held her hand tightly with one hand, leaned forward and put his ear to Qing Ling's nose. I don't know how long it took. Gao Yang finally felt Qing Ling's weak breath, and her cold palm slowly showed a trace of temperature. Gao Yang looked up and stared at Qing Ling's chest. Her chest began to rise and fall slightly. Great! Gao Yang suppressed his joy, fearing to disturb her. He held his breath, carefully put Qing Ling back on the bed, tidied up the blood-stained hair stuck to her forehead, and covered her with a thin blanket. Go to sleep, have a good sleep. Chu Shue, thank you. Gao Yang turned around, and Chu Shue disappeared. Chapter 682. On the floor, there was only a pile of wrinkled pajamas, and a white cat curled up on the clothes, sleeping quietly, and the air was filled with a faint white mist. Chu Shue had consumed too much energy to save Qing Ling, and turned directly into a cat. Gao Yang felt extremely guilty for a moment. Chu Shue, wait for you to wake up, and eat me again, no, just a few bites. As long as you can fill your stomach, you have the final say. Gao Yang squatted down, gently picked up Chu Shue, and walked out of the bedroom. He opened the door, and found Huixiong, Jiuhan, and Hong Xiaoxiao standing outside the door, looking worried. Captain, how is it? Huixiong asked. No heart injury, Chu Shue resurrected her. Gao Yang's face was calm and his voice was low, because he activated spirit armor again. Damn! God his eyes. Huixiong was relieved. Jiuhan and Hong Xiaoxiao also breathed a sigh of relief. Hong Xiaoxiao, give Qing Ling a hairpin and look at her. Gao Yang said. Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao answered loudly, and walked into the room. Captain, today. Jiuhan wanted to ask something, but was interrupted by Gao Yang. Don't ask yet. Wait until Cantu and Nana come back. Jiuhan nodded. Okay. Gao Yang walked out from between Huixiong and Jiuhan, went downstairs, put Chu Shue in the soft pink cat bed, reached out, touched Chu Shue's head, and said softly, Thank you. He stood up, walked to the bathroom, locked the door, and quickly pressed the flush button. The next second, spirit armor ended. See gurgle gurgle. Gao Yang squatted down, curled up beside the toilet, his head lowered, and pinched his mouth with both hands. He trembled all over, tears gushed, and he cried silently. 9 o'clock in the evening, 50F, room 5003, Baihu Hotel. On the sofa in the living room, Suzaku was restless. In the afternoon, the Xuanwu building was attacked by the Jussi organization. Gao Yang failed to grab the rune alone. Before escaping, he let the phantom self-destruct, raising the Xuanwu building to the ground, and the entire Shilong village was also greatly impacted. Outside the Shilong village is the downtown area. Needless to say, the aftermath is nothing short of a nightmare. Fortunately, Tengu and Lele dealt with the aftermath in advance and first dealt with the two Horners, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. When Suzaku organized other people to deal with the aftermath, they found that Qin Long and Kiyo were gone, and did not answer the phone. Then, she called Qilin and Yanliang, but they could not get through. For a moment, Suzaku had a feeling that when she was in school, she was suddenly isolated by a few classmates with whom she had a good relationship. Suzaku did not think much, cheered up, and treated the injured guild members. It was also a blessing in disguise. The huge noise caused by the giant Nana falling from the sky was equivalent to a warning bell, giving everyone time to evacuate. Gao Yang's phantom self-explosion didn't kill anyone. Zhu Ke thought about it carefully and felt that Gao Yang's phantom deliberately answered Douhu's words. It seemed to be a mockery and provocation, but it was actually a reminder to Douhu, so that the people present would have more time to react to the explosion. Otherwise, even if no one was killed, 2 or 3 people would definitely be seriously injured. Thinking of this, Zhu Ke was overwhelmed with emotions. She was very happy that Gao Yang was still the big boy she knew, gentle and kind in heart, and would not attack his own kind unless it was absolutely necessary. She was also worried. Gentleness and kindness were not good things for a leader. After the high-level beasts, who heard the news, came to treat the injured colleagues, Zhu Ke and his colleagues were busy. It was already dark, and she was still gone, and could not be contacted. Qinglong's phone call got through. Qinglong didn't answer Zhu Chua's question, and asked her to go back to Baihu Hotel to rest first. Zhu Ke heard Qinglong's subtext, "Wait." Now she has been waiting at home for 2 hours, and she also ate takeout with Isher. Zhu Ke had no appetite, and put down 2 chopsticks. Zhu Ke was very irritable, and got up to smoke on the balcony. After a while, Isher, who was wearing yoga clothes, came over. "Are you still thinking about Kyo? I haven't seen Kyo since the explosion." Zhu Ke did not hide his worries. "I thought just his target was Fu Wen at the time, and I didn't pay any attention to Kyo." "You said she wouldn't be captured by Gao Yang? If so, Elder Qinglong must have told you." "Don't worry, it's impossible," Isher comforted. "Well, I hope I'm overthinking." Zhu Ke sighed. At this time, the door opened in the house. Zhu Ke was happy, and turned back to the living room. Sure enough, Kyo was back. "Look, what am I talking about?" Isher followed Zhu Ke, and the smile on his face froze. Zhu Ke was also surprised. At the entrance, Kyo and Yin Liang walked in together. Kyo was wearing a slim black windbreaker, with a diamond-studded Qilin brooch on her chest, and her hair was combed back into a neat short ponytail. For some reason, she looked like an ordinary girl in her 20s, but her demeanor and aura had completely changed, and her eyes were no longer harmless, but sharp, even cruel. The corners of her mouth, which she habitually pursed, now had an elusive cold smile. Zhu Ke was stunned for 2 seconds. "Kyo, where are you going?" "Elder Zhu Ke." Kyo interrupted Zhu Ke and stretched out his hand to her. "Let me introduce myself again. From now on, I will be the new elder of Xuanwu. Please take care of me." Zhu Ke didn't reach out. The girl in front of her was too strange. She didn't seem to know this person at all. Hee. Yin Yang smiled faintly under the mask. "You have done a good deed again." Juicy wanted to rebel through Lu Qingying's beautiful dream, but he used the same trick to set a trap for Juicy. "Today, we severely damaged Juicy." "What?" Zhu Ke was stunned. For a moment, he didn't know what to be shocked about first. Yin Liang sighed with some regret. What a pity, if the ghost group hadn't intervened, the war would have ended. Elder Yin Liang could turn sideways and said respectfully, "Elder Yin Liang, how should Lu Qingying be dealt with?" "Don't worry, she is just an intelligence dealer who fishes in troubled waters, and has not really joined any side. We still need her. Wait until the dust settles, and then settle the accounts in the autumn." "Yes." Ke hesitated for 2 seconds and said, "Elder Yin Liang, although this mission was not successful, I have completed my work, so the matter of auxiliary runes. Don't worry, I will help you borrow auxiliary runes from the Baichuan group." Yin Liang paused. "In addition, I, Qinglong, and Suzaku will each transfer personnel for you to lead." "Thank you, Elder Yin Liang." Ke nodded slightly again, with joy on his face that could not be concealed. "Don't thank me, the president has always rewarded according to merit. Thank him if you want to thank him." Yin Liang said. "Where is the president? I want to see him." Zhu Ke tried to suppress his anger. "The president has important matters to attend to, so he won't see anyone for the time being. For the next week, I will take care of all the affairs of the Union." Zhu Ke stopped talking, and Isher didn't speak either. She didn't think she could just interrupt the conversation between the elders. Yin Liang's voice was full of business concern. "Everyone has worked hard today, so have a good rest." "Good night, Elder Zhu Ke." But she smiled politely and hypocritically, and followed Yin Liang out. Zhu Ke watched the door close. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and she took a deep breath, trying her best to suppress the shock, confusion and anger in her heart. "Calm down, Zhu Ke, calm down." Zhu Chua's eyes were stern, and he rushed out. Chapter 683. Kyo. In the corridor, Zhu Ke shouted and hurriedly caught up. Kyo and Yin Liang turned back. "Elder Yin Liang, I want to talk to Kyo alone for a while." Zhu Kei said. Yin Yang looked at Kyo, and Kyo nodded slightly. Yin Yang said nothing and turned away. Kyo still smiled and looked at Zhu Kei. Elder Zhu Kei, what's the matter? Zhu Kei didn't say anything until Yin Yang entered the elevator. She said, Kyo, what's going on? Elder Zhu Kei, I'm sorry. Kyo smiled apologetically, but there was no guilt in her eyes. I lied to you, but I did it for your own good. Have you recovered your memory? Zhu Kei asked. Kyo shook his head. Not yet, but I did remember some fragments. Gao Yang wanted to rebel against you. Why didn't you tell me? Zhu Kei said. Kyo smiled and said nothing. You didn't tell me, but told Yin Liang? Zhu Kei said. Yes. Ku admitted. These days, you have been with me and Isher. When did you meet Yin Liang? Zhu Kei asked. No. Ku smiled again, raised his phone and shook it. The phone has the contact information of everyone in the Union. I sent an encrypted text message to Elder Yin Liang, and he replied to me. Then we communicated on the phone for a day, and the plan was set. Zhu Kei was secretly surprised. This Yin Liang, he is so bold, he didn't even talk to Ku in person. Isn't he afraid that Ku's lying to him? But even if Ku's lying to him, what can he lose? Xu Chua's mouth showed a trace of self-deprecating bitterness. So, from the beginning, you regarded me as a stepping stone. Ku also slowly retracted her hypocritical smile. Her eyes turned cold. Sister Xia, now that we have come to this, I will tell you a few words from my heart. Suzaku stared at Ku. I know that you not only treat me as a subordinate, but also as a friend, even a relative. You really want to take care of me, just like you take care of other people in the group. You are actually a bit like Edmund. You are both kind and like to give. But you don't know that sometimes your kindness will become a burden to others, because it will make others feel ashamed. Not all insects will be grateful when illuminated by the sun. Maybe some insects just like dark ditches. Suzaku was silent. But she smiled again. This smile was full of arrogance and provocation. In this world, the only person who can take good care of me is myself. Emin wants me to live. I will, of course I will. I will prove to that fool that I can take good care of myself without him. This time, surrendering to Qilin is just my first step. As long as I have enough chips, I can survive to the end. It doesn't matter who I work for. In an instant, could turn back to the innocent and shy girl before. She chuckled. Sister Xia, aren't you curious about what's behind the door? I'm really curious, so I hope to survive to the end, hee. Suzaku was completely stunned, and the shock and anger in her body had turned into a deep sense of frustration. Over the years, she thought she understood people's hearts, knew the ways of the world, and exchanged sincerity for sincerity. But the girl in front of her completely deceived and used her, playing her around. It seems that your memory has been fully restored. Zhu Kei sneered. But she neither admitted nor denied it, and she showed a hypocritical smile again. Good night, Elder Zhu Kei. December 23rd, 1 a.m. Shanqing District, Lijianjiwen, a villa. In the bedroom on the second floor, Qingling was sleeping quietly on the bed. The blood on her face had been wiped off, and her blood color and temperature had returned to normal. There was no light in the room, and the moonlight outside the window shone in, cutting out a narrow triangle, crossing the sheet covering Qingling's chest, and crawling to the floor at Gao Yang's feet. Gao Yang sat on a chair, closed his eyes and rested. Suddenly, Gao Yang opened his eyes with a sense of something. 2 seconds later, Qingling's eyelashes blinked quickly, and she opened her mouth slightly, but no sound came out. Gao Yang quickly stepped forward and leaned forward to ask Qingling. Qingling heard Gao Yang's voice, and slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were covered with a layer of light mist, and she looked very weak and tired. She opened her mouth again, and made a somewhat dry sound, water. Gao Yang turned around and picked up the energy drink that had been prepared long ago, unscrewed the bottle cap, helped Qingling up with one hand, and fed her water with the other hand. Qingling slowly drank 2 sips, regained some strength, and became more awake. She raised her hand, took the drink bottle, raised her head, and drank it gulp-gulp until it was all drunk. At this point, she was truly alive. When Qingling drank water, Gao Yang watched the whole process from the side, feeling sincere joy in his heart. Qingling found Gao Yang looking at her and frowned slightly. What are you looking at? Nothing, Gao Yang said. Is someone dead? Qingling asked Gao Yang. Gao Yang shook his head. You and Manshi died, but both were rescued. Yeah. Qingling nodded. This result was acceptable. Gao Yang's voice was filled with self-blame. Qingling, I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Qingling interrupted coldly. I am responsible for my own life. You are not responsible. If it was you who died, I would not apologize. Gao Yang was stunned and smiled faintly. I know. A few seconds later, Gao Yang asked the doubts in his heart. Qing Ling, isn't your heart on the left? Why did it move to the right? Did Dr. Jia do it? Qing Ling nodded, paused for a moment, and slowly explained. Dr. Jia prepared 2 plans. Restore the original arm, or install a robotic arm. The cyber nerves of the robotic arm will penetrate into the chest cavity from the gap in the left shoulder, which may compress the heart. So he moved my heart to the right, and the first plan was successful. Move the heart? Can this be done? Gao Yang was very surprised. Suddenly, he thought of a talent. Organ puzzle? Organ puzzle, serial number 164, life system. Organs can be moved at will, and the repair and self-healing ability of internal organs can be enhanced slightly. According to Man's intelligence, the talent owner is Tang Qi of Group 3 of Baichuan Group, and the team leader is Chen. Qing Ling nodded slightly. Dr. Jia has long used Tang Qi's blood and active energy to make a potion that can permanently displace organs. He made this just to solve the problem of parrots pooping randomly, and parrots are rectal animals. Gao Yang was speechless for a moment. It really fits Dr. Jia's personality. Qing Ling rested for a moment and continued, but after taking O potion, the moved internal organs can no longer be changed. Due to this defect, O potion has not been widely used. Gao Yang suddenly thought of something. Did Xuanwu also take O potion at the beginning? I didn't ask. Qing Ling said, but I heard from Dr. Jia that he and Xuanwu knew each other for a long time, and the assistant hyena was also indirectly introduced to Dr. Jia by Xuanwu. Gao Yang nodded and said no more. What Gao Yang didn't know was that Qing Ling didn't die, in addition to the credit of organ puzzle, but also because of her extreme self-rescue. After Qing Ling's black gold knife suddenly disappeared, she immediately knew that Yin Liang's move was a kind of spatial distortion, so when she was dying, Qing Ling's body suddenly moved an inch to the right. This caused the heart thief to move an inch to the left, completely taking out her left lung and left atrium blood vessels. Of course, this was still enough to kill Qing Ling. After Qing Ling fell to the ground, she was still trying to find Gao Yang, wanting to remind him what Yin Liang's move was, and let him avoid danger. Unfortunately, death came too quickly, and she couldn't say anything, and fell into the abyss of darkness. After Qing Ling replenished her water and energy, she felt sleepy again, and she wanted to have another good sleep. Suddenly, she looked down and found that she had changed into clean pajamas and pants. Of course, her underwear was still there. Qing Ling raised her head nervously, and grabbed Gao Yang's hand. Who touched me? Chapter 684. Don't worry. Gao Yang's eyes moved and he whispered, I changed the clothes. Qing Ling breathed a sigh of relief, and said nothing more. She lay down again. I sleep for a while. Okay. Gao Yang stood up. Don't leave yet. Qing Ling had closed her eyes, and said calmly, my sister is looking for you. Gao Yang was slightly stunned and didn't leave. In less than 10 seconds, Qing Ling suddenly opened her eyes. She quickly turned over and sat up, breathing rapidly. Her eyes quickly moistened, and her face was as pale as paper. She turned her head, and saw Gao Yang still standing by the bed. Gao Yang. Qing Ling's voice trembled. Gao Yang hurriedly sat down at the head of the bed. I'm here. Qing Ling immediately stretched out her hands, and grabbed Gao Yang's hands, almost strangling them. She buried her head, her voice was both scared and aggrieved. I'm dead. I've been dead, right? Gao Yang didn't know what to say for a while. I thought I would never see you and sister again, it's so cold and dark there. Qing Ling sobbed, her body shaking violently. Gao Yang felt a pang of heartache. It's okay, it's all over. Wow. Qing Ling couldn't hold it back any longer, burst into tears, and buried her head in Gao Yang's arms. Gao Yang froze, and after a long time, he gently reached out and patted Qing Ling's shoulder. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here, we're all here. Soon Qing Ling was tired of crying, and laid down to rest again. Gao Yang stayed by her side for about 10 minutes, and after confirming that Qing Ling fell asleep, Gao Yang covered her with a quilt, checked the black hairpin on her hair, and got up and left. Gao Yang moved very quietly, and when he opened the door, he ran into others eavesdropping outside the door. Especially Cantu and Wang Zikai, they squatted with their ears pressed against the door, and the moment Gao Yang opened the door, they rolled in like 2 bowling balls. Hong Xiaoxiao and Nana leaned on both sides of the door. Leaning against the door, they were also startled and stood up quickly. Johan, Manshi and Huixiong stood behind the door. They were relatively rules-abiding. Cantu and Wang Zikai stood up in a panic, just about to explain. Gao Yang whispered, don't disturb her rest, talk downstairs. A few minutes later, everyone sat in the living room, drinking coffee and reviewing the situation. Everyone knew what happened, and they finished talking quickly. Gao Yang concluded sincerely, "This matter is entirely my fault. I made two mistakes. First, I trusted Kuyu too easily and misjudged him. Second, I underestimated the strength and means of Qilin and Yin Liang. On the first point, I was prepared for the possibility of Kuyu's betrayal, so I asked Jingzhe to cover the bottom in advance." Gao Yang paused, "But I didn't expect that she would skip Zhu Ke and directly conspire with Qilin and Yin Liang. On the second point, the scope of Qilin's Wanxiang was completely beyond my expectations. I have never seen this move he used today before. TSK, that cripple, I think he is just SOSO, his kidneys are so weak, he fainted after using one move." Wang Zikai said unhappily. "Fainted?" Gao Yang was startled and looked at Wang Zikai. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I saw it." At that time, Wang Zikai had been standing there after being hit by the wooden man. After his mind cleared, he saw Qilin fainted and was supported by Qing Long, who came over. Gao Yang thought for a while and got the answer. He took medicine. Johan was not at the scene, but he also had the same speculation. It should be the medicine developed by Dr. Jia using the active energy of Suzaku that enhanced his ability, so he can activate Wanxiang from such a distance, but the side effect is coma. Manchi leaned against the wall with his hands. His eyesight was very good, and he saw it clearly at the time. I remember that he touched the ring before he started, and he should be injecting the medicine. But isn't this price too high? Hong Xiaoxiao was a little surprised. I remember that Elder Suzaku said that equivalent exchange would require a coma for 2 or 3 months. It won't be that long. Manchi said, "Today, Qilin stared at us for less than 10 seconds and fainted, so the coma time will naturally be greatly shortened." "Yeah." Gao Yang nodded. "This is in line with Qilin's style. He doesn't trust anyone, and can't let himself be in a coma for a long time." "Makes sense." Hui Xiong nodded. "I lost this battle." Gao Yang's tone was calm, but he could not hide his self-blame. "I lost completely, and almost killed everyone." "Captain!" Gray Xiong roared. "Victory and defeat are common in the military. Being a boss is like this. Sometimes you have to gamble. If you can win every time, you are not a human, you are a god. To be honest, you are good enough. If I were the boss, Jiusi would have turned over so many times, and would have died long ago." Manchi looked at Gray Xiong with disdain, too lazy to complain about his homophonic pun. "Yeah, Captain, you really don't need to blame yourself." Ken also smiled and comforted. Although it was really dangerous today, didn't everyone stay safe in the end? Moreover, we also learned about the ability of that old man Yin Liang, recognized the true face of Kuyu, and eliminated hidden dangers for the future. These are all gains. Ken said it well. Hui Xiong smiled. Wang Zikai was stunned for a moment, then immediately put his arm around Gao Yang's shoulders with a smile on his face. "Brother, she is right." Rounding off, today's mission was very successful. I think we must celebrate. Fried chicken, barbecue, beer. Let's go! Huh? Hong Shishu's eyes lit up. Although she had been a bystander all day, she didn't know how the reflection meeting turned into a celebration banquet. But since there was a midnight snack, she was in high spirits. She smiled a little embarrassedly and glanced at the others secretly. "Then let's have a small celebration?" "I agree." Hui Xiong raised his hand. "Celebrate." "It's up to you," Manchi said. "I don't care," Johan said. The two men exchanged glances tacitly, and left the house one after the other to get some fresh air. Gao Yang felt guilty. She secretly clenched her fists, forced herself to smile. "Okay, let's celebrate tonight. Let's celebrate. The first time the Juicy organization has failed." December 23rd, 2 p.m. Nanji District, Baichuan Group Underground Base. In the Grand Conference Room, the Tiger and Rabbit of the 12 Zodiacs, with the Life Rune Circuit, came to trade runes with the Baichuan Group. The Baichuan Group's base is 100 meters underground, with strict defenses, and Xiaotian, the human radar, is in charge, which basically eliminates the possibility of Jusa's re-attack. The Qilin Union sent Elder Yin Liang and Elder Xuanwu, Kyo, to witness. After getting the life rune, the 4 team leaders Wu Sei, Huang Lian, Liao Liao, and Chinning handed over the toxin rune. After both parties confirmed that the rune was fine, they kept it. The transaction was over, and the people from the 12 Zodiacs and the Qilin Union were about to leave. Wu Sei, who had a gloomy face the whole time, called out to Yin Liang coldly, "Wait, your Qilin guild took advantage of us and the 12 Zodiac signs, and you didn't even mention this?" Chapter 685. Haha, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Juicy is very cunning, and we dare not leak the news in advance. The masked Yin Liang laughed. Even Qinglong and Zhu Ke are unaware. Qinglong and Zhu Ke are your people. Wu Sei said bluntly. But we and the 12 zodiac signs have no obligation to take this risk with you. Don't worry, everything is under control. Yin Liang said calmly. Aren't you all okay? You? Wu Sei was about to say something, but was stopped by Huang Lian. Huang Lian, wearing sunglasses and a mask, said coldly, You can't infer the process from the result. No matter what, it is a fact that you used us and put us in danger. There must be an explanation for this matter today, otherwise where is the credibility and authority of the Qilin Union? This time is indeed a special case. I can guarantee that it will never happen again in the future. Yin Liang said, The Qilin Union is willing to provide compensation for this matter. In the next 3 months, all the regular potions and consumable black gold equipment expenses of your 2 major organizations within a reasonable range will be borne by the Qilin Union. Huang Lian stopped talking. He was not satisfied with this result, but he knew that this was the greatest benefit and face he could get for the Baichuan group. In addition, Yin Liang looked at the Baichuan group. Xuanwu has made an appointment with you to rent the auxiliary rune for 1 day within 10 days. We will pay 3 times the rent. You arrange the specific time. Is there such a thing? Wu Sei, who was unaware of it, looked at Qining. Qining nodded. I received the news last night that Mrs. Li agreed. Wu Sei stopped talking. Qining stood up, picked up the suitcase containing the life rune, and glanced at the other team leaders. I go store the rune, you guys take the guests away. Dou Hu, Bai Tu, Yin Liang, and Xian Wu Qiu left the meeting room one after another. Wu Sei, Huang Lian, and Liao Liao accompanied them all the way. On the surface, they were seeing them off, but in fact, they were also monitoring them to prevent the 4 from secretly leaving something in their base or doing something, although this possibility was very small. The 7 people stepped into the elevator, went to the ground, and came out from the secret passage in the woods. Everyone walked out of the woods in silence, but suddenly he ignored the others and said, 3 team leaders, you are quite capable, why don't you consider joining the Qilin Guild? Huang Lian, Wu Sei, and Lulu were all shocked, thinking they had heard wrongly. Should she be said to be too stupid or arrogant for poaching people so blatantly? But he was calm, direct and honest. I used to work in the tail team, doing all the dirty work just to survive, but in the end, our tail team was just a pawn used and thrown away by the Songmu cult. The tail team is all dead, and I am the only one left. I am very lucky that President Qilin is willing to give me a chance to choose again. In my personal judgment, I think he can lead mankind to victory and continue the fire of civilization. No one else can do it. Dou Hu and Bai Tu looked at each other and said nothing. I speak frankly, please don't mind me. Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, I think blind loyalty is meaningless, survival is the truth, time is running out, and everything will be gone if you die. You can think about it carefully. Huang Lian, Wu Sei, and Lula chose to remain silent. Yin Liang walked in front, with his hands behind his waist, and did not express any opinion on Qiyu's speech. After a while, he stopped and chuckled. You 3, let's just take you here. Well, please go back. Dou Hu smoked leisurely and grinned at the 3 team leaders. Actually, what the little girl said makes sense. If you want to change jobs, the 12 zodiac signs are also a good choice. Don't make trouble. Bai Tu glared at Dou Hu. Uh-huh. Dou Hu turned around and waved bye. Bon voyage. Huang Lian and Wu Sei had stern faces. Lila showed a friendly smile and waved goodbye. Bon voyage, everyone. Watch the 4 people get into the car and leave. Huang Lian and Wu Sei turned around and returned to the woods at the same time. Lulu was stunned for a moment and quickly followed. Suzaka asked me to give Ku another hypnosis treatment before. I remember she was not like this at that time. Now she feels like a completely different person. Wu Sei frowned. Maybe she has never changed, but now she is no longer hiding it. Huang Lian said. That makes sense. Lulu agreed. People from the tail team are definitely not good people. Huang Lian sneered. If I were the president of Qilin, I would not dare to use her. This person is very cunning and has no principles. At first glance, she is a slave of 3 surnames. Slave of 3 surnames, haha, good scolding. Wu Sei laughed. She suddenly remembered something. By the way, have you read Xiao Jia's letter to you? I have read it. Huang Lian's body tensed unconsciously, and her voice became stiff. How is it? Wu Sei nudged Huang Lian with his elbow. Still considering it. Huang Lian answered truthfully. What are you still considering? Wu Sei was a little surprised. You still dislike the girls in my group? Xiao Jia is more than enough for you, with your conditions. Wu Sei realized that his words were a bit hurtful, and hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that. Huang Lian didn't say anything, nor was he angry. He continued to walk forward, and the topic ended. The two women walked a little behind. Sister Wu Sei, Canary likes team leader Huang Lian? Lulu knew the incredible gossip, and was a little excited. You can't tell, she has been secretly in love with her for a long time. Wu Sei raised his eyebrows a little helplessly. Last time we had a group dinner, she was drunk and said it. It's over. Lulu slapped his thigh exaggeratedly, and Hegi has a rival in love. Huh? This time it was Wu Sei's turn to be dumbfounded, and Hegi also likes Huang Lian. You don't know yet? Many people are spreading it. Lulu touched his chin and smacked his lips. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Team leader Huang Lian is actually a girl killer. No, why? Wu Sei was puzzled, then. How can this guy be so popular when he never shows his face all day long? You don't understand? This is precisely the fatal attraction. Lei said with a sly smile. Without an image, you can project any image. Innocent girls, the easiest thing to fall in love with is the false fantasy under self-touching. Lei. Wu Sei looked at him with new eyes for a moment. Aren't you a hacker? You don't have any side job, do you? An expert on gender emotions or something like that? No. I've read a few romance novels recently, and I'm just learning and applying them now. Lei said modestly. December 24th, 3 a.m. Nanji District, Side Park, camphor trees by the artificial lake. But she was wearing a black sweater and jeans that were convenient for movement, a baseball cap, a mask and sunglasses, and was quietly waiting in the camphor trees. Now that she is the elder of Xuanwu, she is no longer monitored by anyone and has complete freedom of movement. Of course, Ku was not completely assured, so every time she walked a distance, she would stop and blow a strange whistle for 2 seconds. If there was an awakened person following nearby, she would immediately detect it. At this moment, Ku was highly alert. Suddenly, a slight energy flow came from behind her, and a colorful light source appeared. You are here. Ku turned slowly, and the two sunglasses were shining. Deep in the woods ahead, there stood a woman, surrounded by colorful dust particles. These dust particles formed energy groups, which kept blooming, dissipating and gathering again, as if performing the birth and death of a nebula. Her body shape also constantly changed into tall, short, fat and thin under the cover of this dust. She was the traitor dust lurking in the Baichuan group. Chapter 686. You're looking for me. Chen's voice was full of electric grains, but it was clear that she was a woman. You're 13 minutes late. But her tone was unpleasant. I have to confirm whether you have an ambush first, Chen said. Heh. Ku sneered again. To make a long story short, I didn't lose my memory. This is all part of the plan. I am the real captain of the tail team. After the death of Bishop Xuanwu, this plan began. Although there were some accidents in the middle, I still infiltrated the Qilin Union and became the new elder of Xuanwu. Ku raised his chin slightly. In addition, I have taken over the position of Archbishop. From now on, you must obey me. Empty words are not enough. How can you prove that you have not betrayed? Chen Ai was half believing and half doubting. Maybe you really defected to Qilin and deliberately came to deal with me. Chen Ai, except for Lady Sangmu, I am the second person who knows your identity. Isn't this proof? Ku sneered again. If I really want to deal with you, I can directly expose your identity. In this way, I can also ask Qilin for credit. Chen Ai fell into thought. After a moment, Chen Ai said, I don't have much time. What's the matter? Don't you even have the basic humility to the Archbishop? Ku's tone was dissatisfied again. Chen was silent for a few seconds, and nodded slightly. My Lord Bishop, what do you want me to do? Kill the Arab god. Since he can't do it, then you do it. Chen didn't answer immediately, and seemed a little embarrassed. My Lord Bishop, I can't do what Lucci can't do. I can't find Gao Yan at all, and with my current identity, I don't have the conditions and opportunities to find him. Don't worry, Ku said confidently. Within 3 days, you will have a great opportunity to assassinate. What should I do specifically? Chen asked. Wait. Ku smiled mysteriously. When the opportunity comes, you will know it. Remember, it is your only chance. You should know the consequences of failure. Please rest assured, I will definitely fulfill my mission. Chen's voice became more humble. Very good, go back. Chen raised his hand to his chest and bowed slightly. May the mother of the Tsang protect you. May the mother of the Tsang protect you. but still stood there. Chen slowly retreated to the depths of the woods, the light gradually weakened, a cold wind blew into the woods, the leaves rustled, and the colorful wildfire was extinguished instantly. December 24th, Lijianjuan, a villa. Gao Yang went out for a walk in the first half of the night, and rested in the second half. He slept on the sofa until 9 o'clock in the morning and woke up. He was awakened by the happy voice of the first snow. He slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the backyard outside the French window. It's snowing! It's snowing heavily. The first snow turned back into a girl. She was wearing a beige sweater, jeans and snow boots, and white rabbit fur earmuffs. She ran around in the heavy snow, like a silly roe deer. Accompanying her in the fun was Nana. Nana wore a golden wig with big braids, a blue princess dress, and a layer of diamond-studded tulle. She went to the branches to grab some of the newly accumulated residual snow, threw it into the air, and sang a foreign song that was directly translated. Let go, I can't stop you anymore. Let go, turn around and slam the door. Tonight, the ice and snow will dye the whole mountain forest white, leaving no footprints. This is an isolated kingdom, and I am the queen here. This scene made Gao Yang laugh, and his sleepiness disappeared, and he became relaxed. Gao Yang often had a quiet moment of I hope this moment can stay a little longer, and now, it was such a moment. Soon, Chushua, who was playing in the snow, noticed something, and she turned around immediately, and when she saw Gao Yang wake up, she immediately left Nana and ran into the house. Gao Yang. Nana was singing passionately, and suddenly lost the audience, and felt a little disappointed. Hey, don't go. Listen to my king singing. Sing, I'm listening. Qing Ling, who had just recovered from her health, was standing under the eaves at some point, holding a cup of hot tea, with a hint of sarcasm in her cold eyes. Nana froze all over, and felt like she was struck by lightning. This woman, how could she be so unnoticed? Chushua opened the French window, and ran into the house. She almost threw herself into Gao Yang's arms, just like every time they met in the past. But at the critical moment, Chushua suddenly stopped, stood in front of Gao Yang, smiled shyly, and her voice became gentler. Gao Yang, you woke up. Yeah, just woke up. Gao Yang smiled. In fact, when he went to find Jingzhe before, he found that Chushua had changed a little. How to say it, although she is still innocent and lively, sweet and cute, she seems not as heartless as before. At that time, Gao Yang saw Chushua and praised Chushua for becoming beautiful again. Chushua was shy. Gao Yang, it turns out that making a wish really works. Chushua couldn't hide her excitement and sat down next to Gao Yang. I made 2 wishes. The first wish is that it will snow today because today is Christmas Eve. You still know Christmas Eve. Gao Yang smiled, and reached out to pat the snow on Chushua's hair. Chushua lowered her head and smiled lightly, letting Gao Yang touch her head, but she didn't take the initiative to rub her head in response like before. Gao Yang, my second wish is that you can spend Christmas Eve with me. Chushua raised her head and looked at Gao Yang seriously, subconsciously clenching the sofa cushion with both hands. Can I? Gao Yang was slightly startled. Chushua is really growing up. She actually knows how to ask for other people's consent. Gao Yang readily agreed. Okay. Really? Chushua didn't expect it to be so easy, she added. Just the 2 of us. Okay. Gao Yang smiled. Yeah. Chushua happily got up from the sofa. Then we see you tonight? I have to go home first. I'm going to change into a beautiful dress, and let my sister help me braid a nice hair. I also prepared a Christmas gift for Gao Yang. He will definitely like it. Chushua thought happily, and joy appeared on the corners of her mouth. Okay, what time and where tonight? Gao Yang asked. I don't know yet. Chushua had to go back and ask her sister Bailu. Anyway, she had to find a beautiful and meaningful place. When the time comes, I let my sister send you a message. Bailu had Gao Yang's emergency contact information. Gao Yang nodded. Okay, Jingzhe is still resting. I take you home. No. Chushua waved her hand and refused excitedly. I go back by myself. I be very careful. There's absolutely no problem. Okay. Gao Yang was not very worried about Chushua. After all, she was very strong. Well, when the time comes, we see each other, Chushua said. See you then, Gao Yang said. Chushua ran away happily. Gao Yang stood in front of the French window and watched her charming figure disappear in the heavy snow. At this moment, Cantu was standing at the kitchen door, holding 2 cups of hot coffee in his hands, with a smile frozen on his face, and forgot to take it back for a long time. Chapter 687. Cantu woke up at 6 in the morning. To be more precise, she didn't sleep much all night. Under Hong Shixiao's instigation, she finally plucked up the courage and decided to ask the captain to watch a movie tonight. Because of Nana's thousand faces disguise, and the Juicy organization has not taken any action recently, Cantu thought that this invitation was not willful. Cantu had thought it through. When the captain woke up from the sofa, she would quickly make 2 cups of coffee, give him 1 cup, chat with him, and then naturally ask if they wanted to watch a movie together in the evening. If the captain agreed, Cantu would take out the movie tickets she had prepared. If the captain refused, she would just treat it as a casual mention and nothing happened. After waiting for the captain to wake up, Cantu hurried to the kitchen to make coffee. When she was about to leave the kitchen with the coffee, she saw Chushua sitting with the captain, chatting happily. Gao Yang also gently reached out his hand and patted the snow on her hair. Chushua asked Gao Yang to spend Christmas Eve alone, and Gao Yang readily agreed. This scene happened to be seen by Cantu. That's right, Chushua is so beautiful, like a porcelain doll. She used to look like a child, but this time, she looks more like a real girl in terms of appearance and temperament. She is at the perfect age when her heart is in a state of urgency. If Cantu were a man, even if he was blind and didn't choose Qingling, he wouldn't be blind again and miss Chushua. How could she get her turn? She has no face, no figure, and average ability. Even her personality is not outstanding. She is neither cute nor feminine. Cantu, where on earth do you get the fluke mentality to think that the captain has no girls to date on Christmas Eve, so you can get a bargain? Cantu laughed at himself in his heart, and slowly retreated to the kitchen. As soon as she turned around, she found Hong Xiaoxiao staring at her. As the dog-headed military advisor, who had been giving Cantu advice throughout the whole process, she was even sadder than Cantu. Her eyes were red, and she pouted sadly, and she was about to cry. Cantu! Hey! Cantu quickly put down the coffee cup and went forward to comfort Hong Xiaoxiao. Don't cry, I'm fine, haha, I'm really fine, don't be so exaggerated every time. But you finally mustered up the courage to make an appointment. Shoo! Stop talking. Cantu quickly blocked Hong Shixiao's mouth. Let's just pretend nothing happened. Who did you make an appointment with? Gao Yang suddenly appeared outside the kitchen door. Ah! Wow! Cantu and Hong Xiaoxiao were guilty, and shouted at the same time. Swish! 2 seconds later, Manshi, who was patrolling on the rooftop, heard the noise and rushed over. He hung his head upside down and leaned in from the kitchen window. What's wrong? Ah! Wow! Can and Hong Xiaoxiao turned their heads, and were frightened again. Nothing. Gao Yang explained to Manshi. I have something to do with Kanshi. Outside the window, Mansh's head disappeared quickly. Captain. Kanshi smiled half curiously, and half to cover up embarrassment. You have something to do with me? Are you going to date anyone today? Gao Yang vaguely heard Hong Shishu's words. No. Kan hastily waved his hand. I'm not going to date anyone. Ah, right. Hong Xiaoxiao smiled guiltily. Kan doesn't date anyone, no. Is that so? Gao Yang smiled faintly. It's just right. I have something to do with you tonight. Eh? Cantu was stunned, thinking he had heard wrongly. Captain, you are not. Not what? Gao Yang asked. Nothing. Cantu decided to shut up. She was not stupid, and guessed that the captain must have an emergency task. Okay, I have time at any time. That's good. Gao Yang waved his hand. Let's go shopping. I buy you a holiday gift. Shopping? Gift? Cantu was confused. Happiness came too fast like a tornado. What gift? You will know when you go. Gao Yang kept it a secret, the thing you have always wanted. 10:30 p.m., Shijing District, Shiji Park. It snowed heavily all day, and the city was already desolate. In the flying goose feather snow, a black commercial vehicle turned and drove into the main gate of Shiji Park, leaving several ruts on the snow-white road. There were 3 people in the car. Huang Lian was driving, Xiao Tian was sitting in the co-pilot, and Qining was sitting in the back seat. She was nervous in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. Huang Lian was also worried. After the car entered the park, he slowed down and said, Qining, are we really going to do this? Yes. Qining said firmly, from the fact that the Qilin Union used us this time, we can see that they are losing their bottom line. If the lips and teeth are gone, the next one will probably be our Baichuan group. Did Madame Li instruct us to use the Jussi to organize the runes? Huang Lian asked. Madame Li believes that the growth of the Jussi is not a bad thing for the Baichuan group. Qining did not give a direct answer. Huang Lian held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and said worriedly, It's too risky. If the Chilean Union knows. So we must not let them know. Qining glanced at Xiaotian. Is it safe? No one is following us. Xiaotian closed his eyes, concentrating, and was in a state of full 6th level perception. Very good. Huang Lian was still worried, and asked Qining again, why didn't you bring Wu Sei and Liao Liao with you for this operation? Huang Lian's implication. What if GOC didn't borrow the rune, but wanted to steal it, or even had other crooked ideas? It would be much safer to have 2 more team leaders. Ah. Qining sighed. Wu is still on the list of suspected traitors, and Liao Liao is the new team leader. Mrs. Li can only trust the 2 of us now. I understand. Huang Lian didn't ask any more questions, and he turned the car into a forest road. I heard from Wu Sei that Canary from their team wrote you a love letter? Qining chatted about trivial matters to ease the atmosphere. Yes. Huang Lian admitted frankly. I really can't tell. Qining smiled. What do you think? I'm still thinking about it. Huang Lian said. A man is so reserved? Qining was quite surprised. No. Huang Lian sighed. I'm thinking about how to reject her so that she won't feel so uncomfortable. You don't like her? Qining said. Huang Lian was silent for a few seconds and confessed. I don't know. I've never thought about love. Why? Qining was curious. People like me. Huang Lian laughed at himself, his voice hoarse. What qualifications do I have to talk about love? Don't say that about yourself. Qining said. Qining. Huang Lian looked ahead, and the snowy night road illuminated by street lights was reflected in his sunglasses. Do you also think that my current outfit is quite unique? Qining didn't say anything. If you had seen me being burned, you would have vomited the pus oozing and smelly sores on my body. Love is not a momentary impulse. Even in the foggy world, love still needs to be lived on. When you wake up every day and find an ugly and disgusting monster lying next to you, how long can you endure it? When the initial passion fades, only responsibility, boredom, guilt, sympathy will remain. Then you will regret and be annoyed, and will keep asking yourself, why did I choose such a man in the first place? Why did I torture myself and live such an ascetic life? I could have chosen something better. Although I was not burned to death by the fire, I could easily be killed by the pity and sympathy of my beloved. Rather than this, I would rather never have loved. Qining was stunned. It was the first time he heard Huang Lian say so many words, and they were so serious and even pretentious. These words were probably buried in his heart a long time ago. Qining almost said I'm sorry, and felt sorry for bringing up this topic. But she held back. These 3 words were an offense to him. Thank God, Xiaotian ended the conversation. He opened his clear eyes and said, I found them, 2 people. Chapter 688. Qin Ying's body tensed up, and she immediately returned to alert. Next, everyone be careful. After a while, the car drove to the artificial lake of Shiju Park, and the 3 got out of the car. In the middle of the artificial lake is a small island, with a fairy tale style cabin built on it. On the last night of the Scarlet Tide, the cabin disappeared, but the next day, it was restored by Song Dao, as if nothing had happened. There was a large patch of reeds by the lake, but no members of the 9 heirs were seen. They are inside. Xiaotian pointed at the reeds and said. Huang Lian, carrying a black gold suitcase with auxiliary rune circuits, walked forward a few steps with Qining and Xiaotian. Come out. Qining shouted to the reeds. No one responded, only heavy snow. After a while, the reeds bent by the snow were pushed aside, and a crunching sound was heard on the snow, and 2 sets of footprints appeared, one long and one short. 2 sets of footprints walked out of the reeds, and stopped 5 meters away from Qining and the other 2. Then, Gao Yang and Cantu appeared in the heavy snow. Gao Yang stood in front, wearing a double-breasted black windbreaker, black pants, black boots, tall and straight, with a stern face. Qining was in a trance. It had been a long time since they last met, but Gao Yang had changed a lot. I always thought he was a thoughtful boy before, but now he looked more like a man. Cantu stood behind Gao Yang, with one hand on Gao Yang's shoulder. She was wearing a fashionable red coat, very new, and her face and body were tense. It was obvious that she was trying to pretend to be calm, but she was very nervous inside. Qining had seen Cantu several times before, and she always dressed like a girl next door. It was the first time for Qining to see Cantu wearing a coat and high heels. Not to mention, the aura was really different. Unfortunately, his expression management was not good enough. You are half an hour late, Gao Yang said. It's a bit far to get here, and it's troublesome to get things. It took some time, Qining explained. Did you bring the rune? Gao Yang asked. Ning didn't say anything and glanced at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, he opened his eyes. Gao Yang is fake. Gao Yang was stunned at first, and smiled faintly. I almost forgot that the illusion can't deceive Xiao Tian. Swish, swish, swish. Another Gao Yang walked out of the reeds. This is his real body. The phantom of Gao Yang beside Cantu gradually disappeared, and the real Gao Yang came to Cantu. Is it okay now? Xiao Tian closed his eyes, sensed again for a few seconds, then looked up at Ning. Okay. Ning smiled politely. Captain Gao, don't blame us for being too cautious. After all, lending you runes is a big deal, and there can't be any mistakes. Understand? Gao Yang said. Ning glanced at Huang Lian, who was carrying a suitcase and slowly walked towards Gao Yang. The auxiliary runes are in here. Gao Yang just stretched out his hand to take it, but Huang Lian quickly took it back. Remember, there are only 3 days. During these 3 days, Cantu will be the guarantor. No problem. Gao Yang waved his hand, and Cantu immediately walked to Ning. Ning took out a pair of black gold handcuffs that could seal talents from his coat pocket and handcuff Cantu's hands. Then he took out a pistol and put it against the back of Cantu's head. I'm sorry, as long as you don't mess around, I won't hurt you. Yeah, it's okay. Cantu was not afraid and smiled. Ning nodded to Huang Lian. Huang Lian then threw the suitcase to Gao Yang. Gao Yang immediately opened it, and there was an auxiliary rune circuit inside. Gao Yang picked up the rune and sensed it. It was the real thing. Okay, happy cooperation. Gao Yang smiled politely. 3 days later, still at this place, I will return the rune, and you can send the canned food over. Okay. Ning still held the gun tightly, not daring to be distracted at all. Although this possibility is very small, we still have to be wary of Gao Yang suddenly saving people and leaving them empty-handed. Gao Yang abided by the agreement. He took the rune circuit, stepped back a few steps, and kept a safe distance. You drive first. Gao Yang's pupils trembled, and he couldn't finish his words. Suddenly, a strange evil energy drilled out of the rune circuit and led into Gao Yang's body like a string of electric current. The rune circuit slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. Just as Gao Yang was about to pick it up, he felt dazed and as if his soul had left his body. Oops. It's a spiritual curse. The rune loop carries a spiritual curse. Ugh. Gao Yang covered his chest tightly with both hands and knelt on the snow. Chong. Gao Yang's body was burning, not real flames, but the blue spiritual fire, and his soul became flammable. Ah! Gao Yang was in great pain and rolled desperately in the snow, trying to put out the blue flame. In vain. The flame fueled by the soul burned more and more, dyeing the reeds, the snow and the faces of other people into a strange blue. Captain! Ken shouted and rushed over. Bang! Ning fired, and the bullet pierced through Ken's head, blasting out a blood mist. Ken fell to the ground, eyes wide open, and died with eyes wide open. Huang Lian was completely stunned. He had no idea what had happened and why things had turned out like this. He turned to look at Ning and yelled, Ning! What are you doing? Ning didn't speak, staring expressionlessly at Gao Yang, who was still rolling and wailing on the snow. Gao Yang's soul was still burning, and a strange oily blue light flowed on Ying's face, and her cold eyes were also tinged with a hint of weirdness. 10 seconds later, the fire of Gao Yang's spirit body went out, and Gao Yang's body was intact, as if he had just fallen asleep. But his body was cold and stiff, and there was no breath of life and soul. After confirming that Gao Yang was really dead, Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ning! You did something to the rune. Huang Lian finally reacted. He looked at Ning in disbelief. This is a spiritual curse. You are dust. Ning still didn't speak, and sneered at Huang Lian. Xiao Tian, who was standing next to him, also understood what happened. He looked at his sister who had been with him day and night in disbelief. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he even forgot to run away. No, this is not true. Sister is not a bad person. Xiao Tian. Run! Huang Lian shouted and rushed towards Ning. Ugh! Huang Lian just rushed out 2 steps, and suddenly there was a sharp pain in his chest, as if he was being tightly grasped by a pair of invisible hands. Ugh! Huang Lian wailed in pain and knelt on his legs. Then, his body burned with a ball of blue spiritual flame like Gao Yang. The difference is that he did not burn slowly and step by step like Gao Yang, but burned quickly with a smash sound, turning into a ball of bonfire that shot up into the sky. Ah! Huang Lian raised his head, opened his arms, and screamed in pain at the sky. His voice spread throughout the silent and cold snowy night. After only 3 seconds, the flames disappeared and turned into a sky full of dark blue sparks, which mixed in the goose feather snow and turned into a strange and beautiful snow. Huang Lian buried his head in the snow and died. Qining looked at Huang Lian seriously as if confirming some fact. Then, she slowly turned her head and looked at Xiao Tian coldly. Xiao Tian, with tears on his face, finally overcame his sadness and fear. He gritted his teeth and ran away. Qining did not chase him, but just watched the little boy in the snow quietly. Ah! A few seconds later, Xiao Tian seemed to be shot in the back and stumbled and fell. Qining still did not move. She looked at the snow in front of her, her face and eyes were gradually illuminated by the dark blue fire, which became brighter and brighter, swaying constantly, and then weakened a little bit until it disappeared. Those were 10 long seconds. After 10 seconds, the world was quiet, with only white and blue snowflakes flying all over the sky. Another life burned to death on the snow, another poor soul disappeared in the long night. It's over. It's over. No, the plan has just begun. Chapter 689. Rustle, rustle. A sound came from the snow behind Qining. She slowly turned around, and saw the dead Huang Lian slowly standing up. Qining was not panicked at all, as if everything was within her expectations. Huang Lian patted the snow off his body, and took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of deep, dark red eye sockets filled with necrotic brown muscle tissue, and a pair of dark blue eyeballs. Hee. Huang Lian laughed hoarsely. Forced awakening, the host will end up like this. However, in order to complete the mission, there is no other way. Huang Lian stared at Qining. Qining, are you a friend or an enemy? Qin Hui, you are hiding in Huang Lian's body. Qin Ying's eyes flashed with anger that could no longer be suppressed. Ba Qiuqi, you killed Green Tea? So you are not a friend. Huang Lian sneered, but was even more delighted. He admitted generously, yes, they suspected me. I can only kill them first. Your ability. Qin Ying's eyes flashed with contempt. You are definitely not a human. Qin Ying's contemptuous eyes angered Huang Lian, and he raised his head arrogantly. According to you, I am the king of the borders. Greedy beast, the king of borders? So that's it. Qining instantly figured out a lot of things. Huang Lian took a step forward. Oh, why do you think Huang Lian was able to survive the fire? If I hadn't been living in his body, he would have died long ago. I didn't occupy his soul, and I didn't share his body with him. He was him when he was awake, and I was me when he fell asleep. If I forced myself to wake up, this would be the ending. In fact, I've long been tired of this body. I've always wanted a healthy, young, and beautiful body of the same sex. Huang Lian looked at Qining with eyes that flashed with uncontrollable desire. Don't worry, I will be quick. When you wake up, you will not remember anything, nor will you feel my existence. It's you during the day and me at night. Everyone will think that Qin Hui is dead. Qining took a step back. Don't even think about it. Qining, you don't want your soul to be blown up, do you? Huang Lian threatened. I saved you in Shilong's eye. Qining was shocked. At that time, in the conference hall of Xuanwu building, the ceiling collapsed, and Huang Lian threw Qining to protect her, and he touched her body at that time. In other words, even when Huang Lian was awake, if he touched someone, Qin Hui could secretly mark the curse. Qining suddenly saw something, and she quickly calmed down. Let me think about it. Haha, no hurry. Huang Lian was about to say something, but suddenly a chill came from behind him. It was not the cold wind in winter, but the murderous intent from the depths of a person's soul. Huang Lian quickly activated gravity, and leaped to the left. With blood all over her face, and holding a black gold dagger, Qin teleported behind Huang Lian. If it weren't for the interference of gravity, she would have successfully cut the opponent's neck. Huang Lian rolled over, and stood up from the snow. Seeing that it was Qin who attacked him, he was confused. Suddenly, he was startled. Behind Qin, there was another Qin. It was an illusion. Huang Lian understood the general idea in a flash. Qin, holding a dagger, rushed over again. She clenched her left fist, and burned a dazzling flame. Flame fist. Qin threw a flame fist of ordinary power, and a small fire dragon rushed towards Huang Lian. Huang Lian dodged, and a small gully was burned in the snow beside him. The Qin did not stop, and teleported again, not giving Huang Lian any time to react. But Huang Lian still found an opportunity, snapped his fingers, and activated the curse seed in Qin Ying's body. He killed as many as he could. 1 second later, Qining knelt on the ground in deep pain. She pinched her throat with both hands, but still couldn't stop her soul from turning into countless dust and rushing out of her body, and gathering into a nebula above her head. 3 seconds later, this nebula will explode. Another Can's real body didn't give it a chance. She had already squatted in the snow, opened her arms, and shouted, "Time reset!" Instantly, thousands of soft tentacles emitting sacred white light rushed towards Gao Yang and Xiao Tian's bodies, as well as Qining, whose soul was about to explode, and wrapped them into a light cocoon. Under the power of the miracle of Gamer, any damage, law, time and space restrictions will be invalid and forcibly reverted to the state 3 minutes ago, and all abnormal positive and negative effects on the target will be eliminated, which naturally includes the curse of dust. Time reset takes half a minute, and the Can, which controls countless white tentacles with 10 fingers, grits his teeth and looks pale. Resetting 3 life forms at once almost empties all the energy of the Can Gao Yang. You know, even Hong Xiaoxiao herself can only reset 2 life forms at the same time. Can relied on her high mental power to barely reset 3 people. Her energy was rapidly consumed, and the phantom fighting with Coptus could no longer be maintained and disappeared instantly. Huang Lian has figured out that the Ken is Gao Yang, and he quickly rushed to Ken, who was still saving people. Killing the heir of God at all costs is the top priority. Swish, swish, swish. 3 black gold darts appeared above his head and pierced Huang Lian's back. Huang Lian was startled and activated gravity to slow down the darts and dodged quickly. After a short pause, he continued to rush towards Ken. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sharp air blades fell from the sky. What? Huang Lian could no longer move forward, and quickly dodged, doing 3 backflips in a row, narrowly avoiding a series of translucent air blades that pierced into the snow. Huang Lian looked up and took a closer look. In the sky, a tall girl in black clothes with a ponytail was approaching at high speed with a long sword. Behind her stood a girl with medium short hair wearing a down jacket, hugging the ponytail girl's waist tightly. It was Qing Ling and the real Ken. The two hid on the top of a building 3 kilometers away at the beginning, using a telescope to observe the situation. Once the plan was confirmed to be successful, they would immediately provide support. Qing Ling flew with a sword, and Ken accelerated with the wind, so it would arrive in about 90 seconds. Huang Lian thought quickly based on the information he had. Qing Ling, level 6 sword god, level 6 metal. Ken, level 5 invisibility, level 4 gale. The fake Can Gao Yang may still have some combat power after saving people. Within 3 minutes, Qining, Xiao Tian and the fake Gao Yang, real identity unknown, will wake up at any time. I can't be the opponent, and my identity will be exposed, and the mission will fail. Huang Lian turned around and ran without hesitation. You go down, I chase him. Qing Ling made a prompt decision. Yes. Ken let go of Qing Ling, and jumped down to the snow beside the artificial lake. Qing Ling turned quickly on the Tang sword and chased in the direction of Huang Lian's escape. 5 seconds later, Ken's feet dragged a strong gust of wind, his hair flying, and slowly landed beside Ken. Captain! Ken felt really strange when he saw a girl who looked exactly like him. Gao Yang, who disguised himself as Ken, finally completed the time reset. All the energy in his body was drained. He gasped, his face was pale, his eyes were dim, and he was about to faint. Ken rushed forward to support Ken. Gao Yang took out the special adrenaline that had been prepared earlier, and injected it into the captain's chest. Ken groaned, and instantly felt a warm electric current rushing along his spine to the top of his head, and then spread all over his body. The strength and energy in his body seemed to have returned a lot. Hurry. Go check on the 3 of them. Ken's voice was still a little weak. Chapter 690. Good. Ken immediately stepped forward and checked the unconscious Qining, Xiao Tian and fake Gao Yang, confirming that everyone had a strong heartbeat and was intact. No problem, Captain, you succeeded. Ken happily gave a thumbs up. Ken breathed a sigh of relief. Quick, wake them up. Ken walked to Xiao Tian and pinched his philtrum. Ken also used the method of pinching his philtrum to wake up Qining and fake Gao Yang. Fake Gao Yang woke up. She was in a trance, and made Nana's voice. My king, the fate can never end here. Ken looked at the fake Gao Yang's face, knowing that it was fake, but she couldn't help but be moved. With a little selfishness, she helped the fake Gao Yang up and reached out to touch his face. Nana, wake up. Ah! Nana shouted and woke up completely. Suddenly, the painful memory of her soul being burned, and the deep despair before her tragic death, were all evoked. She couldn't stop shaking all over, and her eyes quickly moistened. She covered her face with her shaking hands, clenched her teeth, and held back her tears. My king is fine. Wait until I recover. My true appearance. Okay. Can didn't expose it, and turned around to wake up Qining again. After Chinning woke up, she was also scared, but her soul was forced to rewind before it exploded, and she didn't experience the pain and despair of Nana, so she was much calmer. Chinning realized something and shouted, "Xiao Tian." "He's fine." Kan supported Xiao Tian, who woke up and walked towards Chinning. "Xiao Tian. That's great, you're fine." Chinning rushed over with red eyes, knelt beside Xiao Tian, and reached out to hug him. "Go away! Go away!" Xiao Tian pushed Chinning away in anger and fear. I'm sorry. Sister shouldn't have lied to you. Sister can't help it, I'm really sorry." "Forgive sister, Xiao Tian, forgive sister." Chinning hugged Xiao Tian tightly, and Xiao Tian gradually softened in Qinying's arms. He cried aggrievedly, I thought sister was a bad person. I thought sister wanted to kill me. Sister will never hurt you. Forever." Chinning hugged Xiao Tian, tears welled up. "Xiao Tian, can you still catch up with Chenhui?" Kan asked. Xiao Tian cried and nodded, "Yes, still." "Get in the car." Kan picked up Xiao Tian. "I drive." Chinning quickly wiped her tears, got up and rushed to the car. Gao Yang got into the back seat. After getting on the bus, Nana immediately activated Thousand Faces, and completely changed back to herself, even her clothes. She wore a sailor suit, a beige sweater on her upper body, a plaid scarf, a pleated skirt and white mid-tube socks, small leather shoes, and her knees were red from the cold. Nana put her hands on the face of the can and kneaded it for more than 10 seconds, helping Gao Yang to restore his face, but his body was still in the shape of a can, and it would be difficult to change back for a while. In fact, in order to make Gao Yang, who was 1.79 meters tall, become a 1.54 meter can, Nana used all her strength, but the effect was still unsatisfactory. Without seriously affecting Gao Yang's mobility and combat effectiveness, the maximum height of the can is still 1.57 meters. However, Gao Yang had a plan. He took Cantu shopping during the day and bought her the red coat she had liked before. When she put on the red coat and high heels, she would look much taller. If you are not a familiar person, it is difficult to notice that Cantu has grown 3 centimeters taller at first glance. And considering the difference between men and women, Nana basically did not touch Gao Yang's hips to thighs, so the coat also played a shielding role, and it was difficult to be exposed if she walked normally. In short, the coat that Cantu liked did a great job. Gao Yang transformed into a 1.57 meter tall Cantu, and Nana helped him transform his throat so that he could imitate Cantu's voice and complete the disguise. Before Gao Yang set off, he copied Cantu's invisibility and Hong Shishu's gamer. Nana changed into Gao Yang's appearance and copied Gao Yang's phantom. In this way, the Snowy Night game in Shiju Park was a success in the first step. Soon, the car drove out of the gate of Shiju Park, leaving several tracks on the road. Xiao Tian opened his eyes wide and concentrated. In front, turn left at the traffic light. Hold on tight. Chinning turned the steering wheel sharply and made a drifting turn on the snow. In front, turn right at the second intersection. Xiao Tian continued to point the way. Chinning stepped on the accelerator, ran a red light, chased to the second intersection, and when he was about to turn right, a figure rushed to the intersection. Chinning was startled. It was Qin Ling. Gao Yang also recognized that Qin Ling, who was running very fast, also noticed the car coming towards her. She stood still, holding a knife to guard the side, and stretched out her left hand towards the car. Gao Yang immediately guessed that the situation had changed, but he was now seriously overdrawn, and had no energy left to fight. Speed up and go straight. Don't turn. Gao Yang shouted and activated teleport. Swoosh. Gao Yang came to the top of the car, and a dazzling fireball condensed in his hand. 2 seconds later, the car rushed through the intersection and passed by Qin Ling. Qin Ling jumped lightly onto the hood of the car. Gao Yang grabbed Qin Ling and held her steady. At the same time, his other hand threw a powerful fireball towards the right intersection. Sure enough, not far away, Huang Lian, Chen Hui, and Lu Qi were catching up. It must be said that as a trader, Chen Hui was quite cautious. She had contacted Lu Qi long ago and asked him to meet Chen Hui nearby just in case. So Lu Qi also hid nearby 3 kilometers away to prevent being detected by Xiao Tian's perception. Qin Ling flew with a sword and chased very quickly, but Huang Lian could change its own gravity and was as light as a swallow, so the escape speed was not slow. Qin Ling chased Huang Lian for 2 blocks and saw Lu Qi waiting on the roadside disguised as a passerby. I fell into a trap. Help! Huang Lian shouted to Lu Qi. At this moment, the cat and mouse game immediately turned around. Chen Ai and Lu Qi decided to kill Qing Ling first, and then consider whether to deal with Gao Yang and his group. Qing Ling had never seen Lu Qi in person, but she had heard Gao Yang describe this man and his strange abilities. She did not hesitate, controlled 3 golden crow darts to shoot at the enemy, and then shook her long sword and ran away. As soon as Qing Ling ran to the intersection, she saw Chen Ning driving up to catch up, and then Gao Yang teleported to the roof of the car. With just one look, Qing Ling guessed that Gao Yang guessed that Qing Ling had encountered a strong enemy, and Gao Yang also guessed that Qing Ling guessed that Gao Yang decided to retreat according to the situation. 2 seconds later, Qing Ling jumped onto the roof of the car, and Gao Yang threw a fireball to prevent Chen Ai and Lu Qi from getting close. Huang Lian and Lu Qi dodged the fireball and chased to the intersection. The car had already gone far away, so they gave up the pursuit. My mission failed, Huang Lian said unwillingly. Why did Gao Yang know your identity as a traitor? Lu Qi asked. I don't know. Suddenly, Huang Lian's pupils trembled. But you lied to me again. She is not the new archbishop at all. This assassination mission was fake from the beginning. Lu Qi thought for a while, and nodded slightly. It seems that this is the only possibility. Chen Hui, your identity has been exposed, and you can't return to Baichuan group. Huang Lian looked angry and unwilling. Lu Qi, let's kill the heir of God together. Yeah. Lu Qi looked expressionless, looking at the snowy streets with melancholy eyes, thinking. Chapter 691. Christmas Eve. Chang'an District, Baihu Hotel, room 5004. But she closed the door of the entrance hall expressionlessly, without turning on the light, and went straight to the bedroom, closed the door, and locked it. Then, she took off her coat, kicked off her high heels, relaxed, and fell on the bed. The day of the Xuanwu elder was finally over. Although she did not do any substantial work that day, she was still exhausted. Every minute and every second of the day, she was playing a woman with a completely opposite personality to her own. This woman was shrewd, cunning, admired the strong, was good at disguise, pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger, was unpredictable, and had no bottom line. A look, a modal particle must be accurately grasped. Even when alone, there must be no slackness. There are many things to be wary of, such as mirrors and smooth surfaces that can reflect light, plants, mammals, aquatic organisms, and even indoors, beware of clairvoyance that can see through. Only the bedroom of the White Lake Hotel is absolutely safe. There is nothing mentioned above here. Blackfish's clairvoyance is also forbidden to be used here, otherwise his eyes will be dug out. Despite this, Kuyu still couldn't sleep well, always worried that he would say something he shouldn't say in his sleep. Only 3 days have passed, and Kuyu feels extremely tired. She doesn't know how long she can hold on. She lies on the bed and takes a long breath. Suddenly, she wants to drink milk tea. When she lived in 5003, Elder Zhuke always liked to buy her milk tea. At that time, she didn't like it very much. But now, she misses it so much. However, she can't drink it anymore, because Kuyu now is not a woman who can order milk tea at all. Immediately, Kuyu realized that what she missed was not milk tea, but the days when Suzaku took care of her, and the members of the Suzaku group accompanied her. Kuyu, do you regret it? Perhaps, following Sister Xia is the most reassuring and relaxing. But you have chosen the Jussi organization, the people entrusted by Edmund, and deceived and hurt Elder Suzaku. You can't turn back. Dingling. The doorbell rang. Kuyu stood up suddenly, and in the darkness, the relaxation and fragility on her face disappeared immediately. Her brows were slightly wrinkled, her eyes were sharp, and the corners of her mouth were raised, adjusting a hypocritical smile. She quickly tied her hair, put on a windbreaker and high heels, walked out of the room, and came to the entrance. Kuyu opened the door, and Suzaku was outside the door, wearing brown pajamas, with unkempt hair, and a slightly haggard look. Elder Suzaku, is there something? Kuyu's chuckle was alienated. Elder Zhuke also smiled, revealing a little tenderness. I haven't slept well these days, I always feel that something is wrong? Kuyu still smiled, with a look of indifference that said, what does it have to do with me? I have been with you for a while. These days, I carefully recalled the you before, and compared you now. I always feel that something is strange. Elder Zhuke. Kuyu said, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The previous Kuyu does not exist. Zhuke slightly focused, staring at Kyo's face, and said in a faint voice, but why do I feel that the previous Kyo is more real? Kyo was shocked, but pretended to be calm on the surface. This is just your illusion. Heh. Zhuke suddenly showed a bit of sly smile. No, look at you now. Elder Zhuke, I'm tired. If there's nothing else, I take a rest. Kyo's face turned cold. At this time, Kyo's cell phone rang. Kyo only took a look and put it back in his pocket. It was a text message from an unfamiliar number, 4 words, 2 punctuation marks. Everything goes well. Kyo suddenly changed his previous attitude and softened his tone. Sister Xia, how about we chat? That's just what I want. Zhu Kei nodded. You change into a formal suit, and we go out and talk. Kyo lowered his voice. This is not a place to talk. Okay, wait. Zhu Kei turned around and walked towards his room. Seeing Zhu Kei enter the door, Kyo immediately ran and rushed into the elevator. After getting out of the elevator, Kyo walked out of the lobby expressionlessly, came to the snowy road, and walked towards a late-night hot pot restaurant on the left. As soon as Kyo arrived at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, a cool breeze entered her mind and turned into Johan's voice. Johan, I show you the way, go now. Kyo, I'm not sure if you're being followed. Johan, never mind, go straight and turn right, then turn left at the second intersection, black car, license plate number 36, hurry, run. Kyo didn't hesitate and ran away. Facing the heavy snow, she had an illusion that she was wearing a mask of shrewdness, cunningness, and indifference on her face, and the mask broke and decomposed little by little as she ran away. Soon, only eagerness, panic, and guilt were left on her face. She didn't look back, she ran faster and faster, and soon arrived at the destination, and saw a black car with license plate number 36. Kyo was delighted and quickly stepped forward. Swish. A figure fell from the roof of the street and stopped Kyo. It was Zhu Kei, who was still wearing pajamas and wool slippers. Kyo couldn't hide her surprise and quickly put on her mask. Elder Zhu Kei, are you following me? Stop pretending. Zhu Kei smiled with mixed feelings, with a soft light in his eyes. I still liked the girl before. Kyo was exposed and kept silent. 2 seconds later, Zhu Kei retracted his smile. Kyo, have you decided to join Juicy? Kyo avoided her eyes. Elder Zhu Kei, I'm sorry. No need to apologize, everyone has their own ambitions. Zhu Kei sighed. Kyo, I don't want to hurt you, but as an elder of the Qilin Union, I must take you back. After saying that, Zhu Kei took a step forward. Swish. 2 flying knives attacked from the dark. Zhu Kei noticed in time, and tilted his head to avoid them. Swish. Half a second later, a figure came to her side, and Zhu Kei saw it clearly from the corner of his eye. The other person had frizzy blonde hair, a handsome and flamboyant face, and a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Bang! Wang Zikai showed mercy, did not use the bone spur, and did not use his full strength, and punched Suzaku. Suzaku quickly activated equivalent exchange, strengthened his strength by 3 times, crossed his hands to block the punch, and felt that he was blocking a motorcycle rushing at high speed. Suzaku was thrown 7 or 8 meters away. She did a backflip and landed, stood steadily, her right hand slowly dropped, her fingers twisted, and a stream of blood flowed down her arm. Just one punch broke Suzaku's right forearm. What a monster. Suzaku held his right arm with his left hand and activated equivalent exchange. In the blink of an eye, the injured right hand returned to its original state. Suzaku right? Wang Zikai did not attack again. He put one hand in his pocket and pointed at the girl behind him with his thumb with the other hand. My brother wants this person. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Our 94 organization will not kill the Suzaku group. Zhu Kei was slightly stunned, and Gao Yang's still gentle face immediately appeared in his mind. He laughed in his heart. You little brat, you have become successful, and you are showing off in front of your aunt. What did I say before? A man should be more courageous. You go, I can't beat you, I tried my best. Zhu Kei said to them, and to himself. Elder Zhu Kei. Kyo's eyes were red, and he said again, I'm sorry. Zhu Kei smiled slightly, and took out a dark ring box from his pajamas pocket. I wanted to talk to you tonight, and give you this. Zhu Kei threw it lightly, and Wang Zikai caught it, checked it, confirmed that there was no problem, and handed it to Kyo. Kyo opened it, and inside was a black gold ring, exactly the same as the one on his hand. It was Edmund's ring, and Kyo picked it up and looked at the inner wall of the ring. Sure enough, there was a word engraved on it, lost. Kyo was stunned. The 2 rings combined together, it was never lost. Never get lost. Kyo, I know this ring is very important to you, so I'm keeping it for you. I wanted to give it to you when you remember it. Zhu Kei sighed. I'm worried about wearing the ring on a corpse, because there have been cases of corpse theft before. Kyo was stunned. In an instant, tears burst out. It turned out that she misunderstood Zhu Kei. She thought that Zhu Kei wanted to hide it from her on purpose. If Zhuke could tell Kyo earlier, if Kyo could be brave enough to ask Zhuke directly where Edmund's ring was. No, there is no if. Once you choose the road, you can't turn back. Kyo wiped away her tears, put the ring back into the ring box, and threw it back to Zhuke. Zhuke caught it, with a puzzled look on his face. You don't want it? Sister Xia, this ring is for you. Kyo cried and laughed, stretched out her right hand, and said the word on her ring. Never. Zhuke was stunned. Heavy snow fell on Juchua's hair, face, and tearful eyelashes. She waved at the girl expressionlessly. Let's go, let's go! But she said nothing more, turned around and followed Wang Zikai to the car that had already started. Zhuke still stood on the deserted street in the heavy snow, watching the car go away until it disappeared. After a long time, she opened the ring box, put on the ring, and silently recited the word. Chapter 692. Christmas Eve. Shanxing District, Lijianjiwan, a villa. Huixiong paced back and forth in the empty living room, accompanied only by the sleeping Jingzhe, or more precisely, a ball of light gray gas, like a quietly flowing small fountain. Jussi organized everyone to go out on a mission, except Huixiong. Gaoyang, Qiling, Guano, and Nana, the four of them disguised themselves and went out mysteriously before dark. Jiuhan also took Wang Zikai and Hong Xiaoxiao out. Man Shi went alone to monitor the movements of the Qiling Union. As for Huixiong, he was arranged to stay at the villa to look after the house because of nonsense reasons such as not agile enough and more stable personality. Guard the house. Guard the house. Guard the house. Huixiong got angrier and angrier as he thought about it, and shouted at a ball of gray air on the sofa. I'm not a dog, I'm a bear, I'm guarding your sister's house. The speed of the gray air surged a little faster, as if responding to Huixiong's accusation. Huixiong scratched his head and walked. I'm so anxious. I don't know how they are, but don't let anything happen to them. Ding. At this time, Huixiong's cell phone rang. Huixiong quickly took out a text message from an unfamiliar number from his trouser pocket. Everything goes well. Yes. Huixiong clenched his fists hard, and his anxiety and grievances were swept away, leaving only the joy of his teammates returning safely. They will be back soon. Do something. I have to do something. Huixiong took back his phone and muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. Haha, buy beer. Buy supper. We must celebrate tonight. Huixiong put on a leather jacket and immediately put on a baseball cap and a mask. When he reached the entrance, he turned his head and said to the gray air on the sofa, Jingzhe, take good care of the house. Do you hear me? On the snowy loop, a car was driving at a fast speed, heading to the secret base of Baichuan Group in Nanji District. Qining held the steering wheel steadily. Xiao Tian sat in the co-pilot, holding the seatbelt with both hands, closing his eyes, and sensing the surroundings. Gaoyang, Qingling, Guan Tu, and Nana squeezed in the back. Nana needed to free up her hands, and a certain amount of space for Gaoyang's body to recover, so it was most convenient to sit on Qingling's thigh. At first, Nana refused in her heart, was shy in her actions, and arrogant in her words. But her thoughts were not important. Qingling gave her a look and she gave in. Nana, pinch me better, don't pinch me out of shape. Gaoyang deliberately teased. But ridiculous. How could my king make such a mistake? Nana's body was extremely tense, and she was restoring Gaoyang's shoulder. People who knew her thought she was sitting on Qingling's legs, and people who didn't know her thought she was sitting on a time bomb. It's basically safe. Qining glanced at the rearview mirror. Gaoyang, can you tell me the whole story now? These days, Qining followed Johan's instructions throughout the process. There were too many doubts in the process, but she still chose to execute unconditionally. Thank God, she made the right bet. Now that Chen Hui has been pulled out, Huang Lian has really died. Although Qining was mentally prepared, she still felt sad and angry at Chen Hui. But at this moment, she cared more about the truth than these. Gaoyang turned his body sideways, and Nana had already started to restore his arm. Gaoyang said slowly, it's really complicated. I tried to make it as simple as possible. The whole plan has to go back to the day when Johan contacted Qining. At the beginning, Gaoyang didn't doubt Huang Lian, not at all. Gaoyang's scope of suspects for the traitor is still the same. Wu Sei, Ai Man, Sha Yi, Wang Weiyin, basically ruled out. Li Zi, Yushi, Lu Ding, Ling Jia, and He Gu. As for Qining, although she has an alibi, she can't completely rule out suspicion. Therefore, the first thing Gaoyang has to do is to meet Qining, and completely rule out the possibility that she is a traitor. Only in this way can he truly trust her, and help her find the traitor. Unfortunately, the plan can't keep up with the changes. Gao Yang's secret meeting with Chen Ying was disrupted by the crow shark of the Suzaku group. After that, Gao Yang asked Johan to pass a message to Chen Ying, asking Chen Ying to investigate Li Zi. The so-called investigation was just a straightforward test. Gao Yang wanted to see if he could find more clues by startling the snake. Then, Gao Yang asked Johan to contact the 12 zodiac signs and asked Dohu to pick a coincidental time to find Li Zi to get the dragon-slaying giant sword. This action was reasonable and not likely to arouse suspicion. Then, Dohu by the way revealed Chen Ying's identity to completely eliminate her suspicion of being a traitor. Dohu learned about Gao Yang's plan through Johan, and said happily, he was very happy to kill a beautiful woman with a knife, and he would definitely go all out. After that, Dohu and Chen Ying had a pleasant conversation and experience. Then, Chen Ying followed Johan's instructions, and went to talk to Lei, hoping to learn some information about Lu Ding, Yushi, and Ling Jie from the perspective of this new captain. Chen Ying's question revealed Lei's different views on the suspects. She directly included all the members of Baichuan group in the suspect list, including herself. That night, Chen Ying conveyed Lei's original words to Johan, and Johan immediately conveyed them to Gao Yang. Gao Yang was suddenly enlightened after hearing this. This Lei is amazing. Gao Yang began to reflect and realized that his previous locking conditions were indeed too lax. Maybe they excluded Chen Hui from the beginning. It must be said that Gao Yang was too lucky. On the night of the 7th day after Qiu Qiu's death, Gao Yang passed by the new cemetery and decided to sweep his grave. Hui Xiong and Kan Tu, who were traveling with him, were moved by the scene and also went to sweep the graves of their friends. Kan Tu went to Huan Huan's grave, and Hui Xiong went to the grave of his former colleague Xiao Lu. When Gao Yang saw Xiao Lu's grave, he remembered the battle with Xiao Lu. Suddenly, Gao Yang recalled a detail, which immediately enlightened Gao Yang and gave him goosebumps. In theory, this detail is actually very obvious, but Gao Yang at that time was only thinking about his life and had no overall view, so he completely ignored this point. That detail is Xiao Lu's talent Hate Seed. Hate Seed, serial number 55, spiritual talent. At that time, Xiao Lu used this trick to deal with Hui Xiong, Man Snake and Gao Yang, and easily let the three of them kill each other. You know, Gao Yang's mental power was not low at that time, but he was still easily controlled by Xiao Lu's anger. Therefore, Gao Yang made a judgment that Xiao Lu's hate seed was at least level 4, or even level 5. But Gao Yang at that time didn't think about it at all. Why can Xiao Lu's hate seed be level 4? He has never come into contact with spiritual runes. The spiritual rune circuit is something that Gao Yang, Qing Ling, Officer Huang, Wang Zikai and Pang Jun got after going deep into Gujiao village as bait. Not long after getting the spirit rune, he traded it with the Baichuan group in exchange for the damage rune, which was then in the hands of the Baichuan group for a long time. The spirit rune has never been circulated to individual players. How did Xiao Lu, a single player who joined the Songmu sect, reach level 4? The answer is that Chen Hui, a traitor in the Baichuan group, secretly lent the spirit rune to Xiao Lu, helping him upgrade his talent, allowing him to improve his strength and perform tasks better. In the Baichuan group, who can easily do this except Li? The answer is 3 people, Wu Sei, Huang Lian, and Lu Cha. Chapter 693. Gao Yang has learned from Chen Ying that the runes of the Baichuan group have always been kept by the 3 team leaders Wu Sei, Huang Lian, and Lu Cha, among whom Wu Sei and Huang Lian are the main responsible persons. Gao Yang himself can also confirm this point. When he went to the Baichuan group to borrow runes to upgrade to level 4 Phantom, the people who received him were Wu Sei and Huang Lian, and the runes were in Huang Lian's suitcase. Lu Cha was killed by Chen Hui, and the suspicion was automatically eliminated. Then, the biggest suspects are only Wu Sei and Huang Lian. In fact, Gao Yang could tell Chen Ying this conclusion directly, and let Chen Ying lock up Wu Sei and Huang Lian, torture them, lie detector, dream, and mental torture, which would always force Chen Hui out. But after weighing the pros and cons, Gao Yang did not do so. There are 4 reasons. First, Gao Yang could not be 100% sure that the traitor was one of Wu Sei and Huang Lian. Second, Wu Sei and Huang Lian are both veterans of the Baichuan group, and they are quite powerful. If they were to offend both of them at once, it would probably cause riots, or even bloodshed, and the Baichuan group might not be able to afford this price. Third, Chen Hui might have silently cursed many people around her. If she gets desperate, she might drag many people down with her. Fourth, Gao Yang had selfish motives in helping Chen Ying find the traitor. He wanted to capture Chen Hui alive, so as to find out that Song God is behind it. It was not what Gao Yang wanted to see when Chen Hui fell into the hands of the Baichuan group. Moreover, it is not ruled out that Qilin would forcibly intervene and let Zhu Ke secretly interrogate Chen Hui's body. If Qilin's methods were a little more dirty, and he insisted that Chen Hui's body revealed that Gao Yang was the captain of the tail team and a high-level member of the Songmu sect, then Gao Yang would really have no way to defend himself. In summary, Gao Yang decided to catch Chen Hui himself. This is risky, but from the moment he established the Juicy organization, he had chosen the most risky path and could not turn back. Gao Yang learned a little from Long. Strength and luck are important, but the courage to risk everything is the most important. Who is not gambling to implement their ideals and survive to the end in this cruel, foggy world? Soon, a crazy plan took root in Gao Yang's heart. The most critical person in the plan is not Gao Yang, not Chen Ying, not even the suspects Wu Sei and Huang Lian, but an almost ignored marginal figure. Kuyu. The first step of the plan, win over Kuyu. This is also the premise of the whole plan. Fortunately, Gao Yang has been working hard to make this happen before the plan was born. For the first time, Gao Yang met Kuyu in Lu Qingying's beautiful dream and directly played the card of sincerity for sincerity. In fact, he had no other cards to play. Gao Yang could only count on Edmund's vision and his own. Kuyu was kind by nature and not a bad person. Of course, sincerity also requires skills and style. In this regard, he learned a lot from Long. Gao Yang found the right opportunity and threw 2 emotional bombs at Kuyu. The first bomb, I promised Edmund that I would take care of you. This really shook Kuyu. It can be seen that even if she lost her memory, her feelings and trust for Edmund were still rooted in her heart, almost an instinct. As long as she heard the 3 words Edmund, she would be stung for a short time. The second bomb, the ring. Gao Yang told Kuyu that Edmund had a ring exactly like hers. This matter came out of Gao Yang's mouth, which had a preconceived effect. It would give Kuyu a feeling. Gao Yang had a certain understanding of Edmund, at least more than Suzaku, and Gao Yang and Edmund had an agreement. Gao Yang's behavior was actually a bit mean. He guessed that Suzaku would probably conceal the ring, because Suzaku has always been a step-by-step person. Suzaku prefers to guide Kuyu appropriately at the right time, and let her become his own person step by step. Gao Yang decisively took advantage of this point, took advantage of the information gap, and pushed Suzaku to the position of bad guy. Sure enough, when Kuyu went to see Edmund's body, she found that Edmund's ring was missing, but Suzaku had never told her about it. At that moment, Kuyu's balance was shaken. But she began to doubt again. Maybe Suzaku didn't care about me as much as she showed, she just saw my ability. In comparison, Gao Yang was at least more sincere, and Gao Yang had an agreement with Edmund. A week later, Gao Yang and Ke met again in Lu Qingying's beautiful dream. After careful consideration, Ke made a choice. She planned to join Juicy. First, she thought it was Edmund's last wish. Second, she was slightly inclined to Gao Yang between Suzaku and Gao Yang. Third, she thought that compared with the radical approach of President Qilin, Juicy's approach was more in line with her justice. Gao Yang intuitively knew that Ke had not lied to him, but he still launched Liader on her, and the result was that she did not lie and her attitude was kind. This is also another qualitative leap in the 7th level beautiful dream. People in a dream can activate any talent on each other and get the same effect as in reality, but this effect will not become a reality. In other words, this is just a simulation effect. But for the lie detector, the simulation effect is enough. For example, Gao Yang burned Kuyu in a dream. Although Kuyu would be in pain, her body would not be really burned when she woke up. However, when Gao Yang's lie detector test on Kuyu in a dream was applied to reality, the same result could be obtained. This mechanism was revealed to Gao Yang by Lu Qingying. As a well-known information dealer, Lu Qingying must ensure the accuracy of the information. Kuyu's decision to join the Juicy organization still needs to be verified, and Gao Yang's lie detector can verify it. Gao Yang's reply to Lu Qingying was that he would tell Lu Qingying whether Kuyu lied, but she had to wait 3 days. Lu Qingying also expressed her understanding. Whether Kuyu really joined the Juicy organization was only a relatively important piece of information for Lu Qingying, but it was a fatal variable for Gao Yang and Kuyu, and they could not afford the risk of leaking secrets. After Lu Qingying withdrew from Beautiful Dream, Gao Yang and Kuyu began to discuss and decided to take her away, while the 12 zodiac signs and Baichuan group were trading runes. Then, Gao Yang revealed the real plan. In fact, there are 2 plans, a simple mode and a difficult mode. Gao Yang said, I will talk about the simple mode first. You don't have to do anything tomorrow afternoon. I will find a way to take you away. Kuyu nodded, hesitated for a moment, and asked again, What about the difficult mode? Gao Yang paused for a few seconds and smiled faintly. Tell Qilin that I will come to save you tomorrow. You're crazy. Ku was surprised again, and soon, she suddenly realized you want me to. The mission impossible? Yes. You're really crazy. Do you want to hear the plan? Gao Yang's eyes moved, playing hard to get. Ku nodded again. Anyway, the dream is long, it's useless not to listen. Qilin is very strong, very confident, and very smart. From what I know about him, if you tell him about this, he will definitely use the same trick to catch me. But I will be fully prepared and won't let him catch me. In this way, you will be equivalent to handing in a letter of surrender, and Qilin will reward you, and even let you be an elder. With your natural strength, you can barely match the position of elder. I think. Unlikely. Ku said again. You also said that he is very smart. How could he trust me easily? He let you be an elder, not necessarily trusting you, but as a model, a proof. Gao Yang said. But he shook his head again. I don't understand. Now the three major organizations, and our Juicy are all snatching people everywhere. Dr. Jia, I told you about Gregor before. But he nodded again. Dr. Jia, it's a tie. Gregor Juicy wins 1 point, and you are the third round. Gao Yang smiled. Qilin urgently needs to win 1 point from me to prove it to everyone. If you, a former member of the Tail team, can play tricks on Juicy and submit a letter of allegiance to the Qilin Union, it will be a very meaningful thing. Because you have slapped the face of Sangmu sect in Juicy, and you have the face of the Qilin Union. Even if Qilin doesn't trust you, it will reward you heavily. If you do a good job, it will be related to the subsequent talent competition and even affect the entire war. Okay, I understand. But he unknowingly admired Gao Yang a little more. He looked about the same age as himself, but he could think so deeply. But, this is just a theory. Ku is not optimistic about this. You want me to stay in the Qilin Union as a missionary, but I can't do this job well. I have a poor psychological endurance. No, I don't plan to let you be a missionary. I want you to confuse people and gain freedom of action. Gao Yang explained. Seeing that Ku was getting more and more confused, he patiently said, the plan is a bit complicated, don't worry, I will tell you slowly. According to the plan, after you betray me and gain some trust from Qilin, you will no longer be supervised by Suzaku and can act freely. At the same time, you are also declaring that you and the Juicy organization are irreconcilable. This information will definitely be known by the traitor Chen Hui of the Baichuan group. Ah! Ku finally figured it out, you can't. Want to use my tail team status to catch Chen Hui? Yes. Gao Yang was very relieved. This girl is very smart. I really didn't make a mistake. Oh my god, you are really crazy. Chapter 694. Thank you for the compliment. Gao Yang deliberately joked to ease the atmosphere. It's not a compliment. I continue. Gao Yang brought the topic back. After you gain the trust of the Qilin Union, find a way to contact Wu Sei and Huang Lian. One of them is likely to be Chen Hui. But how can I contact them? Ku asked again. It's not difficult. I provide you with 2 ways. Gao Yang stretched out 2 fingers. First, after I mess up tomorrow, the rune transaction will fail, and the 12 zodiac signs and the Baichuan group should start trading again. If you follow Yin Liang and act like a sycophant, you should be able to go together. This is an opportunity to get in touch with Wu Sei and Huang Lian. Second, your personality must change. Your true self is a shrewd, cunning, admiring the strong, good at disguising, playing the pig to eat the tiger, unpredictable, and without a bottom line. After you betrayed Juicy, you asked Qilin for credit, hoping to become an elder, and borrow the auxiliary rune to upgrade to level 4 strange. The auxiliary rune is in the hands of the Baichuan group. You have to borrow it, and this is also a good opportunity to get in touch with Wu Sei and Huang Lian. Let me think. But he lowered his head again, frowned and thought, trying to imagine whether he could do it. About a minute passed, but he raised his head again, still hesitating. Go on. After you come into contact with Wu Sei and Huang Lian, find a way to leave 2 notes for them. Remember, the 2 of you cannot know each other. On the note, just give the time and place of the meeting. Of course, the time and place of the 2 notes are different. For example, meet at A at 1 a.m. and meet at B at 3 a.m. You don't need to leave your name, just leave its Sangmu sect symbol. Next, we wait for the fish to take the bait. In the dim cinema, Gao Yang nodded slightly, his tone a little heavier. If you're not a traitor, you won't risk meeting you. The other party will worry whether you are framing him, whether you are trying to sow discord, or whether you are setting a trap to assassinate him. I'd like to add that the meeting time you give must be very tight. leaving no room for the other party to think too much, let alone time to investigate. In this way, if you're not a traitor, the possibility of giving up the meeting is very high. But Chenhui is different. She will definitely come to see you. Definitely? Ke asked again. Definitely. Gao Yang was sure. First of all, Chenhui will think you know her identity when she receives the note. Don't forget, you are a member of the Tail Team, and the Tail Team served the Sangmu cult. It's very likely that you know her identity. Ke nodded again. Now, you have betrayed Jiu and openly served the Qilin Union. If this is true, then Chenhui will feel dangerous because it is only a matter of time before you expose her identity, which can be used to win credit from Qilin. But then he figured it out, so Chenhui will definitely come to see me. She must confirm whether I really surrendered to the enemy or not. With the richness of details and Gao Yang's detailed assumptions, Ke gradually felt that this plan might really be feasible. Then what? Then, when Chenhui comes to see you, regardless of whether she shows her true face or not, you will know who Chenhui is. Because the notes you gave to Huang Lian and Wu Sei are at different times and addresses. When you see Chenhui, don't try to deal with it yourself. It's too dangerous. Just tell Chenhui that you are the new Archbishop of the Sangmu Church. Scare her first, and then give her a new task, which is to kill the god's heir, that is, me. Will she believe it? But he was a little worried again. Chenhui had been a traitor for 10 years, so he must be very cunning and vigilant. Yes. Gao Yang had thought it through long ago. The Sangmu cult also gave Lu Qi the task of killing me, although I still don't know how Lu Qi was resurrected and why he worked for the Sangmu cult. Wait. No, there seems to be a loophole. But he thought of something else. What if Chenhui goes to his superiors to confirm my identity? Wouldn't it be exposed? No. Gao Yang explained slowly. At the beginning, Xuanwu, Xiangjie, and the fake traitor Guima all passively received orders from their superiors and could not take the initiative to contact their superiors. It is precisely because of this method that the three major organizations have not been able to find the goddess of song so far. So, I think in a short period of time, Chenhui cannot verify the authenticity of you, the new archbishop, with your superiors. Ke nodded again. I understand. So time must be fast. The faster the better. The longer the time, the more variables. Gao Yang emphasized. When you see Chenhui, tell her that there will be a precious opportunity to assassinate me within 3 days, and it is also the only opportunity, so she must seize it. If she asks you for details, just say that she will know when the opportunity comes. Next, you go back to Baihu Hotel and stay on the balcony for 2 minutes. Johan will transmit with you. You tell Johan the true identity of Chenhui, and leave the rest to us. What about me? Ke asked again. You try to stay in Baihu Hotel and wait for a text message that says, everything goes well. Remember, once you receive this text message, go to the hot pot restaurant downstairs of the hotel immediately. Be careful not to be followed. My people will pick you up. Okay. Ke nodded again. Gao Yang smiled. It seems that you have decided to choose the difficult mode? Ke was silent for a few seconds and nodded. Yeah. Why? Gao Yang asked. No reason. Ke lowered his eyes again, his voice a little sad. I just want to do something right. I should have been a bad person before, and now I want to make up for it. Emin said that you are not a bad person. Gao Yang looked sincere. Ke was stunned again, smiled, and for some reason, she felt a warmth in her heart. But again, the biggest difficulty of this plan now is acting. Gao Yang said solemnly, I have prepared a detailed character biography for you. The oral words are several thousand words, and there are many golden sentences in it. These are the key points that can effectively consolidate your new character. You have to write them down word for word. Ah? Several thousand words. But he began to regret again. How is this possible? Don't worry, I tell you again. Gao Yang showed an expected look. After waking up, you find a chance to go to Boss Lu's store and go to the toilet. There is a bottle of M potion hidden in the toilet flushing sink. If you drink it, you will remember everything you see within 3 days. Now you can remember every word I say to you clearly, which will help you play the new character well. I know. But he looked at Gao Yang again. Unbelievable. You have thought so carefully. It should be. Gao Yang was calm on the surface, but he was also very nervous in his heart. After all, if there was any mistake in this plan, it would be a life. Inside the car, Gao Yang briefly explained his plan. Ken took several deep breaths and his jaw dropped. Captain you. After saying you for a long time, she finally found an adjective. You are too cruel. Too treacherous. You even deceived us. No way, the fewer people know about this kind of thing, the higher the success rate. At this time, Gao Yang's upper body is recovered. Nana has already got off Qingling's thighs and squatted in the gap between the seats. Qingling had to lift her legs and put them on Nana's back. When has Nana ever suffered such humiliation? But she dared not speak out. She squatted down to massage Gao Yang's legs and help him recover his body. But I still underestimated Qilin and Yin Liang, and almost killed everyone. Recalling the experience of Huangsong Street, Gao Yang couldn't hide his self-blame for a while. In fact, Gao Yang not only asked Jingzhe to cover the bottom, but also asked Wang Zikai, Qinling, Hong Xiaoxiao, and Man Shi to meet nearby, just to avoid accidents, and want to have double insurance. Who knew that being too clever would backfire? The cooperation between Qilin and Yin Yang almost wiped out the 5 men. Although Man Shi and Qingling were finally rescued, Gao Yang's guilt, self-blame and pain that day were all real. If the two had died like that, they would never know that they were killed by the person they trusted the most. Gao Yang could have chosen the safe and easy mode, but he chose the crazy and difficult mode. Just to find out a traitor, he almost lost the lives of 2 companions. However, things have come to this point, and there is no turning back. Chapter 695. However, from a hindsight perspective, it is precisely because Qilin and Yin Yang almost killed Gao Yang and 5 other people, and severely injured Jiu Si that this authenticity is more convincing. This led to Qilin and Yin Yang not doubting that Kuyu was acting with Gao Yang, and they rewarded Kuyu generously, not only making her the new Xuanwu elder, but also giving her the greatest degree of freedom. During those 3 days, Kuyu never forgot her new personality, and every muscle in her body was performing. At the same time, according to Gao Yang's method, she secretly contacted Huang Lian and Wu Sei, and confirmed that Huang Lian was Chen Hui. Kuyu passed the news to Jiu Han. At this point, the entire plan was still known only to Gao Yang, Kuyu, and Jiu Han. Next, Jiu Han contacted Chening, and asked Chening to find a way to bring Huang Lian and Xiao Tian, and trick Huang Lian out under the pretext of secretly trading rune circuits. At the same time, Jiu Han left 2 black-haired hairpins, with the gamer mark in the women's restroom of a hamburger restaurant near Qinying's home, asking Chening to take them, and carry them with herself and Xiao Tian. Don't ask why. Just do it if you don't want to die. Chening is not stupid. She guessed that Huang Lian is Chen Hui. Chening felt extremely shocked and absurd. She really never thought that the traitor would be Huang Lian. After some struggle and thinking, she decided to unconditionally believe and execute the plan that Gao Yang asked Johan to convey to her. Soon, everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. Chening sent a text message to Gao Yang using a disposable phone card, telling him the time and place to meet, Christmas Eve, 10 o'clock in the evening. Gao Yang received the text message and knew that the plan was going to close. It just so happened that he had just promised to spend Christmas Eve with Chushua. Gao Yang had struggled, but he could not give up the net tonight, otherwise the previous efforts and sacrifices would go to waste. However, he had a single line of contact with the ghost group and could not take the initiative to send a message to Bai Lu. To find them, he must go to the ghost group's villa in person, which might not be in time, because Gao Yang still needs to prepare for the plan, rehearse, check out the location, etc. Gao Yang was lucky that he would not notify them first. Maybe he could meet Chushua after the plan was over. After making up his mind, Gao Yang immediately took Kandu to go shopping and choose a coat. After returning, he asked Nana to help him transform. Gao Yang turned into a can and copied the 3 talents of invisibility, time reset, and sound transmission. Nana carried a black hairpin with a mark on it, activated 1,000 faces, transformed into Gao Yang, and copied Gao Yang's phantom. Chening brought Xiao Tian with her, firstly to relieve Huang Lian's vigilance, and secondly to rule out the possibility that Huang Lian did not set an ambush. With Xiao Tian, awakened people and awakened high-level beasts within a radius of 3 kilometers can be detected immediately. In fact, both Gao Yang and Chening still have a glimmer of hope. They have guessed that Chen Hui is Huang Lian's second personality/soul, which is why he can hide for many years without being discovered. If it weren't for Green Tea's comprehension of mind reading, he could still be lurking. Therefore, as long as the soul of Chen Hui is forced out, Huang Lian may still be saved. At the beginning, Green Tea's behavior also indirectly confirmed this possibility. Green Tea went to find Li Zi, hoping that she could make a black gold weapon that can kill the soul without harming the body. What Green Tea wants to kill should be the other voice in Huang Lian's body, the soul of Chen Hui. If Green Tea had not been soft-hearted, if he had killed Huang Lian the first time he heard the other voice in Huang Lian's body, then Huang Lian and Chen Hui would have died. But Green Tea did not do so. He wanted to further confirm the connection between Huang Lian and Chen Hui, and wanted to find a way to save Huang Lian and kill Chen Hui, which made Chen Hui realize it in the opposite way and kill him through a secret curse. People with soft hearts can't make it to the end. When Gao Yang restored Green Tea's series of motives and behaviors, the advice of an old friend appeared again, which was deafening. Ironically, Gao Yang and Chen Ning also softened their hearts and wanted to save Huang Lian. But they didn't know that Chen Hui's true body was the king of the host. Her soul and energy, like cancer cells, had already spread to every part of Huang Lian's body and spirit. He had been occupied by the magpie's nest without knowing it. As long as Chen Hui forcibly wakes up, Huang Lian's soul will be burned to ashes, which is something that even Chen Hui himself cannot stop. Double soul trematode. This is the most fundamental talent of the host king, or curse. Everything went according to plan, and everyone met in Shiju Park. Chen Ning took Huang Lian and Xiao Tian to conduct a secret rune transaction with Jiu Si. The dust in Huang Lian's body knew everything clearly, but did not interfere. In fact, when Huang Lian was awake, the dust could not interfere too much, otherwise it would be a complete host and Huang Lian would die. However, the dust in Huang Lian's body vaguely guessed that this transaction was related to the assassination of Gao Yang. When Huang Lian went to get the rune, the dust made Huang Lian's soul distracted for 2 seconds. The dust took the opportunity to inject the cursed power of Soul Bonfire into the rune. That night, the two parties met. Nana's disguised Gao Yang and Gao Yang's disguise appeared. Can immediately activated voice transmission, and within the limited 30 seconds, emphasized to Chen Ning again, according to the agreement, no matter what happens next, no matter who dies, you must stay calm, believe me, this is all part of the plan. Chen Ning took a reassurance pill and calmed down. First, Can Gao Yang and Gao Yang Nana appeared in stealth mode. It was Can Gao Yang who activated the stealth. This was to confirm the identity of Can. Next, Chen Ning asked Xiao Tian to rule out whether there were enemies around, first to rule out whether Chen Hui had found reinforcements and ambushed nearby, and also to find out the phantom launched by Gao Yang Nana. Gao Yang Nana lifted the phantom in front of everyone, and in this way, the identity of Gao Yang was confirmed. The dust in Huang Lian's body completely believed that the Gao Yang in front of him was the real Gao Yang. At that moment, Chen Hui suddenly realized, this is what you said, the only chance to assassinate the heir of God, according to the agreement of the transaction. Cantu took the initiative to wear black gold handcuffs, and Chen Ning pointed a gun at his head, becoming a hostage. Huang Lian handed the auxiliary rune to Gao Yang, and the dust in Huang Lian's body took action at this time. She launched a curse, injected the curse in the auxiliary rune into the body of Gao Yang, and ignited the soul bonfire. Nana's soul, who played Gao Yang, was burned to death. In those 10 seconds, she endured huge, inhuman pain. The pain coefficient of the flame burn was terrifying, not to mention that it was the soul that was burned. But Nana staked her dignity as a queen and persisted until the last second. Until she died, she did not show her true form. This is the power of the 7th level Thousand Faces man, and it is also the power of people with faith. Chen Ning watched Nana being burned alive. She suppressed her panic and continued to act. She used blank bullets to break the special blood bag in the Can's hair. The Can looked like it was shot in the head. When Chen Hui and Huang Lian's body saw this scene, he began to doubt Chen Ying's identity for a while. Was it the second traitor arranged by Lady Sangmu in the Baichuan group? Or was it the helper that Bishop Qiu just instigated, but it didn't matter. When Chen Hui started the soul bonfire when Huang Lian was awake, Huang Lian's soul was aware of Chen Hui's existence. Therefore, Chen Hui's forced awakening would be inevitable, and it was only a matter of time. Chen Hui didn't pretend anymore, and simply woke up. Huang Lian's soul burned out directly, and died tragically. Huang Lian was pitiful. Until he died, he didn't know what he died of. But Huang Lian was also lucky. If it weren't for Chen Hui, Huang Lian would have died in the fire. Chen Hui, who was completely boarding Huang Lian, appeared and mercilessly launched Soul Bonfire, burning Xiao Tian to death. Soul Bonfire is more brutal and simple than Soul Bomb. It can be launched as long as there is a 1-second touch of the limbs, and a 10-second conversation within 48 hours. However, this trick cannot be launched from a distance, and the launcher must stand next to the victim. Chen Ning watched Xiao Tian die, indifferent on the surface, but inwardly she was being tortured. Chen Hui sensed the sadness and anger in Chen Ying's heart, which was the smell of the soul, and she could not be deceived. So Chen Hui began to suspect that Chen Ning was not a companion, but an enemy, and she was right. Next, Chen Hui threatened Chen Ning, and planned to half-board Chen Ning and continue to be a traitor. At this time, Gao Yang's can stop pretending to be dead and launched a sneak attack on Chen Hui. If it weren't for this body restricting his mobility, Ken would have succeeded. Ken splits out his phantom to fight Dust, and at the same time activates the last talent of the copy storage gamer, and simultaneously rewinds Nana, Xiao Tian, and Qining, who are pretending to be Gao Yang. At this time, Qing Ling and Ken, who are 3 kilometers away, are already on their way at full speed. In the end, Dust is defeated and decisively escapes. Chapter 696. That's probably what happened. Gao Yang finished his brief review. At this time, Nana had completely restored Gao Yang's body and sat back on Qing Ling's thighs, her body tense as if acupuncture points were applied. It's over, my head is itchy. Ken stuck out his tongue and said self-deprecatingly, I may need to grow a brain. Humph. My king's acting skills are superb. This is the key to victory. Even though Nana was suppressed by blood, she still couldn't help but proudly take credit. Nana is indeed reliable, and it's really hard for her. Gao Yang felt guilty and decided to praise Nana, but he suddenly felt that it would be better if someone else praised him. He smiled and glanced at Qing Ling beside him. Qing Ling understood and said coldly, Well done. Huh? Nana screamed, and her body immediately petrified. Her head was buzzing, and she became a shameful repeater. She praised me again. She praised me again. She praised me again. Captain Gao, I really want to open your head and see what's inside. After listening to the whole plan, Qining, who was driving, could only admire. But at the same time, she also noticed that Gao Yang's madness under his gentle appearance was getting heavier. It's really hard to tell whether it's a blessing or a curse for the Juicy organization to have such a leader. Half an hour later, Gao Yang and others escorted Qining and Xiaotian back to the vicinity of the Baichuan group base. Qining bowed again to thank Gao Yang, and handed the small suitcase containing the auxiliary rune to Gao Yang. According to the agreement, the auxiliary rune will be rented to you for 10 days. Please keep it confidential. In addition, I will report the whole thing to Mrs. Li immediately. The Baichuan group will not forget Juice's help. Wait for more good news from me. Great, Hui Xiong. Kuyu's talent can all be upgraded. Gao Yang smiled and nodded. Wait for your good news. Qining and Xiao Tian drove away. Gao Yang and others went to the deserted street nearby to borrow a car, and returned to Lijianjuan in Shanxing district. Gao Yang, who has been busy with the closing plan, finally has time to turn on the phone. Sure enough, Bai Lu sent a text message at 7 o'clock in the evening. 8 o'clock, amusement park, under the Ferris wheel. Gao Yang was stunned. This address was the place where Chu Shui and Gao Yang met for the first time. It happened to be not far from where he was now. Gao Yang glanced at the time. It was 11:30. He didn't expect it to be so late. Nana, let me get off the car. Gao Yang said, I have something to do. You take the rune back first. Together. Qing Ling said. It's not a mission, it's a private matter. Gao Yang explained. Qing Ling nodded and stopped talking. Nana parked the car on the side of the road. Gao Yang was about to get out of the car and found that he was still wearing Kanta's red coat. Because it was too small, it was stretched out and looked a little funny. Captain, change your clothes. Cantu was prepared and took out a folded gray down jacket from his backpack. Thank you. Gao Yang took off his coat and put on the down jacket. Cantu took the coat and smiled casually. Then this clothes, consider it as your Christmas gift to me. It's all messed up like this. Gao Yang said, I buy you a new one later. Oh, no need, what a waste, just iron it. Cantu waved his hand hurriedly. Okay. Gao Yang opened the car door. Be careful on the road. After Gao Yang left, Cantu sat alone in the back, holding Gao Yang's red coat in his hand. The car drove for a while, and Kanta's eyes rolled. Nana, who had average driving skills, was concentrating on driving, and Qing Ling, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was resting with her eyes closed. She picked up the clothes for some reason, put them in front of her nose, and sniffed them gently. 2 seconds later, Cantu woke up and blushed. Why do I look so perverted? Cantu put down her coat nervously, and pretended nothing happened. Her hands were still holding the clothes tightly. After a few seconds, her fingers loosened a little. It was almost 12 o'clock when Gao Yang rushed to the abandoned amusement park as fast as possible. The moonlight was quiet. He climbed through the dilapidated iron gate, passed through various amusement facilities covered with heavy snow, and ran straight to the Ferris wheel as if he was passing through a snow-white forest in a fairy tale. When he was about to arrive, fireworks appeared in the distant sky one after another, and the distant, ancient bells were faintly heard. At 12 o'clock, Christmas Eve ended and Christmas came. Gao Yang stood in the heavy snow, looking at the night sky lit up in the downtown area in the distance, a little dazed, as if standing in one world, looking at another world. Gao Yang only delayed for a few seconds, quickened his pace, and went to the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel had white hair, quietly sleeping in the snow, looking very lonely. There were 2 half-meter-high snowmen piled on the cement floor under its feet. The snowman on the left was a little taller and stronger, with 2 dead branches in his hands, a red winter hat on his head, 3 black pebbles for his eyes and mouth, and a blue beverage bottle cap for his nose. The snowman on the right was shorter and thinner, with 2 dead branches in his hands, and his facial features were also made of pebbles and bottle caps, but there were 2 more blushes on his cheeks, like residual lipstick marks. The snowman on the right didn't wear a hat, but wore a red scarf. Gao Yang recognized them at a glance. The one on the left was a boy, and the one on the right was a girl, representing Gao Yang and Chu Shui. In the middle of the 2 snowmen, there was a square red and green gift box, wrapped with a pink ribbon and tied with a beautiful heart-shaped knot. It should be the Christmas gift Chu Shui prepared for Gao Yang. Near the snowman, there was also a bunch of firework tubes, which were the firework trees that Gao Yang and Chu Shui had set off on the boat off the river. The models were exactly the same. Gao Yang looked carefully and found that the fuse of the firework was pulled out, but it didn't burn. Gao Yang's chest hurt, and in an instant, his bad habit of imagining things came back. After Gao Yang agreed to a date with Chu Shui ran home happily, and shared it with her sister Bai Lu as soon as possible. Bai Lu helped her dress up and gave her ideas. The location was set at the abandoned amusement park where Chu Shui and Gao Yang first met. Chu Shui wanted to be prettier, so she put on a beautiful dress, put on makeup, and applied lipstick. She brought fireworks and Christmas gifts, and came at 8 o'clock. No, maybe 7 o'clock. She was very happy, and ran around in the snow. Soon, 8 o'clock came, but Gao Yang did not show up. Chu Shui was not disappointed. She thought that Gao Yang must have been delayed by something, and it was so far away that traffic jams were possible. Chu Shui continued to wait, and the initial excitement gradually became boring, so she made a snowman. Unknowingly, the time came to 9 o'clock, and Gao Yang still did not show up. Chu Shui was a little anxious, but she had no other choice but to wait. Chu Shui thought, Gao Yang must not have had any problems. No, he promised me that he would come. Gao Yang would not break his promise. Chu Shui gave herself confidence and continued to wait. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and the 2 snowmen looked a little lonely and a little cold, so Chu Shui gave them her hat and scarf. Chu Shui was getting more and more bored, and started chatting with the 2 snowmen. Just like that, the time came to 11 o'clock, and Chu Shui knew in her heart that Gao Yang would not come. He must have gone out for something. Originally, she wanted to wait for Gao Yang to come, set off fireworks together at midnight, and then give him the Christmas gift. Chu Shui was a little angry. She took out the fireworks from her bag, and decided to set them off herself, not to show them to Gao Yang. At this time, Chu Shui realized that she didn't bring a lighter, and Gao Yang was responsible for lighting the fireworks before. Chu Shui finally lost her temper, and she suddenly felt very sad, very lost, and a little aggrieved. She squatted down and stared at the 2 snowmen. After an unknown amount of time, she took out the gift from her bag and put it between the 2 snowmen. She stood up, patted the snow on her hair and skirt, turned around silently, and disappeared in the heavy snow. Stop! Stop now! Gao Yang stopped thinking. He reached out and picked up the beautiful gift box, gently wiped off the thin layer of snow on the lid, untied the ribbon, and opened the lid. Chapter 697. In the gift box, there was a silver white half-finger combat glove. Gao Yang was stunned. Isn't this the combat glove he and Chu Shui bought at Jianghao stall? Although he said he bought it, Gao Yang didn't spend a penny. He accompanied Chu Shui on the Ferris wheel that didn't turn and watched a fake fireworks show that was a bit perfunctory. At first, Gao Yang often wore this combat glove. After Flame broke through level 4, he rarely wore it. Gao Yang remembered that the last time he saw this glove was at Wang Zikai's house, which should be the night when Lu Cha died. It should be at that time that Chu Shui secretly took this glove away. Now, this black glove has turned silver white, but the black metal sheet with a flame pattern engraved on the back of the glove has not changed. Gao Yang touched it gently, and it felt as soft as animal hair. He was surprised. This glove is made of Chu Shui's cat hair. Chu Shui's cat-shaped hair is soft but tough, and also has active energy. Dozens of hair can be twisted into thin threads, and then the thin threads can be woven into a glove. It can be seen that Chu Shui made it very carefully. There are no thread ends on the gloves, and the cutting is very good. Her intention must have been helped by Bai Lu. If you look carefully, you will find that there are many purple thin threads hidden in the gloves for connection and reinforcement. Gao Yang put on the half-finger combat gloves, and the flame path in his body was immediately opened, and a strong energy resonance was generated with the black gold flakes on the gloves. Moreover, this energy seems to have interacted with the gloves, causing slight spiritual damage. 12 gold. Just this broken glove? It's not broken. It's not broken just because there are holes. Okay? Look at the lines, the cut, and the style, they are all third-rate. And this small iron sheet, the workmanship is too rough. What is the picture and text on it? This is a flame. If you didn't tell me, I would have thought it was a pile of poop. Look for yourself. Does it look like poop? No. Look again, be more objective. Does it look like a triangular poop? Here, does it look like a shit tip? It seems, there is a little. Without any sign, the bargaining conversation between Wang Zikai and Chu Xu has suddenly reappeared. Gao Yang laughed pu, and his mouth slowly froze as he laughed. Gao Yang raised his gloved right hand, gently stroked the snowman's cold face, and then stroked the soft scarf around its neck. I am damned. December 25th, Christmas. 2 a.m., Shanqing District, Lijianjuan. Gao Yang returned to the temporary base in the villa. Manshi, who was remotely monitoring the Qilin Union, had already returned. Wang Zikai, Johan and Hong Xiaoxiao also brought Kyo back safely. At this point, all members gathered. Chen Hui was pulled out. Although he was not caught, tonight, Kyo also officially joined the Jussi organization. It can be said that it was a double happiness. Everyone decided to celebrate and hold a welcome party for Kyo. Hui Xiong took a beer and said proudly, "Our organization has to change its name again. From now on, it will be called Shursi. I think you are illiterate." Manshi, who has not even graduated from junior high school, finally got the chance to fight back. 9 is an extreme number, the largest number, and it can also represent infinity. Bullshit! Isn't 10 bigger than 9? Hui Xiong argued. Uncle Xiong, 10 is made up of 1 and 0, so 9 is still the best. Kus smiled and explained, and before she knew it, she had already integrated into the group. Old Xiong, if you don't work harder, you're going to be the most intelligent person. Johan complained coldly. Get lost. Hui Xiong was very unconvinced. How can I not be the most intelligent person? Isn't there? Can't you? Hui Xiong wanted to say Kaizi, but considering that his fist was too hard, he had to pick on the weak. Uncle Xiong. I won't take the blame for this. Cantu looked innocent, and the fried chicken in his hand suddenly didn't smell good. In the villa, everyone was laughing and making noises, just like a group of young people having an ordinary holiday party. Gao Yang sat on the sofa, and in a trance, he actually remembered the welcome party held by Dohu for them when he joined the 12 zodiac signs, which was still impressive. At that time, Gao Yang simply hated Uncle Hu, but now, Gao Yang only has gratitude for him. Dohu was the first person who made him understand deeply how dangerous and cruel the foggy world was. His welcome was as cruel as his heart was gentle. At 3 o'clock in the morning, everyone washed up and went to bed. Hui Xiong, Johan and Wang Zikai were responsible for the guard in the second half of the night. The living room was a little messy after the bustle. There was only a dim and soft wall lamp on the wall, and Gao Yang sat on the sofa. Too many things happened in this day, and he was extremely tired. If it weren't for the special adrenal gland, he would have fainted after saving 3 people. In theory, Gao Yang should be able to fall asleep with his eyes closed. But he couldn't sleep. His mind was in a mess, thinking of many things and many people, those who were still there, and those who were no longer there. Finally, Gao Yang thought of his sister. He was most worried about Gao Xinxin, so he didn't dare to take any risks these days. He never contacted Gao Xinxin, not to mention Christmas gifts, not even greetings. Gao Xinxin had a newly registered social vest, and she would post some ordinary daily life without any traces every day, as a way to report safety to Gao Yang. This matter was a secret between the brother and sister. Gao Yang took out his unregistered smartphone and clicked on the personal homepage of SS through the traceless network. He found that SS updated a dinner photo at 8 o'clock last night. A very ordinary lunch box and a red apple. The rice ball in the lunch box was pinched into a Christmas hat. Under the photo was a simple sentence, Christmas Eve peace. Gao Yang felt warm in his heart. He didn't like it, and didn't even dare to look at it for a second. He quickly exited and turned off his phone. Gao Yang took a deep breath and tried to fall asleep, but he was still not sleepy. Captain. At some point, the sound of a can came to his ears. Gao Yang looked up. Cantu was wearing a red coat that didn't fit her well. Seeing her like this, Gao Yang misunderstood and said, "You don't have to be on duty today, right?" "No." Cantu blushed immediately. "Haha, am I wearing too much?" "There is heating in the house," Gao Yang said. "Yes, no wonder it's a bit hot," Cantu said, unbuttoning his coat. She explained stiffly, "Tonight, I will sleep with Hong Xiaoxiao again tonight. There is no extra bed for the time being, so I won't sleep for now. Hee, I will make up for it during the day." Gao Yang nodded and said nothing. Seeing that Gao Yang didn't want to sleep, Cantu walked over carefully and sat down next to him, keeping a polite distance. "Captain, can't you sleep?" she asked. Chapter 698. "Yeah." Gao Yang's voice was very light, revealing fatigue. He looked at the quiet backyard covered with snow outside the French window, a little absent-minded. "Well that?" Cantu scratched his hair and nervously grabbed the corner of his coat with one hand. "Merry Christmas." "You too." Gao Yang still answered lightly. "This is a gift for you." Cantu took out a pair of gray and white striped wool gloves from his pocket. "Here." Gao Yang turned his head, paused for a second, and took it. "Thanks." "Haha, what are you thanking for? You gave me a coat, so I gave you a pair of gloves. I made a lot of money this time." Cantu pretended to be relaxed. "I will keep it well," Gao Yang said. "Don't you want to wear it?" Cantu asked. "Yeah." Gao Yang nodded honestly. "I already have suitable gloves." Cantu was slightly startled, and her chest hurt for a while, but soon, she was relieved. "Really, you already knew the result, so you can't be greedy anymore." Cantu pursed her lips and looked out the French window. Her shoulders slowly relaxed, her heartbeat was no longer rapid, and she no longer made small talk. The two sat quietly on the sofa, watching the heavy snow outside the window. At that moment, Cantu prayed humbly in the dark. "God, please don't let any accidents happen, and please don't let a third person appear. Otherwise, I will definitely get up and leave tactfully. But just this once, I don't want to get up and leave. I just want to stay by the captain's side, just sit there, and watch the snow with him for a while. Really, just for a while." At this moment, in the shadow at the corner of the revolving corridor, Qing Ling was holding a gift box. She looked at the sofa in the living room, and saw Gao Yang and Cantu sitting side by side, quietly watching the snow. The atmosphere was harmonious. Qing Ling was silent for a few seconds, quietly left, and returned to her room. She gently closed the door, put the gift in the drawer, then took out the notebook and started writing a diary. Qing Ling had the habit of writing a diary very early. Of course, not every day, occasionally. Soon she finished writing, and Qing Ling hid the diary. She opened the curtains in front of the desk, sat on the bed, and looked at the heavy snow outside the window. After watching for an unknown period of time, she closed her eyes. "Qing Ling, why not send it? Qing Ling, I suddenly don't want to send it." "Qing Ling, childish." "Qing Ling, you don't understand." "Qing Ling, Gao Yang doesn't like Cantu." "Qing Ling, I know." "Qing Ling, then I really don't understand." "Qing Ling, sister, giving gifts should make people happy, not make people embarrassed. I hope that when he thinks of me in the future, it will be a happy memory. Qing Ling, if you want something, go for it. Nothing will come to you on its own." "Qing Ling, sister, now is not the time to distract him. I have been willful for so long. It is time for me to be sensible." "Qing Ling, whatever you want." "Qing Ling, sister, I can't sleep. Please watch the snow with me." "Qing Ling, no, I want to sleep." "Qing Ling, just for a while." "Qing Ling, 3 minutes." "Qing Ling, well, sister is still the best." 4 o'clock in the morning. Shijing District, mountainous area, small white villa. The woods are silent under the night, only the heavy snow falls quietly, bending the branches. In the backyard of the small villa, bathed in the bright white moonlight, a girl with silver hair and red eyes, wrapped in a thin pajamas with sunflowers embroidered on her chest, barefoot, is rolling a snowball. There were already 4 snowmen next to them, namely, Lord Chun, Jingjia, Bailu and Chushue. These 4 snowmen were made by Lord Chun and Bailu, and each snowman was lifelike. When Chushue saw them at home, she recognized them at a glance. Now Chushue wanted to make up Gao Yang's snowman, so that it would be a family portrait. Chushue was not afraid of the cold, but her little hands were still frozen red. She rolled a small snowball on the ground, picked it up, and put it on a big snowball, so that a snowman prototype was born. Chushue picked up the wild walnuts that fell in the yard, and put them on the snowman's face, turning them into 2 eyes. Chushue smiled with satisfaction, and started looking for a nose again, but she couldn't find anything suitable. Use this. Bailu appeared behind Chushua in a red retro cord skirt with a waist and a white shawl, holding a carrot in her slender white fingers. Sister, you haven't slept yet. Chushua was surprised and happy. Just like you, I can't sleep. Bailu threw the carrot to Chushua, who caught it and stuck it into the snowman's face. Chushua looked at the snowman and laughed. Ha ha, long-nosed monster. It's what he deserves. Bailu also laughed. He is a liar, so he has a long nose. Don't talk about Gao Yang. Chushua puffed up her cheeks. He must have something important to do, so he didn't come. More important than you? Bailu sneered. Chushua was stunned. Breaking an appointment is breaking an appointment, and any reason is an excuse, Bailu said. Chushua turned around and looked at the long-nosed snowman in front of her, and was deflated for a while. According to her sister's plan, she would give Gao Yang a gift tonight, watch fireworks with Gao Yang, and confess to Gao Yang when the bell rang. Then, they could change from good friends to lovers, just like in the movie. But Gao Yang didn't show up. All of this has come to nothing. There are many more wishes on the wish list that cannot be ticked. Chushua felt a little stuffy in her chest. Chushua turned to look at Bailu, gently covering her chest with her hands. Sister, I seem to be sick. I feel uncomfortable here and can't breathe. Silly, you are not sick, you are sad. Bailu felt a little distressed and helpless. You were hurt by Gao Yang. Chushua was stunned again, and slowly lowered her eyes. So that's it, this is... love someone. Bailu sighed, opened her arms, and hugged her sister into her arms. Chushua also hugged her sister, buried her face in her clothes, and said in a weak voice, Sister, I regret it. I don't want to be Gao Yang's lover anymore. I still want to be friends with Gao Yang. Bailu touched her sister's head. Chushua, it's too late. You've grown up. You can't go back when you grow up. Then, what should I do? Chushua cried softly. Sister, I'm a little scared. I don't know what to do. Don't be afraid. Bailu looked up at the night sky. Just keep going forward, keep going. Chapter 699. Enter the system. Accumulated lucky points 2,301 points. Physical strength, 440 endurance, 441. Strength, 1104 agility, 1851. Spirit, 2003 charm, 1502. Luck, 1777. Teleport level 6. Copy level 6. Flame level 6. Illusion level 6. Spirit armor level 6. Lie detector level 4. Luck level 5. Enter the Temple of Talent. Gao Yang just opened his eyes and heard the sound of flushing. The surrounding environment is very familiar. A rectangular dormitory. For apartment beds with upper bunks and lower tables, the dormitory door to the south, and the public wash basin and bathroom to the north. In late autumn, the morning light is clear, and the cool breeze blows Gao Yang's hair. The toilet door opened and Mishra walked out. He was wearing a gray-black sportswear, a pair of old-fashioned sandals, and holding a translucent plastic toothbrush holder in his hand, which contained a bristled toothbrush. He looked at Gao Yang with a gentle and shy smile. It takes 1920 points to comprehend talent again. Gao Yang was stunned for 2 seconds before he realized that the roommate in front of him was just a manifestation of the system. I thought you could only become a woman, Gao Yang said. Now I am just your rationality. The system stopped talking halfway. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Why don't you finish? You always interrupted me before, I thought. Maybe you don't like to hear it, Mishra said. Gao Yang was stunned. Oh, the system will also grow. Do you need to check the current talent inventory? The system asked again. Gao Yang nodded. Before that, let me ask you some questions. Mishi nodded slightly. Excuse me. I heard from Hong Xiaoxiao that when Mishi went berserk, he was like a parasite, but much stronger than ordinary parasites. What's going on? You already have the correct answer in your mind. He is the king of parasites, Mishi replied. Sure enough. Gao Yang asked again. Dust claims to be the king of parasites. Is it only the greedy beasts that have a king, or do other beasts have a king? There is a leader among the delusion beasts, which is equivalent to the king. Could Prince Kai among the foolish beasts be the king of foolish beasts? There seems to be no such division among living beasts, but living beasts that can give birth to divine heirs and curses are also kings in a sense. By analogy, among the angry beasts, do the killers, devourers, and horn-bearers also have kings? Dead beasts also have kings? These thoughts flashed through Gao Yang's mind quickly. Please explore it yourself, Mishi said. An expected answer. Gao Yang was not surprised. He remembered something. At the beginning, Mishi and Qiuqiu were both pulled into the strange field, but the beast did not wake up. Later, it woke up again. Is it because of the field restrictions? No. Mishi smiled. It is because the conditions for the beast to wake up are lacking. Gao Yang thought for 2 seconds and suddenly realized. When everyone was pulled into the strange field, no one revealed the identity of the awakened. In the field of law, no one can use talents. Qiuqiu and Mishi saw ordinary humans and could not clearly lock the awakened target, resulting in the lack of conditions for the beast to wake up, so they continued to maintain their human form. After the strange field was lifted, everyone was forced to be in a coma, and Mishi and Qiuqiu were no exception. Moreover, as human beings, they were in a coma longer than the awakened, which resulted in them not seeing the awakened from beginning to end and escaping a disaster. Gao Yang got the answer and stopped struggling. Check the talent inventory. Okay. Mishi walked to his desk, opened his laptop, and opened a Word document with the names of the 12 runes and the corresponding talent numbers. Gao Yang found Guardian at a glance, and the number below was 5. In addition to Absolute Defense and Invincible, there are 3 more Guardian talents. It costs 1920 luck points to comprehend once, and more than half of the Awakeners have died. Now it only takes 2 times to comprehend successfully, which is 3,840 luck points. With 5 talents, the success rate of comprehending Absolute Defense is only 1 in 10. If you are unlucky, you need 19200. No, after successfully comprehending a talent, the luck points required for subsequent talents will double again, that is, in the worst case of luck you need 119040 luck points to comprehend Absolute Defense. The good luck of level 5 luck is to treat all talents equally, and it is unlikely to give Gao Yang extra favor. Even if we are optimistic and take the middle value, Gao Yang still needs to spend tens of thousands of lucky points to get Absolute Defense. It's really difficult. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. He looked at Mishir, who was transformed by the system. I am the heir of God, don't I have any privileges? Isn't it enough? Mishir asked back. Gao Yang was speechless. To be fair, he has enough privileges. Putting aside the ubiquitous good luck, he has 7 talents, the curse of the first snow, and the hidden energy of his mother's beast. His grandmother is a visitor, his father is an awakener, and he also left him a protective rune. He survived in the gap between the 2 major organizations and established his own business. What others may not be able to do in decades, he did in less than 9 months. But even so, it's still too slow. This is a gamble that can't be ended actively. No matter how rich you are, if you can't win in the end, you will still have nothing. Gao Yang suddenly had an idea and remembered something. I remember that at the beginning, you told me that I triggered something. Mishir smiled faintly. Hidden page. Yes, hidden page. Why is there no follow-up on this matter? Gao Yang asked. You are not lucky enough, and have no right to unlock it. The system explained calmly. Not enough? Gao Yang was quite surprised. How much is enough? Please explore it yourself. Gao Yang was silent. He was weighing. Should he continue to accumulate lucky points honestly, or develop some more new functions of the system? But no one knows how much this development cost is. The gambler creed cannot be lost. Gao Yang made up his mind. Add luck to 2,000, confirmed. Mishir blinked. Luck 2,000, you still have 2078 lucky points. Is the hidden page unlocked? Gao Yang asked. No, Mishir said. In the past, Gao Yang must have felt very distressed, and even cursed at the system. Now he is quite calm. He has long accepted the truth. Any bad thing in the world can happen to anyone, and no one is really special. Gao Yang thought for a while. Add 10 more luck points. Luck 2010, you still have 2068 lucky points. Mishir answered. Add 10 more points. Luck 2020, you still have 2058 lucky points. Congratulations. Unlock the hidden page. Wishing well. Chapter 700. Gao Yang was still very calm about this. He had also long accepted another truth. Any good thing in this world can happen to anyone, and no one is really special. He didn't dare to add more, firstly because he was afraid of waste, and secondly, according to previous experience, this threshold should be about to trigger something. The bottom line in his heart was to add to 2,100, but he didn't expect that 2020 would be enough. Without waiting for Gao Yang to speak, the system continued to explain. You can now go to the wishing pool to make a wish. When you are eager enough for a talent and are willing to pay a certain amount of luck points, you can effectively increase the hit rate and success rate of understanding the talent. How much does it cost to make a wish? Gao Yang asked. There is a discount for the first wish, only 1,000 lucky points. The system said. 1,000 points with a discount. You can obviously rob me directly, but you still gave me a wish. You really, I cried to death. Despite his complaints, Gao Yang did not hesitate. I want to make a wish. I take you to the wishing fountain right now. As Mishi spoke, his body became transparent, and the entire dormitory gradually became transparent, until it completely melted into the darkness. Gao Yang was suspended in the darkness, feeling weightless. After a while, he heard some kind of ancient, desolate, and deeply awe-inspiring sound, as if it was accompanied by water, crawling up from the bottom of his feet. They were like the undercurrent surging in the abyss, and like the whispering and crying of countless wronged souls, and also like the strange sound of burning, with souls as firewood. Gao Yang thought he would not be afraid of anything anymore, but this sound still made him close his eyes, and tremble all over, almost instinctively. Half a minute later, the weightlessness disappeared, and his feet stepped on the ground. Gao Yang mustered up his courage, and opened his eyes. For a moment, he was stunned. The world in front of him had no boundaries between heaven and earth, nor between light and shadow, but a chaos. Under Gao Yang's feet was a huge black abyss that was difficult to describe. The surroundings of the abyss, which had no end, were dark gray chaos that looked like sea water and thick fog. They rolled into this bottomless abyss, forming a circular waterfall. This reminded Gao Yang of a place in mythology, Guishu, a bottomless abyss that swallowed everything. In the center of the abyss, there stood a white stone pile, which looked like a giant's finger bone. It was not accurate to say that it was standing, because the abyss was so deep that the bottom of the stone pillar could not be seen, so visually, it looked more like floating in the center of the abyss. Gao Yang was standing on this stone pillar. The top of the stone pillar was only as big as a telephone pole. Gao Yang couldn't even move his feet, let alone turn around. He didn't dare to look down, fearing that he would fall into the abyss because of his unstable standing. That was a fear deeper than death, a fear of nothingness and the unknown. He was thrown in the center of the abyss, and the system had long disappeared. Suddenly, an extreme loneliness that penetrated the world penetrated his body. His chest was desolate, and he even forgot the instinctive fear of his body for a short time. At this time, the abyss under his feet heard the previous sound again. Undercurrents surged, whispering and crying souls burned. Some indescribable dark gray things began to boil. They rose little by little, and quickly filled the entire abyss. Then, countless pure white spots of light emerged under the dark gray object, becoming brighter and brighter. They were like thousands of white mayflies, finding their direction little by little while swimming in chaos, converging towards 2 points, and quickly forming 2 huge white vortices. Soon, the 2 white vortices turned into a pair of eyes. With eyes, a vague face that seemed to be true or not was formed. This giant's face slowly rose above the abyss. It looked very strenuous, because the dark gray object was still like a thin film of black gauze, covering his face, making him twisted due to suffocation. This face was higher than the mountain, looking down at Gao Yang from a high place, just like a human looking at an ant. What do you want? The face had no mouth, but it made an ancient, majestic voice. That voice was not human language. It came from all directions. It did not need to enter Gao Yang's eardrums. It directly vibrated and washed every energy molecule in his body, and made Gao Yang understand its will immediately, just like a fish understands water. Gao Yang felt dizzy, as if his soul had left his body, and for a moment, he even forgot to answer. What do you want? Once again, struggling under the black veil, the distorted face of the giant asked a question. Absolute defense. Gao Yang came back to his senses, and he shouted at the other party, fearing that it could not hear. I want to comprehend absolute defense. The world was silent for a second, and Gao Yang felt that his voice was quickly sucked away and returned to nothingness. What do you want to pay? The voice, that directly penetrated the body and will and resonated with energy appeared again. Gao Yang was a little confused. Isn't it 1,000 lucky points? I have already told the system. Gao Yang didn't care and shouted again, 1,000 lucky points. Not enough. A few seconds later, the giant face replied. Gao Yang continued to shout, what do you want? What else can I give you? The world stopped for 3 seconds again. What do you want? What else can I give you? The face was like an echo in the abyss, repeating Gao Yang's words. Gao Yang suddenly felt an irrepressible irritability and fatigue. He was tired of playing guessing games, tired of playing tricks, tired of the arrogance, indifference and carelessness of the strong staring at the weak. The awe, fear and scruples in his heart disappeared. Gao Yang roared angrily. I have nothing. Did you hear me? I have nothing. Don't even think about taking anything away. Loneliness, long loneliness. The voice appeared again between heaven and earth. Nothing. You choose to give nothing. What does that mean? Nothing can also be given as something? Did he misunderstand my wish? What on earth is he thinking? Gao Yang was even more confused, but it seemed that his wish had been successful. The two eyes of the face turned into white vortices again, and then turned into thousands of mayflies that slowly dispersed and finally disappeared. Without the face, the dark gray veil that wrapped the face was no longer there. They were like the disappearing beer foam, sinking little by little, returning to the bottomless abyss. Gao Yang still stood alone in the center of the abyss, not belonging to the sky, not belonging to the earth. Gao Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and he had returned to the university dormitory. He completely forgot how he came back, as if his memory had suddenly been broken. Mishra was still standing in front of Gao Yang, and he smiled and said, "Congratulations, your wish was successful." Gao Yang lowered his head and looked at his hands. He took some time to calm down, raised his head and asked coldly, "System, do I have to go to that hellhole every time I make a wish in the future?" "No, you have seen him, and you can operate directly on the system interface in the future," Mishra said. "What a blessing." Gao Yang nodded. Exit the system. Chapter 701. Sitting quietly on the sofa in the living room, Gao Yang slowly opened his eyes. In the early morning, the snow outside the French window stopped falling, and the warm sun shone on the snow in the backyard, as if it was spreading in bright white. Manshi and Johan had finished their shifts, and they were sitting at the dining table, drinking soy milk and playing chess. Hong Xiaoxiao and Cantu had already woken up, and they had been busy in the kitchen for a long time. Cantu was holding a tray with 2 cups of hot coffee and 2 slices of toast, one of which had luncheon meat in it. "Hurry up." Hong Xiaoxiao was more anxious than Cantu. "Oh, don't rush." Cantu walked towards Gao Yang excitedly and nervously. "Captain, you're awake. Would you like some coffee to refresh yourself?" "Thank you. I drink it later." Gao Yang got up and planned to wash up first. Dang dang dang. Guixiong walked down the escalator from the 2nd floor. His face was flushed. After looking around at everyone, he suddenly put his hands on his hips and laughed strangely. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha. A second later, Gao Yang and Cantu almost subconsciously picked up the coffee on the table and threw it at Huixiong. Gao Yang and Cantu were gentle. Manshi, who was about to checkmate, raised his hand, and the cannon in his hand flew towards Huixiong's left eyeball. Johan also stood up at the same time and kicked Huixiong in the lower abdomen. Huixiong was prepared. He tilted his head to avoid the chess, and at the same time tightened his abdominal muscles to take Johan's not-so-heavy kick. On the contrary, the hot coffee splashed on his face by Gao Yang, and Cantu caused considerable damage to Huixiong. "Oh, it's so hot!" Huixiong hurriedly stepped back, wiping his face with his hands. "Huixiong, congratulations, taunt level 4. Gao Yang was the first to react. "Ha ha." Huixiong was delighted. "How is it?" "The effect is good, isn't it?" "It is indeed good." Gao Yang nodded. "I am so energetic and charming, but I still took the bait instinctively." Huixiong took out the auxiliary rune from his jeans pocket and shook it. It can be upgraded after sleeping, unlike someone's voice transmission, which took 2.5 days. Huixiong sneered. "So, for some things of men, it is not good to take too long." Bang. Johan punched Huixiong in the face. Huixiong raised his hand to hold his fist. The fist force turned into a gust of wind, like a hair dryer blowing on the face. The beard on Huixiong's face trembled for a second. "Uncle Xiong." Ken blushed. "Don't make color jokes. Consider the feelings of us women." "Ah, are there any women here?" Huixiong pretended to look around and glanced at Man Snake. "Oh, there is really a delicate woman." Swish. Man Snake threw a flying knife this time, and Huixiong raised his beast-like right arm to block it. Gray Xiong stopped talking, and Johan and Manshi also quickly calmed down, surprised by their strong hostility and behavior just now. Manshi and Johan are both warriors, and their mental strength and charm are not too high. In terms of resisting taunts, they may not be as determined as Cantu. Gao Yang smiled again. "It seems that you can already taunt in a targeted manner, a qualitative change." "Ah!" Cantu suddenly realized, "Uncle Xiong, I was wondering why you are so annoying. It turns out you are doing an experiment." "What else?" Gray Xiong grinned and threw the auxiliary rune to Gao Yang. "Captain, what tasks are next? Don't let me, old Xiong, look after the house." "You don't like to look after the house so much?" Gao Yang asked deliberately. "That's right. Next time you let me watch the house, I taunt and lure all the enemies back, and we have a werewolf game." Gray Xiong pretended to be angry. Good idea, I leave one arm at home, and then I blow you up together. Man, she said. Get lost. Gao Yang took the rune and went to the bedroom. Hong Xiaoxiao went back to the room first, and was chatting with Qiyu. The two of them were lying lazily on the bed, laughing excitedly, and seemed to be talking about some interesting topics. When Hong Xiaoxiao saw Gao Yang coming to the door, she jumped off the bed, and stood up straight like an employee who was caught slacking off. Captain! Captain! Qiyu got off the bed and stood up. Gao Yang nodded. I find Qiyu. Hong Xiaoxiao hurried out of the room. Gao Yang took out the auxiliary rune and handed it to Qiyu. Gray Xiong's talent has been upgraded, you take it. Qiyu let his left hand hang down, grabbed his left arm with his right hand, glanced at the auxiliary rune, pursed his lips, and didn't take it. You don't want to upgrade your strange? Gao Yang asked. But he shook his head again, his voice was not confident. Can I really reach level 4? Why do you ask? You said that no one in the tail team has reached level 4. Maybe we can't reach it at all. Because you have never received the rune circuit. Gao Yang added in his mind. Not to mention level 4. Level 5 is possible, after all, my luck is level 5. Yes, the tail team probably dreamed about the rune every day, but they didn't get it until they died. But a trace of bitterness appeared on the corner of his mouth. I am the only one who survived. Now, the rune is in front of me. I can get it as soon as I reach out. Do you think you are not qualified to use it? Gao Yang asked. I don't know. Ku shook his head again. Gao Yang smiled. This is not sympathy or charity. It is the reward you deserve for successfully completing the task. Take it. Ku was stunned again, and after a few seconds, she took the rune. Her fingertips immediately felt the subtle energy resonance, the strange sense of familiarity, as if this was the item she had carried with her for many years and accidentally lost. Thank you, Captain. When will I return it? Ku put the rune away again. Upgrade first. How long will it take to upgrade? It varies from person to person. The shortest is 1 second, the longest. Gao Yang couldn't help but smile gloatingly. It may take more than half a month. More than half a month? Ku was surprised again. Who is so stupid? Shoo, keep your voice down. Gao Yang interrupted hurriedly, wanting Qing Ling to hear that he would not live long. Ku also felt some kind of danger and nodded. Gao Yang reminded again. I'm going out for a while. Please help me convey today's division of labor. Johan, Manshi rest. Wang Zikai, Qing Ling, Hui Xiong go to keep watch nearby. Cantu and Nana go out in disguise and monitor the movements of the Kirin Union in stealth. We move at 2 a.m. tonight, and you can start to deal with the personal belongings you don't want to take with you in advance. Okay. Ku made a note in his mind. Gao Yang went to the cloakroom, put on his coat, baseball cap, scarf and mask, and just as he was about to go out, his cell phone rang. It was a text message. Gao Yang took a look and was silent for a few seconds. He turned and looked at Hong Xiaoxiao nearby. Xiaohong, find me a bigger bag. 1 hour later. Shijing District, Municipal Library. This is a modern library with avant-garde design. It was built on the bank of the upper reaches of the Li River. It consists of 2 4-story white buildings. The entrance is in the middle of the building. Looking down from above, it is like a book spread out at the source of the Li River. This is also its hidden meaning. Water is the source of life, and books are the source of thought. Gao Yang, wearing a big black backpack and dressed like a college student, swiped a debit card and went to the second floor of the library. He passed through the lending area of best-selling books and came to the lending area of classic masterpieces, where there were few people. Gao Yang pretended to be a student who came to borrow books, walked between the bookshelves, and browsed the books from time to time, but actually looked for a location. Soon, he found a blind spot of the camera. He stood in front of the bookshelf and waited, looking up at the books on the bookshelf. The spine of one of the books was just illuminated by a beam of sunlight from the window. The title of the book was Letter from a Strange Woman. Gao Yang became a little interested. He reached out to take it, but the book shrank back and was taken away from the other side. Chapter 702. Behind a gap in the bookshelf stood a young woman. With classical golden curly hair, a black top hat, a veil covering her face, and a gorgeous and complicated black cord dress, she looked like a rich lady attending a funeral in a medieval movie. If she were to be in the present, she would probably be considered to be cosplaying some two-dimensional character. This person was Bai Lu in disguise. I was planning to look for you today, Gao Yang said softly. Looking for my sister? Bai Lu coldly exposed. Gao Yang said frankly, yes, last night. What you did last night has nothing to do with us. Bai Lu said, I came here to pass on a message. Gao Yang was stunned. took a step forward and moved closer to the bookshelf. Bai Lu on the opposite side also took a step forward, and the two of them were separated by the only gap in the bookshelf, like in the confessional of a church. From now on, the ghost group has nothing to do with you and all the awakened people. We will go our separate ways. Do you understand? Gao Yang understood, but he didn't understand. Why? No reason. After a moment of silence, Gao Yang nodded. Okay, but before that, I want to see Chushua and let her eat some food. Gao Yang felt that he could die at any time. If that day really came, at least he could let Chushua live a little longer. No need, she's not hungry yet. Bai Lu said. Silence again. Gao Yang hesitated to speak, but changed his words when the words came to his lips. I know, I won't bother you again in the future. If you have any needs, you can contact me at any time. Keep the one-way phone number. Bai Lu didn't comment. She continued to flip through the novel in her hand, pretending to read. More than 10 seconds later, she said faintly, Put down the bag and leave. Gao Yang took off the black bag on his back, which contained a ball of gray gas. Gao Yang took 2 steps back and blended into the dim corner. 2 seconds later, he disappeared silently. Bai Lu could not feel Gao Yang nearby, and confirmed that he really teleported away. Bai Lu sighed slightly, and a postcard appeared in her hand. It was a letter from Chu Shui to Gao Yang. Bai Lu casually clipped the letter into the novel, closed it with a click, and put it back on the bookshelf. At the same time, Nanji District, Guanhai Building Office. The office is spacious and simple, with a Chinese boss desk in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a guest sofa opposite the desk, a pot of asparagus fern in the corner, and a brushed calligraphy with the words Tranquility leads to far-reaching hanging on the wall. Mr. Li sat in a wheelchair and pressed the anti-eavesdropping button on the boss's desk. Suddenly, the metal door panels on the French windows were covered, turning the room into a lightless secret room. The calligraphy and paintings were also moved away. Inside the wall was a niche cabinet, on which was a semi-spherical high-tech device made of black gold, with a line of small characters engraved on it, Dr. Jia. It shook slightly, emitting a slight and strange white noise, filling the entire space like water waves, playing an all-round interference role. Whether it is conventional, high-tech, or innate eavesdropping methods, they will be ineffective in this room. Go ahead. Qining nodded, and reported to Mr. Li in detail the plan to cooperate with Gao Yang to trick Chen Hui. After listening, Mr. Li was very pleased and breathed a sigh of relief. Qining, well done. Qining nodded. It should be. The dust has been found out, and the Baichuan group no longer has to be in danger and suspicious of each other. Li sighed, but I really didn't expect that the dust was actually the second soul attached to Huang Lian. I didn't expect the fire that year. Li shook his head, suppressed his sadness, and stopped recalling. Madam Li, we are not out of danger yet. The dust can find another opportunity to possess us. Qining said. Don't worry, I have a plan here. Li explained slowly. Sha Yi and Jiang Hao have developed a purification bracelet that can inject Sha Ye's level 3 purification into the bracelet, which can effectively prevent any curse in the spirit and spirit. If the defense fails, the bracelet will also break and serve as a warning. The effect lasts for more than a month. However, the purification bracelet can only prevent in advance, not treat afterwards. When I received your message last night, I immediately asked everyone to wear it. Li raised her hand, and she also wore a simple and small black gold bracelet on her wrist. Qining was relieved, and she thought of something else. What about other organizations? The 12 Zodiacs are happy to accept our equipment assistance, but the Qilin Union said they don't need it, and they have their own way. Qining was not surprised. With Dr. Jia here, they can probably develop the corresponding defense equipment. Li thought for a moment, and brought the topic back. Qining, we must not let Qilin know that Jissi helped you find Chinaway. Understood. Qining had already thought of an excuse. Green Tea left clues for Li Zi, and also left clues in her own home. I found it, and found Chinaway, which has nothing to do with Juicy. Li was still worried. Do you have all the clues left by Green Tea? Qining nodded. I forged it. Li nodded slightly, thinking about something. The next step is to find Chen Hui and avenge Bachiochi, Green Tea, and Coptis Chinensis. Qining said firmly. Yes. Mrs. Li nodded, waved to Qining, and said softly, Come here. Qining stepped forward and half squatted. Stretch out your hand. Qining did as she was told. Li held Chen Ying's hand, took out the purification bracelet, and put it on Qining. Qining immediately felt a gentle, holy energy crawling along her skin to her whole body, then quickly blending into her flesh and blood, and then quickly digesting it. Li covered Qin Ying's hand with both hands and patted her with concern like an elder. Ying, you have grown up. Qin Ying's chest felt warm, and she had long forgotten when she last heard this name. It was too long ago, so long that it seemed like a dream. Chen Ying is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. For some reason, her brain developed slowly, her reaction was slow, and she was clumsy. She was always bullied by other children. That year, Li and her husband returned to Liqing. In order to hide their identities, they decided to adopt a child from an orphanage. At that time, Li saw Chen Ying at first sight. In the middle of winter, this little girl, who was less than 4 years old, was wearing a dirty blue cotton jacket and cotton pants. Her hair was messy and of different lengths, as if it had been cut randomly. Her cheeks, ears, and hands were all covered with red chilblains. She clutched the corners of her clothes, huddled in the corner of the backyard, lowered her head, her eyes were dull and scared, and she dared not move. Ha ha, idiot. Ha ha ha. Big idiot. Several children threw snowballs at her without any severity. Paw. A tightly packed snowball hit Qin Ying's frostbitten face, leaving a trail of ice chips. Qin Ying groaned, gritted her teeth, and held back. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes, but she dared not let them flow out. Chapter 703. Stop! Stop! Li controlled the wheelchair and rushed into the snow with difficulty, chasing away the noisy children. One naughty child even threw a snowball at Li. Li came to Qin Ying and patted the ice on her face. Her face was so cold, as if it was made of snow. Li felt sad and took off his shawl, and was about to wrap it around Qin Ying. Qin Ying, who was stunned, suddenly dodged and panicked. Don't. Dirty. Qin Ying was afraid that she would dirty her aunt's shawl. She couldn't afford to pay for it, and would be scolded. Li's eyes were red, and he hugged Qin Ying into his arms and wrapped her thin body with the shawl. Not dirty, child. You are not dirty at all. Aunt liked you very much. Are you willing to go home with me? Qin Ying will never forget that the winter of that year was really cold, but every time she thought of that moment, her chest was warm. Li and his wife adopted Qin Ying, raised her carefully, educated her, and told her stories every night before going to bed. At that time, Qin Ying completely regarded Mr. and Mrs. Li as her parents. But a year later, Mr. Li sent Qin Ying back to a more reliable orphanage without leaving any reason. Qin Ying was no longer bullied in the new orphanage, and soon someone took a fancy to her and wanted to take her home, but she refused. The parents in Qin Ying's heart were always Mr. and Mrs. Li. At the age of 18, Qin Ying awakened spiritual communication with all things. She was very lucky. During that time, she thought that she had a mental problem and did not tell anyone. Just when Qin Ying was hesitating whether to go to the psychiatric department, Mr. Li appeared again. At that time, her husband had passed away, and she was already the leader of the Baichuan group. Afterwards, Qin Ying entered the awakened world and joined the Baichuan group. On the surface, Qin Ying left the orphanage and went to college. Ying, Mr. Li said with guilt, do you still hate me now? Qin Ying's heart ached slightly, and she shook her head. Before awakening, I hated you to some extent, but after awakening, I gradually understood you. Mrs. Li sighed. She rarely talked about the past with others. 1 year after I adopted you, I dreamed of many things, including the death of my husband. Before my husband died, he hoped that I would set up a new organization. Even if Xianmin was gone, the awakened could not give up. After thinking about it, I can only send you away. Mr. Li looked at Qin Ying. I didn't know you were also a human at the time, and I couldn't keep you by my side. I know. Qin Ying nodded. If I can't even figure out these truths, all these years of eating have been in vain. Some truths, thinking about it is one thing, and accepting it is another thing. Li's eyes were guilty. Qin Ying, you are so good to Xiaotian now, and Xiaotian loves you very much. I feel very sorry every time I see it. Originally, I could have given you a better childhood. Qin Ying's eyes became wet unconsciously. She stopped talking and buried her head in Li's legs covered with blankets. At least at this moment, she wanted to be a child again. Tell me another story. After you finish, I won't blame you, and you don't blame yourself anymore. Okay. Li nodded gently. Which one do you want to hear? The one about the firefly helping the puppy go home. Li was startled, then smiled. She stretched out her hand and stroked Qin Ying's soft long hair. Okay, let's talk about that one. Chang'an District, Baihu Hotel, room 5002. Yin Liang, Qi Long, and Zhu Kei sat on the sofa. The atmosphere was serious. The Xuanwu building destroyed by Jussi was still under reconstruction, so the meeting was temporarily held at Yin Liang's residence. Yin Liang didn't have coffee, so he made 2 cups of hot tea for Qin Long and Zhu Kei. The 2 elders didn't drink it, and when the tea got cold, the meeting was almost over. Zhuge took the lead in expressing his opinion. But there is another thing, it is my fault, I misjudged the person. Qilong frowned. But he had little contact with Jiang, and Juicy didn't have any attractive bargaining chips, so why did he take the risk of turning against them? It may be that he had little contact. Zhuge smiled bitterly. Have you forgotten Lu Qingying's beautiful dream? Qilong suddenly realized, his face sank. This woman can't be left alone anymore, she must be supervised. No need. Yin Yang slowly put down the teacup. This person is very similar to Dr. Jia, and has friendships with many forces, but is not loyal to any organization, and has a skill that is difficult to replace. It is not good for us to offend them. It will only make more enemies. They are resources and weapons. Juicy can use them, and we can use them too. It depends on who has the better skills. Qilong nodded. He sighed in his heart. In terms of the overall view, President Qilin was indeed taught by Yin Liang, but this old man is more ruthless and evil. Yin Liang, who was wearing a crooked mask, smiled. Elder Zhuge, it's not your fault. Her acting skills are indeed superb. Even I misjudged her. It's mainly because the time was too short. Zhuge disagreed. If she had been an elder for a few more days, I would have felt something was wrong. Yin Yang shook his head. I mean, her acting skills when she was with you were so good. Zhuge was stunned. I don't think that was acting. A strange person. Yin Yang smiled meaningfully. Strange. It's done, don't dwell on it. Qilong said. Yeah. Zhuge nodded. The Baichuan group caught Chen Hui last night, and I forwarded the encrypted text message Chenning sent to me to you. I saw it. Qilong narrowed his eyes. The king of parasites, one body with two souls, can still not be discovered by the host. It's really weird. Yeah. Yin Yang added, possessing top-level spiritual damage, and can also use the host's talents. His strength is not inferior to the delusion beast. Wait a minute. Qilong thought of someone. Lucci. Zhuge had already guessed this. You want to say that Lucci was resurrected by the king of parasites? Qilong nodded, yes. Zhuge smiled bitterly. It's indeed very. Maybe, the king of hosts may not only be able to host in living people, their souls only need a complete body, and Lucci's body is well preserved, which meets the requirements, and they don't even have to drive out the original host's soul. Yes. Qilong thought of something else. But, Chen Hui has always been in Huanlian, and there is no condition to revive Lucci. Who said that there can only be one king of hosts? Zhuge interrupted. Don't forget, ghosts born by living beasts can be twins. What if there are two kings of hosts? Yes. Yin Liang, who was listening, nodded slightly. I agree with this point of view. Chapter 704. Qilong thought for a moment and nodded. This makes sense. Lucci is indeed dead. Now Lucci is another host king, but he has Lucci's talent and even memory. Suzaku hurriedly took over the conversation. The two host kings obey the Sangmu sect. Their current mission is to kill the god's heir, and they look quite anxious. Suzaku looked at Qilong. Why do you think they are so anxious? Qilong stroked the beard on his chin and tried to deduce. That Sangmu sect claims that it has a ticket to escape the doomsday. I think that Sangmu sect may not really have a ticket, but only knows the information related to the ticket. It relies on a set of half-true and half-false rhetoric to paint a pie in the sky for the people below. But the appearance of the god's heir obviously hinders and threatens that Sangmu sect's plan. Continue. Suzaku smiled, waiting for Qilong to express his thoughts. Qilong thought for a moment, his eyes slightly stern. Two possibilities. First, Qiang's identity as the heir of God is the biggest obstacle to the Sangmu cult getting the ticket, and he must be killed. Second, the Sangmu cult has no intention of getting the ticket at all, they have their own conspiracy. The existence of the heir of God may be the key to the ticket. If this matter is known to the world, the Sangmu cult will no longer be able to seduce believers to work for them. Which possibility do you think is higher? Zhuge continued to ask. Qilong thought without hesitation. I think the second possibility is higher. Why? If the purpose of the Sangmu cult is to take believers on board to escape the doomsday, and the purpose of the heir of God is to tear up the ticket or blow up the ship, then it is reasonable for the Sangmu cult to eliminate the heir of God. But now Qiang doesn't seem to want to blow up the ship. Zhuge said. Yes, although Qiang is our enemy, his goal is to escape from the foggy world. Survival is our common goal. So why is the Sangmu sect, who wants to get on the ship, so persistent in killing the heir of the god, who also wants to get on the ship? This is very contradictory. Good job, Qilong. I think so too. Zhuge didn't care about that. She took out a lady's cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. If Dr. Jia's chessboard theory is true, then I think that the Songmu cult may not stand on the side of humans and Songdao, but on the side of the mist. It pretends to be the savior, bewitching and winning over all useful people, including awakeners, beasts, half-humans, and even ghosts, in order to achieve its true purpose, which may be to destroy the world, help the mist win the war, or some other conspiracy. Now, the God's heir and Curse Abyss in the prophecy of the living beast have appeared. Curse Abyss is dead, and only the God's heir is left. The Songmu cult immediately sent people to assassinate the God's heir. Why? Because the God's heir is the ticket, at least one of the keys to getting on the ship. According to us, the God's heir may be the key to open the door to the end, or part of the key. Qinglong's pupils were stunned, and it was difficult to accept for a while, but he felt it was very reasonable. Qing was too special. The specialness of him was no less than that of President Qilin. No, even more. Elder Yin Yang. Zhu Ke stared at the old man's crooked mask with flickering eyes, and put out the cigarette butt in the ashtray. If Qiang is really one of the keys to opening the door, we can't kill him, we can only cooperate. The atmosphere fell into a subtle silence. Soon, Yin Liang spoke in a low voice. Collecting the 12 runes is the primary task. Killing the heir of God is only the second task, which Qilin has already said. Yes, Zhu Ke said, but we can't ignore the special identity of the heir of God. What if he is really? No. Yin Liang interrupted with great certainty. The 7 shadows are not the key to opening the door, nor are they the savior of mankind. This is just your wishful speculation. Elder Yin Liang, before the truth comes out, aren't we all guessing? Zhu Ke was unyielding. Hee. Elder Yin Liang smiled. In that case, let me tell you one more thing. Qilong and Zhu Ke looked at the old man at the same time. The person who discovered the miracle runes and the door to the end, Yin Liang paused for 2 seconds, is me. Qilong and Zhu Ke were both shocked. After about 10 seconds, Zhu Ke half believed and half doubted. Is it you? If you don't believe it, you can ask Qilin in a few days. Yin Liang said calmly, I couldn't be 100% sure before, but now as more and more things come to light, I can tell you clearly that there are only 2 paths for humans. The first one, collect the 12 runes, let Qilin open the door, and humans win. The second one, any other path, humans lose. Silence, a long silence. Hee hee, you two, I think I've made it clear enough. Yin Liang laughed hoarsely. Those who believe in me and Qilin, stay. Those who don't believe, leave. Still silent. Don't worry, Qilin is unconscious, Qilong can testify to this. Yin Liang showed his cards. With your abilities, if you force your way out, I, an old man, will definitely not be able to stop you. Qilong, Zhu Ke, now is your last chance to choose. You can leave, you can go to the 12 zodiacs, Baichuan group, Jusi, or even Songmu sect. Yin Liang said, but please remember, if you choose to stay today, you must not waver or doubt in the future, otherwise, Qilin will show no mercy. Qilong sat calmly, his expression was normal, and he completely treated Yin Liang's words as fart. From beginning to end, he did not doubt Qilin for even a second, let alone waver. He knew very well that this was said to Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke did not stand up. She clenched her fists slightly. After half a minute, she looked up again, and met Yin Liang's old but sharp eyes under the mask. I stay. That's great. Yin Yang was sincerely relieved. He stood up slowly. The probing at the negotiation table ends here. Next, we have to show the real thing under the table. 2 elders, please be alert. Without you, Qilin and I can't win, and humans can't win either. Yin Liang put his hands behind his back, and walked to the French window. The bright sunlight outside cut him into a thin silhouette. He and Qilin had no similarities in appearance. But for some reason, at this moment, Qilong felt a familiar lofty will from his back. From today, Yin Liang announced calmly, the Kirin Union is going to war. Qilong stood up, raised his right hand, and solemnly pressed the Kirin brooch on his chest. Fight for survival. 3 seconds later, Zhu Ke followed and saluted Yin Liang's back in the same way. Fight for survival. Chapter 705. The next night, late at night. Nanji District, VIP box of Guanhai Tower. The high-end rotating table was filled with rich delicacies and various drinks. It was obviously a grand celebration banquet. All 3 groups of Baichuan group were present, a total of 12 people: Chening, Xiaotian, Zhang Wei, Li Zi, Jiang Hao, Fuxing, Yifeng, Kowa, Miss Shuangshuang, Buzhou Tankid. Zhang Wei paid for this group dinner out of his own pocket. Everyone, please let me say a few words. Zhang Wei was in high spirits, holding a small glass of white wine in his right hand with a purification bracelet, one hand on his waist, one foot on a chair, passionate and full of enthusiasm. The night before yesterday, Sister Ing and Shout Yan risked their lives to find that person and cleared my name. They are the first people I want to thank. Brothers and sisters, when I was suspected and put in death row. Zhang Wei, you are exaggerating. Yi Feng, with a generous smile, picked up peanuts. It was just solitary confinement, with food and drink every day. How could it become a death row? Uncle Feng. Zhang Wei felt wronged. Don't you know how desperate I was? That feeling, it was different from. What's the difference between a death row inmate and a prisoner on death row? Ah, right. Kowa, with green hair parted in the middle and gray eyes, held up an orange juice and smiled happily. Wei Gu is right. Zhang Wei automatically ignored Ko with sarcasm and continued to shout. When I was suspected and thrown into death row, you stayed with me. Especially Sister Fuxing. She cared for me many times and sent me books. Fuxing sat next to Chening. She had long black hair like seaweed, wore a simple linen dress, and had no makeup on. She was very thin, with slightly deep wrinkles on her face and clear eyes. She looked elegant and calm, and she looked like she was no more than 40 years old. After being called by Zhang Wei, she did not stand up or take the wine, but just smiled and nodded as a response. And shuang. Zhang Wei pointed the wine glass at the young girl next to Fuxing. That day, you stood outside the prison door and enlightened me all night. It's okay. Shuang was 25 or 26 years old, dressed like a girl next door. Her previously dyed yellow hair had a crop of black roots. It would be troublesome to dye it again, so she simply tied her hair into a bun. She had a very blessed little fleshy face, a pointed chin, and 2 dimples when she smiled. She waved her hand. Anyway, I don't need to sleep, I have plenty of time. Shuang's talent is insomnia, serial number 168, life system. Since she was promoted to level 4 insomnia, she has not slept for almost 3 months. No! Zhang Wei insisted. You have this time, you can obviously play games, eat, watch TV series, and have children with Buzhou. Puff Buzhou almost vomited a mouthful of food. Buzhou sat next to Shuang, in his early 30s, with a solid figure, a buzz cut, deep eyebrows, and earrings. He looks sultry, and his heart is even more sultry. Buzhou's talent is heavy, serial number 165, auxiliary system. When he activates the skill, the people touched by his hands will feel varying degrees of heaviness in body and mind. Zhang Wei tried it once, and he felt full of big men and couldn't walk a step. A week ago, Buzhou was lucky enough to comprehend inch power, and his physical strength and melee ability quickly improved by several levels. Although he is only level 3 inch strength, with heavy, his melee strength is already T1 level, and it is no problem for him to be a deputy team leader in Baichuan group. Buzhou's apparent identity is the bassist of an underground rock band. Shuang was his number 1 fan in college, and had a bad relationship. Who knows that fate will play tricks on people? The two awakened and joined the Baichuan group one after another. With the matchmaking of Mr. Li, they entered the marriage hall and became husband and wife. After the Scarlet Tide, the two have been hesitating whether to have a child. They know that such behavior is selfish, but they are like Shay and Lao Wang. The more they are in despair, the more they desire hope and faith. Zhang Wei. Buzhou pulled out a tissue and wiped his mouth. If you dare to talk about this topic again, don't blame me, Brother Zhou, for being unfair. Zhang Wei is Buzhou's junior, and they have a close relationship. Buzhou knows all his black history. Zhang Wei was very tactful and immediately changed the subject. And you, Tang Qid. Thank you for your text message, although you only sent me 1 text message, and there was only a question mark. But I know that you care about me. The care between men sometimes only needs a question mark. Tang Qid sat next to Buzhou. He was thin, with gray hair and blue eyes, a thin and gloomy face, and a pale complexion, a bit like a zombie. He raised the beer in his hand with an indifferent look, as a response. Tang Qid, talent organ puzzle, Scarlet Tide ended on the 3rd day. He woke up and found that the orange cat, who had lived at home for 16 years, died quietly on the toilet lid. He touched the orange cat, and it quickly came to life and began to attack the toilet plug crazily. Tang Qid realized that he had comprehended Corpse Chaser. Zhang Wei's impassioned speech had not yet ended when he looked at the bald man, who was picking up food next to Tang Qid. And you? You are so charming. I like the puzzle you gave me while I was in prison. Just don't choose the picture of a macho man wrestling next time. I prefer the picture of a beautiful woman bathing. The bald man is called Miss, in his 40s. He actually looks pretty good, but he always squints his eyes, and his dark circles make him look decadent due to excessive indulgence. I bought two, one for you and one for myself. The boss made a mistake. Miss took a bite of steamed sea bass and answered calmly. Mrs. Talent Dodge, serial number 156, Guardian. When he activates his talent, he has a 33% chance of perfectly dodging any attack launched by anyone against him, for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 hours. In addition, 2 weeks ago, he also realized tracking. There are also Li Zi and Jiang Hao. Li Zi was wearing a casual suit, with her coarse brown hair combed into a handsome slick back. She was drinking beer in big gulps, and when her name was called, she looked up. Jiang Hao was in his 30s, gifted with empowerment, and had realized smell a month ago. He had a delicate face and a gentle personality. He wore a plaid shirt, jeans, black framed glasses, and a black backpack next to his seat. When he was called, he quickly put down his chopsticks. Both of them looked a little innocent and ignorant. We didn't do anything. While I was in prison, one of you was obsessed with ironwork, and the other was obsessed with empowerment, and you didn't care about me at all. I know that this is because you always believed that I, Shan Wei, was innocent, and there was no need to ask. Li Zi and Jiang Hao were stunned at first, then smiled awkwardly but politely. Yes, Wei Gu is right. Koa laughed even more happily. This is trust. Yes, trust. That's right, I always believe you are innocent. Li Zi and Jiang Hao quickly echoed and raised their beer glasses. Come on. I toast everyone. Cheers to the eternal group 3. Tonight, we won't go home until we are drunk. Zhang Wei raised his head and drank a small glass of white wine. Everyone also drank wine or drinks. Qining smiled helplessly and shook her head and began to have a headache. I don't know how many people will get drunk tonight, and I don't know if I can finish the car. Qining substituted tea for wine, and just after taking a sip, the phone rang. Qining took out the phone and took a look, and her heart sank. She quickly stood up, grabbed a professional suit on the back of the chair, put it on and said, I go back to the base, you guys continue. Sister Ying, you're not right, you haven't even sat down yet. Zhang Wei was very disappointed. Work, no choice. Qining glanced at Yifeng. Old Feng, don't drink anymore, I send the servants back. Don't worry. Yifeng made an okay gesture. Xiaotian, follow me. Qining said. Okay. Xiaotian put down the coconut juice in his hand and stood up obediently. Qining grabbed a tissue, squatted down, wiped his mouth, and walked out of the box with his hand. Chapter 706. 1 o'clock in the morning. Nanji District, Baichuan Group Base, Conference Room. Xiaotian and Lei were standing outside the conference room. Both of them had activated their talents and dutifully investigated the surrounding movements to ensure that there was no enemy invasion. In fact, it was a bit redundant. Xiaotian, how old are you this year? Lei wanted to tease the cute and well-behaved children. I'm about to be 7 years old. Xiaotian answered happily. Qining promised to take him to Dishianai Paradise on his birthday. That was what he was looking forward to most recently. Do you have a girlfriend? Lei smiled evilly. Xiaotian shook his head shyly. Xiaotian, you can't. Lei was full of nonsense. When my sister was your age, she had changed boyfriends several times. Xiaotian was amused and giggled. You're lying. Brother Zhang Wei told me that sister Lei is still single. The evil smile on Lei's face froze. Hey, my face is itchy. I feel like I need to wear a mask. Zhang Wei knows nothing. Lei tried to save face. Sister, Impossible. A shocked roar suddenly came from the conference room. Lei and Xiaotian were both shocked. The smiles on their faces froze, and they all had a bad premonition. At this moment, in the conference room, Zhong He excitedly slammed the table and stared at Yin Liang across the long table. Yin Liang, you are dreaming. Tonight, the elder Yin Liang of the Qilin Union suddenly visited and said that he had something important to discuss, and did not give the Baichuan group a chance to refuse. Li called Chening, Wu Sei, and Zhong He, the new leader of Group 6, to meet together, and asked Xiaotian and Lei to guard outside. Zhong He attended the meeting as a representative of the team leader for the first time, and encountered such a big event, and his composure was completely gone. Qining, who was standing by, also had a very ugly expression on her face, but she still advised Zhong He for the sake of the overall situation. Calm down first. How do you ask me to calm down? Zhong He became even more excited. He has made it clear that he is going to forcefully take over our Baichuan group. Zhong-he. Mr. Li in the wheelchair ordered, "Sit down." Zhong-he then suppressed his temper, and sat down reluctantly. Haha, young and full of vigor and blood. Yin Liang, who was wearing a crooked mask, smiled. With an elder's tolerance towards the younger generation, Mrs. Li is a good leader, and everyone in the Baichuan group is a tough guy. I like him. Wu Sei had a blank expression, folded his hands, and held back his words, rolling his eyes in his heart. You like it? We gave you the face to like it? Are you worthy? Elder Yin Liang. Chenning spoke carefully. Are you serious about what you said just now? Seriously? Yin Liang was very direct and sincere. Yin Liang looked at Mr. Li and said solemnly, Qilin. The union hopes to merge with the Baichuan group. If you don't like the name of the Qilin Union, we can continue to use the Baichuan group. Mrs. Li is temporarily the vice president. She has a veto over everything in the union and has direct command over all elders. All team leaders will be promoted to elders, and all human resources will be redistributed to ensure that every elder can lead troops to fight. In addition, if Mrs. Li wants, after the 9 heirs are eliminated, you can be the president, and all the runes in your hands will be kept by you. For a while, the meeting room fell silent. Zhong-he, who was originally furious, was dumbfounded on the spot. Elder Yin Liang is not here to annex the Baichuan group, but to attach to the Baichuan group. Why do I feel like a rich girl is marrying a poor boy with a huge dowry and a lot of fanfare? No, it should be a tall, rich and handsome man who brings all his wealth to be the son-in-law of an ordinary girl. However, Zhong-he was dumbfounded for a few seconds before he came to his senses. Oh, it sounds good, but if they really merge together, the Baichuan group will have no say. By then, the Qilin Union will gradually erode and assimilate the Baichuan group, and Mrs. Li's rights will be gradually hollowed out, and in the end everyone will become Qilin's cattle and horses. Elder Yin Liang. Wu Sei couldn't help but sneered. Your conditions are good in every way, but... What is it? Yin Liang asked. It's just not real, Wu Sei said. Yin Liang also laughed. I knew you wouldn't believe it. To be honest, Qilin and I are not greedy for power. We founded the Qilin Union for only one thing from beginning to end, which is to open the door to the end. Let me put it this way. Yin Liang also revealed his cards. As long as we can get Qilin to open the door after collecting the 12 runes, we are willing to compromise on everything else. Everyone can say nice things. Zhong-he was not happy. I'm afraid that by then, we will have no choice. If you really get the 12 runes, will we still be opponents? By then, you will have to decide what you say. The conference hall was silent again. Although Zhong-he's words were unpleasant to hear, they expressed the thoughts of most people in the Baichuan group. The promises made by wolves and sheep are not credible at all. Yin Liang was silent for a moment, shook his head and sighed. Young man, use your brain. You? Qining grabbed Zhong-he and stopped him from getting angry. If Qilin wanted to steal your 3 runes, he would have done it long ago, Yin Liang said. On the night of the Crimson Tide, Qilin's strength was enough to crush Lilia. Everyone in the Baichuan group, I would like to ask if any one of you is confident that you can beat Lilia now. Colorless, Zhong-he's face suddenly looked a little ugly. Qining was fine, she was not a warrior to begin with, and she didn't feel humiliated at all. Comparing her with Lilia was actually flattering her. You should know that Elder Suzaku's equivalent exchange can strengthen anyone's combat power by 3 times, and the duration is 90 seconds. Yin Liang deliberately paused for a few seconds before leisurely answering. All of you in the Baichuan group, are you confident that you can survive the 3-fold strengthened Vangxiang of Qilin for 10 seconds? Zhong-he was not convinced. Are you trying to say that you can hide? Yin Liang interrupted. The foggy world is so big, the fish in the water, the animals on the ground, the plants on the trees, the people in the mirror, and many other places you don't know about may all hide the eyes of the Qilin Union. There may be a few fish that slip through the net, but most of the people in the Baichuan group will be found by us sooner or later. Zhong-he still wanted to be stubborn, but Yin Liang didn't give him a chance. Boy, are you trying to say that you can hide in this underground base, where it is safe? Yin Liang laughed hoarsely. Then I can only tell you one more thing. The triple-strengthened Qinglong can dig a huge abyss in the ground with its strongest punch. Your base will be wiped out in a few seconds. If we kill them all at once, it will save us a lot of trouble. Zhong-he was stunned. Every word of Yin Liang was like an invisible hand, grasping his heart. I don't mean to scare you. Yin Liang's attitude slowed down again. It's just that you should understand that it's easy for the Qilin Guild to take your runes. However, even though the situation is so serious, the Qilin Guild still respects you to the greatest extent and follows the rules. This is because of the kindness of Qilin. You should thank Qilin for his kindness. He. Yin Liang's eyes turned cold under the mask. If I were Qilin, you would have died long ago. Chapter 707. No one spoke for a long time in the empty meeting room. Qining felt like a lamb being stared at carelessly by a lazy wolf. Suddenly, the wolf's belly made a hungry cry, so the wolf's eyes narrowed slightly. Fear ran up her spine and filled her head, making it difficult for her to breathe. Others were not much better. Everyone, I just said it casually. Yin Liang picked up the teacup and took a sip. Even if you refuse to merge, we will not take action against you, because it is meaningless. The enemy of the Qilin Union is not the Baichuan group, not the 12 zodiac signs, and not even Jusi and Songwu sect. The enemy of the Qilin Union has always been only one, and that is the hourglass of doomsday. When the time is approaching, and the Qilin must open the door. Yin Liang smiled faintly. Qilin can sacrifice everything including himself for this. At that time, you still have to face a choice. Instead of this, it is better to choose to cooperate with us now. Let's fight for the survival of mankind together, speed up the pace of opening the door to the end, and create a new history for mankind. Yin Liang's tone was cold. Or, you choose to go against the will of heaven like Jusi, and the ending can only be destruction, and you will be nailed to the pillar of shame of human civilization forever. At this moment, everyone, including Li, was nailed to the seat by these words. I have finished what I have to say. Please consider it carefully. Yin Liang stood up, hunched slightly, put his hands behind his back, and walked away slowly. When he pushed open the door of the conference room, Yin Liang suddenly remembered something, stopped, and turned his back to everyone. By the way, Miss Qining, we have already discovered that you went to the balcony to water the flowers, which changed from once a week to once every night. Johan comprehended voice transmission, this S-level information, and Lu Qingying also sold it to us last night. Instantly, Qining was horrified, sweating profusely, and her heart was beating wildly. Even though Yin Liang had his back to her, she still tried to tighten her face, and did not dare to show panic. Yin Liang still had his back to the others. Jiusi is the enemy of the Qilin Union, but Qin Hui is everyone's common enemy. Jiusi is willing to sacrifice Qin Hui as a chess piece to deceive your trust and win you over. In terms of the result, it is not a bad thing. Clearing all the traitors of the Songmu cult will help the unity of mankind. So, we will not pursue the matter of the Baichuan group this time, but it is best not to have a next time. Qining, is this true? Madame Li asked indifferently, without any emotion. Qining immediately stood up in a feigned excitement and loudly defended, Madame Li. I have no connection with Jusi. This is a fabrication. I found Qin Hui through the clues left by green tea. Green tea has the ability to read minds, and has long discovered that Huang Lian is not right, but has not confirmed it. This Yin Liang is confusing right and wrong and trying to sow discord. Please make a wise judgment. Yin Liang laughed hoarsely. It seems that I have over-associate and misunderstood. Please don't take it to heart, Miss Qining. Yin Liang pushed open the door. I will come to visit you another day, and look forward to the reply from the Baichuan group. Click. Bang. The door closed. The meeting room was silent for a long time. Zhonghe looked at Mr. Li uncertainly. Madame Li, is this old man bluffing? No matter how strong Qilin and Qinglong are, they can't be so outrageous. I don't know about Qilin, but the destructive power of Qinglong. Wu Sei recalled the power of Qinglong's serious punch under the church in Aurora Town, Snow Country. He could only hit 50% of his strength at that time. Then, Wu Sei recalled the experience of Zhu Ke opening the triple enhancement for her in the sunflower sea of the botanical garden on the last night of Scarlet Tide. At that time, Qinglong's infinite evolution and Zhu Ke's equivalent exchange were only level 6. Assuming Qinglong's talent reaches level 7, coupled with his cheating growth mechanism, and Zhu Ke's 3 times, or even 4 times enhancement, and then let Qinglong hit a long charge punch without reservation. Wu Sei sighed pessimistically and rubbed his temples. It's almost right. Zhonghe was completely deflated. He leaned back in his chair and felt deeply frustrated. The talents ranked in the top 12 were not at the same level as other talents. Madame Li. Wu Sei also looked at Li. What we have been worried about has happened. What should we do? Madame Li looked calm and smiled faintly. Nothing to do. Zhonghe was confused. Madame Li, this is urgent. We must not sit and wait for death. Zhonghe, don't ask. Wu Sei believed that Madame Li, this woman, was far more capable and courageous than her peaceful appearance. She was able to lead the Baichuan group to where she is today, not because of her good temper and that wheelchair. It's getting late, go back and rest, wake up tomorrow, and the sun will rise as usual. Madame Li controlled the wheelchair and walked to the door of the meeting room. Qining, thank you for taking me back. Madame Li. Wu Sei looked at Qining subtly. I take you. Was even you doubt me? Qining pretended to be hurt. Didn't you also suspect that I was dust? Wu Sei said calmly. I don't have any complaints. Qining had nothing to say and stopped refutation. No need. Li smiled. Let Qining take you home. She drives steadily, and I'm used to it. Yes. Wu Sei stopped talking. In the middle of the night, Qining drove Li home. Xiao Tian sat in the passenger seat, sensing the surrounding situation and eliminating danger. Li, who was sitting in the back seat, closed his eyes and rested, and didn't say a word all the way. Qining deliberately drove very slowly, waiting for something. After almost 20 minutes, Li opened her eyes. Her calm blue eyes moved slightly, and she glanced at Xiao Tian in the rearview mirror. Qining noticed it immediately, and immediately took out a pair of wireless headphones, and handed them to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, listen to the song. Yeah. Xiao Tian plugged in the headphones very sensibly, closed his eyes, and Qining turned up the music. Li took out a small anti-eavesdropping jammer from his glasses case, and turned it on. For a moment, the whole car was protected, preventing any eavesdropping. Mrs. Li. Qining had already thought about it. Don't worry, if the Qilin Union has solid evidence, you can hand me over to them for disposal, and I will take the responsibility alone. Silly child. Mrs. Li shook her head helplessly. Yin Liang doesn't want your life, nor my life, nor the life of the Baichuan group. Chapter 708. Mrs. Li smiled bitterly. What Qilin wants is the power to dominate the world, and the power to rule mankind. It is the ultimate conceited ambition of a strong man. Qining was thoughtful. The deadline for Doomsday is approaching. Juicy has repeatedly provoked successfully, and is still growing. Qilin's patience is almost exhausted. Now that the dust has been pulled out, the foundation of the Baichuan group is clean, and there are no potential risks. Therefore, the Qilin Union will speed up the pace of annexing us. Although the hard power of the Baichuan group is average, its soft power such as investigation, assistance, and resource creation is first class. Our join can play an important, or even key role in the Qilin Union's elimination of the Juicy organization. Blessings and disasters are hidden, and disasters are blessed. The words of the ancients have their own reasons. Qining was very unwilling, and subconsciously gripped the steering wheel. Are we just going to let them slaughter us? Qining. Mrs. Li did not answer but asked, what is your ideal? My loved ones, and I can live safely, freely, with dignity and hope. Qining answered very straightforwardly, and 2 seconds later, she laughed at herself. I know it's difficult. It's difficult, but not impossible. We have been working hard for this until today, right? Qining nodded. Mr. Li sighed. Qining, how much can you sacrifice for this ideal? Everything. Qining smiled. She had been waiting for Mr. Li to say this. Think it over before answering. Madame Li became more serious. Sometimes people don't know themselves that well. When the critical moment comes, they may regret it. I have thought it through. Qining said firmly. That night, I watched Xiaotian's soul being burned to death by the dust, and then being saved by Gao Yang. When Xiaotian hugged me and cried, I thought it through clearly. Even though I am so weak, I will bet everything. At least, I want to give Xiaotian a bright future. The future of mankind is Xiaotian's future. I hope that one day, Xiaotian can go to the real world, fly a kite happily and freely under the real sunshine. Mrs. Li was stunned. Why fly a kite? Every spring, he goes to the park to fly a kite. Qining smiled. He was very happy at that time. Mrs. Li smiled. When you were a child, you also liked to fly kites. Really? Qining was a little surprised. She really couldn't remember. Qining turned the steering wheel and returned to the topic. Mrs. Li, I know you must have a plan. Mr. Li nodded slightly, returning to the decisiveness and calmness of the leader. Qining, within 3 days, you steal the other 2 runes and defect to the 9 Heirs organization. Qining was shocked. She had guessed that she would bear the name of traitor to exonerate the Baichuan group, but she didn't expect that she would even take away all the rune circuits. Madame Li, do you really want to do this? Qining hesitated for a moment. Although she thought Gao Yang was more reliable than Qilin, Gao Yang was actually quite crazy. Qining did not think that Gao Yang would definitely lead mankind to a bright future. Of course, if she had to choose, in addition to Madame Li, Qinying's second choice would be Gao Yang. Yes. Mr. Li explained. The 2 runes are your most sincere token of loyalty. Only in this way will Juicy truly trust and accept you. In addition, even if the Baichuan group without runes merges with the Qilin Union, their plan will fail, and I can also save the Baichuan group. But Chinning thought of many things at once. If the Baichuan group really joins the Qilin Union, won't I be an enemy of you in the future? Don't forget, I am the vice president and have a veto power. Li said, I will try my best not to let the Baichuan group go to the battlefield. But this cannot be completely avoided. Chinning added in her heart, what's more, Qilin may sideline you. Chinning, this is a war, and war means bloodshed. Li sighed, not only yourself, but also the sacrifice of others is inevitable. Once you make a choice, you can't turn back. Chinning suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Mrs. Li wanted to confirm her determination just now. Sacrifice everything. It turns out that this is the weight of everything. Chinning, I ask you for the third time and the last time, think clearly before answering. Li's eyes were cold. How much can you pay for your ideal? Chinning clenched the steering wheel, and after a few seconds, slowly let go. This time, she was very determined and made a choice. Everything. Li had a blank expression on her face. Outside the car window, a stream of light passed over her face, as if it had pressed the inner key for this plan. Okay. Li took off his glasses and began to plan. Tomorrow, I will take back the 2 rune circuits in Wu Sei and Zhongyi's hands, because Yin Liang's words tonight made me suspect that one of the 4 team leaders was secretly colluding with Jiu. I was worried, so I took back the runes and kept them myself. Isn't that reasonable? Reasonable. Chinning replied. I will hide the runes in a secret room. You are my personal secretary and know me best. You guessed where I would hide the runes. Isn't that reasonable? Reasonable. Yin Liang's words have shaken my trust in you. You realize that the situation is not good, and you decide to go all out. You steal the rune before me, and take your confidant to join the Juicy organization. This is reasonable, isn't it? Reasonable. You have 3 days to make these reasonable things happen. Mrs. Li said. Chinning was silent for a few seconds and nodded, yes. Mr. Li reminded, when you succeed, you will become the most wanted criminal of Baichuan Group and Qilin Union, the public enemy of mankind second only to Gao Yang. You will live in exile every day, and may be killed at any time. If you die, you may always bear the infamy, and even your grave will be spit on. I have realized it. Qin Ying's eyes were firm. Mr. Li nodded gently and stopped talking. After 10 seconds of silence, she turned off the jammer and put on her glasses again. Chinning had also adjusted to her normal state. She stretched out a hand and took off Xiaotian's headphones. Xiaotian, are you hungry? Xiaotian nodded shyly. A little. I'm hungry too. Chinning rubbed Xiaotian's head. After sending Mrs. Li home, let's go to the gate of Liqing University to eat beef offal noodles. Yeah. Xiaotian's eyes jumped with joy. 4 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Wei's mouth was dry and his head was heavy. He forgot how much he drank and how much he boasted. He vaguely remembered that he ran to the toilet to vomit twice, and then Yifeng carried him on his shoulders and threw him into the car. He didn't remember what happened afterwards. Although Zhang Wei's talent was mediocre, he was an awakener after all, and his overall physical quality was far better than that of ordinary humans. At this moment, he had sobered up for the most part. He was lying on a soft sofa, covered with a fragrant blanket. Yeah, it smelled really good, and you could tell it was a woman's fragrance as soon as you smelled it. It should be a combination of shampoo, conditioner, skin care products, cream, and the scent of women. She still looks like a beauty, he. In his hazy state, Zhang Wei's thoughts gradually became obscene. It would be nice to have a colorful dream like this. Suddenly, he was startled. Chapter 709. Wait, what's going on now? Where am I? And why am I covered with a blanket that smells like a woman? Zhang Wei lost all sleepiness, got up quickly, and looked around nervously. The lights in the living room were off, but from the dim outline, one could vaguely tell that it was an apartment with warm decoration and full of life. The bathroom at the end was lit with bright orange-yellow lights, and a mist of water emanated from the half-open door. From time to time, the sound of running water could be heard, and someone should be taking a bath. Zhang Wei's head went down with a buzzing sound, although he always boasted that he changed women like changing clothes. But in fact, Zhang Wei is still wearing the clothes called Virgin Single, and has never changed them. Could this be the legendary romantic encounter? No, I didn't get drunk at the bar and get picked up by someone. This was a serious dinner with colleagues. No way could it be that my colleagues did something to me? Zhang Wei's mood was inexplicably complicated, nervous, but also a little excited. He touched his chin and analyzed calmly. Who could be the person in the bathroom? First, Shuang was ruled out. She had a good relationship with her husband Buzhou, and she was probably still having a child. How could she hook up with Zhang Wei? then Fusheng was ruled out. This elder sister has always been pure and desireless. She is almost cultivating to become a bodhisattva. This kind of thing has nothing to do with her. Could it be? Li Zi? Well, Li Zi is very likely. She has a rough and bold personality. If she gets drunk by accident, it is possible that she dares to do such an extraordinary thing. But as far as Zhang Wei knows, Li Zi has no house in the city. She usually stays in the abandoned car processing plant when she is not at the base. If Li Zi committed the crime, Zhang Wei should have woken up from the hotel now. Could it be? Zhang Wei just came to a conclusion. The bathroom door opened. Qining, wrapped in a sexy bathrobe, tilted her head and grabbed a towel, wiping the wet ends of her hair, and smiled at Zhang Wei with an ambiguous smile. Awake? On. Zhang Wei's brain crashed again. Shit! It's really Sister Ying. My first time was actually given to Sister Ying. This is too happy. No, I have to quickly recall. No, recall the details. Damn, I can't remember it at all. When Qining saw Zhang Wei's face, she guessed the dirty thoughts in his mind. She was not angry. She lifted her half-dry hair to the back, subconsciously tightened the belt on her bathrobe, and pulled the bathrobe up in front of her chest. Make you a cup of tea to sober you up? Qining said. Okay. Zhang Wei's tongue was almost tied. Qining explained while making tea for Zhang Wei. I asked Yifeng to send you here. I have something to talk to you about. What? Thing? Zhang Wei was nervous, excited and expectant. He confidently speculated. It seems that I was lying before, and nothing happened. Sister Ying took a shower first and waited for me to wake up. Come to think of it, it's not unreasonable. Sister Ying has been single for so many years. She is not a stone man. There must be times when she is lonely and unbearable, right? In Group 3, except for the married man, I have the highest appearance. Sister Ying chose me. There is nothing wrong with it. Speaking of which, Sister Ying is generous and beautiful, with a good figure and a gentle personality, but she is serious at work, which is exactly the type I like, although I like many types. I have to perform well later, and I must not let her see that I have no experience. Qining brought a cup of hot tea over, and Zhang Wei immediately took the hot tea, and the whole person was very restrained. Thank you. Qining sat down opposite Zhang Wei, and looked at him carefully. Zhang Wei was at a disadvantage. He lowered his head to drink tea. The tea was very hot, so he took a sip. Taking advantage of this time, he stabilized his position, and decided to show the courage of a playboy. He pretended to be experienced and smiled evilly. Sister Ying, you asked me to come so late. It's definitely not to discuss work, right? Of course. Qining smiled mysteriously, picked up the teacup, stood up. Come with me to the bathroom. Buzz. Zhang Wei's head exploded again. Oh my god. This straight ball. Sister Ying, I really didn't expect that under your serious appearance, you actually have such a hot heart. I love it so much. Zhang Wei swallowed his saliva and forced himself to calm down. He took the tea and followed Qining into the bathroom. Qining smiled, closed the door. Zhang Wei closed the door immediately. Qining sat down on the edge of the bathtub, her long legs lazily raised under her bathrobe, and she patted the edge of the bathtub beside her. Come, sit down. Zhang Wei forced his eyes away from Qinying's smooth thighs, and sat beside her, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Qining turned on the shower head sideways, making a gurgling sound of running water, ensuring that it would become white noise that could interfere with eavesdropping. Qining leaned close to Zhang Wei's ear and whispered, Zhang Wei, I have something to ask you. Whether you agree or refuse, please keep it confidential. Sister Ying, your business is my business, and I am obliged to help you relieve your loneliness. Zhang Wei's smile gradually became greasy, and he began to unbutton his clothes. I feel relieved when you say that. Chen Ying's expression became serious, and he whispered, Zhang Wei, I plan to join the Juicy organization. Zhang Wei's hands that were unbuttoning froze along with a greasy smile on his face, and the restless blood in his body quickly cooled down. After being silent for a long time, Zhang Wei slowly spoke. Sister Ying, are you serious? I tell you the truth. Qining said, I have already contacted Juicy. Without Juicy's help, Qinhui would not be able to find it. Now, the Qilin Union intends to forcibly annex the Baichuan group, and Mrs. Li chose to compromise. Joining Qilin is like boiling a frog in warm water. I don't want to be that frog. Qin Ying's eyes were burning. Zhang Wei, you have been with me for many years. Apart from Xiaotian, you are the first person I think of, and the person I trust the most. Do you want to come with me? Zhang Wei listened to Chen Ying silently. The cooling blood in his body was just the calm before the storm. A few seconds later, The blood in his body was completely boiling and rushed to his head. The previous tricks had long been thrown out of the sky. Fuck! Zhang Wei shouted and jumped up. Sister Ing, I have been waiting for this day. Keep your voice down. Chen Ing shouted. Zhang Wei quickly shut up, sat back on the edge of the bathtub, lowered his voice, and trembled with excitement. Sister Ing, to be honest, I have long wanted to go to Juicy. I am very good at judging people. Gao Yang is definitely not an ordinary person. You can't go wrong by following him. Madame Li is a good elder, but not a good leader. If you follow her, you will fall into the pit sooner or later. Qilin, a hypocrite, who will perish if he does too much evil. As for Long, he is too pretentious. I don't like people who pretend to be X. I can't talk to such people sincerely. Chen Ing was secretly surprised. She didn't expect Zhang Wei to think so much. Yes, during the days when Zhang Wei was locked up, he had already thought about these things over and over again. Since you have this intention for a long time, why don't you take action? Chen Ing asked coldly with a rolling gaze. Chapter 710. Hey! Zhang Wei slapped his thigh, realizing that he had made too much noise, and quickly lowered his voice. I don't have anyone to turn to. And if I go alone, how can Juicy trust me? I have no ability, and no bargaining chips. Juicy can't take risks for a waste. Chen Ing was stunned. Zhang Wei, your confidence is really different from others. It's different now. Zhang Wei's eyes were full of confidence. Sister Ing, you and Gao Yang are old friends. He trusts you, and you trust me. With your endorsement, there will be no problem. Chen Ing smiled. One of her hands was still in the bathtub water, with the bath foam floating on it, holding a deep potion, and she slowly loosened her hand. Okay, I take you away. Chen Ing made up her mind. How many people do we have now? Zhang Wei took a sip of tea, looking like the mastermind. Me shout on you. Chen Ing said. No, it's too few. Zhang Wei said seriously. If you want to go, take more. Chen Ing didn't respond. Originally, she didn't even want to take Xiaotian with her, but if she didn't take Xiaotian with her, it would be too abnormal. Not to mention deceiving the Qilin Union, I'm afraid Juicy wouldn't believe her. However, Xiaotian is just a child. Even if he is really caught in the future, it is nothing more than a crime of being bewitched by Chen Ing, and his life will not be in danger. In short, taking one more person means implicating one more person to take risks with her. Of course, there is another reason. Although the relationship between the three groups is good, it is still too difficult to completely defect. After all, everyone's position is different, there are too many variables, and the risk of being exposed is also high. Zhang Wei didn't know Chen Ying's concerns. He said bluntly, Sister Ing, your character and ability are seen by everyone. Not to mention everyone in the three groups, as long as you want, it will be no problem to take away most of them. You are the leader, and you can't hear many voices. To tell you the truth, everyone is dissatisfied with Madame Li now, and thinks she is too cowardly. In addition, everyone is also afraid of the Qilin Union, especially the newly appointed elder Yan Liang, who is very evil and feels that he can do anything bad. Chen Ing was very surprised. Zhang Wei, you are really clear-headed. Before, Buzhou also privately asked me about the situation of the 12 zodiac signs, because I boasted that I was very familiar with Dohu, and he really believed it, haha. Hey, I'm off topic. Zhang Wei took another sip of tea. Buzhou and Shuang are planning to have a child. They don't feel safe staying in the Baichuan group. Even for the sake of their possible children, he wants to find a good backer. Do you think Juicy is a good backer? Chen Ing asked. That's not nonsense. Zhang Wei said, Sister Ing, you want to go to Juicy. Don't you know the good of Juicy? Chen Ing was slightly stunned, then smiled. Not bad, then let me test you. What is good about Juicy? Hee. Zhang Wei became more excited. Okay, I talk to you slowly. Slowly. Chen Ing turned around and turned the faucet, making the sound of the shower a little louder. First of all, the most important point. Zhang Wei's eyes were bright. This Gao Yang has the aura of a protagonist. Huh? Chen Ing was stunned. I'm not joking. Zhang Wei said seriously. Do you know that there was an emperor in history who was the son of the plane? I've thought about it, and this Gao Yang got a similar script, and he was very lucky. He didn't rely entirely on luck. Chen Ing said, I have worked with him. He grows very fast, is bold and careful, sticks to the bottom line, and has a high level of awareness. Sister Ing, I know all this. I know Gao Yang as well as you do. My brothers and I are all his fans in private. Sister Ing, I'm just asking you this. Zhang Wei licked his tongue. Is Qilin powerful? Is Long powerful? Madame Li was powerless, but she was able to establish the Baichuan group and divide the world into 3 parts. Is she powerful? And the mysterious Sangmu sect leader, who is hard to find, is she powerful? All of them are powerful. Chunning answered truthfully. Then do you know how many years they spent on planning, and how many advantages they took? This question stumped Chunning. How long has the dragon survived by hibernation? He also has the strongest talent to get to where he is today. Qilin has the second strongest talent, holds the miracle rune, and is the only one who knows the secret of the gate of the end. He also has noble people to help him. How many years did it take him to get to where he is today? Madam Li, don't say it. We know it very well. As for the Sangmu sect, what Ghost Group, Delusion Beast, High-Level Beast King, Half-Man, Tail Team, and the original Xuanwu, countless big guys work for her. How many years did she plan to get to where she is today? Let's take a look at Gao Yang. It has only been 9 months since he awakened, and he has been lying down for 3 months in the middle. What does this mean? That is to say, a little kid who is 19 years old has not comprehended the talents of the first 12, and has no windows of time and place. In the stable situation where the world is already divided into 3 parts, it only took 6 months to establish his own sect and divide the world into 4 parts, and there is a great momentum to surpass. Chunning fell silent. It's not over yet. Let's take a look at what Gao Yang has done in the past 6 months. He found half of the runes. Before this, the entire awakening world worked hard for 20 years to find half of the runes. He has mastered 6 or 7 talents, and has jumped from the bottom of the strength list to the top 5. He has also killed countless powerful enemies directly and indirectly. Before this, we had never even heard of these powerful enemies. Also, what is his identity now? He is the Son of God. The Son of God. Sister Ying, what kind of halo does a person need to have to do this? If he is not the Son of the Plane, there will be no Son of the Plane in this world. So this is the first reason why I chose Jusi, and it is also the most important reason. Chunning did not express his opinion. Go on. The second reason is that Jusi has the greatest potential. This is not my blind optimism, but an objective fact. You see, Jusi's strength is much weaker than that of the Qilin Union, but in the previous confrontations, Jusi won a small victory and helped us find the dust. Chunning thought and motioned Zhang Wei to continue. The third reason is that staying in Jusi is safer than staying in Baichuan Group. Zhang Wei said. Why? Chunning couldn't help asking. Because Jusi is in the dark, and the 3 major organizations are in the light. Zhang Wei smiled. Jusi is now fighting guerrilla warfare. Everyone in the group is an elite, and they have talents like Thousand Faces. Invisibility. Game player. Voice transmission. They are elusive and treacherous. If we join Jusi, even if we have to hide all the time, we can survive to the end. But if we join the Qilin Union, it will not be up to us. The Qilin Union will definitely use us as cannon fodder, and be the first to die. Well, great minds think alike. Chunning said with a high attitude. Are there any other reasons? One more thing. Zhang Wei smiled. I like Jusi's corporate culture very much. Chunning was almost amused by Zhang Wei's serious look. Tell me more. Chapter 711. Has Jusi ever had a traitor? Chunning nodded slightly. Really not. Right, in recent years, there have been too many cases of people jumping ship, betraying, planting spies, and undercover agents among the 3 major organizations. They have also been infiltrated by the Sangmu cult, making things chaotic. Look at Jusi again, all the people were poached, but they are loyal and united like a pyramid scheme. All the people in Jusi are elites, but they are so devoted to Gao Yang. In addition to their personal charm, it can only be the corporate culture. Zhang Wei said, to put it simply, he has taken the right path, and everyone has hope, and is willing to follow him. For a while, Chunning looked at Zhang Wei with new eyes. She used to think that he was a social bullshitter who liked to brag, but she didn't expect that he had his own understanding of the situation. Seeing Chunning wavering, Zhang Wei took advantage of the situation and suggested, Sister Ying, we can't just think about ourselves. Since we are going, we should take more people with us. We can save as many people as possible. We can't watch our brothers and sisters jump into the fire pit. What do you mean? Chunning looked at Zhang Wei. Have a hangmen banquet. Zhang Wei grinned and said, just confront the people in Group 3. Those who are willing to leave can leave, and those who are unwilling to leave can stay. Chunning concentrated on thinking. She really didn't think of taking so many people with her before, but after listening to Zhang Wei's analysis, and in order to really play her traitor character well, it was necessary to have a hangmen banquet. Chunning made up her mind. Okay, but this is very dangerous. We have to plan for the long term, and there must be no mistakes. We don't have much time, only 3 days. No problem. Zhang Wei patted his chest. Don't worry about me. The two had a long conversation in the bathroom for 2 hours, arranging the plan in detail. After dawn, Zhang Wei left Chen Ying's house. Chen Ying played her tricks well, said Zhang Wei into the elevator, and hugged each other in the elevator in an ambiguous manner. Before leaving, Chen Ying fixed Zhang Wei's bow tie and said a few sweet words. Zhang Wei also strode away with a smug look on his face. At 11 o'clock the next night, Chen Ying went to the balcony to collect 2 clothes. This time she went into the house quickly, in less than 30 seconds. Chen Ying returned to the bedroom, folded the clothes, and put them in the closet, but she was still uneasy. She returned to the living room, sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, pretended to watch a TV series, and tried to calm down. Dingling. The doorbell suddenly rang. Chen Ying was startled. Who could it be at this time? Chen Ying stood up alertly, touched the black gold pistol hidden at her waist, and slowly walked to the door. Chen Ying held the gun in one hand, pointed it at the door, quietly approached the cat's eye, and quickly looked out. Chen Ying was surprised. It was them. Early morning. Dongyu District, New Cemetery. There is a small river at the foot of the cemetery. The small river flows into Lijiang, forming a triangular shoal. On the shoal is an abandoned sand dredging boat, and a sand washing plant that has been out of use for many years is built nearby. In the large and dilapidated flat factory building, in addition to the sand pile, there is a large open space. There are several mattresses, sleeping bags, tents, and old sofas on the open space, and basic daily necessities, and 2 boxes of equipment and supplies are stored next to them. Compared with the villa in Lijianjuan, the living environment here is very difficult, just like a gathering place for homeless people. There is no way. This is the rule. You can't stay in any place for too long, and you can't just find a comfortable place. The temporary base must have no rules and be full of randomness. In this way, even if the people of Qilin Union find some clues afterwards, they can't completely narrow the search scope. The sand washing field had been powered off for a long time, and there were no lights, but the bright moonlight flowed in from the window, vaguely outlining everyone's facial features and eyes. After Johan received Chen Ying's message, he immediately rushed back to the sand washing field and called everyone to a meeting. An hour ago, Chen Ying went to the balcony to collect clothes, and connected with Johan's voice transmission, left 2 words, and went back to the room. Chen Ying, go! The matter is exposed. I'm being targeted. I plan to bring people and runes to surrender to you. For the specific situation, contact Huang Gongnan tomorrow morning. After Johan received Chen Ying's message, he immediately cut off the voice transmission and secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Since Chen Hui was pulled out, Johan has become more confident in pulling out the Sangmu cult, and has become more convinced of Gao Yang's determination and ability to take revenge. In an excited mood, Johan firmly believes that weakness is upgraded to level 7, and even the level 4 voice transmission is also upgraded to level 7. Level 7 voice transmission is a qualitative leap. Not only can the distance of mental communication be up to 1.5 kilometers, but it can also pull 7 people including oneself into a group chat at one time for up to 5 minutes. This skill can only be used once a day. Holding a tactical telescope, Johan, who is 1.5 kilometers away, cannot be discovered by the people who are following Chen Ying. But if he is still at level 4 voice transmission, he is only 500 meters away from Chen Ying's home. It is really hard to say. Johan immediately returned to the base and consulted with everyone. Gao Yang sat on the sofa and thought quietly. After hearing this news, the others had different moods. Ha ha. Chen Ying has also been forced to do something. Good news. Hui Xiong was very excited. With runes and people, our strength has increased greatly this time. Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao was also optimistic. I feel that Sister Chen Ying is a good person. The captain has also worked with her many times, so there should be no problem. She is trustworthy, but the people she brings may not be. Qing Ling said. Indeed. Johan nodded. But with Chen Ying's personality, it is impossible for her to abandon her companions and come here alone. If she was so heartless, she would have been poached by the captain long ago. Johan glanced at Gao Yang and cautiously reminded, we can't determine whether there is a traitor around Chen Ying. If Juse's base is exposed, it will be very dangerous. Johan? Hui Xiong shook his head. You are afraid of this and that. How can Jusi grow stronger? We established Jusi not to live such a hard life hiding from place to place every day. We want to chase the dawn. If things go on like this, where is the dawn? I can't see it at all. The atmosphere was a little stiff. Everyone looked at Gao Yang, waiting for him to say something. He slowly raised his head and looked at the few people who hadn't spoken. What do you think? Nana stood on the sand pile with her hands folded, wearing a black cape. Humph. It doesn't matter, my king will. Shut up. Qing Ling guessed that she couldn't come up with any constructive suggestions, and stopped a second-year speech in time. This matter is a bit difficult to handle. Wang Zikai touched his chin, frowned, and was very embarrassed. He seemed to have a completely different view on this matter. Chapter 712. For a moment, everyone looked at Wang Zikai, waiting for his insights. In fact, Wang Zikai simply remembered one thing. At the beginning, 2 holes were burned on his buttocks and Qining saw it. Qining was coming. If Qining let it slip, how could he, Wang Zikai, be the behind-the-scenes boss and spiritual leader of 94 in the future, and what prestige would he have? Is Qining tight-lipped? Wang Zikai looked at Gao Yang. If not, don't come. Anyway, I'm here, you don't have to be afraid. For a moment, many people looked at him with admiration. This Wang Zikai thinks deeply. He is worried that Qin Ying's dirty work may implicate Juicy. Only Gao Yang understood what Wang Zikai was worried about. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. I really can't count on you to make suggestions. He looked at Cantu, who met the captain's gaze. She hesitated and said, I think we should accept Qining. Although there are risks, didn't the captain take risks when he dug to find us? Just like Uncle Xiong said, if there is no risk, Juicy will not be able to grow. Well said. Gui Xiong was very satisfied. Everyone, I won't say how important runes are. Think about the talents of Qining and Xiaotian, and the talents of the other 3 groups. That Li Zi's blacksmith, Jiang Hao's empowerment. If they come here, they will be half of the equipment warehouse, and they can also cut off the equipment line of other organizations, and that floating wood. Fuxing. Qingling corrected. Yes, Fuxing's God's blessing. With her, we can fight Qilin head-on. Too naive. Jiuhan poured cold water. God's blessing is only immune to illusions and hallucinations, and has only a certain resistance to mental damage. It's too early to deal with Qilin. That's better than nothing. Hui Xiong was a little unhappy. Lao Han, you are good in everything, but you are too exclusive. You were like this when you were the captain, and you didn't care about people from other groups. What happened to number 11? If it weren't for our number 5 group. Hui Xiong. Gao Yang called out. Hui Xiong was stunned, knowing that he had said the wrong thing. He scratched his head a little irritably. Lao Han, I didn't mean that. Don't take it to heart. No, you were right about number 11. It's all my responsibility. Jiuhan had a blank expression, but I still stick to my opinion on this matter. Kuyu. Gao Yang looked at Kuyu. She stood aside and had no sense of presence. I don't know Qining, I listened to you. Kuyu answered simply. Manshi? Gao Yang finally looked at Manshi. Manshi leaned against the window, lowered her head, and played with the flying knife in her hand. It doesn't matter. Gao Yang was a little surprised, but didn't ask any more questions. He thought for a moment, and made a decision. Well, let's vote. Everyone nodded, and thought it was okay. Raise your hands if you support accepting Qin Ying's team. Gao Yang said. Hui Xiong was the first to raise his hand, followed by Cantu, Hong Xiaoxiao and Nana. Wang Zikai hesitated and raised his hand. Raise your hands if you oppose it. Jiuhan raised his hand. The votes came out. Those who support it, Hui Xiong, Cantu, Hong Xiaoxiao, Nana, Wang Zikai. Those who oppose it, Jiuhan. Those who abstain from voting, Qingling, Kuyu Manshi. Then accept Qining. Gao Yang said, Jiuhan, tomorrow morning you go to contact Qining to finalize the details, and see how GOC needs to cooperate. Okay. Jiuhan nodded and obeyed the order. Gao Yang looked around at everyone, and his eyes quickly fell on Manshi. He always felt that something was wrong with him tonight. Manshi was half a think tank in the team, and his reaction tonight was too cold. This was obviously a big deal, but he acted as if he didn't care. Manshi, I still want to hear your thoughts. Gao Yang took the initiative to call him. Heh. Manshi sneered, okay, but I can only tell you one person. Gao Yang stood up and walked towards Manshi. Manshi possessed Gao Yang and was about to say something. Alert! A dagger suddenly appeared in Manshi's hand and stabbed Gao Yang's heart. When Gao Yang was with Manshi, he never really let down his guard. When he heard the system warning, he immediately felt the wind coming from under him. He quickly dodged the attack, leaving a not-so-deep wound on his chest, and the blood quickly dyed his clothes red. This sudden scene made everyone stunned for a second. Manshi, you are crazy! Hui Xiong roared and rushed forward. Qingling had 2 more tang swords in his hand and rushed towards Manshi. Wang Zikai also ran towards Manshi. You are looking for death. Others also took action. Don't come over. Gao Yang gave an order, and everyone else stood still, and was in a dilemma for a while. Manshi held the bloody dagger, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. What a pity, this time it was just a little bit. Manshi, do you really want to kill me? Gao Yang's mouth showed a bitterness. It depends on you. Manshi held the dagger and stared at Gao Yang sharply. Now, I really want to kill you. Why? Now you are not worthy of being my boss, you have. Manshi raised his head, his eyes contemptuous, and his voice contemptuous. Leadership is unqualified. Gao Yang felt a tightness in his chest, as if a soft spot had been hit hard by someone. Disqualified. Wei Xiong was anxious and angry. You can't find such a good captain even with a lantern. That's it. Ken was also a little angry. Brother Manshi, didn't we choose the captain because he treats us as real companions? If he only gives orders and treats everyone as tools, what's the difference between him and the Qilin Union? I think you are just itching for trouble. Wang Zikai clenched his fists. Brother will peel off your snake skin tonight. Don't say anything. Gao Yang raised his voice. Brother Wang Zikai, don't say anything. Gao Yang stopped him again. Wang Zikai was furious, and seeing Gao Yang's repeated requests, he was unhappy but endured it. Gao Yang looked at Manshi again. I want to know, where am I disqualified? Manshi got straight to the point. Only incompetent leaders will vote. Gao Yang was silent. Manshi continued, you can listen to everyone's opinions, but you must make your own decisions. You don't even need our consent to make decisions. You did a good job before. Why did you change? Gao Yang looked calm. This time the situation is different. Excuse. Manshi suddenly roared. Not to mention Gao Yang, even Wei Xiong, who has been brothers for many years, rarely saw Manshi so excited. Gao Yang. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Manshi continued to roar. He was always cautious, but this time, he was not afraid of attracting enemies at all. Chapter 713. Although this was successful, Qingxi and I almost died. You think it was your fault, so you dare not make a decision now. You are afraid of making mistakes again and taking responsibility. You might as well give us the decision-making power. In this way, you can escape responsibility and guilt, right? Gao Yang was speechless. Shameful coward. Manshi shouted. Manshi, this is a bit too much. Wei Xiong couldn't listen anymore. Shut up. Don't interrupt me. Manshi stared at Gao Yang with an aggressive look. Leiko joined the gang again and cheated Chen Hui, which was the best idea you could think of at the time. The accident happened because we were too weak, which doesn't mean you were wrong. Even if you were really wrong, Qingxi and I died, and more people died, so what? Gao Yang, do you think you are the only one gambling? Everyone left the original organization and followed you to fight for their lives. Isn't it a gamble? We are betting that you can win, and we believe you can win unconditionally. But now you are afraid, retreating, escaping, and even dare not make a decision. Manshi sneered. He yelled again. Get it right. You are the boss. You founded the 9 heirs. You swore to lead us to chase the dawn. Then you must do everything you can to win. Even if you keep making mistakes, being cursed by thousands of people, and finally going to hell, you must not retreat at all. When I followed Benson, which mission didn't have brothers sacrificed? Which mission was perfect? But no one complained. Because he was the boss we chose, he was the strongest, calmest, and most determined. He always rushed to the front, and retreated to the back. He always thought about the final victory, not the mercy at the moment. Gao Yang, look at your cowardly appearance now. Do you think that if you just live like this, protect everyone from getting hurt, and finally die gently together in the good night, you will be a good leader with a clear conscience? Manshi rushed up and grabbed Gao Yang's collar. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. This is not a leader, this is a lamb. You said that we are not lambs, we are not orphans of the world, we are descendants of gods, and warriors fighting for fate. Warriors can die, but they must not lose. The dark and dilapidated sand-washing field echoed with Mansh's angry roar. Silence. A long silence. Gao Yang, listen carefully, I will only say this once. Manshi let go of Gao Yang's collar and punched him in the chest, forcing him to take 2 steps back and look directly into Mansh's eyes. You are the heir of God. You are the leader. You are our head. Shiran, Rani, Gui Ma are all looking at you, and we are all looking at you too. Use all your strength and drain all your brains. Fight. Keep fighting. Fight with all your might. Don't care who will fall in the middle of the journey. Don't care who will sweep whose grave in the end. Your only mission is to lead the night heirs to see the dawn. If you do it, you will still be the boss that makes us proud even if you go to hell. If you can't do it, you will still be a shameful coward even if you go to heaven. We will never forgive you. Do you understand? Gao Yang had never heard Man Shi say so many words. It is no exaggeration to say that all the words Man Shi had said to Gao Yang before were not as many as tonight. Gao Yang remembered every word in his heart. Man Shi is the sword of Damocles on Gao Yang's head. The sand-washing field was completely silent. Everyone was burned by the deepest and most determined anger in Man's chest tonight, so they had to spend time digesting the burning pain. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Yang looked up, his eyes clear, firm, and hot again. He turned his head, and slowly looked around at all his companions, and everyone's eyes became more and more firm. The road we should take is still on the way, Gao Yang said calmly. The road we should defend must still be defended. Ken immediately followed up with the next sentence. This not-so-beautiful war has just begun. Hong Xiaoxiao added. Burn the last bit of life. Johan's voice was low and sexy. It's the crown. Wang Zikai hurriedly answered, fearing that others would snatch his lines from him, because he had forgotten all the words behind. Drain the last drop of blood. Hui Xiong also got excited and roared. It means coronation. But she followed again. She also remembered this sentence under Nana's brainwashing. GOC organization. Qing Ling cooperated reluctantly. Born in the dark. Man Shi retracted the bloody dagger, and the corner of his mouth once again showed that satisfied sneer. Nana had been waiting for this moment. She excitedly jumped to another higher sand pile, raised her hands, and lifted the black cloak on her shoulders. Cantu consciously hooked his fingers, and a gust of wind blew away. Nana's hair and cloak flew up, rustling. Chasing the dawn. Nanji District, Chen Ying's home. Xiao Tian and Wang Weiyin were playing with building blocks in the study. The two of them were lying on the floor, holding toys, imitating the sounds of various toys from time to time, and laughing happily. Chen Ying and Xia Yi were sitting in the living room, with 2 cups of tea on the table, which were already cold. Chen Ying never expected that Xia Yi would suddenly visit with her daughter at this time. Xiao Tian is only 2 years older than Wang Weiyin. There are only 2 children in the organization. They usually visit each other, and have a good relationship. Xia Yi talked to Chen Ying about parenting tips, and it was already early morning before she knew it. She had no intention of leaving. Chen Ying was worried about what Xia Yi was up to, but she couldn't expose him, so she could only continue to cooperate. Ding ding. The bell rang 12 o'clock. Chen Ying finally found an opportunity. Ah, it's so late, the children should go to bed. Chen Ying. Xia Yi seemed to have mustered up courage under the bell. She interrupted Chen Ying, retracted her smile, and stared at her dimly. I know you are planning to join GOC. Chen Ying was stunned at first, then smiled. Sister Xia, what are you talking about? Don't make such a joke. You know how many years I have followed Madame Li. How could I betray her? Zhang Weiquan told me that the Qilin Union intends to forcibly annex the Baichuan group. Xia Yi said anxiously, so, I brought Yining to find you. Chen Ying appeared calm on the surface, but her mind was already exploding. Zhang Wei. Why did I tell you so many times? And you sold me out. You are not bold and careful, but blindly confident. Xia Yi can indeed have a personal relationship with us, but she is a member of the colorless group. Don't blame Zhang Wei. Xia Yi pulled Chen Ying back from her thoughts. He did it for my own good. He knew that I had been thinking about leaving for a long time. Chen Ying looked at Xia Yi, and still didn't speak. If it's just me, I can stay anywhere but... Xia Yi glanced at Wang Weiyin, who was still playing in the room. I have to make plans for Weiyin. Sister Xia? Chen Ying asked tentatively with a smile. Assuming that what Zhang Wei said is true, why do you think it is safer to go to Jussi than to Qilin Union? Chapter 714. Xia Yi has always presented herself as a capable and calm person, but now, she did not hide her confusion. She lowered her head. I don't know. I don't know? Chen Ying repeated. Yes, I don't know where is the safest, but Qilin Union is definitely not the right place. Lao Wang was originally in Qilin Union. He didn't like Qilin, so he switched to Baichuan Group. Xia Yi pinched the base of his left hand. I can't say for sure. I've been very uneasy recently. I dreamed of Lao Wang several times. Lao Wang kept telling me in my dreams that I should take good care of my daughter. I have been training Wang Weiyin to activate the Iron Man immediately when there is danger, so as to form muscle memory. She has been angry with me several times because of this. Xia Yi forced a smile and looked up at Chen Ying. Today. Zhang Wei analyzed Jussi's advantages to me today. Although he usually doesn't say many reliable words, I think his analysis is right this time. Moreover, Juicy has the Guardian rune, and Wang Wayne's Iron Man is the Guardian system. No matter how I protect her, it is not as important as her becoming stronger. Xia Yi pleaded, Qining, if you don't trust me, you can knock me out and kill me now. I just ask you to take Wayne away. As long as she can survive, it doesn't matter if I die. Xia Yi's voice choked, and a tear fell from the corner of her eye. In an instant, Qining deflated, and her chest softened. She reached out and held Xia Yi's hand tightly. Sister Xia, pack your things tomorrow, only take necessities and personal belongings, and destroy what you can't take away. Don't leave Nanji District, and wait for text messages from me and Zhang Wei at any time. Okay. Xia Yi nodded continuously. Thank you, Qining. I thank you on behalf of Lao Wang and Wayne. Don't say such things. We are family members from now on. Qining smiled and took back her hand. Go, take Yin home and have a good sleep. Early in the morning, Qining took Xiao Tian to Huanggongmen for breakfast. Qining had no appetite and only ordered a cup of hot milk. She had not slept all night. In order to cover up her haggardness, she put on heavy makeup and lipstick. Qining, who always wears professional clothes, exudes a dignified and reserved beauty. In the store, she often attracts the attention of some men. Sister. Xiao Tian put down the half-eaten hamburger and whispered, that big brother is peeking at you. It's okay. Qining was the class beauty in college, and she was no stranger to such looks. She didn't care. She wiped Xiaotian's mouth with a tissue and smiled deliberately. That's because sister is beautiful? They stared at her. Xiaotian nodded and blinked proudly. Yes, sister is the most beautiful in the world. Qining held her chin and looked at Xiaotian gently. Xiaotian, sister will get married in the future. Are you willing to go with sister? Yes. Maybe, the place where you get married is far away and dangerous, and life will be very hard. Are you willing to? Wherever sister goes, I will go there. I will only be with sister. Xiaotian didn't think twice. So good. Qinying's chest felt warm, and she reached out to touch Xiaotian's head. 2 seconds later, a trace of hidden energy flashed in her eyes, and the familiar cool breeze drilled into her mind. Johan, you and your people can come anytime. Juicy welcomes all like-minded people. Qining, okay, got it. Johan, what does Juicy need to do? Qining, give me the time and place. Nanji District, a certain community. Jiang Hao's home. Today is Jiang Hao's 29th birthday. He has never celebrated his birthday, and almost forgot his birthday. Unexpectedly, Qining and Zhang Wei called all the members of Group 3, brought birthday cakes, and raided Jiang Hao's house. Everyone divided the work. Fusheng, Shuang, and Yefeng cleaned up for him. Jiang Hao's house was really messy. Zhang Wei, Buzhou, and Tang Qi were responsible for making dinner. The cooking skills of the 3 men were surprisingly good. Qining, Miss and Kowa were responsible for washing dishes and cleaning up after dinner. As for Xiaotian, the Pure Atmosphere group, just have fun. Everyone had a sumptuous dinner, and played the 3 Kingdoms table game together until 9 o'clock. Zhang Wei took out the cake and celebrated Jiang Hao's birthday. After the successful completion, Qining looked at Xiaotian and Zhang Wei. Xiaotian immediately closed his eyes and activated perception to ensure that there were no dangers or suspicious targets nearby. Zhang Wei looked at Buzhou and Shuang. Buzhou looked at Kowa, who had a close relationship with him. The 4 of them stood up one after another, closed the doors and windows, and stood in position to ensure that no one could escape. Qining took out a small anti-eavesdropping jammer from her pocket and turned it on. Next, I want to announce something to everyone. For a moment, the people who didn't know about it looked at each other and became nervous. They were celebrating their birthdays 1 second ago, and they were going to use the anti-eavesdropping jammer the next second. Everyone realized that things were not simple. Qining retracted her smile and took the lead in playing an emotional card. You have all followed me for many years. Tang Qi, who joined the group the latest, has been there for 4 years. What do you think of me? Sister Ing, what are you doing? Li Zi was a bit nervous and spoke straight from the heart. You are very good. Anyway, it's good for me to follow you. Me too. Yi Feng scratched his nose with his thumb. Although our team is average in strength, it is inevitable that other teams will look down on us. At first, I also felt that you were too spineless and too tolerant. Now think about it, this is also the reason why our team has survived until now without much loss of members. Yes, the team leader always considers us and is very reliable. Jiang Hao also echoed. Others also said a few words. some flattering, but they were all true. Generally speaking, everyone trusted Chunning very much. Chunning brooded for a few seconds and made up her mind. Then I be frank. Celebrating Jiang Hao's birthday tonight is just an excuse. I actually want to announce a big thing to you. Chunning looked around at everyone and said loudly, I decided to join Juicy. In an instant, the living room was silent, and only the white noise of the anti-eavesdropping jammer was slightly filled in the air. Li Zi was stunned for 2 seconds, then stood up suddenly. Sister Ying, are you serious? Chen Ying nodded. Xiao Tian, Zhang Wei, Shuang, Buzhou, and Kuo have decided to follow me. She looked at Li Zi, Jiang Hao, Fusheng, Yifeng, Miss, and Tang Qi in turn. Now, I want to hear your answers. The people who were scanned by Chen Ying fell silent. Team leader, can I ask the reason? Yifeng looked a little solemn. This is really too sudden. Chapter 715. The Qilin Union intends to forcibly annex the Baichuan group. If we don't submit, the end is death. Chen Ying deliberately made the matter sound serious. In fact, it was not a lie, because it was only a matter of time. What? Li Zi was shocked. The faces of others also changed. So Mrs. Li agreed? Yifeng couldn't believe it. Chen Ying nodded. Why? We can resist. Li Zi was very indignant, and the humiliating memories of being oppressed by the Qilin Union for many years came to his mind. Li Zi, there is no chance of winning. Bu Zhou sighed with a smile. The gap between the top 12 talents and us is like the gap between a bicycle and a motorcycle. Brother Zhou is still too conservative. Ko smiled easily, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. It's the gap between a bicycle and a supercar. Mrs. Li thinks that our resistance is just a drop in the ocean, so she decided to accept the merger and save everyone. Chen Ying sneered. Oh, I don't think so. If we are annexed by the Qilin Union, we will only die faster. Everyone. Zhang Wei excitedly incited. He said, Qilin's behavior is well known to the world. Xiang found so many runes for Qilin and won so many battles, but what happened in the end? We are consumables, and it will be even worse. Miss looked at Zhang Wei coldly. Can you survive by going to Juicy? Of course. Zhang Wei said confidently. Juicy and Qilin Union have been going back and forth, and no one has died so far. What does this mean? It means that you are selectively blind. Miss interrupted indifferently. What kind of people are the current members of Juicy? Can we compare with them? Zhang Wei was speechless. Going to Juicy will still make you cannon fodder, and you may even die faster than going to Qilin Union. Miss sneered. Zhang Wei, you don't really think there is a distinction between justice and evil between organizations, do you? No, there are only positions and interests. Miss said firmly. Don't tell me about pursuing hope and truth. I don't believe it. I can live to this day because I don't believe it. Is being alive everything? Zhang Wei was unconvinced. How many days will the fog world let everyone live? Instead of living like this, it's better to. Zhang Wei. Chen Ying glanced at Zhang Wei. Everyone has their own aspirations, don't force it. Okay. Zhang Wei calmed down and stopped arguing. Chen Ying said calmly, everyone decides to stay or leave, and you have to walk your own path. I won't leave. Miss said. Okay, Miss, stay. Chen Ying looked at the others. What about you? Fusheng was very calm. His face was calm, as if he was just talking about a very ordinary topic. I have always believed that life is like a stream. No matter how many places it passes through, it will eventually flow into the sea. Different paths lead to the same destination. Today, I didn't want to go out, but I don't know why I still came. This is fate. It turns out that I have made a choice in the dark. Everyone understood what Fusheng meant, and she decided to go to Juicy. Jiang Hao, as the birthday boy today, looked embarrassed. He didn't expect things to unfold like this. He hesitated for a long time, looking at Chen Ying with guilt. Sister Ying, I have always trusted you, but this time, I won't go with you. Jiang Hao scratched his head. I don't have any big ambitions. I just like to tinker with some small things. I chose Baichuan Group because I thought I could live a peaceful life and try not to get involved in disputes. Jiuxi is too turbulent and too dangerous. It's suitable for people like you who do big things, but not for me. I still want to find a big tree to shelter me from the wind and rain, live a quiet life, and tinker with my own little things. Okay. Chen Ying didn't have any blame on her face. It's better to say that this answer was completely within her expectations. Li Zi sat next to Jiang Hao, and everyone's eyes were focused on her. Li Zi's identity as a blacksmith was more advantageous than Jiang Hao. She didn't need to take the risk of joining Jiuxi. Even if he left the organization and became a loner, he could live a very chic and safe life. When Qining first revealed her cards, Li Zi was quite shocked, but now she slowly calmed down and came to her senses. Li Zi raised his head and smiled. This GOC sounds interesting, count me in. Qining had already prepared for Li Zi to refuse, and was very surprised. Li Zi, have you thought it through? I have thought it through. Although I am reluctant to leave Baichuan Group, I really don't like Qilin Guild. Li Zi patted his chest optimistically. Besides, I am a blacksmith. What am I afraid of? If I get caught, I will surrender directly and volunteer to go into the small dark room to make equipment for them. It's still okay to save my life. Bu Zhou shook his head with a smile. Li Zi, your ideological awareness. In one word, absolutely. Ko smiled crookedly. Tang Qid, a thin man, sat on the sofa, lowered his head and smoked. He took a long puff and asked in a deep voice, Team leader, can everyone in this room leave alive today? I promise. Qining said, GOC's enemy is Qilin. Even if I join GOC in the future, you will never be my enemy, especially tonight. Tang Qid still lowered his head, and he flicked the ash. Then I won't leave, take care of yourselves. Okay. Qining nodded, but can I ask the reason? Tang Qid is usually taciturn, gloomy, and deep-minded. He raised his head slowly, his face was thin and pale, and his blue eyes were deep. People's hearts are complicated, I can't see through them. I can only see the surface. Gao Yang is the heir of God, so he can be both a human and a beast, but Qilin is a human. Qining was stunned for a second. I know. Finally, Yi Feng was left, and he noticed the eyes of everyone. He sighed, took off his cowboy hat, threw it on the table, and smoothed his sparse hair. I go to Juicy. Yi Feng has always been an elder in Group 3. In his eyes, Zhang Wei, Ko, Bu Zhou, and Shuang are all his younger brothers and sisters. He is not at ease if he leaves them alone. The results are out. Jiang Hao, Miss, and Tang Qid stay, and the others all follow Qining. Take care, all three of you. Qining said this, firstly from the heart, and secondly to distract their attention. Zhang Wei, Bu Zhou, and Ko, who had already taken their positions, suddenly took out the D-medicine syringe and inserted it into the three people. Jiang Hao, Miss, and Tang Qid fell silently before they could react or struggle. They would sleep for at least 2 days. Zhang Wei and Bu Zhou helped the three unconscious people onto the sofa. Qining began to arrange. Everyone, go back and pack your things immediately, and never leave any traces of being traced, and then wait for my signal. Everyone nodded. Zhang Wei, Xiaotian, Bu Zhou, Shuang, and Ko were already prepared. They also had a task, which was to split into 3 groups and accompany Fuxing, Yefeng, and Li Zi back to pack up their things, help them with the aftermath, and also keep an eye on them. Although the possibility of these 3 people defecting was very small, they had to be prepared just in case. Chapter 716. 1 o'clock in the morning, Nanji District, Guanhai Tower. The elevator door opened, and Qining swiped her card to enter Li's residence. This entire floor was equipped with a strict security system, but as Li's personal assistant for more than 10 years, Qin Ying's identity was privileged, and she was familiar with the place, as if she was entering an empty space. A minute later, she came to Li's library. She found a fake book in the 3rd large bookcase in the library, pulled it out, and opened the bookcase to both sides, revealing a small black gold anti-theft door, which was naturally the high-tech developed by Dr. Jia. Qining reached out and touched the door, and the black gold door immediately resonated with the energy in Qin Ying's body, verified Qin Ying's identity, and opened with a click. The secret room was not big, a square space, and it was pitch black inside. Qining turned on the flashlight and illuminated the round table in the middle of the secret room, on which a suitcase was placed. Qining stepped forward and opened the suitcase. There were 2 rune circuits inside. Qining shone a flashlight on them. Then lines of energy flowed secretly in the circuit board of the runes. Qining touched the 2 cold and hard black gold discs with her hands. Yes, they were genuine damage rune circuits and life rune circuits. Qining closed the small suitcase and was startled as soon as she turned around. Ah! Qining screamed and instinctively pulled out the black gold pistol. If the flashlight hadn't been shown in time, she would have fired. Mrs. Li? Qining saw clearly that in the corner of the secret room, Mrs. Li was sitting in a wheelchair, looking at her quietly, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Why, are you here? Qining was very confused. I'm not here. Am I sleeping at home, waiting for you to steal the rune easily? Mrs. Li smiled. Qining reacted immediately. Mrs. Li continued, Qining, I already suspect you, so I'm worried. I want to come here to change the security system and cancel all your permissions. Chening nodded. You noticed it in advance, followed me, and snatched the rune in a hurry, betraying in advance. Chening nodded again. Mrs. Li looked at Chening. Then what are you waiting for? Shoot, don't worry, this secret room is soundproof. Chening didn't speak, her eyes were wet for a moment. No. Shoot. Mrs. Li was very calm. If you want to deceive others, you have to deceive yourself first. We all have to play our own roles well. Chening slowly raised the gun, but his hands were shaking badly. Shoot! Mrs. Li suddenly yelled. Bang! Chening fired, and Mrs. Li leaned back, and the wheelchair followed, hitting the wall with a clang. 2 seconds later, a blood-red mass appeared on Mrs. Li's right chest, like a bright peony. Hee hee. Mrs. Li's face was pale. Your shooting skills are not bad, not rusty. Come on, fire 2 more shots. Unless you are a professional killer, it is impossible for a person to only fire 1 shot when he is nervous. Chening felt unbelievable. She actually pulled the trigger. The woman in front of her was her relative, her teacher, her leader, but she shot her. Chening. For the ideal. Mrs. Li's voice was painful and weak. How much can you sacrifice? Everything. A tear slid down Chening's face. Her eyes hardened a little bit. She took a deep breath, and her fingers clenched the pistol again. Me too. Madame Li smiled weakly. Then what are you waiting for? Do it. Bang. Bang. 2 more bullets hit Madame Li's abdomen and shoulder respectively. Madame Li fell from the wheelchair and lay on the ground. A pool of blood soon appeared on the floor. Madame Li's pale face was pressed in her own blood. Her glasses fell off. Her eyes were a little unfocused and dim. She tried to squeeze out a word from her teeth. Go. Chening took back the pistol, turned around and left with the suitcase without looking back. Madame Li's life passed quietly. She endured the pain and counted 1 minute in her heart. 1 minute later, she pressed the emergency alarm button hidden in her hand. The next second, her consciousness was interrupted and merged into the boundless darkness. Chening escaped from the secret room and took the elevator to the underground parking lot of Guanhai Building. After walking out of the elevator, she walked quickly to a small truck delivering fresh food. Guanhai Building was in the restaurant business, and small trucks often came to deliver goods. This was not surprising at all. Zhang Wei had already disguised himself as a delivery driver, while Yifeng destroyed all the surveillance cameras in the parking lot and hid in the trunk with others. Xiao Qian turned on perception throughout the whole process to ensure that there were no enemies or suspicious targets nearby. Chening took the suitcase and got on the co-pilot of the van. She quickly took off her clothes, put her hair up, put on a hat, changed into a work uniform, and transformed into a delivery man. When the van drove out of the parking lot, Li in the secret room pressed the alarm button belatedly. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the 9 people in Chenying's group, plus Xia Yi and Wang Weiyin, a total of 11 people. They drove to the neighborhood near number 11 middle school, which had been closed for many years, and walked instead, avoiding the cameras and sneaking into the old auditorium of number 11 middle school. Along the way, Xiao Tian turned on perception to make sure no one was following them. The 11 people entered the auditorium, not daring to turn on the lights, and hid in the small room behind the stage. Yifeng covered the windows tightly to ensure that no light would come through, turned on the flashlight, and placed it on the dusty bench. Everyone sat on the floor around the bench, each in silence. When will Juicy come? Buzhou asked. 3 o'clock. Chening glanced at her watch. It's been 10 minutes now. Will there be an accident? Xia Yi was uneasy. She kept holding her daughter's hand, not letting go for a moment. Sister Xia, think about the good side. Ko smiled gloatingly. Maybe this is Juicy's trap. They only want runes and not people. Shut up. Li Zi glared at him. Be patient. Fuxing said calmly. Wait a little longer. Chening glanced at Xiaotian. Continue perception. Don't let your guard down. Xiaotian nodded and closed his eyes again. Kuo, you keep watch. Okay. Kuo smiled easily, took 2 steps back, and quickly merged into the wall behind him and disappeared. Kuo's shuttle allows him to shuttle and hide in ordinary obstacles such as walls and the ground, so it is very suitable for him to keep watch. Just in case, Shay gave everyone a temporary purification mark, which can effectively prevent curses for half an hour. Time passed by minute, which was particularly difficult. Everyone didn't speak, and each of them recalled this defection with their own thoughts. It was not until 4 o'clock in the morning that Xiao Tian opened his clear eyes. The continuous high-intensity perception made him very tired. He said in a weak voice, 1. 2 people are approaching. Chapter 717. Everyone immediately became alert and stood up. A few seconds later, Koa's head popped out from the ceiling. Team leader, there is a dark shadow approaching the church. Hide well. Chining stood up. I go to the auditorium. If anything goes wrong, run immediately. Zhang Wei was eager to try. Sister Ying, I go with you. You stay. Chining ordered. Zhang Wei stopped talking. Chining left the small room and walked to the center of the auditorium. The moonlight was gray-blue, flowing in from the large window on the side, which looked a bit like a church. Qin Ying's heartbeat accelerated, but her face was calm and composed, and she waited for more than 10 seconds. Swish. A dark shadow flashed in front of Qin Ying. It was Gao Yang. He was wearing a black windbreaker, and his hair had not been trimmed for a long time. It was already very long, covering half of his face. It was still a young man's face, but the outlines seemed to be tougher, the eye sockets were much deeper, and the deep black eyes were unpredictable. You're late, Qin Ying said. Gao Yang in front of her didn't say anything. Qin Ying was startled, and a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder from behind. Qin Ying turned around in surprise, and Gao Yang's real body was behind her, holding a heavy luggage bag in one hand. Gao Yang activated the copy to explore Qin Ying's talent, and after confirming that it was Qin Ying herself, he withdrew his hand. I've been nearby. The implication. Gao Yang was also on guard against whether Qin Ying was being followed. Although Xiao Yan had perception, it's better to be safe than sorry. Qin Ying nodded. My people are in the inner room. Where are we going next? Nowhere. Gao Yang said. Just stay here. Here? Qin Ying frowned. Gao Yang threw the luggage bag on the ground, and then the zipper of the luggage bag opened automatically, and a fist-sized person came out, jumped to the ground, and quickly grew larger. It was Nana, the purple-haired girl in a sailor suit. My king has arrived. Why don't you welcome him? Nana made a middle school pose. After seeing that Nana was still the middle school girl, Qin Ying felt relieved. This showed that Nana was doing well in the Jussi organization, which also indirectly proved that Jussi's corporate culture was indeed good. There are some clothes inside. You all change into them later. Gao Yang stretched out his hand and twisted Nana, who was blocking his view, behind his back. You and Nana go back to the inner room. All men come out to see me, and women stay inside. What? Full body check. Gao Yang. Qin Ying was stunned, then nodded, and went into the room with Nana. After a while, the men came out one after another. In the small room, Qin Ying, Li Zi, Sha Yi, Fu Sheng, Shuang Shuang, and Wang Wayne opened their arms and waited for Nana to check their bodies. Nana shook her head unsatisfiedly. Shay was the first to react. Don't tell me. I need to take off my clothes? That's right. Nana put her hands on her hips. Take off your coat? Qin Ying asked. Wrong. Nana waved her hand. Take it all off, except the sacred baptism of my king in the posture of a baby. Ah? What? What? The situation in the auditorium was not much better. Take it all off? Zhang Wei shouted. Gao Yang had already put on latex gloves. Take it all off. I want to check my body. Ha ha, this is too embarrassing, isn't it? Koa was so happy, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. As for going this far? Bu Zhou was a little speechless. I think it's good. Yi Feng began to take off his coat. As a hunter who is good at setting traps, he has always been cautious and understands Gao Yang very well. In case everyone didn't cooperate, Gao Yang explained, I need to rule out whether you have a tracker implanted in your body. I copied Nana's 1,000 faces, and my hands are very familiar with the human body structure. If I touch it roughly, I can immediately detect any foreign objects in the body. As expected of Jussi. So cautious. Zhang Wei was completely convinced. No wonder Jussi has been elusive for so many days. Details determine success or failure. Others no longer doubted and began to take off their clothes. Gao Yang conjured up a phantom again, and asked the phantom to check everyone's body one by one to eliminate hidden dangers. Afterwards, everyone changed into the new clothes brought by Gao Yang, inside and out. Gao Yang burned the original clothes. After a while, the door of the small room opened, Nana came out, and several other women also changed into new clothes, and came out one after another. Everyone looked a little embarrassed. How is it? Gao Yang asked. No problem. Nana held the women's clothes in both hands, and threw them at Gao Yang's feet. Under the baptism of my king, their bodies and souls have been sacredly purified. Gao Yang nodded, snapped his fingers, and the clothes at his feet burned again. Under the firelight, everyone's faces flickered, and their moods were different. You stay here, you can't contact anyone, you can't leave this hall, we will prepare food and water. Gao Yang said. How long will you stay? Qining asked. I don't know, maybe a few days, maybe dozens of days. Gao Yang said. What? Zhang Wei opened his mouth wide. This is too boring, how can you stay here? You still have time to regret it now. Gao Yang said bluntly. Zhang Wei immediately shut up. It is impossible to regret it. He is determined to join Jussi to do a big business. Others didn't have many opinions. The more cautious Gao Yang was, the more reassured they were. This meant that they would be safer in the future when they joined Jussi. In addition, Gao Yang looked at Qining and said calmly, give me the rune first. Wait, why? There was no problem with the previous part, but Buzhou strongly opposed this point. The rune was their bargaining chip. Without the bargaining chip, they would be very passive. That's it. Even a thick-skinned person like Li Zi felt that it was inappropriate. What if you run away with the rune and ignore us? Gao Yang repeated coldly, you still have time to regret it now. It's too late. Qining shot madamly in order to grab the rune. Going back now is a dead end. Buzhou almost couldn't help cursing, but he couldn't let Gao Yang know about it, otherwise they would be more passive. Yi Feng patted Buzhou's shoulder. Forget it, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Gao Yang. Xia Yi looked at Gao Yang, pleading, please, at least take Yin away. It's here. What if it's found by Qilin's people? No. Wang Weiyin hugged Xia Yi. I want to be with my mother. Be good. Xia Yi squatted down and held Wang Weiyin's face. You go with your brother first, and your mother will be here soon. I can't take her away. Gao Yang refused. Why? Xia Yi didn't understand. She's just a child. This is the rule. Gao Yang said. For a while, the auditorium was quiet. Everyone felt Jiuxi's coldness and determination. Now they are very passive. Everyone looked at Qining at the same time. Finally, Qining made a decision. The rune is given to you, we stay here. Sister Ying. Buzhou was surprised. He didn't expect Qining to agree so easily. Have you thought it through? Chapter 7:18. Think it through. Qining was firm. She had her reasons. First, she believed in Gao Yang's character. And with Jiuxi's strength, if he really wanted to snatch the rune, he would have done it long ago. They couldn't be his opponent. Lastly, Qining thought that this should also be part of the assessment. As a leader, Gao Yang must confirm that they are truly committed to Jiuxi, rather than using the rune as bait to set a trap for Jiuxi. If Jiuxi took the rune, but not the person, Qin Ying's team could still keep calm, which could indirectly prove their sincerity and determination to join Jiuxi. Kowa! Qining shouted. Kowa entered the wall of the auditorium while laughing. Soon, Kowa emerged from the ground with 2 rune circuits in his hands. He raised his hand, and the runes flew towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang quickly split a phantom, caught the rune circuit, identified the authenticity, and checked the curse. 10 seconds later, Gao Yang and the phantom merged into one and turned away. Nana jumped towards Gao Yang and quickly became the size of a finger, stepping on Gao Yang's shoulder. Gao Yang! Qining shouted. Gao Yang stopped and didn't look back. Don't make us wait too long, it's not safe here. Gao Yang still didn't answer, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only a gray-blue moonlight on the ground. 1 minute later. In the back mountain of number 11 middle school, Gao Yang walked into the dark woods with little Nana in his pocket. 36. Gao Yang said the code. A few seconds later, Qingling, Cantu, and Johan appeared. Cantu stood in the middle, with his hands on his companion's shoulders. Is it going well? Johan asked. Gao Yang raised his hand and held 2 runes in his hand. Damage rune, life rune, the real thing. Wow! Great! Can's eyes sparkled with excitement. It feels like a dream. We have 4 runes all of a sudden. It seems that Qin Ying's team really wants to join us. Johan said. Gao Yang nodded. I also feel that it is not a trap, but we should observe for a few more days. Yuan can continue to guard them, and don't get too close. Okay. Johan said. Gao Yang handed 2 runes to Qingling. Take the damage rune with you, and give the life rune to Manshi. At present, Gao Yang only has the protection rune, and the auxiliary rune is on Kyo. The runes of Jussi organization are all scattered, unlike Qilin, who keeps all the runes by himself. Gao Yang did this because he didn't want to put all his eggs in one basket, and he wanted to see if the talent of 13100 could be upgraded to level 8. Man's Gecko and Qingling's Sword God are only level 6 at present, but they may be upgraded to level 7 at any time. If they can also successfully merge with the rune circuit to level 8, Jussi will be much stronger. Qingling nodded slightly, took the rune and turned to leave. Seeing Gao Yang didn't move, She turned her head and looked over. You're not leaving? Gao Yang smiled faintly. You go back first, Nana, and I have something to do. Yeah. Qingling didn't ask much. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Shilongzai barbecue restaurant. The barbecue restaurant mainly does dinner and supper business. At this time, the kitchen is already busy. Lu Qingying came to the store. As usual, she went to the backstage for a walk, handled some daily affairs, and then returned to the counter, lazily smoking a hookah, waiting for diners to come one after another. Rustle. The B curtain at the door sounded, and a guest came in. It was Bumblebee from the Suzaku group. He was tall and strong, wearing an oversized camouflage down jacket with a t-shirt underneath. On the chest was a yellow car that could transform into a robot. He also had a heavy SLR camera hanging around his neck. Boss Lu. Bumblebee greeted him in a natural way, but his smile was a little awkward. Hey, isn't this the little brother from the Suzaku group? Boss Lu put down his hookah and smiled slightly. You come here at this time, aren't you going to eat? Haha, no. Bumblebee smiled and touched his head. Boss Lu, to be honest, I want to film a role recently. I think you are the most suitable. I want to ask you to be the cosplayer. Oh, I'm a middle-aged woman. Lu Qingying covered her mouth and smiled lightly. I can't play the hobbies of you young people. No, it's very simple. Just change clothes and put on makeup. Bumblebee got excited. That character also has long silver gray hair, tall, good figure, and unique temperament. It's just tailor-made for you. Boss Lu, don't worry. It's not free. I will pay for it. Lu Qingying stared at Bumblebee's eyes, and the smile at the corner of her mouth was intriguing. After a few seconds, she threw a wink. Okay, but the price I want is a bit expensive. No problem. Bumblebee was very happy. Oh, come inside and talk slowly. Lu Qingying left the counter and walked slowly to her office. Bumblebee followed Lu Qingying into the house, closed the door and locked it. Lu Qingying drew the curtains and took out a small anti-eavesdropping jammer from the drawer. A slight white noise immediately filled the office. Haha, not bad. Bumblebee's voice was deep, and his expression became second-rate. You actually saw through my king's disguise. Nana, I heard that you have reached level 7,000 faces, and your disguise is getting better and better. Lu Qingying pointed at her eyes. But the way you look at me is not quite right. In a blink of an eye, Bumblebee turned back into Nana in a sailor suit. Impossible. My king's method style is perfect, inferiority, shyness, nervousness, and mixed with a bit of desire. Have you forgotten that I am hermaphrodite? Lu Qingying smiled lightly. Men, the desire to look at me will also carry a very complicated meaning, similar to the contradiction between regret and disgust. This is difficult to act with method style alone. You need to go for experience style. If you want to deceive me next time, I suggest you change to a female identity. I see. Nana silently took note, enriching her knowledge base of acting methods. Nana opened her right hand, and a thumb-like boy stood in the palm of her hand. It was Gao Yang. Gao Yang didn't dare to grow bigger. The copied size can only be used for 20 seconds. After shrinking, it defaults to a passive state. Once it grows bigger, it can no longer be used. Ah, Elder Qiang is here too. Lu Qingying still calls Gao Yang Qiang. Lu Qingying smiled and stretched out her hand. Gao Yang teleported and stood in the palm of Lu Qingying's hand. Lu Qingying raised her hand to her chest and smiled. Elder Qiang, what do you want to talk to me about? In order to make Lu Qingying hear clearly, Qiang shouted, You sold the information that Johan has voice transmission to the Qilin Union. Chapter 719. Yes. Lu Qingying said calmly, Elder Qiang, I am an information dealer. You won't forget it, right? When Qinying's story was exposed, Gao Yang guessed that the Qilin Guild should have guessed it through the clue of Johan's sound transmission. The only person who knew this information, besides Jussi and Qinying's team, was Lu Qingying. Gao Yang was not here to pursue responsibility, but just to confirm it. In fact, Gao Yang also wanted to thank Lu Qingying for selling this information. It was a blessing in disguise, helping Jussi get 2 runes and also recruiting an all-round auxiliary team. However, Gao Yang still pretended to pursue the matter. You have so much information in your hands. Why did you sell this to the Qilin Union? Elder Qiang, I have my own difficulties. Lu Qingying looked at the cute little man in her palm and resisted the urge to touch him. I helped you to have secret dealings with Kyo, and the Qilin Union was very dissatisfied. If I don't give them some information about Jussi, they will definitely regard me as your foreign aid. In this case, I may not be able to see you alive today. Gao Yang had thought this through long ago. Okay. Gao Yang bargained, but I'm still a little angry. You have to do me a small favor as compensation. Don't worry, there is no danger. Haha, no problem. Lu Qingying was very straightforward. The sky was blue-gray, and Mr. Li was sitting on a bench on a small cliff. Under his feet was the gray sea. Such a sea was lifeless, as if it was seriously ill. From time to time, the sound of waves hitting the cliff was like the slow groaning of a patient. Ms. Li turned her head, and found her husband sitting next to her. He was wearing a conservative white shirt, dark trousers, black leather shoes, and a black leather hat, and he still looked as young as when Li first met him. The husband looked at the sea, calm and gentle. You dreamed of me again. How many times has this happened since the last nightmare? Li smiled haggardly and old, the third time. Musi, you are confused. The man looked at Li. You have seen a complete and clear future. Why are you still confused? I don't know. Li sighed. Maybe, it's because it's too complete and too clear. Musi, I can't give you an answer. The man also sighed. I'm just your dream, and you have to walk your own way. Beep, beep, beep. Li, who had been in a coma for 36 hours, opened her heavy eyelids. There was an oxygen tube in her mouth and nose, and an infusion tube in her hand. It took her some time to find her memory before the coma, and slowly regain control of her body. A minute later, she raised her hand and pressed a button beside her. An hour later, Li was much more awake. She was half lying on the bed, with Zhuke sitting beside her. Zhuke held Li's hands and slowly and gently injected some energy into her, helping her to quickly recover her spirit. After Li was shot, she sounded the alarm. Wu Sei and Lulu were the first to come and save her who was dying. Although the sea potion temporarily stabilized Li's life, she was old after all, and was shot by 3 black gold bullets. The situation was still quite dangerous. Zhuke immediately brought Yishur to take out the bullets for Li, and treated her, helping her through the most dangerous stage. How are you now? Zhuke let go of Li's hand. Much better. Li's face regained some color. I'm even a little hungry. That's good. Having an appetite is a good thing. Zhuke smiled. Thank you for saving my life. It should be. This is the responsibility given to me by God. Zhuke stood up. Next, you still have to pay attention to rest. Yes. However, my treatment is not free. Zhuke smiled bitterly. Yishur and I will go back first. Elder Yin Yang is waiting for you in the conference room. I hope to talk to you about this matter. Just consider it as a favor to save you. Okay. Mr. Li nodded, but I have to deal with it first. No hurry, he has plenty of time. Zhuke half-jokingly. You can let him sleep here. After Zhuke left, Wu Sei immediately entered the ward, and Lila stood outside the door to guard. Wu Sei looked stern. Madam Li, Qingying may have defected. You can get rid of the word maybe now. Madam Li said calmly. She shot me and took away all the runes. Qingying was really turned against by Jiuxi? Wu Sei could hardly hide her surprise. She had suspected that Qingying's position was wavering, but Qingying had been with Madam Li for so long and had always been loyal to her. It was hard to imagine that she would do such a thing. Now it seems that Yin Liang's speculation was correct. Qingying and Jiuxi worked together to find Chen Hui. Everything was for the runes of Baichuan group. Wu Sei looked heavy. Mr. Li sighed. When Qingying joined the Patsong group, she got closer and closer to Gao Yang, but I never thought she would go this far. However, she still remembered our old friendship and didn't kill me. What should I do now? Wu Sei was in a state of confusion. The Qilin Union was eyeing them from the front, and Qingying's team was cutting off their support from the back, and the Baichuan group was in danger. The Baichuan group? No longer as bargaining chips. Madam Li closed her eyes. I will have a good talk with Yin Yang about the merger. Madam Li. Wu Sei wanted to say something. Stop talking. Li waved his hand to stop him, and then thought of something. Wu Sei, have you investigated Chen Ying's defection? Yes. Wu Sei reported truthfully. Currently, the defectors who can be confirmed are Chen Ying, Xiao Tian, Zhang Wei, Li Zi, Fusheng, Yifeng, Kowa Shuangshuang, Buzhou. Wu Sei paused, his face not looking good, and my subordinates Xia Yi and Wang Wayne. Li was startled and very surprised. Xia Yi and her daughter are gone too? At present, it seems so. Wu Sei lowered his head. All these people have lost contact, leaving no clues that can be traced. Search, it seems that they have been prepared for a long time. Mr. Li lowered his head and thought for a few seconds, then raised his head. Where are the rest of the 3 groups? Jiang Hao, Miss, and Tang Qi were found unconscious in the living room of Jiang Hao's house. They were injected with drug D. They woke up not long ago and were locked up separately. They have not been interrogated yet. I think these 3 people don't want to go with Qining, and are controlled by Qining. However, it is not ruled out that they are Qin Ying's internal response deliberately left in the Baichuan group. I will go and interrogate them now. No need, lock them up for a little longer, I will interrogate these 3 people myself. Mr. Li said. Wu Sei nodded, okay. Mr. Li took a deep breath, change my clothes, I go meet Yin Liang. Mrs. Li, Wu Sei was unwilling. Baichuan group, do you really want to join the Qilin Union? Wuz, do we have a better choice? Mrs. Li asked back, at least we can talk now, but after a while, there will be nothing to talk about. Surviving first is more important than anything else. Wuz clenched his fists and stopped talking. Chapter 720. 2 o'clock in the morning. Beiyong District, number 11 Middle School Auditorium. This school, which has been closed for many years, has long been forgotten, desolate and lonely. Under the moonlight, the dilapidated auditorium is covered with withered creepers, like the capillaries under the loose skin of an old man. The auditorium is very quiet, without any light. In a small room with sealed windows, 11 people sit together, with a flashlight on the bench in the middle. Everyone chats, eats, and rests in the dim light. For 3 whole days, they hardly left here. Ko was responsible for patrolling, and the hunter also went to the auditorium before dawn to set up some secret defense lines around the auditorium, so that if someone approaches, they can remind everyone in time. However, it is not very effective for awakened people with infiltration talents. Among the group, Zhang Wei's enthusiasm and determination are the highest, but now, he is also the most disappointed and angry. He bit the biscuit unhappily, and dropped it halfway through the bite, cursing, I don't think Jussi will come, we've been fooled. Keep your voice down. Yi Feng reminded. It's been 3 days. Buzhou also frowned. How long will you stay? Sister Ying, we shouldn't have given the rune to Gao Yang in the first place. Zhang Wei said after the fact. I don't think so. Shuang lay in Buzhou's arms, playing with her husband's fingers with both hands, and said lazily, if Jussi really came for the rune, he could have tricked us into joining first, and then found a chance to leave us behind, or just killed us. Why bother with so much trouble? Shuang is right. She held her sleeping daughter, and sat in the corner. Jussi made so much trouble because he wanted to recruit us, so we have to be cautious. But this is too cautious. Zhang Wei was angry. You have to poop and pee in the auditorium every day. If you continue like this, you will really become a savage. If you eat less, you can poop less. Li Zi joked. All right. Koa also laughed. Zhang Wei picked up the biscuits on the ground and threw them over. You don't have to worry about your waist when you talk while standing. You can just dig into the ground to solve it, and you don't even have to bury it. Great, I have to try it next time. Koa smiled and still looked like a funny person. Fuxing meditated on the side, and did not join the discussion. Be patient. Chening finally spoke, Jiu will fulfill his promise. Here they come. Xiao Tian, who closed his eyes, suddenly spoke, 1, 2, 3, 4. They stopped, and only one came over. Everyone immediately became alert, and stood up one after another. On the one hand, they hoped that it was Jiuxi's people, and on the other hand, they were worried that the people were not kind. Swoosh. After a while, Gao Yang appeared in front of everyone. He was dressed in black, wearing a hat, and half of his face was hidden in the shadow. Brother Gao Yang. You are finally here. Zhang Wei was very excited, and completely forgot his previous doubts, and complaints about Jiuxi. Gao Yang nodded gently. You have passed the test. Everyone look over here. There is one last thing to do. Everyone gathered around. Gao Yang took out a hypnotic gas from his pocket. Bang. The hypnotic gas exploded, and instantly filled the whole room. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. The people in the room were caught off guard, and all were hit. They staggered and fainted one after another, including Gao Yang himself, but he slowly disappeared after a few seconds. A few minutes later, the fog dissipated. Gao Yang held his breath, and walked into the house. He laid the unconscious people neatly on the ground, and held their hands. He sat cross-legged and grabbed Zhang Wei's hand. Gao Yang took a deep breath. Activated level 7 Sweet Dream. Gao Yang tilted his head and fell asleep. Ah! Help! Zhang Wei woke up from the terrible nightmare, and found himself sitting on a bench on a platform. The night sky was gray, without stars or moon. It was dark and silent under his feet, with sparkling water. Zhang Wei looked carefully for a few seconds before he found that it was a lake. No, it was the sea, an endless sea. Zhang Wei stood up, and was surprised to find that the platform was actually suspended on the sea. There was only a dim light above his head, and it looked very lonely. You woke up too. Xia Ye's voice came from beside him. Zheng Wei turned around, and saw Xia Yi on the bench that was empty before. Wow! When did you come? Zhang Wei was startled. We are still in a dream, so don't worry about unreasonable details, Xie said. Dream? Zhang Wei frowned. We are dreaming? Do you remember how you fell asleep? Xie asked. Ah! Hypnotic gas. Zhang Wei remembered. Xie nodded. Gao Yang should want to quickly find out the details of each of us. Beautiful dream is indeed a good way. Ah! Suddenly, another person appeared next to Xie. It was Li Zi. She opened her eyes with a look of horror, breathing rapidly, and sweating all over. Don't be afraid, it's a dream, just a dream. Xie immediately comforted Li Zi. Li Zi was out of breath, scared to death. I dreamed that I turned into a piece of iron, and was stuffed into a furnace. The people of Jussi kept hitting me with a hammer. Every time they hit me, they asked me if I was a traitor. I said I was not, but they just didn't believe it. This is a beautiful dream. Xia Yi explained. The first time you enter a beautiful dream, it will trigger a nightmare, and then you will enter the dream world created by the other party for us. It means that we are still in a dream. This is the dream created by Gao Yang for us? Zhang Wei understood. Yes. Xia Yi nodded. Everyone should have come in. In the next 10 minutes, everyone appeared on the platform one after another. Qining was the last one to appear. She was pale. When she saw Xiao Tian beside her, she hugged him into her arms, with a look of relief that she had lost and regained. At this time, an ancient, empty roar appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone looked up, and a star appeared in the black night. Gradually, the star became larger, dragging a golden tail, like a meteor. The size of this meteor increased rapidly, and soon it hovered hundreds of meters in the sky. The entire sea was dyed golden, and the sea water stirred up waves, hitting the platform and splashing water. The wind pressure was strong, messing up everyone's hair and clothes, and everyone was forced to put their hands up to cover their eyes. Zhang Wei barely saw it clearly. It was a golden giant that looked like a train, but had a dragon head and a phoenix tail. It was majestic, ancient, and majestic. It slowly descended, accompanied by a low groan. The sound was like the breathing sound of precision machinery and natural flesh and blood. Everyone was stunned. Although they knew it was a dream, they still instinctively forgot to breathe. This train, or dragon, stopped in front of the platform. Its front was a dragon head covered with golden scales. White steam came out of its nostrils. Several soft light whiskers floated flexibly in the steam. Its slightly open jaws revealed sharp metal fangs with a black gold texture. The dragon head's eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of black eyes that seemed to be burning. The eyes drooped slightly, glanced at everyone, then tilted its head and rested on the sea, as if lazily falling asleep. Click! The door of the first carriage behind the dragon head opened, and a tall and thin figure walked out from the light, his windbreaker rustling and his hair flying. Chapter 721. The person who came was Gao Yang, wearing a retro white windbreaker and a black half-face mask. Oh my god! He is worthy of being the leader of Jussi. Even a dream is so impressive. Zhang Wei was so excited that he became a fanboy of Gao Yang. To create this, Qining looked at the huge creature in front of him. Is there any purpose? No, this is also the first time I use beautiful dream. I just want to explore the limit of creativity in dreams. Gao Yang answered truthfully. This is what I imagined based on the golden crow in mythology. The original plan was to create a mythical creature. I don't know why, but in the end, some cyber elements were melted in, and it was automatically generated like this. Qining was speechless for a moment. It turned out that he was idle. It's so cool, just like a dragon hunter. Zhang Wei flattered him. Gao Yang jumped off the carriage and stood in the backlight. Everyone, Jussi's assessment of you and objective risk avoidance are over. Welcome to Jussi. From now on, we are colleagues. Gao Yang, who had a very arrogant attitude before, suddenly became so polite and sincere that everyone was a little overwhelmed for a while. Are you trying to PA us? Li Zi looked around while complaining in her heart. Seeing that no one spoke, she chose to shut up. Finally, please allow me to ask you a question. Gao Yang smiled and stretched out his hand. Jussi, can I trust you? At the same time, he activated lie detector. In Dream, the talent has no cooling time limit. The next morning at 10 o'clock. Feiyang District, Jiaxing Pavilion Scenic Area. Jiaxing Pavilion is an ancient building that has been preserved intact, and is also a very famous scenic spot in Licheng. It is built on a high ground in the city center, and a stone wall fortress is built around the terrain. It covers a total area of 800 square meters. There is a 5-story tower on the top of the mountain, named Jiaxing Pavilion. A large number of tourists come here because of its reputation. It opens at 7 a.m. every day, and closes at 10 p.m. There is an endless stream of people. Tourists stroll on the walls of Jiaxing Pavilion, or climb up to Jiaxing Pavilion, overlooking the beautiful Licheng and Lijiang, and take photos and check in. There is actually a large basement under the foundation of Jiaxing Pavilion. In ancient times, this place would also be temporarily requisitioned as a military stronghold, and a large amount of food and weapons would be stored in the basement. In the early years, the basement collapsed and people died. Now it has been closed and not open to the public. No one knows that this basement has been quietly renovated, reinforced, and soundproofed, becoming the new stronghold of Jiuxi for 10 days. Except for the members who take turns to go out, everyone else hides in it during the day. In the middle of the night, the secret door of the basement will be opened to allow air circulation, and people will be sent to deal with domestic garbage and excrement, and replenish supplies. Feyong District is the territory of the Qilin Union. It is a scenic spot with such a dense flow of people. It is unexpected that all the members of the Jiuxi organization are hidden there. When Chen Ying and his party woke up, they had already arrived in this basement, and had no idea where they were. In any case, this place is much better than the auditorium. It is dry and clean, with bright lights, complete supplies, and toilets and bathrooms are isolated. Except for the closed space and no sunlight, there are actually no disadvantages. Zhang Wei is also quite satisfied with this. He finally found the excitement of engaging in underground activities. During the 7 days of the Scarlet Tide, the Awakeners knew each other, except Wang Zikai. However, Gao Yang and Chen Ying still took the lead in organizing everyone to have a rather formal supper, introducing everyone to each other, and getting to know each other better. Afterwards, everyone held a meeting together to discuss the follow-up plan. They came to a unanimous conclusion. The number of GOC reached 21, almost catching up with the Qilin Union, and the strength increased greatly, but the risk of being exposed also increased greatly. Most of Chen Ying's team are auxiliary awakeners, with weak combat power. Once discovered, it is difficult to save their lives, so GOC has to move their base to other isolated islands, tentatively set in the Snow Country, the Island Country, or the Anai Country. However, Chen Ying had just led people to rebel, and the Qilin Union and the Baichuan group must have guessed that GOC would move their positions, and they would definitely send people to follow the airports, train stations, high-speed rail stations, and docks away from the city. Even if they rely on Nana's disguise and move one by one, the risk is not small, so they should stay out of the limelight first. In addition, for the sake of caution, the people in Chen Ying's team cannot go out at present, and must stay in this basement at all times. Chen Ying and others have no objection to this. Now with Xiaotian's perception, Jiuxi can clearly see the situation within 3 kilometers, and can detect it immediately even if there is danger approaching. Gao Yang also copied Xiaotian's perception. Perception is a passive skill. Once Gao Yang activates his talent, as long as it is not interrupted, it will not be limited to 20 seconds of use time. Gao Yang has high mental strength, so it is not a problem for him to perceive for several hours at a time, which can greatly reduce Xiaotian's reconnaissance pressure. In this way, the first day of joining Jiuxi ended. Zhang Wei gradually became bored from the initial excitement. He was so depressed that he wandered around the base, and looked for people to chat everywhere. Yi Feng was setting up a secret defense line for the periphery of the basement. He squatted on the ground, holding the thin wire, pulling and retreating little by little, without any sound from his feet. Seeing Zhang Wei coming, Yi Feng proudly said, "Even rabbits can't feel my line, but as long as it touches me, I will know." "Uncle Feng, don't worry about it." Zhang Wei disagreed. "There are masters of Jiuxi patrolling outside, Xiao Tian, and the captain are taking turns to sense. Even if there is real danger, it won't be your turn to find it. We slipped away long ago. Let's go, play cards. I'm almost bored to death." "Hey, that's right." Yi Feng stood up and patted the dust on his hands. "I'm not used to this. Every time I change a place, I can't help but set up a defense line first, otherwise I can't sleep well." Zhang Wei pulled Yi Feng, Buzhou, and Wang Zikai to form a card game. Zhang Wei and Wang Zikai met too late, and both of them love to brag. The difference is that Wang Zikai's bragging is generally true, such as killing people in Gujiao village, such as killing the elite Sen in one punch, and fighting back and forth with Elder Qilong. Zhang Wei's boasting was hard to tell whether it was true or not. For example, When all the awakeners fell in the poison of hell, he was the first to wake up. For example, when he met Qilin's eyes, everyone around him felt an inexplicable pressure, but he was the only one who was calm and even wanted to laugh. Shuang was also busy, and quickly joined the girlfriend group of Hong Xiao, Can Tu, and Kyo. While eating snacks, she talked about topics that girls were interested in. As the only married person present, Shuang also talked about a lot of private topics, which made the other three girls blush and feel excited. Fuxing was still sitting alone in the corner, meditating quietly. When Nana saw Fuxing for the first time, she felt that she had the aura of a worldly expert. Nana thought this was the temperament she lacked as a queen. So Nana sneaked up to Fuxing and meditated with her, but the effect was not good. She was always distracted. After finally finding a little feeling, she suddenly heard a shouting in her ear. "I don't care. I don't want to be here. I hate it here." Chapter 722. Then, it was Wang Wayne's cry. "I don't want to stay here. I hate this place." Sob, sob, sob. Wang Wayne was still too young to understand the dangers of the awakening world. She only knew that she was suddenly taken to a small dark room by her mother and locked up for a long time. Now, she came to another big room without windows and sunlight and was locked up for a long time again. She wanted to go to the park to buy balloons, go to the mall to take a small train, and go to Huanggongmen to eat ice cream cones. Even her only good friend Xiaotian refused to play with her. He just closed his eyes all day and didn't move. Wang Wayne couldn't stand it anymore, and the grievances of many days broke out at once. "Ying, be good, wait a little longer, it will be fine in a few days." She could only coax her. Although the basement was soundproof, Qingling still didn't want Wang Wayne to be too noisy. After all, there were thousands of tourists above their heads. Qingling stepped forward coldly. "Stop crying. I don't care. I hate this place. I want to go out. I want to go home." Wang Wayne cried even louder. Xia Yi apologized to everyone while continuing to coax her daughter. Qingling was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly squatted beside Yinin. "I show you magic." Yinin immediately stopped crying, opened her eyes, and asked curiously, What magic?" Qingling picked up a black gold dart expressionlessly. "Watch it, don't blink." The next second, the black gold dart disappeared in Qingling's hand. "Ah!" Yinin couldn't believe it, holding Qingling's hand and looking at it again and again, looking for it again and again. The dart really disappeared. "Where did it go?" "In your pocket," Qingling said. Wang Wayne didn't believe it, and hurriedly took out her skirt pocket, and really found the black gold dart. "Wow, sister is really amazing." Qingling was afraid that the dart would cut Wang Wayne, and was also afraid that she would take it for herself, so she took it back immediately. "Do you like riding trains?" Qingling asked again. "Yeah." "Want to ride a sled?" Qingling said. "Yes." Yinin had seen cartoons, and knew what a sled was. Qingling raised her hand, and two black gold long swords slid along the ground to Yinin's feet. "Stand on it." Yinin's eyes were full of surprise, and she stepped on them happily, and the two tang swords slowly moved forward, just like a sled. "Ha ha ha, ride a sled." Yinin opened her hands, swayed, and forgot her troubles. Everyone was stunned. Gao Yang couldn't help laughing. He thought Qingling had a way to make Yinin stop crying, such as intimidating her with her eyes, suppressing her bloodline, just like dealing with Nana. But I never expected that Qingling would be so gentle to the child. "Captain." Chining had changed her name to Captain Gao Yang. He came over with Xiao Tian in his arms. "Xiao Tian is too tired. Can you take a break?" Xiao Tian's face was pale, and the blood from his nose could be seen on his philtrum. Although he could take a break for 1 minute after every 3 minutes of perception, it was still too much for Xiao Tian to use his talent for a long time at a high intensity. After all, he was only 7 years old. Gao Yang nodded. "I do it. Let him have a good sleep." Chining carried Xiao Tian to the mattress and covered him with a quilt. Chining sat aside, touching Xiao Tian's cold forehead, feeling very distressed. Xiao Tian slowly opened his eyes, his voice tired and guilty. "Sister, I'm sorry." "What nonsense! You have done a good job. The rest is up to brother Gao Yang. You should have a good sleep." Xiao Tian blinked. Qin Ying's voice also became soft. "We won't stay here in a few days. We go abroad. There won't be any enemies there. Your birthday is coming soon. Let's go to Dishi and I paradise together." Xiao Tian smiled slightly, and he closed his eyes. After a while, his breathing became even. January 1st, 2019, New Year's Eve. Beigui Funeral Home, office. Zhu Kei is still working at the funeral home. After finishing work today, she is a little tired, so she decided to rest in the temporary dormitory in the office. It was still early. She sat on the sofa, drinking milk tea while watching the New Year's Eve party. When the doorbell rang, she was immediately alert. Who had come to see her at this time? But she didn't think it was really dangerous. If it was an enemy, it would be impossible to knock on the door so politely. Shuke opened the door, and the visitor was a crow shark. He was wearing a t-shirt, soaked through, with water dripping from his pale chin. His eyes were dull, slightly looking down, staring at Suzaku's chest. Suzaku didn't bother to remind him of etiquette, and immediately asked, "Found it?" Crow Shark nodded. "Go into the house and tell me," Suzaku said. Crow Shark went into the house, and Suzaku found him a dry towel. Crow Shark wiped his hair with one hand, and took out a wrinkled photo soaked in water with the other hand. It was a high school girl with a pretty face, Gao Yang's sister Gao Xinshin. "My friend, I saw her." "Are you sure?" Suzaku asked. Crow Shark nodded. "Where?" "Base Way." Suzaku thought for a moment, and it turned out to be hidden in the island country. At first, the Qilin Union had been looking for it outside the city. Recently, Yin Yang asked everyone to expand the search range and check other isolated islands. The Crow Shark is responsible for the island country. He can follow the cruise ship at the dock and swim all the way along the official channel. The waterway between the two places is open. Base Way is a small bay town. Unless people living there never go near the sea, the Crow Shark's friends will definitely find it. Crow Sharks don't bring their mobile phones when they go into the water. After getting the news about Gao Xinshin, he came to find Suzaku as soon as possible. Suzaku was about to say something, but suddenly his thoughts flashed, and he changed his words and said, "You did a good job, go back and rest." Crow Shark still stared at Suzaku's chest. "Sister Suzaku, goodbye." "Goodbye." Closing the door, Suzaku took out his mobile phone and called Qilin. He had been awake for a few days, and took over all matters again. "Happy New Year." Qilin took the phone, and took the initiative to speak. "Have fun together." Suzaku got straight to the point. Crow Shark found Gao Xinshin. "Where is it?" Qilin asked. "I come to you and talk face to face," Suzaku said. "Okay, I'm at the White Lake Hotel." Qilin paused and smiled. This news is really the best holiday gift. Suzaku hung up the phone, put on his coat, tied a scarf and went out. As soon as the door closed, the figure of Wang Jian slowly emerged in the mirror in the living room. He turned into a white light, and jumped out of the mirror with a wretched look. He took out his mobile phone, and called Elder Yin Yang. His voice was very low. "Elder Yin Yang, Elder Zhu Ke found Gao Xinshin." Well, she didn't hide it, and was about to go to see President Qilin. Okay. I will continue to monitor. Chapter 723. Suzaku's car drove steadily on the night road at a moderate speed. Music was playing on the radio, and Suzaku's beautiful white index finger tapped the steering wheel quickly. When it tapped for the 298th time, Suzaku freed one hand, took out his mobile phone, selected 2 daily photos in the album, and edited a dynamic to post on social networks. Half an hour later, Suzaku came to room 5001 of Baihu Hotel. The door was not locked. Suzaku pushed the door open, and Qilin was sitting on the sofa, watching the New Year's Eve party. "What a coincidence, I'm watching it too," Suzaku said. "It doesn't look as good as before. When I was a child, I always watched the party with my parents," Qilin said, picked up the remote control, and turned off the TV. "Maybe it's not the party that has changed, it's us." Suzaku smiled. "Yes." Qilin stood up with a cane. "Did Crow Shark find Gao Xinshin?" Qilin didn't wear glasses, and his deep green eyes exuded a strong aggression, which made Suzaku subconsciously avoid him. "Yes, in Base Way," Suzaku answered truthfully. "Are you sure?" Qilin asked. "It should be correct," Suzaku said. "Last time at the old fisherman's wharf, his friends also found Gao Yang." Qilin thought for 3 seconds and made a decision. "Let's go immediately." "Go now." Suzaku was a little surprised, pretending to be relaxed and joking. "At least spend the holiday. I give you a day off when I come back." Qilin was also half joking. "How many people?" Suzaku asked again. "Just you and me," Qilin said. "Qinglong and Yinliang are not going." Suzaku was a little surprised. "They have other things to do." Qilin picked up his coat and turned to leave. Suzaku didn't ask any more questions and followed Qilin. At the same time, in the basement of Jiaxing Pavilion, Jiuhan, Manshi and Huixiong went out for a walk. The others stayed in the basement. Today was New Year's Day. There was no TV, and they could not watch the New Year's Eve party. They could only sit together and chat while eating. However, this made them feel like they were dependent on each other, and the atmosphere of the festival became stronger. Gao Yang sat cross-legged outside the crowd and turned on perception to monitor the situation within 3 kilometers. Sometimes, some awakeners would appear, but from their moving trajectory and speed, it could be judged that they just happened to pass by. While perception was in progress, Gao Yang also paid some attention to consider his subsequent plans. Since the last wish, Gao Yang has accumulated 1591 points of luck points, which is very close to 1920. He will soon be able to comprehend the guardian talent once. I hope that the wishing pool can be more reliable and help him realize absolute defense at once. In this way, Gao Yang will not have to worry anymore. No matter what danger he encounters in the future, Gao Yang can at least deploy an absolute defense barrier and then take everyone away like a spaceship. Gao Yang was also very anxious and wanted to accumulate luck points quickly. But luck points are something that cannot be exploited at all. He tried to let the man-snake kill him, but the man-snake's hostility can only be generated for a moment and will fail from time to time. Others can't be counted on. Gao Yang also wanted to go and fight with high-level beasts, but finally gave up. Before the awakening of the beast character, high-level beasts are equivalent to lost beasts. If Gao Yang actively hunts high-level beasts, it is essentially no different from killing lost beasts, which touches his bottom line. What's more, the current high-level beasts pose a very limited threat to Gao Yang. Gao Yang has done similar experiments before. If you want to brush luck points, whether fighting or escaping, both sides must have the intention to kill and go all out. In other words, if Gao Yang could easily defeat the enemy but deliberately delay the battle, the luck value generated during this time would be negligible. Using the game idea to explain, the experience of high-level beasts below the delusion beast is too little to help Gao Yang improve his strength. The last method is to fight to the death with the people of the Kirin Union. This is even more unrealistic. Gao Yang does not want to kill the weak ones, who can be killed, not to mention that Gao Yang has no confidence in winning the strong ones, who must be killed because he has no experience. Now, Chinning has brought so many people here, and he cannot take the initiative to expose himself. The risk is too great. After thinking about it, the only way left is to continue to survive. More than 300 points of luck. Just survive for another 6 days. Gao Yang felt sick in his chest, and his head was dizzy. Gao Yang has been using perception for 5 hours, and has reached his limit. He stopped, took a deep breath, and adjusted the energy state in his body. Not far away, everyone was still chatting lively, and Gao Yang was not in a hurry to join. He took out his unlogged phone and browsed Gao Xinxin's account without leaving any trace. Sure enough, she posted another dynamic. It was a moon with a poem. Being a stranger in a foreign land, I miss my family all the more during the holidays. Gao Yang felt a pang of pain in his chest. He didn't dare to look at it anymore and quickly exited. He habitually started to check the social accounts of his former colleagues. Most of them had not been updated, but many of them were still operating their superficial identities, and occasionally posted their daily lives. From these contents, some information could be glimpsed. The account Summer Departure posted a dynamic 20 minutes ago, with 2 photos. The first one was a starry night sky, and the second one was a cup of milk tea. Caption: Tomorrow is a good day, I really want to play in the escape room, but unfortunately I have to work overtime. Many people liked it below, and one of them, a user named Mumudajian, liked it immediately and left a message: I am always free, let's make an appointment. Gao Yang was going to swipe away quickly, but he stopped for some reason and looked at it 3 times. Suddenly his heart was beating wildly. He stood up and searched for something. Qing Ling in the crowd noticed it immediately. She stood up and walked towards Gao Yang. Looking for me? Gao Yang nodded palely and lowered his voice. Gao Xinxin may have been exposed. Qing Ling frowned. Are you sure? Gao Yang handed the phone to Qing Ling. Qing Ling knew that Xiaori departure was Suzaku. She took a look at the latest updates and didn't think there was anything wrong. Gao Yang explained. The stars represent Xinxin, and tomorrow will be a good day, which refers to the sun, and the sun represents me. The secret room can be understood as hiding, and overtime implies carrying out the mission. We talked about cigarettes and milk tea before. Milk tea represents my choice, and milk tea photos represent her change of position and wanting to help me. Suzaku is reminding me that they have found Gao Xinxin and are going to catch her. Are you thinking too much? Qing Ling still felt that it was a bit overinterpreted. I don't know. Gao Yang was very uneasy. There is a sea where Gao Xinxin is hiding, and the crow sharks under Suzaku can control the fish school. Maybe his friends really went to the island country. Qingling was silent, and she was also a little shaken. No, I have to go find her. Gao Yang was confused and couldn't stay for a moment. You can't go. Qingling turned and looked at the crowd behind him. You are needed here. Gao Yang was about to say something, but Qingling interrupted. I will go. No, it's too dangerous. Gao Yang objected. Qilin, Yinliang, and Qinglong are all too strong for Qingling to handle, and it is difficult for her to escape from them. What happened on Huanfeng Street must never happen again. Either of you go or I go. Qilin stared at Gao Yang. Choose one. Chapter 724. Gao Yang was silent. After a long 10 seconds, he looked up. Qingling, take Wang Zikai, Hong Xiaoxiao, and Kyo with you, find Nana to change faces, and go to the Dolphin Hotel in Baseway immediately to pick up Gao Xinxin. Wang Zikai is currently the strongest fighter in the team, but he is also a top-level assistant. His whistle has a wide range of effects, and has a miraculous interference effect. He can easily escape if he really encounters a strong enemy. Hong Xiaoxiao's gamer can be a backup to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Qingling had no objection to Gao Yang's arrangement, and turned to leave. Qingling. Gao Yang called Qingling. Qingling turned around. Anything else? Be sure to be careful. Qingling nodded lightly, and turned to leave. 10 minutes later, Qingling's 4-member team set off. Gao Yang sat quietly for a while, still uneasy, always worried about accidents. He hesitated again, and shouted to the crowd, Cantu. Cantu was sitting and chatting with Shuang Shuang. She immediately stood up and ran over. Captain, what's up? Gao Yang quickly wrote a sentence on a note, folded it, and handed it to Cantu. You are fast. Go to Shingruxia flower shop immediately. If Tingo is in the attic, give him this note. If not, burn it. Tingo's combat power and escapability are both T1, and he is meticulous. If he can go to support the Qingling team, it will be another insurance. Okay. Cantu turned around and left without asking any more questions. Cantu. Gao Yang called her again. Remember, stay invisible throughout the whole process. Be careful. Don't worry, Captain. Cantu grinned. I'm not the same Cantu as before. After Cantu left, Gao Yang's heart finally calmed down a little. He had done everything he could, and the next step was to wait patiently. Qining noticed something. Not long after Cantu left, she came to Gao Yang and asked softly, I see people leaving one after another. Is there something wrong? It's not certain yet. Gao Yang answered truthfully, so I sent Qingling to help me confirm it. Qining nodded. She thought of something. It will be Yining's 5th birthday in the early morning. Cantu bought a cake during the day. We plan to celebrate for her and make her happy. Okay. Gao Yang nodded. There is no need to report this kind of thing. It's not a report. It's an invitation for you to come. Qining also smiled. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, then he forced himself to smile. Okay. You have really changed a lot. Qining said with some emotion. When you led the Pasong team before, you would still laugh and joke with everyone, but now you are the captain of GOC, you are always alone, and as soon as you open your mouth, you give orders. Don't make me sound so cold and heartless. Gao Yang pretended to be relaxed. I am just sensing, I need to concentrate. By the way, I have finished my work, it is Xiao Tian's turn. Look! Qining was angry and amused. You are working as soon as you open your mouth. I reflect on myself. Gao Yang smiled helplessly. Unknowingly, it was early morning. Gao Yang estimated Cantu's pace. He should be on his way back now. I wonder if he has contacted Tengu. It should be possible. I have always been lucky. Gao Yang comforted himself. Pop. Suddenly, all the lights in the basement went out. Gao Yang was startled, subconsciously checked the system, and entered the battle state. Then he realized that everyone was celebrating Wang Wayne's birthday. 2 seconds later, the flickering candlelight appeared in the darkness. Happy birthday to you. Xia Yi sang the birthday song, holding a cream cake with 5 candles on it, and walked towards the big round table in the middle of the basement. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Everyone gathered around the table, and surrounded Wang Wayne to sing the birthday song. Wang Wayne wore a birthday hat made of cardboard and smiled happily. Happy birthday to Yining. After the birthday song was sung, everyone clapped their hands together. Yining, come here, make a wish. Shuang Shuang squatted aside, holding Yining. Yeah. Yining's little face was illuminated by the candlelight, and her eyes were pure and clear. She clenched her hands, placed them on her chin, and said in a coquettish voice, The first wish is that I hope my mother is happy and my father is happy in another world. Xia Yi was still smiling, and the corners of her eyes turned red in an instant. My second wish is to go to an eye paradise in Dishi with Xiao Tian this year. Chen Ying was stunned. At this moment, Xiao Tian was still sitting in the corner of the basement, closing his eyes tightly and activating perception. Chen Ying felt distressed. She picked up a small cupcake on the table, left the crowd, and walked toward Xiao Tian, letting him eat a piece of cake and rest for a while. My third wish. Yinin, you can't say it, otherwise it won't work. Buzhou reminded hurriedly. Right. Koa agreed. Oh! Yinin thought about it, closed her eyes, and made the third wish devoutly. Blow out the candles. Yifeng shouted. Yinin, you have to blow them all out in one breath, otherwise the wish won't work, haha. Zhang Wei stood not far away, and said deliberately. Blow it, my king will give you strength. Nana, who was standing beside her, folded her hands and gave affirmation. In the darkness, Gao Yang looked at his companions illuminated by the birthday candles. They gently surrounded Yinin, just like the only bonfire in this cold night. Gao Yang's chest felt warm. At least at this moment, he could understand Xia Yi's choice. The more desperate, the more he longed for hope. Ding. The phone rang, Gao Yang looked down, and the quick text message sent by Johan on the phone had only one word, danger. Warning. Danger? Gao Yang shouted without hesitation, and at the same time reached into his pocket and launched teleportation towards the front. Lucky point gain increased to 10,000 times. The only candlelight in the darkness went out. Chapter 725. 2 minutes ago. A 24-hour convenience store in the neighborhood near Jiaxing Pavilion. Click. The automatic door opened, and a tall and mighty middle-aged man walked out of the convenience store. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, and a rough golden beard on his face. It was Hui Xiong who had changed his appearance. He carried a bag of daily necessities, and walked quickly towards Jiaxing Pavilion. He had just finished his patrol work, and bought some things at the supermarket before returning to the base. The street was silent. He just passed a corner, and a figure appeared, stabbing his throat with a sharp cold light. In a flash, Hui Xiong leaned back to avoid it. Just when he was about to activate the beast transformation, he found that the person attacking him was Man Snake. Hui Xiong retracted the energy in his body in time, resisted the urge to swear, and lowered his voice. Are you sick? Will you die if you change the way you greet? Hui Xiong looked up, and looked around to confirm that there was no surveillance. The dagger in Man's hand retracted into his sleeve in the blink of an eye. Under Nana's pinching face, he is now a somewhat old man, wearing a sanitation worker's uniform, and is on night shift. I am reminding you not to neglect your duties. Manchi sneered. I neglected my duties? Hui Xiong was very unhappy. It's time for me to go to the supermarket to buy some things. You are too nosy. What did you buy? Man's tone was like interrogating a prisoner. Look for yourself. Hui Xiong handed the daily necessities in his hand to Manchi. Manchi didn't take it, and stared at Hui Xiong's bulging jacket pocket with sharp eyes. What's hidden in your pocket? Hui Xiong was stunned and smiled. Nothing, a pack of cigarettes. Manchi didn't ask any more questions, and turned away. Just after taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned back, and stabbed Hui Xiong's heart with a dagger. Hui Xiong raised his hands to block the stab with both hands, but he didn't know that this was Man's feint. Manchi quietly took the things in his pocket with his other hand. Fuck you. Give it back to me. Hui Xiong was furious and reached out to grab it. Believe it or not, I will beat you up. Manchi jumped back, and picked up the thing to look at it. It was a pink carousel music box. Manchi knew that it was Yinin's birthday after midnight. During the day, Santo bought a cake, and reported the matter to Manchi. Manchi was not only the captain of the investigation team, but also half of the security captain of Jussi. He had to know who was going in and out of the base. Old-fashioned. Manchi threw the music box back to Hui Xiong and said disdainfully, Who would give a music box now? I can give whatever I want. What's your business? Hui Xiong angrily stuffed the music box back into his pocket, stepped forward and knocked Man's shoulder away, and continued to walk forward. Manchi followed and subconsciously felt that the things in his trouser pocket became heavier. It was a small box of clay toys, a birthday gift prepared by Manchi for Yinin. He thought Yinin would definitely like it, as it was fun to play with, and could help her develop her hands-on skills and creativity. But now, he was a little shaken. Maybe little girls still like toys that are more dreamy. How is Johan? Manchi asked after a while. Don't worry, everything is fine. Hui Xiong took out a cigarette and lit it. Johan was lurking in a high place, observing around with a telescope, and he was probably looking at them now. Not far away was Jiaxing Pavilion. Hui Xiong puffed out smoke and looked up. A bright moon was hanging above Jiaxing Pavilion. The moonlight is so beautiful. Hui Xiong suddenly felt a little emotional. My first date with my girlfriend was in Jiaxing Pavilion. Until now, I still remember the touch of her lips. That was our first kiss. You are not suitable to talk about this topic. Man, she sneered. Hui Xiong ignored him and continued to recall. If I hadn't awakened, she wouldn't have become someone else's bride. I don't know how she is doing now. Do you still remember that there was a fool who loved her so much? Don't talk about it. Leave me some appetite. I plan to drink some wine when I go back. Man, she said. Okay, call Buzhou and Yefeng. Let's have a few drinks. When Hui Xiong heard about drinking, he immediately got excited and immediately forgot about the old love history. Yefeng is a good drinker. Not bad. Man, she was a little unconvinced. I drink him tonight. Pound. Things happened suddenly without any signs. Accompanied by a muffled sound that broke through the sound barrier, the top of the head suddenly shone with golden light, as bright as day, like God waking up in the middle of the night and turning on the light. Gray male and man snake immediately felt a strong suction force, almost sucking them into the air. It was a resonance caused by the huge and dense energy passing by quickly. Above their heads, a golden waterfall parallel to the ground appeared out of thin air. In fact, it was the afterimage of a giant energy trail. The buildings on both sides of the street were neatly cut off by the energy that was rushing past, leaving only half of them. Those buildings that were cut off, along with the lost beasts inside, were directly destroyed, leaving no residue. Boom. 1 second later, the Jiaxing Pavilion 1 kilometer away exploded. The ground shook, and golden light shone everywhere. Man-snake, gray male's vision was blurred and swallowed by the golden light. 3 seconds later, their vision recovered little by little. The Jiaxing Pavilion not far away had disappeared, and the entire small earth slope and the ancient building were all like being shoveled away by God. Instead, the entire night sky within a kilometer radius was filled with golden energy fragments like heavy snow. Then, all kinds of gravel, rubble, scorched earth and various large and small unidentified burning objects appeared, splashing around like a meteor shower, hitting the surrounding roofs, windows, billboards, roads and cars. Faced with this scene, Hui Xiong and Man, she were completely dumbfounded. What happened? The scene in front of them was completely beyond their understanding. At this time, a bloody ball flew to the road under the feet of the two people, rolling to their feet. It was a man's head, his mouth opened in horror, his skin was charred, his 2 eyeballs burst out, leaving only 2 brown blood holes. Under the corrosion of the golden energy, the octagonal leather hat on his head was directly stuck to his hair and scalp, like a leather ball stuffed in a microwave. Man Shi and Hui Xiong recognized it immediately. This head came from Yi Feng, who had a good alcohol tolerance. 3 minutes ago. 1 kilometer away from Jiaxing Pavilion, on the second to last floor of an office building. This floor is a cultural company that closed down and vacated due to poor performance. Johan, who had disguised himself, was wearing a gray jacket and holding a tactical telescope, sitting on a desk by the window. The view here is wide, and Jiaxing Pavilion and the houses and streets within 1 kilometer of it are all in sight. In the early morning, all the street lights in the city were turned off, and there were not many lights on in offices and residential buildings. Only the downtown area and Bar Street were still brightly lit, like a few rivers of light surging in the dark. Johan drank the last sip of canned coffee in his hand, picked up the telescope, and continued to patrol. Whenever he found any movement, he would immediately lock and observe to confirm or eliminate suspicious risks. This is a boring job that requires tenacious patience and strong perseverance. It is almost time for Hui Xiong to hand over his shift, while Manshi will continue to work until dawn. He sleeps less and works twice as long as other members. Before getting off work, Hui Xiong will go to the nearby 24-hour convenience store to buy something. Johan saw the blonde and blue-eyed Hui Xiong carrying a bag of things through the telescope. He locked onto Hui Xiong with interest, only to see him hurrying on his way, but was sneak attacked by Manshi at the corner. Then, Johan witnessed a fight between 2 men. Childish. Johan muttered inwardly, put away the telescope, and took out a bag of chocolate bars from his pocket. At this moment, a tiny light flashed in the sky above the city in the distance. That direction, that height, should be the roof of the Rongxing Financial Building 3 kilometers away. This golden light spot does not look like a signal light. Johan immediately picked up the telescope and locked onto the light spot. The effective distance of the tactical telescope is 2.5 kilometers. Johan could not see the content accurately, but could only vaguely feel that there was a group of people standing on the roof. A man seemed to be standing at the front, with golden light flashing all over his body, and continued to send energy waves to the surroundings. Could this be Qinglong's strongest punch? Johan had the honor of seeing Qinglong's strongest punch once before. He flattened a hill just to find the entrance to the suspected talisman cave. In an instant, Johan's blood flowed backwards. He didn't know what happened, and he didn't have time to think about what went wrong. He had a strong intuition. This punch was aimed at Jiaxing Pavilion. Johan grabbed the sniper rifle next to him with one hand, reached into his pocket with the other hand, and pressed the quick text message send button. The text message contained only one word: danger. Chapter 726. 5 minutes ago. Feiyang District, Rongqing Financial Building, rooftop. This building is the tallest building in Feiyang District, and the entire city is in full view. The only building that can rival and slightly surpass it is the Millennium Building in Daxu District. The two buildings are more than 10 kilometers apart. Looking down from the sky, they are like two antennas of the city. On the roof of the building stood a group of members of the Kirin Union who were urgently summoned. They all wore dark clothes and hid in the night. The members are as follows: Elders, Yin Liang, Qilong; Guardians, Liu Shuang, Lingqiu; Elites, Huagui, Heiyu, Sen, Gushi, Bianjian, Luanjian, Sumei, Daoj. Members, Zaya Qingkai, Hedong, Xiaoxin, Shaoluo. Tonight, this group of people will launch the largest-scale raid and encirclement at all costs. Goal: annihilate the Jussi organization. The story has to start from 6 days ago. 6 days ago, Qining shot and woundedly stole the rune circuit of Baichuan Group and took his confidant to Jussi. Li was seriously injured and unconscious, and woke up after almost 3 days. He had a conversation with Yin Liang afterwards. Li came with 3 black gold bullets in his body and a bald man. This man was Miss, who was not successfully turned by Qining. Li got straight to the point. She could help Qilin Union find the hiding place of Jussi organization. In exchange, Qilin Union must kill Gao Yang, the leader of Jussi this time. Yin Yang wanted this very much, but was extremely surprised. Yin Yang always believed that Li, this old fox, was a neutral faction who did not want to offend anyone and just wanted to survive in the cracks. In order to find out the dust, he even preferred to cooperate with Jussi secretly. It's only been a few days, and she suddenly turned into a radical who wanted to eliminate Jussi. Yin Yang was very worried, wondering if this was another trick, just like Kyo before. Afterwards, the two old men had the following conversation. Qining betrayed you, your anger is understandable, but as far as I know, you don't seem like someone who can do such a thing. Yin Yang smiled. You are so deliberate, it makes people suspicious. Mr. Li took off his glasses, and the gentleness on his face disappeared, leaving only absolute calmness. Elder Yin Yang, to tell you the truth, I don't like the Qilin Union, nor do I like you in Qilin. If I can choose, I will never hand over the future of mankind to you. But I have no choice. Yin Liang said nothing. His eyes under the mask were deep and subtle. I have only one request: Gao Yang must die. Mr. Li said, everything I did was for the future of mankind. For this, I betrayed the person who trusted me the most, and also sold my soul. Yin Yang still said nothing. Qining carries a gun every day, but she has hardly ever fired it. These 3 black gold bullets have been with her for at least half a year, and have been stained with some of her active energy. Even if it lasts for more than 3 days, Mrs. Level 4 tracking can lock a rough range, but if it lasts for more than a week, it will be completely powerless. In addition, my Level 7 Prophet has a new skill. For anyone who has a deep intersection with my life, within a week, I can peek into some fragments of what she is currently seeing through dreams. I can only provide these 2 clues. You go find Jussi and kill Gao Yang. Mr. Li stared at Yin Liang. This is all my plan. If you don't believe it, please go back. Yin Liang thought for half a minute, and thought that the Qilin Union would not suffer any losses. Okay. Yin Liang agreed. After the matter is completed, we will take the 3 runes until the door is opened. Please do as you wish. Mr. Li didn't care. After the matter is completed, what do you want? Yin Liang said. If possible, lend me the knowledge rune to fuse to level 8. I want to see the fate of mankind in the future, if possible. Yin Liang nodded. I will consider it. When will the plan start? Mr. Li said, Miss, and I will track it in less than 2 days. Start immediately. After that, Yin Liang began to lay out. Miss took 3 black gold bullets and activated tracking. Only a rough range was determined. He drew a circle in the Feiyang area on the city map, and the diameter of this circle in reality was 10 kilometers. To be honest, when Yin Liang got this answer, he almost suspected that Miss was playing tricks on him. The GOC organization was actually hiding under the nose of the Qilin Union. However, Yin Liang still held the attitude of no loss anyway and continued to investigate. The range of 10 kilometers is too large, and a carpet search is impossible. It is easy to alert the enemy. GOC is cunning and elusive. If they were investigated in this way, they would have moved away long ago. However, in the Dream of Prophet, Li saw some of the pictures seen by Chening, which were very blurry. Li initially judged that GOC should be hiding in a large basement, because she did not see any windows in the picture seen by Chening. Relying on these two clues, Yu began to investigate secretly. For 3 whole days, Yu only slept for 1 hour a day, holding the map of Feiyang district in his hand, standing on a high-rise building, activating the perspective ability of clairvoyance, and checking one building after another, mainly checking underground parking lots, underground warehouses, underground shopping malls, etc. Use the clairvoyance once, take a 5-minute break, and after checking a place, put a cross on the map. He searched until 11 o'clock tonight. When Yu searched the Jiaxing Pavilion, which he thought was the most unlikely scenic spot outside the city, he was surprised to find that there was a very secret basement hidden under the Jiaxing Pavilion. He activated perspective and screamed with excitement. He really found it. The Juicy organization and Chening and others were all hiding there. He saw Gao Yang and Qing Ling away from the crowd, discussing something with serious faces. Yu did not dare to delay, and reported to Yin Liang immediately. Yin Yang immediately notified Qing Long to gather most of the union members, and go to the top of Rongqing building. He did not call Qilin because Qilin and Zhu Ke were going to the island country to do something very important, and this time Qilin's Wanxiang was not the key to the victory or defeat of this battle. Yin Yang seriously reflected on the reason after the failure of the last encirclement of Jussi with Qilin. He thought the key was that Gao Yang was too cunning and agile, and his ability to escape was maxed out. He had teleportation, and he could also use some method to increase his mental resistance in a short time and resist Qilin's mental attack. Not only that, his body could also stir up a circle of strange white energy waves, making all awakened people within a few hundred meters around him fall into silence for half a second, but this ability seemed to be unable to be used continuously. Moreover, he also had the help of the ghost group's Jingjia, which could turn into a gust of wind at twice the speed of sound. Although it had no attack power, it could take people away, and no one could stop it. What was even more troublesome was that Xiaotian's joining allowed Jussi to know the movements within 3 kilometers very well, and his entire reconnaissance ability was maxed out. In close combat, unless Gao Yang took the initiative to fight, no one could catch him as long as he wanted to escape. Yin Liang would not fall twice in the same place. When Li showed his cards, Yin Liang had the prototype of tactics in his mind. The key to this tactic was Qinglong, the strongest person on paper. Although Qinglong doesn't like Yin Liang very much, he is absolutely loyal to Qilin. Qilin specifically asked Yin Liang to be the supreme commander in this battle. At 23:59 on January 1st, the battle began. Yin Liang put his hands behind his back. His back was slightly hunched, and he wore a crooked mask. Facing the strong night wind, his voice was hoarse but vigorous. Everyone, cheer up. Tonight, we will eliminate Jussi and put an end to this civil war that should not have happened. Everyone, fight for humanity. Fight for survival. Yin Liang shouted Qilin's slogan. Chapter 727. Fight for humanity. Fight for survival. Everyone shouted together, not caring about the loud noise that would attract attention. After all, Jussi, 3 kilometers away, would never hear it. As for the high-level beasts nearby, no one cared, because the next battle would inevitably involve them. Elder Qinglong, you will fire the first and most important shot of the attack. Yin Yang was very polite and stepped back, and the others also stepped back. Qinglong wore a slim black jacket, his resolute face facing the night wind, looking at the Jiaxing Pavilion 3 kilometers away. In his sight, the target was just a small dot. His fist could hit the target without any deviation, just give him time to accumulate power and aim. Elder Yin Liang, I will confirm it one last time, without reservation? Qilong said in a heavy tone. This will kill many people. Use the ring, without reservation. Yin Yang was determined. If the 9 heirs are not destroyed, all mankind will be in danger. Qilong sighed. I understand. From now on, I will leave it to you. Thank you. Qilong took a deep breath, and immediately a circle of golden energy waves swung around his body. This energy made everyone retreat unconsciously, and feel the suffocating pressure. Qilong took a step forward, bowed, turned his waist, clenched his right fist, and hit it at his waist. Then, he used the thumb of his left hand to bend the black gold ring on his index finger. Squeak! The 2x strengthening potion of equivalent exchange was injected into Qinglong's body. In the next 8 seconds, Qinglong's strength will be doubled, at the cost of a week of deep coma. Even if the strongest punch with full energy and 8 seconds of charging power hits the target from a very long distance of 3 kilometers, the power is reduced to 1/4. However, after injecting a 2x strengthening potion, its power is increased back to 1/2. If Qinglong's punch is used to deal with a high-speed moving target, it is like using a cannon to hit a mosquito, which is just a waste of energy and not worth the loss. But if it is used to hit a stationary target, even if it is 3 kilometers away, it is devastating. The enemy is unaware, and has no time to take any defensive measures. If he is hit by the energy wave of this punch, there is no possibility of survival. Ah! Every muscle in Qinglong's body bulges exaggeratedly, his face bursts with blue veins, and his sharp eyes burst into dazzling golden light. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. Crack, crack, crack. Under Qinglong's feet, the concrete ground is like the surface of an ice lake, cracking and spreading rapidly. Freeze! Liu Shuang summoned a layer of solid ice, freezing the cracks on the surface along the ground, firmly stabilizing Qinglong's foundation. Swish, swish, swish. Minch's hands turned into countless vines, spreading along the solid ice on the ground for a second reinforcement. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Xiao Qingcai's long hair turned into solid black steel wire, reinforcing the ground for the 3rd time. Ah! Qinglong's whole body turned into a ball of almost melted golden amber, and the chaotic and violent energy waves spread wildly in all directions. Everyone had to retreat again. Liu Shuang, Sen, and Xiao Qingcai struggled to hold on, barely stabilizing the foundation of Qinglong's monster cannon. 5 seconds. 6 seconds. 7 seconds. The strongest. The space on the roof seemed to pause for a second. Everyone felt a trance and dizziness, as if melting in the ocean of golden energy. 8 seconds. Black. Qinglong was like a black hole, quickly retracting all the energy waves around him and concentrating all the energy on his right fist. 1 punch. 0.1 seconds later, the right fist punched towards the night sky. Boom. A golden fist as big as the head of a large truck, dragging a dazzling tail, rushed towards the Jiaxing Pavilion 3 kilometers away at 3 times the speed of sound. This speed is faster than the maximum speed of Jingzhe. From a distance, the night sky seemed to suddenly appear a golden avenue, as if God was holding a ruler, measuring the night sky, and brushing a golden line between 2 points. Pound, pound, pound. In less than 3 seconds, the huge golden fist broke through the sound barrier 3 times, cutting off the roofs of countless buildings along the way, and accurately crashed into the basement of Jiaxing Pavilion. When Gao Yang, who was in the basement, and Xiao Tian, who activated perception, realized that death was approaching, they only had less than 2 seconds to react. As for the others, they didn't even see the god of death, and were wiped out by God's golden line. The others in Rongxing Financial Building only felt that their eyes suddenly darkened. The light on Qinglong disappeared, leaving only an extremely tired figure, panting heavily. In less than 3 seconds, the Jiaxing Pavilion in the distance exploded, but in the eyes of everyone, it was just a small cluster of flames on the horizon. Boom boom. After a while, the dull explosion sounded like rolling thunder, and everyone felt it a little bit. Qinglong stood upright with his back to everyone. This punch seriously overdrew the energy in his body. Even if he woke up 7 days later, he would have to rest for a long time before he could fully recover. He slowly fell backwards. The sickle stepped forward quickly, supported Qinglong, and stabbed the energy injection into Qinglong's chest, pushing it all the way to the bottom. He put the unconscious Qinglong on the ground and made an okay gesture to everyone, meaning, "I will take care of Elder Qinglong, and leave the rest to you." Liu Shuang had a blank expression on her face, but she was worried about Qinglong in her heart, but she still had a mission to accomplish. Qinglong had taught her since she was a child that absolute loyalty and obedience were the highest honor of a warrior. "It's our turn." Yin Liang immediately ordered, "Team 2, surround them from the outside, and don't let any fish slip through the net." "Yes." Then his arms turned into vines, entangled Heyu, Xia Qingcai, and Gushi, and swung directly from the roof. Wanjian turned into a white light, performed a mirror jump on the windows between the buildings, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. "Team 1, go to Jiaxing Pavilion," Yin Liang said, looking up at the sky. A thin and short man was squatting on the billboard. His hands and feet were wearing black gold shackles that sealed his talent. He had black hair and a touch of rainbow-colored bangs, covering one eye and a small part of his face. His expression was between boredom and casualness, and his purple eyes revealed an unconcealable sinister and evil spirit. This person is the guardian of the Yanliang group, Lingqiu, with the talent elemental spirit. Pu Lingqiu spat. Finally it's my turn. His voice is young but hoarse, and his vocal cords seem to have been scraped by sandpaper. Tap. Yin Yang snapped his fingers, and the space around Lingqiu was slightly distorted, and his handcuffs and leg cuffs were untied with a click. Lingqiu jumped down from the billboard and moved his arms casually. Can I kill people this time? Yes. Yin Yang answered, and added, not my own people. Got it. Lingqiu looked reluctant. He opened his hands, and a strong elemental wind rose from his feet, lifting Yin Yang, Liushuang, Huagui, Sume, Xia Hidong, Xiaoxin, Xioka, and Daoj. Let's go! Lingqiu waved his hands forward, and the elemental wind turned into a hurricane, enveloping everyone, swooping down from the tall building and flying straight to the Jiaxing Pavilion, with a speed that was as fast as Tengu's flying. Although Lingqiu only had a level 3 elemental spirit, he could control 5 elements, namely, blue wind, blue fire, purple thunder, white ice, and scarlet light. Their corresponding individual elemental talents are swift wind, fire, lightning, frost, light. Although each element is not as good as a single elemental talent, the 5 elements can be combined at will, unpredictable, and their strength is far better than a single element. When everyone was swooping down at high altitude, Yin Yang did not delay for a second and continued to execute the tactics that had been formulated long ago. Sume, you go first. Chapter 728. Hee. Sume's blue hair fluttered in the hurricane. She stretched out her soft and boneless hands, hooked Xiao Xian's neck from behind, and pressed her plump breasts against his back. Xiao Xian shuddered, his face pale, and he suppressed his disgust and fear. Baby, I'm coming. Sume gently turned the ring on her ring finger and injected a 2x energy potion. She groaned, frowned slightly, and her lavender eyes quickly turned dark purple. Large patches of purple appeared on her skin, and soon her whole body turned purple, and it became softer and softer, and finally turned into a pool of purple venom. The venom gushed out from the thin clothes, as if it had life, tightly surrounding Xiao Xian's body, and quickly drilled into his mouth, nose and ears. Ah! Xiao Xian screamed in pain, his eyes quickly turned dark purple, and his body was covered with large purple spots, like a poison cheetah. Xiao Xian knew that time was running out, so he didn't dare to waste time and immediately turned the ring on his finger. Ah! Xiao Xian howled again, the energy in his body continued to surge, blending with Sume's energy, excited and painful. The medicine Xiao Xian injected was of higher purity, which could increase the energy by 3 times and last for 3 minutes, but the price was also more severe, requiring a deep coma for 9 months. However, Yin Liang promised Xiao Xian that he would absolutely guarantee his safety within these 9 months, and that the Qilin Union would definitely win the final victory and lead mankind out of the foggy world. Xiao Xian did not hesitate, but when he thought about living in fear every minute and every second, he might as well take a gamble. Maybe when he woke up, he would really be in a safe and beautiful new world. 3 heads and 6 arms. The swooping flower turtle quickly grabbed Xiao Xian and Lu Shuang's hands and activated a combination skill. A flash of white light appeared, and the flower turtle, Lu Shuang, and Xiao Xian stood back to back, turning into 3 heads and 6 arms. Xiao Dao. Yin Liang called out the name. Yes. Brother Dao's voice was loud. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with sparse hair, a short stature, thick lips, and a thick neck. He stretched out his hands. Come and high five. Lingqiu, who took the lead in the swooping flight, slightly changed the flow of the wind element, so that he, Yin Liang, Hidong, and the 3-headed and 6-armed flower turtle took turns to be on the same level as Brother Dao and successfully high-fived. Brother Dao's talent is Bias Guard, serial number 43 Guardian. Not long after the Scarlet Tide, he also comprehended Mind's Eye. Bias Guard can strengthen the 2 attribute defenses of himself and his teammates, and at the same time randomly weaken 1 attribute defense for 3 minutes. Now, everyone's defense against elemental and toxin damage is doubled, and defense against mental damage is reduced by half. Seeing that they were about to reach the sky above the Jiaxing Pavilion, Yin Liang issued an order. Start. Thick fog. Xiao Xian, who was in the 3-headed and 6-armed state, shouted, and the pores on his body quickly enlarged, turning into countless honeycombs, and a continuous stream of thick purple fog was ejected. Ah! Hidong plucked the strings of the zither, and with an angry scream, he launched a sonic attack, greatly accelerating the spread of the thick fog. It seemed that a giant purple fog fountain appeared in the sky, quickly covering the streets under his feet, with a diameter of 1.5 kilometers. These purple mists mixed with Su Mei's toxins would cause the energy in the enemy's body to be in a disordered state, and continue to lose until death. At the same time, the purple mist also contains the extreme cold air of the Six Frosts, which can quickly take away the temperature in the human body. Ordinary life will die in less than 20 seconds. Weaker awakeners can't last more than a minute. Strong awakeners can't last more than 3 minutes unless they have targeted defensive talents. The frost poison mist developed by Yan Liang does not distinguish between friend and foe. Even if the defensive mark of Bias Guard is pre-marked, it is an act of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting oneself by 500. Yan Liang will win without reservation this time. Gao Yang must die. Jiusi must die. At this time, Jiaxing Pavilion. It was as if a huge razor had shaved Jiaxing Pavilion, the ancient city, and the entire highland directly, leaving only a gully across 2 blocks. The end of the gully is also the place where the energy wave exploded. Jiaxing Pavilion has long been devastated and in ruins. Hula Gao Yang climbed up from the waste rock and scorched earth. All his clothes disappeared, and his jeans were torn into pieces. His skin was red, which was the state after being burned by the energy wave. His head was injured, and blood flowed from his forehead, almost dyeing his whole face red. At the moment of the disaster, he activated the power of enlightenment and adjusted his endurance to the highest level, so that he could withstand this devastating blow. Others were not so lucky. Gao Yang stood in the ruins, and his 6 senses returned little by little. His eyes felt the faint light, and there was a sound in his ears. Slowly, the world came back. The broken water pipe sprayed water mist, and the broken wires emitted crackling sparks. There were flames everywhere, thick smoke, sharp car horns, and faint crying and wailing. Pain, despair, anger, nothing. Only confusion. What happened? Why did it suddenly become like this? Gao Yang, no time to think. The enemy is coming. Quick, fight, fight, fight. Spirit. No. No. It was Qining crying. She sat in the ruins, covered in blood, her clothes torn, crying desperately. She was still holding a red cupcake in her bleeding hands, and Xiaotian was gone. Before the disaster came, Qining went to the corner of the basement and sent cupcakes to Xiaotian. This decision allowed her to avoid the sharpest sickle of death. But even the sickle wind could still take her life. Fortunately, in the last 2 seconds, Xiaotian clearly perceived the impending danger and the scope of this danger. Xiaotian opened his eyes, rushed towards Qining, and knocked Qining to the ground with his greatest strength in his life. The next second, the candle went out. Complete darkness descended, followed by dazzling golden light, and Xiaotian was taken away by the light. He was probably taken to heaven by God. This purgatory was not worthy of his innocence and beauty. Spirit. Ah. It hurts, my hand. It was Koa's voice. When Gao Yang shouted danger, he immediately activated the shuttle to burrow into the ground to escape, but unfortunately, he was still a step late. Half of his body was buried in the ruins, and the other half, his right arm, right thigh, and part of his waist, were neatly cut off, revealing bloody bones and internal organs, like a medical human model specially designed to show cross-sections. Spirit. Gao Yang saw a leg. It was Zhang Wei's leg. Gao Yang recognized the shoes. Zhang Wei had been showing off that it was a global limited edition, but Bu Zhou complained that there was no global in the misty world. Where was Bu Zhou? He was also found. Bu Zhou was with Shuang Shuang. Bu Zhou opened his arms to protect Shuang Shuang, as if he wanted to protect his wife, but unfortunately he failed. The couple's chest and below were all gone. The two opened their eyes in horror, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, nostrils, and ears. They didn't know what happened until they died, but at least they died together. Spiritual martial arts. Gao Yang's sight was attracted by another arm. It was stuck in the ruins, like a withered pale flower. It was Nana's hand, because her ring finger was still wearing a red spider lily-shaped ring. One of Li Zi's hands was also found, and she was holding a gift box in her hand. It was a birthday gift for Yining. Yifeng couldn't find it, and only saw a hiking boot. Fuxing was gone, but there was a book on the ground, illuminated by the fire in the ruins, with the remaining pages flipping randomly. Where was Yining? Yining was also gone. But her mother Shay was found. The woman was lying in the ruins with her head buried, her body pressed by the waste stones, and a thick stone pillar pierced through her entire back. The blood dyed the rubble into a red grave. Spiritual armament. Activated successfully. Sadness concentration, reduced to 0%. Coldness concentration, increased to 100%. Chapter 729. Gao Yang opened his eyes, as wide as he could without blinking. There was nothing in his eyes except calmness. His brain was like a machine, calculating the optimal solution at high speed. Above his head, a thick purple fog with frost and poison was like a rolling dark cloud, covering the entire area, leaving no escape. 1 second later, Gao Yang opened his hands and activated Gamer. Instantly, countless sacred white threads shot out from between his 10 fingers, rushed to the nearby ruins, found the remains of Nana and Zhang Wei, and began to repair them rapidly, creating a light cocoon. In the 2 seconds before the danger came, Gao Yang did 3 things. 1. Shouted danger. 2. Activated power of awareness and raised endurance to the highest level. 3. Took out the black hairpin from his pocket, rushed to Nana and Zhang Wei, who were closest to him, and stuffed the hairpin into them. Less than 30 seconds. Nana and Zhang Wei were rescued, lying in the ruins in a coma. Time reset consumes a lot of energy. Gao Yang opened his 6 senses to the maximum, and soon found a severely damaged medicine box in the ruins. He teleported over and opened the lid of the box. Almost all the medicines inside were damaged, leaving only 3 C medicines and 1 special adrenaline. Gao Yang conjured a phantom clone, let the clone take 2 C medicines, teleported to the only living Kowa, and injected the medicine into his body that had been cut off by 1/3. Whether he can survive depends on fate. Gao Yang's main body injected special adrenaline into his body, forcibly awakening the energy in his body that had entered a state of fatigue. At this moment, the system warning sounded again in his ears. Lucky point income increased to 10,000 times. Wow. Gao Yang spurted out a mouthful of blood. His heart had been stolen by the heart thief. 2 seconds later, Gao Yang's body became transparent and turned into a residual image. Gao Yang had already replaced his body in phantom. Ah! At the same time, Gao Yang's body was also attacked by a powerful sound wave. Gao Yang picked up the half-dead Kowa from the soil and escaped in an instant. Overhead, Ling Qiu and Huagui, Liu Shuang, Xiao Xian were still floating in the air. Xiao Xian was continuously releasing frost poison gas. Yin Yang, Hedong, and Daoj slowly landed and came to the ruins of Jiaxing Pavilion. At this time, the poisonous fog had filled the surrounding air. Gao Yang's skin was burning with a burning pain, and he felt the cold air was quickly taking away the temperature in his body. Gao Yang held his breath and mobilized the energy in his body to fight against the toxins and frost gas. Gao Yang. Yin Liang, wearing a crooked mask, looked at Gao Yang more than 10 meters away. You are really lucky, just like. Yin Liang raised his hand and pointed at Gao Yang. A cockroach. Man Snake and Hui Xiong ran towards Jiaxing Pavilion at full speed. Man Snake flew over the eaves and walls, and high-level beasts that were awakened broke out of the windows from time to time. Man Snake's movements were swift and tricky, and every knife hit the vital points, giving them almost no time to react. Hui Xiong ran wildly in the middle of the road, and several killers rushed towards him. Get out of the way! Hui Xiong no longer took them seriously, and instantly turned into a 3-meter-tall giant bear, directly knocking the killers out. The killers hit the wall and chased after landing. Man Snake's flying knives accurately pierced their eye sockets. The 2 men fought and ran, and suddenly, they stopped at the same time. At some point, the street was filled with purple mist. The skin of Hui Xiong and Man she felt burning, and at the same time, the hidden cold turned into strands of fine threads, drilling into their skin and attacking their internal organs. What is this? Hui Xiong crushed the skull of a killer with 1 foot, and shouted. Try not to breathe. Manshi jumped onto the electric pole, and swung a flying knife into the throat of a parasite on the roof. At this time, Manshi was not optimistic. In the case of that explosion, without any defense, not to mention others, even the Captain Gao Yang would find it difficult to survive. We can only hope that Xiao Tian's perception can buy a 2-second time window for everyone. In these 2 seconds, there can still be some variables. Boss, you can't die so easily. Manshi jumped down from the electric pole, stepped on the shoulder of a killer who was about to attack Hui Xiong, and pierced its crown with a sharp dagger. Manshi rolled to the ground and continued to rush forward with Hui Xiong. Suddenly, the 2 of them tightened their eyes. A horn was standing in the poisonous fog in front of them. It was like a werewolf, opening its big mouth full of red fangs and howling with its head raised. Ayo! Hui Xiong cursed in his heart. What you fear will come. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. 3 seconds later, all the lost people in the houses on both sides of the street went berserk. They turned into beasts of different shapes and varying combat power, and broke out of the windows. Some of them were already very old, and in a weak state of half beast and half human. They were already attacked by the poisonous fog and fell from a high building and died directly. They looked both funny and pitiful. There were more young and strong beasts. They quickly got up after landing, and were as crazy and bloodthirsty as zombies. They had no thoughts and reason, and did not know fear and fear. They rushed towards Manshi and Huixiong. Huixiong pointed forward, signaling Manshi to follow him. Huixiong roared, turned into a locomotive, and rushed towards the beasts. The dark beasts were like a piece of black cloth, torn in the middle by Huixiong's scissors. Beasts were constantly thrown out, thrown into the sky and fell down, like a wheat harvester. Manshi used Huixiong's back as a pedal, calculated the distance, jumped onto the windowsill of the house next to him, ran on the wall, and then quickly jumped and flew towards the horner. Swish Manshi slashed a sharp knife light and landed behind the horner. 2 seconds later, the horner's head fell to the ground, and blood spurted out like a shower. Manshi was covered in blood, and he pulled out the 2 short blades at his waist, turning into a bloodthirsty gyroscope, slashing wildly among the rampaging beasts. The 2 fought and advanced, killing countless rampaging beasts, but more beasts were still pouring into the streets. The 2 knew that they had to find a way to get rid of these rampaging beasts, otherwise they would die of exhaustion before reaching the Jiaxing Pavilion. Soon Manshi had an idea, and he shouted, "Bomb!" Buzz! Huixiong's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood. This was the tacit understanding that could only be achieved after years of fighting side by side. Chapter 730. Swish! Manshi cut off his left hand without hesitation and let it fall to the ground. The raging beasts behind him chased after him. Pound! The severed hand in the middle of the road exploded, and light, fire, blood, and limbs flew everywhere. Ah! Grayman sped up and rushed to a bus parked on the side of the road. He opened his arms, hugged the front of the car, and moved the car sideways at the intersection. Then, he flipped over several cars, blocked other gaps, and barely set up a defensive fortification to block countless raging beasts. Of course, this was just a delaying tactic, which could only delay the enemy for half a minute at most. The 2 did not look back and ran wildly towards the direction of Jiaxing Pavilion. Man's face was pale, and his right hand pinched the broken wrist of his left hand. What's going on? Grayman also realized that something was wrong. Man's level 6 Gecko regeneration ability was very fast, but his wrist port was bleeding profusely, and there was no tendency to stop bleeding or grow again. Fog! Manshi tried to speak as briefly as possible to breathe less. Huixiong suddenly realized. The toxins in the fog penetrated into the body faster through the wound, curbing Man's regeneration ability. Manshi tore off the sleeves of his clothes while running, and casually wrapped his broken wrist. Ah! The 2 were about to pass a crossroads, and a low and loud engine sound came from the road on the left. Manshi and Huixiong turned around at the same time, and Blackfish rode a black motorcycle with Xiao Qikai sitting behind him, rushing towards the 2. Roar! Almost at the same time, the roar of a lion came from the direction above. Gushy rode its giant lion, flexibly jumping on the roofs of houses on both sides of the street, and chased them. There was no way to escape. Manshi and Huixiong exchanged glances quickly and fought separately. "Come on, you bastard!" Huixiong cursed while rushing towards Heiyu. Bang! Huixiong slapped Simo away with a slap. Heiyu and Xia Qingkai were well prepared and jumped off the motorcycle in advance. Heiyu rolled to the ground, opened his 10 fingers, and shot 10 tough spider silk threads at Huixiong, effectively restraining Huixiong's actions. Xia Qingkai also dodged to the side and activated magic hair. The dense hair on his head turned into sharp steel wires, rushed towards Huixiong, and quickly entangled him. Heiyu's mind moved, and the spider poison was injected into his fingertips, and he attacked Huixiong along the spider silk. Huixiong suddenly sneered, "You have a long face." Heiyu's chest was filled with a nameless anger, and he instantly gave up poisoning and ran straight to Huixiong, deciding to fight him in hand-to-hand combat. "You have so much dandruff." Huixiong continued to taunt. Xia Qingkai was also angry. She controlled her hair to tighten the restraint on Huixiong, while pulling out a dagger, trying to stab Huixiong to death. However, facing the 3-meter-tall Huixiong, she could only stab his thigh at most. The moment the 2 rushed towards Huixiong, they suddenly came to their senses. I was taunted. The 2 of them were shocked, quickly woke up and retreated. Huixiong suddenly exerted force, grabbed the spider silk with one hand, and the hair with the other hand, and pulled hard. Blackfish and Xia Qingkai had no power to resist, and flew directly towards Huixiong. Huixiong opened his mouth wide, and was about to bite off Blackfish's head in one bite, and then bite Xia Qinkai's shoulder. Swish, swish, swish. Sin arrived in time, his hands turned into more than a dozen tough vines, wrapped around Huixiong's neck from behind, and locked his mouth. MMM. Grayfish and little green vegetables escaped, and immediately cut off their own spider silk and hair silk, and quickly retreated. Ah! Grayfish grabbed the vines with both hands, burst out with all his strength, and tore them hard. The vines broke into several pieces, and fell to the ground. They were like dozens of green snakes, swimming back quickly along the ground, and soon returned to Sin. Little green vegetables. Sin and Blackfish did not rush to attack again, but stood in 3 directions, surrounded Grayfish, and ensured that Grayfish could not get away. Before starting the mission, they all took the resurrection potion in advance, and were marked by Brother Dao Bias Guard. They did not need to fight desperately. As long as they could hold Grayfish back, at the fastest 1 minute, at the slowest 3 minutes, Grayfish would die in the frost poisonous fog before them. Grayfish was experienced. When he saw that the 3 were not in a hurry to end the battle, he guessed that they were well prepared and time was not on his side. In fact, he had begun to feel cold, and his body's energy was rapidly decreasing. He had a strange feeling that a furnace seemed to appear in his body, and his energy was boiling and evaporating in the furnace. It was really like ice and fire. Huixiong was thinking about how to break the situation, and a cool breeze drilled into his brain. It was Johan's voice transmission. Huixiong received the instruction and immediately rushed to Xiao Qingkai. Xiao Qingcai's long hair rushed out and stabbed Huixiong. A sniper rifle bullet hit Xiao Qingcai's right shoulder and immediately gouged a bloody hole, and blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Qingkai flew 2 meters away and fell to the ground. Huixiong directly jumped over Xiao Qingkai and ran in the direction of Manxi, which was also the direction of Jiaxing Pavilion. The sudden attack caught Heyu and Sin off guard. Chirp chirp. 2 more bullets, one grazing Heyu's left face, and one hitting Sin's chest, but Sin reacted in time, turning his hands into tough wooden boards to block the bullets. There's an ambush. Heyu rolled over and jumped to Xiao Qingkai, who was shot, dragging her into an alley nearby. Sin didn't need to hide, but he was in a defensive state, so he was too slow and could only watch Huixiong escape. Manxi and Gushi started a chase. Manxi flew over the eaves and walls, jumping back and forth, throwing flying knives from time to time. Gushi rode on the lion, jumping up and down, chasing and dodging, chasing closely. Gushi could summon mammals in the nearby area to assist him in fighting, but he not only didn't do so, but also let them all escape. These animals are all his friends, and he doesn't want them to die in the poisonous fog. As for him and Xiaobai, they had taken the resurrection medicine beforehand, and they also had the blessing of Bias Guard, so they dared to take this risk. Manxi didn't intend to fight Gushi at all. Gushi had fought with Huixiong before, and they were evenly matched. Manxi had an assessment of his strength, and a head-on battle was at most 50-50, and that was when he didn't break his wrist. Now not only was his wrist broken, but there was also poisonous fog, so he had no chance of winning. Manxi ran towards Jiaxing Pavilion, while thinking about tactics. A moment of distraction, a white light suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. While Manxi was jumping, the white light came out of a window, and pierced Manxi with a sharp cold light. Manxi twisted his body suddenly, and blocked it with a dagger in reverse. Clang! Sparks flew, Manxi landed and stood firm. The white light also landed and stood firm. It was Luanjian holding the black gold 3-edged thorn. As soon as Manxi stood up, Gushi had jumped behind him, blocking his way. Manxi was attacked by Luanjian and Gushi, and he immediately shouted, "I surrender." Chapter 731. This move confused Gushi and Luanjian, who didn't know what to do for a while. I have no chance of winning. Manxi threw away the weapon in his hand, raised his hands, and knelt on one knee. "Don't kill me, I am willing to surrender." Luanjian was at a loss for a moment. Although Elder Yanliang said that he would kill Jusi if he saw his personality, he was scolded by Zhonghe and Tingo last time when he killed Qian. If he kills Manxi this time, he won't be scolded again, right? Forget it. Let Gushi decide, so that if everyone scolds, it will be him, and it has nothing to do with him. A bullet hit Luanjian's thigh. Johan aimed at the head, but the distance was too far, and the poisonous fog interfered with his vision. In addition, he was not a professional sniper, and he didn't have the blessing of Gun God, so he was lucky to hit it. Wow! Luanjian's thigh was bleeding, and he fell to the ground, twisting his body, trying to get into the mirror. Swish swish. 2 flying knives pierced into Luanjian's back, and Luanjian fell to the ground with a muffled groan. Manxi ran away, but he was very upset. Damn it! My flying knife didn't hit his heart at such a short distance. Manshi knew very well that it was because of the frost and poison mist. His body was getting more and more tired, and his limbs became stiff in the cold. The moment Wang Jian was shot, Gusher immediately jumped to the side and dodged a bullet that was originally going to penetrate his abdomen, which made him unable to chase Manshi. Manshi didn't run for long before he found a big grizzly bear chasing him with his hands and feet. Johan, who was still hiding in the high-rise building, turned on the group voice transmission. Johan, the base was attacked, and the situation is unclear. Manshi, how is the captain? Johan, not dead, but it's not good. The others are in danger. Gray Xiong, why are you still standing there? Go and support. Johan, it's too late, and I have to keep a global view, otherwise you will all die. Gray Xiong, this poisonous fog is too gloomy, who is behind it? Johan, look up. Manshi and Gray Xiong looked up as they ran. At an altitude of 200 meters, a dense poisonous fog fountain appeared, which was continuously spreading purple fog in all directions. Needless to say, that was the source of the poisonous fog, but no one could see clearly what was inside. Manshi, let the cans blow away the fog. Johan, she went out and hasn't come back yet. Great hero, damn! It's really a bad time. Manshi, it's a leaky roof. Great hero, shut up. Johan, wait! I saw the cans! At the same time, above the Jiaxing Pavilion, in the center of the poisonous fog, Huagui, Liu Shuang, and Xiaoxin still maintained the combination of 3 heads and 6 arms. Xiaoxin's whole body was still madly spraying purple poisonous fog around, and Liu Shuang attached the thrust to the poisonous fog and spread it. Huagui in the poisonous fog had a solemn face and sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, Brother Dao helped him improve the defense of elements and toxins. In addition, the 3 heads and 6 arms can also improve a certain comprehensive defense. Otherwise, it is unknown whether the enemy will die or not, and he himself will die first, although he took the resurrection medicine. Ling Chou built a wind element shield for himself, easily avoiding the harm of the poisonous fog, but his face was very sour, and his eyes became more and more sinister. It's so boring, I'm here to kill people, not to help. Wei Xiaoluo, Ling Chou said in a bad tone. Here. A girl with a big backpack, blue bangs, and a slightly fat figure responded nervously. She was also wrapped by Ling Chou's wind element, and was protected from the harm of the poisonous fog. Wei Xiaoluo's talent is Toy, serial number 71, summoning system. She can inject energy into any toy and turn it into a combat tool for a few minutes. You hold the flower turtle, I go kill people. Ling Chou said. Ah? Me? But I? Wei Xiaoluo can do it, but once Ling Chou leaves, she will also be harmed by the poisonous fog. I don't know how long she can hold on. I give you 10 seconds. Ling Chou was unhappy, otherwise I kill you first. Yes. Xiaowei Luo knew Ling Chou was serious. He was a murderer. No one could control him except Yan Liang. She took out a small flying saucer toy from her backpack with her backhand. With a thought, she injected energy into the toy with both hands. Soon, the flying saucer immediately burst out circles of blue energy waves. The energy became larger and larger, and turned into a translucent blue flying saucer with a diameter of 10 meters. Huagui and Xiaowei Luo stepped on the flying saucer with both feet, without worrying about falling from a high altitude. Humph! Ling Chou took back the wind element condensed around him, and a pair of wind element wings grew out of his back with a swish. He quickly rushed out of the poisonous fog and rushed to the battlefield. At the same time, the ruins of Jiaxing Pavilion. After seeing Yin Liang, Hedong, and Daoj, Gao Yang immediately came up with the best solution to escape. Although he didn't know how big the poisonous fog was, and whether there were other people blocking it, Gao Yang's talent and speed still gave him a good chance of escaping. But Gao Yang didn't adopt this optimal solution, because there were at least 3.5 living people around him who needed to be rescued. Nana and Zhang Wei had just been reset and were in a coma. Chen Ying was immersed in the grief of Xiaoqian's death, and was injured by the frost poisonous fog. She was now very weak, and had completely lost her will to survive. As for Kowa, whose body was cut off by 1/3, her life and death were unknown. In addition to these few, Johan, Manshi and Hui Xiong must have been involved in the poisonous fog, and were fighting nearby. Gao Yang was the leader, and he couldn't leave before rescuing those who could be rescued. So Gao Yang chose the worst solution. Kill the enemy in front of him as quickly as possible, and then destroy the source of the poisonous fog above his head. If Gao Yang used the level 6 flame fist with all his strength, He could destroy the source of the poisonous fog and even kill all the people in the source of the poisonous fog. But Yin Liang couldn't give Gao Yang a chance, and Gao Yang, who had used time reset twice, would basically lose his fighting power if he threw such a powerful punch again. Yin Liang thought he had a sure win, but he didn't underestimate the enemy at all. He opened his hands and activated the large-scale space mixer. Hundreds of small space vortices immediately appeared around Gao Yang. Gao Yang teleported away and threw two powerful fireballs at Yin Liang and Daoj. Yin Liang and Daoj easily dodged, and Gao Yang teleported again and approached Hedong. "Get out!" Hedong plucked the strings of the zither, cursed, and sent out a devastating sound wave attack, and the air was suddenly full of flying sand and rocks. Gao Yang stopped attacking, jumped up, and hid behind a broken stone wall beside him. "You want to block my sound wave attack with this?" Hedong suddenly felt a nameless anger, thinking that he was underestimated by Gao Yang, and he wanted him to pay the price. "Ah!" he shouted and plucked the strings 3 times quickly. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 sound waves condensed into 3 sharp invisible cutting lines, which cut into the stone wall one after another. Crack. The stone wall was instantly cut into 7 or 8 pieces, shattered all over the ground, and Gao Yang was no longer visible behind the stone wall. Chapter 732. Hedong was shocked. Where is the person? He immediately became alert to prevent Gao Yang from launching a teleportation sneak attack. In front, behind, left, right, and above his head, there was no one. Yin Liang and Daoj were also confused. Gao Yang disappeared out of thin air. Did he copy and use invisibility? Daoj immediately closed his eyes and activated Mind's Eye. A second later, he caught a murderous aura, which was actually underground. "Watch your feet," Daoj shouted. Hedong lowered his head suddenly, but it was too late. A hand rushed out of the ground like a ghost, but did not destroy the soil, grabbing Hedong's left ankle. In the last moment of his life, Hedong had no time to be afraid, only a fleeting regret. "He didn't underestimate me, I underestimated him, I am so weak." Boom. A pillar of fire rose from the ground and burned Hedong. Although Hedong's elemental defense was doubled with the blessing of Bias Guard, his body was as fragile as a handful of dry straw under the level 6 flame with a mental power of more than 2,000 points. "Hedong!" Daoj shouted. Yin Yang was indifferent, and the bright flames jumped on his crooked mask. In less than 3 seconds, the fire column disappeared, and Hedong turned into a charred skeleton with a slightly deformed black gold guitar on his back. Crackling. The skeleton was scattered on the ground. Hedong was completely dead, and the resurrection medicine was ineffective. The hand stretched out from the ground had long disappeared. When Gao Yang sent the Qingling team to the island country to pick up Gao Xinxin, he copied Hong Xixia's game player and Kyo's strange for safety reasons. He left the last talent empty to adapt to the situation. After the attack, Gao Yang first used Gamer to save Nana and Zhang Wei, then injected C potion into Kowa, and copied his shuttle. Gao Yang just used shuttle to kill Hedong by surprise. There were still 15 seconds left for the talent to be used. Gao Yang wanted to take the opportunity to kill another one, but after learning that Dao Gu had mind eyes, he decisively gave up. Gao Yang jumped out of the ground, teleported to Dao Ji's side, and stabbed his throat with the black gold dagger. Dao Gu had mind eyes, and reacted very quickly, but reaction was one thing, and keeping up with the action was another. Obviously, Dao Ji's action was a bit behind. Gao Yang was about to succeed, but suddenly he was in a trance, and Dao Gu flashed 3 meters away. No, it was not a flash, but the space changed. Yin Liang activated space magic. In an instant, the distance between him and Gao Yang was shortened by 3 meters, and on the contrary, the distance between Dao Gu and Gao Yang was increased by 3 meters. Yin Liang's other hand activated the space mixer at the same time. Gao Yang teleported to the limit and escaped. However, a space vortex still dug out half of the muscle of his left arm, and blood gushed out for a while. Gao Yang dodged and jumped, hid behind a broken wall, and quickly injected himself with half a tube of C potion. Wow! Gao Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, and the blood actually contained purple venom. It was Sumei's venom. Now C potion not only cannot be used for treatment, but also produces a disordered reaction with toxic energy, which will only damage the body more. Gao Yang took a deep breath, and forcibly stabilized the energy path in his body. The next second, he felt a sense of oppression from the top of his head. He did not look up, and quickly teleported away. Pound. A robot crushed the ground and landed in the position before Gao Yang. Gao Yang frowned. Its body was a fist-sized robot toy, but it was wrapped in translucent blue energy, and turned into a robot as tall as 4 meters. Gao Yang speculated that it should be Xiao Wei Luo's gifted toy. Ka ka ka. The robot's arm deformed and turned into a sweeping machine gun, locking Gao Yang and sweeping, and countless elliptical blue energy bullets shot at Gao Yang. Gao Yang jumped and dodged horizontally, and occasionally cooperated with teleportation to circle around the robot. Yinliang's space attack. The robot's energy bullets followed one after another, entangled endlessly. Dao Ji's heart, I made it impossible for Gao Yang to hide and attack close. The energy in his body, which was not much, was still fading faster. Even with the blessing of flame, he felt the coldness deep into his bones, and the stiffness of the extremities became obvious. No more delay, Gao Yang played the last card in advance. Launch strange. Shoo. Gao Yang blew the strange whistle, and everyone stopped, including Gao Yang himself. 1 second later, the whistle disappeared. Everyone immediately came to their senses and reorganized the attack. But Gao Yang was 1 step faster than others and teleported to the robot. Shoo. After a 1 second interval, Gao Yang blew the strange whistle again. Everyone stopped again, and their thoughts were forced to jump out. 1 second later, the whistle ended. Gao Yang teleported again. The whistle that broke off every second just made up for the less than 1 second time interval between the use of teleport, and with a 0.1 second reaction window ahead of the opponent, Gao Yang almost achieved seamless teleportation. In Brother Dao's eyes, the world seemed to freeze every second, and Gao Yang was like a ghost, appearing somewhere else after a while, but he couldn't react much. After 3 whistles, Gao Yang came behind the robot, and he suddenly punched a flaming fist, and the robot was torn apart by the bursting flames, and turned into blue energy fragments all over the sky. Its body, the fist-sized robot toy, was melted into water vapor by the high temperature of the flaming fist. Hush. The strange whistle was still blowing intermittently. Brother Dao, who witnessed all this, finally felt the horror of the person in front of him. He was hit by the strongest punch of Elder Qi Long, and he could still have such fighting power under the damage of frost and poisonous fog. With so many talents, the combined moves are both cunning and smooth. Is this the heir of God? No, this is a monster. Brother Dao no longer has any will to fight, and just wants to escape. Hush. Wait, what is Wei Xiaolu's blood type? The whistle disappeared. Brother Dao finally turned around. Run! If you don't run, you will definitely die. Shoo. Wait, did I wash my socks yesterday? The whistle disappeared. Brother Dao raised his right foot. Run. Puff. The black gold dagger pierced Brother Dao's heart. Gao Yang appeared behind Brother Dao, and he injected the power of fire into the dagger, ensuring that his chest was burned directly through, and he could not be resurrected. Boom. The flame pierced Brother Dao's chest. Gao Yang was about to blow the whistle again, and the space around him became weird. It was a space mixer. Swoosh. Gao Yang teleported away, but there were still 3 blood holes on his left arm. His left hand drooped and was completely useless. What's worse, he also lost 2 muscles on his left calf, which greatly limited his mobility. Brother Dao, who was killed by Gao Yang, was directly covered and hit by the space mixer, and became a bloody hornet's nest. Gao Yang was under the absolute coldness of spirit armor, but he still felt a little surprised. Yin Liang guessed that Gao Yang would kill Dao Gu, so he predicted it directly and killed Dao Gu. He didn't care about the life and death of his companions at all, and didn't even blink an eye. Chapter 733. Strange has 10 seconds left to use. Although Gao Yang has a crippled arm and injured his foot, he still thinks he has a chance to defeat Yin Liang. Gao Yang blew a strange whistle. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on his knees. He realized that he had been under the damage of the frost and poison mist for more than 2 minutes. The high-intensity combat forced him to keep breathing, which accelerated the poisoning and exhaustion of his body. After the energy of the first blow was exhausted, Gao Yang immediately felt that his body was as heavy as lead, and extremely cold, and trembling violently. This was the true state of his body, which could not be changed by willpower alone. Gao Yang still wanted to stand up and fight, but he could not squeeze out a trace of energy in his body. Spiritual armor was released. Gao Yang gritted his teeth, raised his head, opened his eyes full of hatred, anger and unwillingness, and stared at Yin Liang's crooked mask. I really want to kill him. The last time I wanted to kill someone so much was when I was crazy. But I can't do it. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I used all my strength, I racked my brains, I fought to the last second. I should go to hell with a smile, right? Yin Liang spent 2 seconds to confirm that Gao Yang was really at his limit, and was not deliberately showing weakness to lure him into the trap. In fact, Yin Liang was quite surprised. In his expectation, Gao Yang should have fallen down 30 seconds earlier. Even he who was well prepared was almost unable to bear the damage of this frost poisonous fog. Yin Liang raised his right hand, put 4 fingers together, aimed at Gao Yang 20 meters away, and launched Heart Thief. Wow! Suddenly, a hurricane strong enough to uproot a small tree blew from the left. Yin Liang and Gao Yang were blown away at the same time, and the position of Heart Thief was deviated, so Gao Yang escaped. Yin Liang was blown away 7 or 8 meters, and he landed on his feet with a flip. Gao Yang could no longer control his body, fell to the ground, and rolled over. His face was pressed against the rough ground, and he tried to open his eyes, and saw a familiar petite figure floating above his head. Captain! Cantu is back. 2 minutes ago. Cantu, who rushed back from Sheng Rixia flower shop, was overjoyed. She was lucky. When she went to the attic of the flower shop in stealth, Tengu was sitting on the sofa listening to music. Cantu handed Gao Yang's note to Tengu, who took a look, immediately walked to the window, and flew out. Cantu also took a ride. After parting ways with Tengu, Cantu flew in the wind, just wanting to go home quickly. She successfully completed the captain's task. She looked forward to hearing the captain's praise, and also expected the captain's frown to ease a little. After all, everything went well, and there was no need to worry too much. Moreover, she also hoped to catch up with Yinin's birthday, and hoped that everyone would leave a piece of cake for her. Today's cake was selected by her personally, and was her favorite flavor. The invisible Cantu looked at the Jiaxing Pavilion in the distance. There were only a few minutes left to go home. She became more and more anxious and sped up. Then, something happened. A dazzling golden light flashed in the direction of her left face, and then a golden avenue crossed the night sky, connecting Rongsheng Financial Building and Jiaxing Pavilion. Although Cantu was far away, she was still affected by this huge phenomenon. She only felt that the energy in her body was forcibly resonated, causing her to spin in the air. Then, she heard a bang and the star-picking pavilion in front of her had exploded. Her reaction was the same as Manshi and Huixiong. She felt confused, absurd and shocked, and then anxious and worried. Captain! Everyone! No, don't! In an instant, Kan's invisibility was upgraded to level 6, and wind was upgraded to level 5. Kan didn't care about invisibility, mobilized all his energy, and rushed to the ruined star-picking pavilion. When Kan arrived nearby, the frost and poison fog in the sky had spread, and Kan immediately felt a slight chill and discomfort. She was not stupid, and knew that this was the work of the Qilin Union. She held her breath, and continued on her way. At this moment, a cool breeze penetrated Kan's head. Johan, invisibility immediately. Kan, what happened? Johan, invisibility. Kan immediately became invisible. Johan, no time to explain, go and blow away the poisonous fog, the longer the better. Kan, yes. The invisible Kan accelerated and flew towards the source of the poisonous fog above the ruins of Jiaxing Pavilion. Johan, Manshi, Huixiong, you go to Jiaxing Pavilion for support immediately. Manshi, hurrying. Huixiong, immediately. Kan, great, you are here too, where are the others, are they okay? Johan, don't ask, just do the mission. Kan, yes. The invisible Kan went to Jiaxing Pavilion. The closer she got, the colder her chest felt. Where is Jiaxing Pavilion? Where are we? There are only ruins under our feet. Kan's tears flowed out uncontrollably. When the explosion happened, she had thought of the worst outcome, but she was still unwilling to accept it, still hoping for the best. Maybe the captain had been prepared, maybe this was another trick of the captain? It will be fine. No matter how dangerous it is, it can be turned into a safe place. Isn't it like this before? But reality is cold and cruel. There are not so many miracles. When disaster strikes, all beings are equal. Kan's heart has fallen to the bottom, and at this moment she saw the captain. Great. The captain is still alive. However, he was in a hard fight. He spit blood, knelt on the ground with bruises all over his body, and could not fight anymore. Across from him stood an old man in black with a crooked face mask, raising his right hand and aiming at Gao Yang. Ah! Kan didn't even care about being invisible. He turned on all his energy and launched a hurricane. The sudden hurricane blew away the old man in black, and also blew away Gao Yang and saved his life. Captain! Kan rushed to the ruins, instinctively wanting to save the captain. In his mind, Johan's voice sounded again. Johan was very pleased with Kan's actions just now, but there was no time to praise her. Johan, blow away the poisonous fog first. Otherwise, everyone will die. Kan, yes. Kan mobilized energy and flew towards the source of the poisonous fog above his head. At the same time, he raised his hands and his eyes flashed with a light blue glow. Wild wind. Ken was about to launch a hurricane, but something flashed on the side. Ken couldn't see what it was, but instinctively knew that danger was coming. She didn't have time to dodge, so she clenched her hands instead, and the energy that was about to form a hurricane immediately turned into a translucent wind wall, blocking her in front of her. Ding ding ding. 1 second later, 5 3-meter-long elemental javelins of different colors pierced Ken's wind wall. They were composed of 5 elements: blue wind, blue fire, purple thunder, white ice, and red light. Although the 5 elemental javelins pierced the wind wall, they were also stuck in the wind wall. Ken retreated in time and was not injured. Ken finally saw clearly that the enemy attacking him was a thin man with ugly rainbow bangs. He was floating above his head, with an arrogant and sinister look on his face. Ken pressed his fingers, trying to summon wind blades to counterattack, and the 5 elemental javelins stuck on the wind wall suddenly softened. They entangled with each other, and turned into a strange colorful hemp rope. Ken sensed the frenzied energy resonance and shouted in his heart, "Not good." Pound. Chapter 734. The colorful hemp rope exploded, blasting out countless sharp and tiny wind blades, blue flames, tadpole-shaped purple lightning, white broken ice, and high-temperature red light spots. Cantu dodged urgently, but was still injured by the explosion. Her clothes were torn, and her body was covered with scalds, cuts, burns, and electric injuries. She was like a flying bird hit by fireworks, with blood and smoke all over her body, falling to the ground and landing near Gaoyang. "Johan, Cantu! Get up! Run!" Johan's voice drilled into Cantu's head, and Cantu's short-circuited brain shuddered and woke up. Cantu seemed tragic, but most of the injuries were minor. She gritted her teeth and climbed up, trying to mobilize the energy in her body. Zero Cho above her head didn't give her a chance. He stretched out his index finger and pointed it at Cantu on the ground. A red energy ball with electric light immediately appeared at his fingertips. 1 second later, a small red death light was about to penetrate Cantu's chest. Lingcho didn't intend to kill Cantu so quickly. He had finally caught a prey and had to torture her slowly. He would use different elemental lights to continuously shoot through every part of her body and poke her to pieces. "Ah!" Gao Yang, lying on the ground, shouted and used his last energy to activate Tranquility Wave. On the one hand, he was saving Cantu, and on the other hand, he was saving himself. Yin Yang was not interrupted by the joining of Cantu and Lingcho. After he stood firm again, he continued to activate Heart Thief on Gao Yang. Buzz. A circle of sacred, peaceful white energy waves, in a 3-dimensional semicircle, spread out in all directions, and all life forms within half a kilometer were instantly cleansed. The energy in everyone's body stopped, and there was a second of silence. Lingcho and Yiliang's moves were also interrupted. After getting up, Cantu felt numb after being washed by this energy, and his dizzy mind became much clearer. She quickly became invisible. When Lingcho came to his senses, Cantu was gone. Yin Yang and Lingcho looked at Gao Yang lying on the ground. He was now half dead. The two attacked at the same time, as if they didn't want to miss the opportunity to kill the Arab god with their own hands. Ha ha ha. The loud, rough, and heroic laughter resounded through the world. Yin Yang, Lingcho, and even the flower turtle, Liu Shuang, Xiaoxin, and Xiaowei Lu in the sky all had a nameless fire in their hearts, wanting to find the source of this laughter and kill him as soon as possible. 40 seconds ago. Johan, dispel the poisonous fog, or a dead end. Gray Xiong, oh, you can't let Cantu hear this. Johan, I blocked her. Manshi, alternative plan. Johan, help the captain escape. Anyone can die, but he can't. Manshi, agree, but he won't run. Johan, it's not up to him. Just find a way to dispel the poisonous fog and attract all the enemies. Manshi, what's the success rate? Johan, 60%. Manshi, leave it to me. Manshi and Huixiong dragged their poisoned bodies and rushed to Jiaxing Pavilion. Their speed was obviously slowed down. There were high-level beasts blocking them from time to time along the way, which slowed down their actions. As the distance shortened, Huixiong gradually saw the ruins in front of him. A huge grief poured into Huixiong's soul. Why is it like this? Juicy has just grown stronger. Everything seems to be getting better. Why did everything disappear in less than 2 minutes? Dead, everyone is dead. Is this the eternal night? Is this the darkness that no dawn can penetrate? No. The fate of Juicy should never be like this. We walk the path of justice. We bleed hot blood, we fight for everything, we deserve a ray of dawn, even if this dawn can't illuminate my face. Hui Xiong groaned and knelt on the ground, covering the wound on his abdomen. Waste. Manshi stopped and turned to help him. Don't rest, keep running. I can't do it. Hui Xiong grabbed Manshi and suddenly took out the deep potion and stabbed Mansh's little arm. You? Manshi was shocked and jumped away in time, but still let a small amount of deep potion injected into his body. When you go to the grave, remember to bring me wine. Hui Xiong stood up and ran wildly in another direction. He ran more than 200 meters with all his strength, opened his arms, and roared to the sky. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm talking about everyone here. You're all garbage. At that moment, Hui Xiong was resolute in his determination. The beast broke through level 7, and at the same time, the level 4 taunt was directly upgraded to level 7. Hui Xiong suddenly realized, it turns out that talents after serial number 100 can also reach level 7, but the upgrade method is very special. It requires talents before 100 to break through level 7, which will be like a fuse to ignite other talents together. As for why this happened, he still didn't understand, and he didn't care. This wave of talent upgrades injected more energy into his body, helping him to withstand the damage of toxins and cold. Ha ha ha. Hui Xiong continued to laugh, and his laughter was full of magic, attracting the hatred of all enemies within a kilometer. His teammates were also attracted, but the effect was halved, and he needed to restrain himself to cut off the urge to kill Hui Xiong. Swish, swish, swish. In less than 10 seconds, countless colorful elemental arrows came down on Hui Xiong's head, turning him into a colorful target. But the defense strength of level 7 beast helped Hui Xiong withstand this wave of damage. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen vines crawled over the ground, tightly wrapped around Hui Xiong, and strangled him with all their might. Then, a spider web with spider venom fell from the sky and covered Hui Xiong. Hui Xiong was completely trapped and could no longer move, but he was still laughing. Ha ha ha. Trash. You are all trash. Ha ha ha. Jiuhan, can, blow away the poisonous mist. Can, yes. Man Snake, don't go, Yan Liang didn't get taunted, he won't give you a chance. Jiuhan, let me see. He really didn't move. He resisted the taunt. Man Snake, can, run away immediately. Can, I save Uncle Xiong. Manshi, you can't save anyone, stay alive, and take care of the captain. Can, but... Jiuhan, can. Go now. Come find me. Ha ha ha. In the middle of the road, Hui Xiong's laughter suddenly stopped. His right eye was blinded, and his thigh and abdomen were pierced by sharp elemental spears. He half opened his bloody left eye, and saw Manshi running over the eaves and walls, avoiding Zero Chao's elemental arrows, and rushing towards him. His left arm, which was injected with a small amount of deep potion, had been removed and held in his right hand. Get out! Get out! You're not needed here. Hui Xiong yelled in exasperation. Don't steal my limelight. Manshi ignored him, and continued to run wildly. He landed with a jump, and then slid behind Hui Xiong. Chapter 735. Swish, swish. The next second, countless elemental arrows pierced into Gray Xiong's body. Gray Xiong was like a mountain, blocking the attacks for Man Snake. You're just causing more trouble. Gray Xiong couldn't bear it anymore, and knelt on one knee. Man Snake hid behind Gray Xiong, back to back. Both of them were panting, and they didn't have the strength to speak. Man Snake, Gray Xiong, you're just going to die alone, and you can't save anyone. But I can turn the tide when I come, this is the value, understand? Gray Xiong, get out. This MVP must be me. Man Snake, I won't fight this time, it's a draw. Gray Xiong, okay. Can, no. Don't. I save you, I can save you all. Jiuhan, go now. Can, I won't go. We can die together, I'm not afraid. Gray Hero, can, be obedient, stay alive, and avenge us. Manshi, the captain still needs you. Can, Jiuhan, can. Obey orders. Can, yes. Manshi sat down dejectedly, his face had returned to its original appearance. His eyes were red, and the skin on his face cracked into countless cracks, with dazzling red light flashing in the cracks. Gray Hero felt the chaotic and violent energy surge in Manshi's body. He shouted, stood up again, and tried to open his arms, aiming in the direction of Jiaxing Pavilion. Manshi, do you regret it? Gray Hero asked with a smile. Regret? Manshi raised his head, and the scars across his eyebrows, and nose also flashed a strange deep red. There is no regret in my dictionary. I regret it. I should have drunk a bottle of wine before going out this morning. Huixiong sneered. Small problem. Pay attention in the next life. Manshi laughed. It was a relaxed, natural, and even friendly laugh. He had tried many times to joke like others and become more approachable, but he just couldn't do it, and he didn't know what he was stubborn about. At this moment, Manshi, who was determined to believe, upgraded Gecko and self-destruction to level 7. When his consciousness disappeared, he returned to the tropical rainforest of an island 20 years ago, where a group of stinky men hadn't taken a shower for many days, slept in tents, ate canned food, smoked, drank strong liquor, and sang songs from their hometown to pass the boring and depressing time. Manshi, who was digging the snake with a dagger, saw Captain Benson holding a camera, the annoying hyena, and many brothers, including Captain San Kong, Captain Gaoyong, Deputy Captain Huixiong, team members Ronnie, Shiran, and canned food. The laughter of Huixiong came to his ears, pulling Manshi back to reality. Manshi, we still be brothers in the next life. Who wants to be your brother? Boom. Manshi exploded. This body with strong will and vitality, as a powerful gunpowder depot, bloomed a pure white dazzling semicircular light ball, which spread rapidly and engulfed several nearby blocks. Strangely, this semicircular light ball seemed to have a gap, like a pizza with a piece taken away. The huge body of Huixiong, the person closest to the gunpowder depot, opened his arms to block one direction the ruins of Jiaxing Pavilion. There was the leader of Jussi. He couldn't die yet. He had to fight, continue to fight, and fight with all his might. The hair of Huixiong was the first to vaporize, followed by the skin, muscles, and blood, which were torn into thousands of threads by the intense, high temperature and crazy energy. Finally, it was the turn of the white bones and bright red heart. At the last moment before the man was reduced to ashes, he smiled. He saw a bright and dazzling road, which was his dawn. 30 seconds ago. Yin Liang heard the devilish laughter, and a strong hatred rose in his heart. He wanted to find the source of the sound immediately, and cut Huixiong into pieces. Yin Liang almost turned around, but forced himself to stand. With a strong mental strength, he barely stabilized his mind, and was not distracted by the level 7 taunt, but this also forced him to concentrate 100%. Gao Yang, who was dying, was right in front of him, but he couldn't do anything. When his thoughts were a little relaxed, he couldn't help but turn around and find Huixiong to settle the score, as if killing Huixiong was the most important thing in the world. Soon, Huixiong's laughter disappeared, and it seemed that Ling Chou and others had rushed over. Yin Liang quickly raised his hand and aimed at Gao Yang. A bullet brushed past Yin Liang's palm, almost cutting off 2 of his fingers, and also changed his aiming direction. Yin Liang's eyebrows trembled, and he jumped back. 2 more bullets were fired at his feet. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen air blades fell from the sky and cut towards Yin Liang. Yin Liang raised his hands and distorted time and space. Wind blades immediately appeared in other places, like lost insects, scattered in all directions. However, more wind blades followed. Yin Liang dodged while looking for the location of the invisible can, and at the same time looked for an opportunity to kill Gao Yang in front of him. Boom! At this time, a dazzling light and a huge explosion came from behind. For a moment, the ground shook, and the strong heat flow with raging flames instantly engulfed the entire block and continued to spread in all directions. The frost-poisonous fog was dispersed in an instant, and even the source of the poisonous fog in the sky was greatly affected. If Xiao Xiaoluo had not driven the toy flying saucer to continue rising in time, they would probably have been blown down. This sudden explosion made the already chaotic battle situation even more chaotic. Yin Liang was blown away. Cans, who were invisible in the air, were blown away to an unknown place. Jiuhan, Nana. Wake up! Jiuhan, there is no poisonous fog. Recover your energy and body temperature quickly. Cheer up. Wake up! Quick! Jiuhan, aren't you always reliable? Be reliable for me again. Jiuhan, wake up! Damn it! Cans, your majesty, save us. The fallen, the people of the fallen angels are crying. We need your light of salvation. Woohoo, save everyone, save the captain, please. The aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided, leaving only a sky full of sparks. In the ruins, Nana was lying on the ground, her messy purple hair covering half of her face. She was motionless. If it weren't for the faint breath, she would have been dead. 10 seconds after the poisonous fog dissipated, a breeze blew past, raising the dust of the scorched earth under her face and also brushing away her messy hair. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. Johan, get bigger. Save people. Teleport. Johan, get bigger. Save people. Teleport. Johan, get bigger. Save people. Teleport. Johan's voice repeated loudly in Nana's mind, leaving her no time to react or think, not even a second. It must be executed immediately. Pop! Nana supported herself with both hands, stood up suddenly, and shouted, Titan power. In an instant, Nana expanded rapidly and rose to a height of 30 meters. While growing bigger, she keenly looked for her companions in the ruins. First, she grabbed Gao Yang, the most important and closest person to her. The moment she picked up Gao Yang, she activated Thousand Faces and copied Gao Yang's level 6 teleport. Then, she reached out to the unconscious Zhang Wei, and Chen Ying, who was also unconscious, near Zhang Wei with her right hand. Who else? Who else is alive? The gigantic Nana turned her head slightly, and found Sha Yi, whose chest was pierced by the stone pillar, and Ko Wa, who only had 2/3 of his body left. Nana didn't care about that. Her other hand was like an excavator, digging away Sha Yi, Ko Wa, and part of the ruins and soil. Activate teleport. Woo! The gigantic Nana made a loud noise, and a strong airflow, and disappeared. Chapter 736. Teleport calculates the distance according to the user's body size. Nana's body became hundreds of times larger, and the distance of teleport also became hundreds of times longer. In an instant, Nana flew 4 or 5 kilometers. However, one teleportation is the limit. The gigantic Nana itself consumes a lot of physical energy, and cannot last for 30 seconds, not to mention teleporting several kilometers with such a giant body, which basically empties all energy. In fact, at the end of Nana's teleportation, her huge body has shrunk uncontrollably. Within 2 seconds, Nana returned to her original size. Gao Yang, the unconscious Zhang Wei, Chen Ying, Ko Wa, whose life and death are unknown, and Sha Yi's body, followed her and fell on a shallow pond on the bank of the Li River. Zhang Wei flew farther and fell directly into the Li River. Cough, cough, cough. What's going on? Where is this? Zhang Wei, who fell into the water, was immediately awakened by the water. He frantically thrashed in the water, thinking he was dreaming. He died instantly, and had no idea what happened. Then, he was resurrected by Game Player, and fell into a coma. When he woke up, he was already in the river. Zhang Wei quickly swam ashore. His blank face quickly turned into shock, then grief, and then even greater confusion. On the shallow beach, Nana knelt on the ground and couldn't stand up. She was pale, weak, and gasping for breath, but she was already in the best condition among everyone. Gao Yang lay on the ground. He was covered with wounds and blood holes. Although he was not unconscious, he could not move at all. He could only breathe and blink. Chen Ying fell into a coma. Although she was saved by Xiaotian, she couldn't stand the frost poison gas. If she left half a minute later, she would have died. Strangely, Zhang Wei, who was also corroded by the poisonous fog, was not affected too much. This was not the first time that this happened. Zhang Wei was also very little hurt by the hell poison on the last night of the Scarlet Tide. As for Ko Wa, who was standing next to him, it seemed that someone had chopped him off from the top of his head, leaving only 2/3 of his body. His long green hair and blood coagulated into strands. Like a dirty rag, his gray pupils dilated, his face cold and gray, he was dead. The 2C potions did not save his life, but they tried to delay his death, but the frost poisonous fog still took him away mercilessly. It was a tug of war between the god of life and the god of death, and Ko Wa was the rope. In the end, the rope broke, and the god of death won. Ko Wa! Zhang Wei shouted, and rushed over with a roll and crawl. He trembled and helped Ko Wa up, and was surprised to find that on the side of his face, that was pillowed on the ground, a number was left in blood. 6. Zhang Wei was stunned, and wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. It was indeed the funny man Ko Wa he knew, who always made fun of everyone, including himself. At the last moment of his life, he did not forget to be humorous. There is someone else. Nana reminded weakly. Zhang Wei put Ko Wa down, stood up, turned around and looked not far away, his chest sank. It was Sha Yi. The stone pillar that killed her was gone, but the big wound on her back with blurred flesh said it all. She was lying on the ground, hugging someone tightly under her body. No. No, no, no. Zhang Wei rushed over quickly, trembling and moving Sha Yi's body away. Wang Weiyin was still hiding underneath. Wang Weiyin passed out. Her mother's training was effective. Wang Weiyin activated the level 3 Iron Man reflexively the moment she felt the danger. At this moment, although she was unconscious, she was still in the Iron Man state. When Xiaoyi threw her daughter to the ground, she injected the power of purification into her daughter's body, which not only allowed Wang Weiyin to withstand Xinglong's strongest punch, but also to resist the toxin damage in the frost poisonous fog to a certain extent. Otherwise, with Wang Weiyin's body at this age, it would be impossible to hold on for so long in the cold and poisoned state, even in the Iron Man state. Damn it, damn it. Fuck. Fuck. Zheng Wei cursed in pain, while hugging the heavy Iron Man girl tightly in his arms. The little girl, who was still unconscious, seemed to feel that the danger was lifted, and her body slowly returned to its original state. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and her body was cold, but still warm. She's still alive. Great. Great. Ying is still alive. Shay, your daughter is still alive. She's still alive. Zhang Wei hugged the unconscious Wang Weiyin tightly, his face full of tears and snot. He broke down and cried bitterly. I'm sorry for you. It's all my fault. I'm the one who should die. It's me. Ah! Zhang Wei shouted to the sky. At that moment, he really hoped that it was himself who died. Gao Yang was still lying on the ground, his face pressed against the ground. The energy and temperature in his body slowly and hard returned, but he couldn't do anything yet. At least it would take him at least a minute to barely stand up. He looked at Zhang Wei on the shallows quietly, his ears filled with his heart-wrenching cries. He didn't blink. A tear silently crossed the bridge of her nose. 1 minute ago, after the giant Nana disappeared, the Qin that was blown away by the shock wave of the explosion quickly became invisible. She cried loudly while flying towards the office building where Jiuhan was. Qin got into the window, staggered and knelt on the ground. She covered her face with her hands and cried. Jiuhan stepped forward to help Qin up. Qin, cheer up. The battle is not over yet. Captain Nana. I want to find them. I don't know where Nana teleported to. I can't find her for a while. Don't worry, they are safe. Jiuhan suppressed his grief and packed up his things. Evacuate immediately. I fired and exposed the approximate location. It's not safe. Where else can we go? Qin felt unprecedented sadness and confusion. Jiuhan had already thought of a plan. There is another shelter. Hide first, and then meet up with them. Half an hour later. In the ruins of Jiaxing Pavilion, Yin Liang stood quietly with his hands behind his back, waiting patiently. Li Chou was flying around in the sky, actively cleaning up the mess. Within a radius of 3 kilometers, all the awakened high-level beasts were killed brutally by him to vent his anger for not killing people properly. Bianjian walked over quickly to report the situation. I noticed that Song Dao has begun to repair, and the bomb blocks are sinking one after another. We better leave here quickly. Yeah. Yin Liang replied indifferently. Report the battle situation. Bianjian calmly adjusted his glasses, and all the data were memorized in his mind. From the traces at the scene and the descriptions of the participants, the enemy's death toll is as follows. Manshi, Huixiong, Xiaotian, Lizi, Fuxing, Yefeng, Shuangshuang, Buzhou, and those who escaped are Gaoyang, Nana, Zhang Wei, Jiuhan, Guano, Shay, Wang Weiyin, Kuo, Jining, and the last 4 people are missing. As for the other members of the Jusi organization, Wang Zikai, Qinshi, Hong Xiaoxiao, and Kyo, it seems that they did not participate in tonight's battle. Yin Liang nodded slightly and sighed in his heart. The situation of other members is not important. The important thing is that Xin Si is not dead. Chapter 737. Yin Liang thought for 2 seconds and asked again, our casualties. Hedong, Daoj, and Heyu died. The first 2 died at the hands of Gao Yang, and the resurrection medicine was ineffective. Heyu died at the self-explosion of Manshi, and did not have time to escape, leaving only body fragments. Xiao Qinkai, Luan Jian, and Xin were seriously injured. Xin used the wood element to protect himself in time and escaped. Xiao Qinkai was injured by a sniper rifle, and died in the frost-poisoned mist after falling into a coma. He was resurrected by the resurrection medicine. Luan Jian. Jian hid in the mirror, and avoided the explosion. At present, the 3 are not in danger of life. They have been injected with sea medicine. Further recovery treatment will have to wait for Elder Zhu Kei to come back. Elder Qinglong, Su Mei, and Xiao Xian fell into a coma after using the strengthening medicine. Lu Shuang sent them back. Wei Xiaoluo and Gu Shi were basically uninjured. They are searching for rune circuits. Roar. As he was talking, a wild man rode a lion and ran over, and soon came to Yin Liang and Bianjian. Elder Yin Liang found a rune. Gu Shi said, Throwing the rune circuit in his hand to Yin Liang, this rune was thrown under the manhole cover, and it seemed to be hidden, but it was still found by my friends. Yin Liang took it and looked at it carefully. It was a life rune. Yin Liang put the rune into his pocket and nodded slightly. Well done, keep looking for other runes. Gushy shrugged. My friends have searched everywhere and only found this one. They can look for it again, but don't hold out hope. Look again, Yin Liang said. Okay. Gushy rode away on the lion, and the lion roared again, giving orders to all nearby mammals. Go back. Yin Liang turned around, and Bianjian followed. Yin Liang was silent all the way, very dissatisfied with the result. He mobilized most of the Qilin Guild, prepared an almost perfect sneak attack and encirclement plan in advance, and executed it very well, but even under such circumstances, he still failed to kill Gao Yang, and even failed to severely damage the main force of Jussi, and only took back a rune. Yin Liang can't say that he lost this battle, but he definitely didn't win. Gao Yang will only become stronger after this battle, and the subsequent battles will become more and more difficult. Huh. Yin Liang smiled bitterly in his heart. The heir of God is really favored by God. 3 o'clock in the morning. Guanhai Tower, Mr. Li's residence. Bang! Was knocked open Mr. Li's bedroom door. Mr. Li was not asleep. She was wrapped in a blanket, sitting in a wheelchair, staring at the night view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. She deliberately didn't close the door because she guessed that would come to her. Madam Li. Wu Sei was anxious and angry. Just now, Bianjian called and said that you agreed to merge with Qilin Union. Is this true? Yes. Madam Li slowly turned her wheelchair, her face calm. Why? Wu Sei looked confused. I have my reasons, Mr. Li said. Okay, let's discuss this later. Wu Sei was very anxious. Do you know about Jiaxing Pavilion? I know, Madam Li said. Wu Sei was stunned. Then, do you know the specific details? Yin Liang told me. Wu Sei was startled, and suddenly, a chill hit her whole body. She took a step back in disbelief. Madam Li, are you? I participated in the planning of this matter, Madam Li admitted. Wu Sei was stunned for 2 seconds, then burst out laughing. Are you kidding? How is this possible? I'm not kidding. Mrs. Li still had no expression on her face. From the beginning, I planned to kill Gao Yang. Why? Wu Sei was even more confused. Jiuxi contacted Chening privately, and offered to help us find Chen Hui. I asked Chening to cooperate. On the one hand, I really wanted to find the traitor. On the other hand, I also wanted to use the trick to make Chening gain Jiuxi's trust. After that, I asked Chening to bring the rune to Jiuxi and let Chening completely enter Jiuxi. In this way, I can find Jiuxi through Chening. While they are not strong enough, the Qilin Union will annihilate them in one fell swoop. Wu Sei was so shocked that he almost forgot to breathe. He asked for a long time. Chening knows this? She knows nothing. Wu Sei lost control of her emotions for a while. She yelled, What are you doing? Are you crazy? Or is he old and confused? Wu Sei, Li's eyes were determined. Gao Yang must die. Why must he die? Wu Sei did not hide it. In my opinion, Qilin deserves to die more. If I have to choose between Gao Yang and Qilin, I would rather choose. Gao Yang is Zhu Yuan. Li interrupted coldly. Wu Sei was startled. What are you talking about? Gao Yang is Zhu Yuan. Li repeated. How do you know? Did you dream about it? I dreamed about it. A very clear dream. Gao Yang is the real Zhu Yuan. He killed all the humans, all the beasts, all the creatures in the misty world. This is impossible. Zhu Yuan is dead, Wu Sei said. The heir of God and the curse abyss are just two sides of the same coin. One thought can make you a Buddha, and one thought can make you a devil. Li said, This is my understanding. Is it possible that your dream is wrong? I hope my dream is wrong more than anyone else. Li looked at Wu Sei, but my dream has not been missed. Maybe your dream is not complete. Wu Sei still couldn't accept it. Just like the time of the Scarlet Tide, although everything you dreamed of happened, it is not all, not the ending. Gao Yang killed everyone. Does the ending have anything to do with us humans? Li asked. Wu Sei was speechless. Wu Sei, I can't just sit there and wait for death. Even if there is only a 1 in a billion chance, I will try to change my fate. Otherwise, everyone will die sooner or later. Wu Sei clenched his fists, still unable to accept it. She sneered. So you just betrayed Chening? Betrayed the person who regarded you as a mother? She said that she could give everything for her ideal. Li said. Her ideal is Xiao Tian. Wu Sei could no longer contain his anger. Xiao Tian is dead. Dead, do you understand? Because of your dream, almost all the people in Group 3 died. They were all our companions. What did you say at the beginning? You said that every weak person has the right to live, the right to choose freedom, dignity and hope. We can gather into the sea. We can. Wu Sei could not continue. His eyes were red, only anger. You liar. Hypocrite. Despicable villain. At least, I chose humans. Li's eyes became hard. Xiao Tian is dead, but more human children may still have a chance to survive. You are the devil. Wu Sei stared at Li coldly. Li finally smiled, a tired and desolate smile. What are you waiting for? Do what you should do. Do you think I don't dare? Wu Sei's eyes flashed with dangerous red light. In less than 2 seconds, she could turn Li into a stone statue. Li sighed. Before I, the devil, die, I will give you some advice. Qilin is a cruel and ambitious man, but he may be the only hope for mankind. Long is a lunatic. He never cares about humans, or even the world. He is just a free slave. As for Gao Yang, he is Zhu Yuan. I have made my choice, you make your choice too, I hope we will not regret it. Li closed his eyes, and went to death calmly. Wu Sei stared at Li. Li's eyelashes had begun to petrify and fall off one by one, but the mental damage stopped there, and did not go deeper. Silence, a long silence. The anger and red light in Wu Sei's eyes still dimmed a little bit. Wu Sei was deflated. I won't kill you. I'm not qualified to judge you. Li opened his eyes, and looked at her. What is your choice? I will continue to stay in Baichuan group. If Gao Yang is really Zhu Yuan, I will do what I should do in my own way. From now on, I will no longer respect you or love you. I will always despise you and spit on you until death or doomsday. Li had no expression or opinion. She slowly turned her wheelchair and looked at the Star City outside the French window again. A few seconds later, Wu Sei left without closing the door. The room was silent again, and Li slowly closed his eyes. Beside his ears, there was a lingering distant voice. What about fireflies? Those fireflies whose lights are not on, can they go home? Of course they can go home. Fireflies will not get lost at night. Chapter 738. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a secret room in the sewer, the original secret base of the 12 zodiac signs. The study room without lights on was extremely dim. Gregor sat in front of the computer desk, typing frantically on the keyboard of his laptop, and the light blue fluorescence illuminated his oily face. His eyeballs were bulging and bloodshot, and his nose and mouth twitched from time to time because of excitement, as if he was possessed by a demon. 3 hours ago, Gregor was sitting on the toilet, and the god of inspiration came without warning, instantly opening up his Ren and Du meridians, and a week of constipation was relieved. At the same time, a perfect novel opening appeared in his mind. It's it. Gregor wiped his butt in a hurry, rushed back to the study, lit a cigarette, and started writing. His literary ideas flowed, his writing was as if assisted by God, and he typed 10,000 words without stopping, and he felt that every word and every punctuation mark was more and more pleasing to the eye, more precise than the laws of the universe, and more perfect than the fate of the world. I mute you mute. Mute? The white rabbit began to spit out foul language. Gregor was stunned for a few seconds before he came to his senses. This was the doorbell. In this early secret base of the Zodiac, the alarm and doorbell were recorded with the white rabbit's dirty words. This was Dohu's idea. He thought it was very refreshing, and would make everyone alert quickly no matter what they were doing. Gregor didn't want to get up at all. He felt that he could write at least another 5,000 words. Mute. Mute. Mute, open the door for me. The doorbell continued to ring. So annoying. Gregor was completely out of inspiration. He walked out of the study angrily, came to a wall, and pulled the gate. The heavy iron door rose, and the stone wall outside slowly moved to both sides. Don't you have the key? Gregor was about to curse, but found that the people who came were not Manshi and Hong Xiaoxiao, but two strangers. Johan and Cantu stood outside the door. Hello, Teacher Gu. Johan knew that Gregor liked to be praised, and he didn't want to anger the gifted person of Plague Knight, so he pretended to be polite and said, I am Johan of Jussi. Gregor didn't care at all. He looked at Johan, and then at Cantu next to him. She was covered in dust and dirt, with many injuries on her body, her eyes were red, and she was about to cry. It was obvious that she had just been bullied. Gregor was stunned for a second, and looked at Johan in disbelief. No, I want a sexy mature woman. Why did you bring a high school student? You are really a jerk. Wait, you didn't just kidnap someone on the street, you are so unscrupulous. I can't afford the money, so I can't go to a massage parlor to find a decent one. She is also a member of Jussi, a can. Johan interrupted. Oh. Gregor was relieved and a little embarrassed for a moment. Why didn't you say so earlier? Come in. The two entered the house, and the door of the secret room closed again. Why did you change people this time? Gregor said while going to the refrigerator to get a drink. Manshi and Hong Xiaoxiao are out on a mission. Johan lied. He couldn't let Gregor know that Jussi was seriously injured, for fear that Gregor would despise Jussi and have evil intentions. Where is the thing I want? Gregor said. Why are you empty-handed? Preparing. It will arrive in a few days. We just came to see you. Johan said. You need to prepare a few packs of cigarettes and a few books? Gregor smiled disdainfully. You two are not very efficient. Manshi is more reliable. Gregor slumped down on the sofa, opened the iced cola and took a big sip, touched his bulging belly, and found Johan and Cantu were still standing. Aren't you here to see me? I'm fine. I've finished reading. Hurry up and leave. Gregor urged. Are you going to stay overnight? Yes. Johan said. Cantu and I will stay tonight. Ah? Gregor was surprised. I can't write novels with you here. I'm not used to having people around me. That's your problem. Johan said. What's the matter with the plane? Gregor yelled. Call Manshi over. I want to talk to him. He never disturbs me. He always leaves after giving me things. Wow. Cantu couldn't help crying anymore. Huh? Gregor was stunned. What's wrong with this girl? Why is she crying for no reason? You don't cry. Gregor was most afraid of women crying. He surrendered in a second. Okay, you can stay, but I have to be absolutely quiet while I'm writing, you hear? You have to hold back your farts. You must learn this from Manshi quietly. Wow. Cantu couldn't hold back anymore, crying heartbreakingly. His liver and lungs were broken. 4 o'clock in the morning. Shijing District, remote mountains, hidden villa. Gao Yang, Nana, Zhang Wei, and Shening came to the door of the villa. Before that, they secretly went to a clothing store in the mall, changed into a few new clothes, and disguised themselves. Zhang Wei carried Wang Wayne, who was still in a coma. Gao Yang recovered 20% to 30% of his condition, carrying 2 heavy body bags, which were the bodies of Kowa and Sha Yi. The two could not be resurrected, so they had to find a place to bury them. Where is this? Zhang Wei's voice became hoarse because of crying and screaming. The residence of the ghost group. Gao Yang replied. He couldn't think of where to go for a while, so he had to hide here for 2 days with a shameless face, recover from his injuries, and then make long-term plans. Swish. A gust of wind blew, and a tall and thin man, with a tuxedo, silver hair, red eyes, and a chin with a dimpled chin appeared in front of everyone. He put one hand behind his back and the other hand on his chest, bowed slightly, politely but unfamiliarly. What can you do to visit the ghost house late at night? Jingja, we have something wrong and have nowhere to go. We want to hide here for 2 days. Gao Yang said. Jingja glanced at Gao Yang, and his eyes moved down to the 2 body bags in his hands. I will bury them well and won't bother you. Gao Yang's tone was filled with a hint of pleading. I will bury them farther away, not nearby. Gao Yang. Chun's voice came from above. He stood on the rooftop of the villa, slowly floating down towards the crowd, and soon stood beside Jingja. I haven't seen you for a few days. Have you gotten so bad? Mr. Chun was obviously joking, but there was no sarcasm in his voice, only bitterness. He knew very well that Gao Yang would not come to him unless it was absolutely necessary. It seemed that many people in the Jussi organization died this time. Chun stared at Gao Yang and found that he was weak and broken. You are seriously injured. Gao Yang didn't speak. He didn't know what to say. Ah. Chun sighed. Actually, Jingja and I will leave tomorrow. We plan to continue traveling around the world. We will set off on Bailu Chushu at first. Chun glanced at the people around Gao Yang. I give you this house. We don't need it anyway. Let's forget each other in the future. Thank you. Gao Yang's heart seemed to be stabbed by something, but he didn't dare to ask for anything more, and even didn't dare to mention that beautiful name. I don't understand. Zhang Wei's grief and anger, which he had finally calmed down, surged in his heart again. He shouted at Chun, aren't you ghost group friends with Gao Yang? The lips and teeth are cold. Why can't we fight side by side? If we don't unite, we will only be defeated one by Qilin. Are ghosts and humans really friends? Chun interrupted coldly. Zhang Wei was stunned. Boy, if we open the door to the end, can we ghosts survive? Let me ask you again, when we are tortured by hunger and want to die, are you willing to sacrifice yourself to be eaten by us? These 3 soul-stirring questions made Zhang Wei dumbfounded. Everyone has their own path, and their own answers to pursue. Chun sighed softly, "Take care, everyone." Swoosh. A gust of wind blew, and Jingja and Chun disappeared at the same time. Chapter 739. Gao Yang, Zhang Wei, Nana and Qining buried the bodies of Shay and Kuo in a maple forest behind the villa. In winter, the leaves withered, leaving only branches that cut the night sky into pieces, and thick rotten leaves on the ground. In addition to Shay and Kuo, the other dead people were also buried one by one, namely, Manshi, Huixiong, Xiaotian, Lizi, Fuxing, Shuangshuang, Buzhou and Yefeng. Among these people, Manshi, Huixiong, Xiaotian, Fuxing and Lizi were reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Shuangshuang, Buzhou and Yefeng were left with only body remains, but they could not be taken away and were left in the ruins. The four people dug one shovel after another, and then buried one shovel after another. No one spoke during the whole process. Shuangshuang and Buzhou were buried together, with a total of 9 graves, 7 of which were empty graves. They were afraid of being discovered and no tombstones were erected. At some point, a beam of morning light shone into the woods, stinging everyone's eyes. When Qining was sorting out Shay's body, she found a gift box on her body. Inside was a cute phone watch and a small card attached to it. It was a letter to her daughter. At this moment, Nana was holding Wang Weiyin, who was still in a coma, and standing in front of Shay's tombstone. Qining opened the card and read it softly to her daughter on behalf of Shay. "Yining, that's great. You're 1 year older. I know you're a little unhappy that your dad didn't spend your birthday with you this year. But don't blame your dad. Dad is a Superman. He's going to protect the world. Maybe one day, Mom will also protect the world. At that time, you must not be sad. You must grow up well and love this world well, because this is the world that your parents are trying to protect. You should live happily and happily in this world. Every minute and every second, your mom and dad will always be there for you. You may not understand these words now. It doesn't matter, just remember them. In the future, when you are sleepy, hungry, tired, sad, lonely, and grown up, you will understand when you think of these words again. Love you forever, Mom." January 1st. Qining finished reading calmly, and Zhang Wei trembled all over. The heavy sadness and self-blame overwhelmed him again. He fell to his knees with a plop, crying bitterly. As he cried, he began to slap himself. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I killed Sister Sha, and I killed everyone by being smart. If I hadn't found them, they wouldn't have followed, and they wouldn't have died." Qin Ying's heart was bearing greater self-blame than Zhang Wei's. She no longer had the energy to comfort Zhang Wei, and she didn't think that what Zhang Wei needed at the moment was comfort. Gao Yang, Chen Ying and Nana, who was holding Wang Weiyin, turned and left, leaving Zhang Wei some time alone. The three returned to the villa. Gao Yang chatted with Nana for a few words alone, and Nana nodded and went back to her room with Wang Weiyin to rest. Gao Yang and Chen Ying stood in the living room, and Chen Ying's voice was hoarse. "Gao Yang, I have been thinking about where the problem is, why our hiding place was exposed. After thinking about it, there is only one possibility that I can't accept the most, that Madame Li used me." "Qining," Gao Yang said calmly, "rest first, and talk again when everyone is together." "Gao Yang, I take full responsibility for this matter, you can kill me now." "Rest first," Gao Yang repeated. Qining was stunned for 2 seconds, then she nodded and turned to go upstairs. Finally, Gao Yang was left alone. He felt very tired and didn't even have the strength to feel sad, but he couldn't fall asleep on the bed. At the moment, there was no sofa suitable for sleeping in this retro and gorgeous palace-style living room. He hesitated for a moment and walked towards a familiar room. Gao Yang pushed the door open and entered. In front of him was a bedroom full of girlishness. The wall was decorated with delicate and elegant bouquet wallpaper. In the middle was a princess bed with white bed curtains. The bed was piled with various dolls, among which was the familiar Shui Dun Dun, placed in the middle of the pillow. Gao Yang walked to the bedside, but didn't sit on it. He had just buried his companion, and was covered in mud. He was afraid of dirtying the sheets. He sat down on the bedside, leaning his back against the soft edge of the bed, looking up, and just as he was about to close his eyes, he saw the ceiling painted dark blue again. There were many stars painted on it, and a silver moon. Next to a particularly bright star, the 3 words "First Snow Star" were written crookedly. There should be another equally shining star with the words "Gao Yang Star" next to it, but now it has been painted over, leaving only a black color that is darker than the dark blue night sky. Gao Yang's already numb heart was secretly stabbed again. In a trance, he remembered the first time he woke up in this room. At that time, he volunteered to be the food of the snow in order to save his sister and family, but he survived miraculously in the end. At that time, he was so lucky that he didn't die. If I had died at that time, it would have been great. Or earlier, if I had been killed by Hong Feng the first time, it would have been great. No, earlier, if I had been eaten by Li Weiwei, it would have been great. At the moment when the tears welled up, Gao Yang closed his eyes tightly. When he was about to be pierced by sadness, self-blame, and weakness, Man's voice sounded. Fight. Keep fighting. Fight with all your heart. This time, without relying on spiritual armor, Gao Yang's breathing gradually calmed down. He still tilted his head back, closed his eyes tightly, and slowly loosened his fists with white knuckles. 3 seconds later, he clenched again. In the bathroom on the second floor, Jining came to the bathtub and turned on the faucet. Ghosts are not afraid of cold, so there is no hot water in the villa of the ghost group. In the cold winter of January, the cold water quickly filled the white bathtub. Jining kicked off her shoes with a numb expression, took off her socks, and then took off her clothes, one by one, until she was naked. She raised her foot and stepped into the bathtub with a whoosh. The biting cold made her shiver all over, but the pain was insignificant compared to the pain in her chest, and even made her feel a little better. She lifted her other foot and entered the bathtub, then placed her hands on her chest, slowly squatted down, and lay completely in the bathtub. The cold was like a blade cutting every inch of her skin. She shivered constantly, and her face became paler and paler. She didn't know how long it had been before she felt her body frozen, and her sadness also became stiff and cold. She naively thought that she had overcome weakness. But the next second, the memory in her mind began to be confused. Not dirty, child, you are not dirty at all. Andy likes you very much. Are you willing to go home with me? Although there are always fireflies going out, there are always new fireflies appearing to illuminate the dangerous mountain road. The puppy walked, and finally went home. When you are sad, go take a comfortable hot bath, and have a good sleep, and all your worries will be gone. Jining, how much can you sacrifice for your ideal? Ying, do you still hate me now? Splash. Chen Ying's neck slipped, and her whole head sank into the bathtub. Tears welled up in the water, and she could no longer stop crying loudly. The cold water entered her lungs and suffocated her. Soon, she turned back into the helpless little girl, soaking in the dark ice water. The bathtub above her head was like a skylight, getting farther and farther away from her. She was falling into the abyss. The difference was that this time, she had no will to survive. She let the oxygen in her body run out, let the cold take away her body temperature, and let her consciousness dissipate in pain. Splash. A hand reached in and pulled Jining out of the bathtub. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Jining coughed violently. Nana sat beside the bathtub at some point, looking at her with complicated eyes. The captain guessed that you would do something stupid, so he asked me to watch you. Nana didn't speak in a second-year speech this time, and her voice was so normal that people were not used to it. He also asked me to tell you a word. Jining slowly raised her head and looked at Nana. It's too easy for us to die, isn't it? Chapter 740. The next day at 11 a.m. Island Country, the last car of the tram to Base Way. Qingling, Wang Zikai, Hong Xiaoxiao, and Kyo disguised themselves as foreign tourists and dressed up. Qingling and Wang Zikai pretended to be a young couple, sitting side by side on a bench. Hong Xiaoxiao and Kyo played the role of two backpacker girls, with SLRs hanging on their chests, no seats, holding the rings, and squeezed in the crowd. The four of them, like other passengers, lowered their heads and swiped their phones, but in fact they were chatting in the hotspot internal group. They had 7 or 8 minutes to arrive in Base Way, and they had to act immediately. The story goes back to half an hour ago, when a group of people took the fastest flight to the Island Country Airport and went to District D, and took the tram to Base Way without stopping. The four got on the third car, and Qingling habitually looked at everyone on the car, and soon found Qilin and Suzaku. The two men also dressed up in Xiaozhuang, wearing local-style clothes, hats, scarves, and masks. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to find them in the crowd. Qingling was able to find them quickly because she saw the crutches beside the man. No matter how much disguise, Qilin's disabled legs can't be disguised. Gao Yang once asked Shuke why he couldn't help cure Qilin and Li's disabilities. Shuke said that it was not an ordinary injury. As for what kind of injury it was, Shuke said she didn't know. Anyway, she couldn't cure it. Gao Yang guessed that Li's legs were disabled because of the White Disaster incident that year, and it was very likely that he was injured by the Dark One. As for Qilin's injury, he never revealed it. The moment he saw Qilin, Qing Ling was immediately alert. Gao Yang's premonition was right. Gao Xinxin was really exposed, but he didn't expect that Qilin came to arrest people in person. Qing Ling gave her teammates a look, and the four of them blended into the crowd and quietly retreated to the fifth carriage, which was also the last carriage. Then Qing Ling took out his mobile phone and discussed with everyone. Wang Zikai's idea was still as clear as ever, revealing a clear confidence and stupidity. He said that the bravest will win when they meet on a narrow road, so he went all out. However, there are still many innocent lost people on the train, and the space in the tram is small, so he can't show his fists and feet, so he is willing to wait until he gets off the train to fight. Qing Ling poured a bucket of cold water on Wang Zikai's blood. She helped him recall the last time he was stared at by Qilin, who was 100 meters away, and became an idiot. Although Wang Zikai is the ceiling of Jussi's combat power, all signs show that Qilin's mental attack seems to be a natural enemy of people with poor brains. Moreover, Suzaku is here this time. If he is really forced into a corner, Suzaku will directly give Qilin a triple enhancement, and the four of them will not have enough lives to die. Hong Xiaoxiao proposed a second plan. After getting off the car, they split up and two people tried to keep a distance to hold back Qilin and Zhu Kei. The two people immediately went to find Gao Xinxin and hit her. Qing Ling also rejected this plan. Although this plan was more reasonable, it had a biggest bug, that is, they had no way to hold back Qilin. If they wanted to escape in front of Qilin, there might be a chance, but if they wanted to hold back Qilin, they would be courting death. As I said before, in close combat, Qilin is basically invincible. Once he opens one xiong, whoever he glares at will die. Soon, Ke proposed a third plan. After listening to it, everyone thought it was very creative, and seemed to be the only feasible plan. Qing Ling thought for a moment, and made a final decision in the group: execute immediately. Qing Ling, Wang Zikai, and Hong Xiaoxiao all put away their phones at the same time and quietly came to the third carriage. But then she took action. She said sorry in her heart, and gently touched the bodies of a young man and woman in the tram. She kept it for 3 seconds, and started a 1-minute inexplicable. But she left immediately. Suddenly, the young man and woman went crazy. They cried and laughed and started to go crazy. Soon, the two began to dance and acted like Sponge Bebe and paydaxing, shouting that they wanted to catch jellyfish and trying to open the door and jump out of the car, causing a commotion in the car. 1 minute ago, the second carriage. Qilin and Zhu Kei sat side by side without speaking. Since last night, Zhu Kei was very uneasy. She guessed that Gao Yang was secretly observing her social account, but she didn't know if Gao Yang could see it in time. Moreover, the hint she gave was too obscure, and Gao Yang might not think of that level. If Qilin really caught Gao Xinxin, with Gao Yang's character, he would definitely be willing to die for Gao Xinxin. This is an ending that Zhu Kei never wants to see. Ding. Qilin's phone rang. It was a text message. Qilin took out his phone and took a look, silent for a moment, and put it back in his pocket as if nothing had happened. The text message was sent by Yin Liang. The battle to annihilate Jussi failed. Although Jussi was severely injured, Gao Yang escaped and only took back a life rune. For some reason, Qilin was not too surprised. He watched Gao Yang grow up. He knew very well how big a hidden danger this boy would be if he became an enemy. Qilin originally really wanted to train Gao Yang to help him deal with Long. But slowly, Qilin realized that Gao Yang was not simple. He had his own ambitions. Finally, when Qilin confirmed that Gao Yang would definitely hinder his plan, he mercilessly killed him. After failing, he immediately asked Yin Liang for help. For so many years, there were only two people that Qilin never underestimated. One was Long and the other was Gao Yang. What's wrong? Jujua's voice pulled Qilin back. Nothing, Qilin said. Wow. What's going on? I don't know, those two people seem crazy. At this time, there was a commotion in the last carriage, and more people were talking and pointing. Qilin and Zhu Kei looked at each other, and realized that something was wrong. Zhu Kei stood up. I go and see. Qilin was very cautious, afraid of some trap. He also stood up. Together, don't stay too far away from me. Qilin launched a mental pressure with a diameter of 30 meters, controlling it in a delicate state, sensing any danger that might appear around him, and ensuring that he could react immediately. The two slowly walked through the crowd, and walked towards the last carriage. The Qing Ling team, who had been hiding in the third car, mixed in the crowd, and like other passengers, pretended to look at the last car with curiosity, but had no intention of going over. Qilin passed by the four of them, and Qing Ling suddenly felt countless needles floating on the surface of her skin, moving her sweat hairs, and giving her goosebumps. Hong Xiaoxiao, but it was the same. Fortunately, they were well prepared and tried to control their tension and fear so that their heartbeats would not be too fast. However, it is reasonable to accelerate the heartbeat appropriately, because when a strange incident suddenly occurs on the tram, the heartbeat of ordinary people will accelerate. As for Wang Zikai, he felt nothing and his emotions were very stable. Qilin's attention was attracted by the commotion in the last carriage, and he did not pay special attention to the passengers in the third carriage, so he did not notice the disguised Qingling team. Soon, he and Zhu Ke passed through the third and fourth carriages and came to the last carriage. Qingling and the other four immediately squeezed through the crowd and rushed to the second carriage. Qingling stepped back and stopped at the connection between the second and third carriages. She opened her hands, and two black gold long swords appeared in her hands. Swish! Qingling cut out an almost perfect circular arc of light, accompanied by sparks bursting when the metal was cut, like cutting out a large wind and fire wheel. Crack, crack. Nothing. The carriages broke apart. Wang Zikai kicked the third carriage hard, accelerating its disconnection. The two sections of the tram were completely disconnected and quickly pulled away from each other. The three carriages at the back became smaller and smaller, turning into a point. The plan was successful, and it was unbelievably smooth. Qingling did not relax her vigilance and continued to stare at the carriage that was getting farther and farther away from her, making sure that Qilin and Zhu Ke had not caught up with her. They really could not catch up with her. Wang Zikai, Qiu and Hong Xiaoxiao turned around to deal with possible dangers. Some of the passengers in the carriage fainted directly, while others accepted the fact after a few seconds of thinking and screamed in panic. Fortunately, there were no high-level beasts in these two carriages. Chapter 741. Baseway Dolphin Hotel. The sky cleared up in the morning, but the snow did not melt. The whole Bay town was still silvery white. The trams were ringing, and there were few pedestrians on the streets. Time seemed to slow down here. Crow Shark took the official waterway, followed the cruise ship to the island country, and swam to the coast of Baseway, arriving an hour earlier than Qilin and Suzaku. According to the instructions, he could not act on his own, because there was no guarantee that Gao Xinxin would be protected by someone to avoid alerting the enemy. He stood at an alley diagonally opposite the Dolphin Hotel, wrapped in a cold gray cloak covering his head, bare feet, and red from the cold. He was thin, slightly hunched, and looked at his feet with a dull look, like a homeless boy who ran out of nowhere, and was about to freeze to death on the street with a problem in his brain. Passers-by cast sympathetic eyes at him, and some even came forward to ask if he needed help, but the Crow Shark could not speak the island language, and could not understand it, like a wooden man. The passers-by could only give up and leave with a sigh. The Crow Shark shivered. At this moment, he missed the sea very much. The sea water was much warmer than here, and he was much freer. He also had friends to accompany him to swim and play. Speaking of which, the sea in Baseway is really good. Although the scope of exploration is very small, it is completely different from the sea in Eurodive. If there is no fog, you can go to the real sea. I wonder what is on the other side of the sea. Hello. Someone is talking. Is he calling me? The Crow Shark looked up blankly. He first saw a pair of black square-toed leather shoes, followed by a pair of thin calves wearing white socks, then a dark plaid skirt, and then a camel-colored horn button coat with a slight bulge on the chest. The Crow Shark's sight stopped. No, Elder Suzaku said that it is impolite to stare at someone's chest. Crow Shark forced his eyes to move upwards, and saw a wrapped cashmere scarf. Further up, there was a fair and delicate face of a girl with soft ponytails, a little red cheeks, and clear eyes. It was Gao Xinxin. Gao Xinxin was holding a bulging paper bag. The boss lady said you don't speak the island language and look like a person from the city. Crow Shark was a little confused. His target actually came to him on his own initiative. I was discovered. This shouldn't be the case. I'm so low-key and haven't talked to anyone. There are shoes, socks, pants and cotton clothes, as well as bread and mineral water. Here, eat the bread while it's hot. Gao Xinxin handed him the paper bag. If you keep freezing, your body won't be able to bear it. Gao Xinxin and the boss lady of the Dolphin Hotel had noticed this poor homeless boy a long time ago, and were worried that he would not survive tonight. The two discussed and decided to provide him with some help within their ability. Crow Shark took the bag blankly, and took out the hot chocolate bread. He took a bite, and it was very fragrant, sweet and soft. Is it delicious? Gao Xinxin asked with a smile. Crow Shark nodded, remembering what Suzaku taught her, that she should say thank you at this time. He slowly raised his head, thank you. Swish. A figure flashed to the side of Crow Shark and punched him in the face. The bread in the boy's mouth was spit out with a wow, and the whole person flew several meters and fell on the snow. He opened his mouth and spit out the last word thank you along with the half-chewed chocolate bread. Wang Zikai was very gentle, and Crow Shark's face was only swollen for 2 days, and it would not be a big deal. Gao Yang had specifically instructed that the people of the Suzaku group could not be killed. This guy was malnourished and could not take a beating. He only showed a little bit of his skills. Wang Zikai. Gao Xinxin was surprised and happy, and a little confused. Why are you here? No time to explain. Get in the car. Wang Zikai grabbed Gao Xinxin. Huh? Again? Gao Xinxin always felt that this scene was a little familiar. Wang Zikai looked around. There was no car nearby. He grabbed Gao Xinxin and carried her on his shoulders. Ah! What are you doing? Put me down. Wang Zikai rushed into the alley, flew over the eaves and walls, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. 10 minutes later, Dolphin Hotel. Tengu flew directly from the sky above the official channel, 10 minutes faster than Qilin, Qingling and others, in order to pick up Gao Xinxin faster. As soon as he received Gao Yang's note, he didn't even have time to ask Dohu for consent, and set off immediately. At this moment, Tiango was wearing a long black down jacket, black headphones on his neck, his hands in his pockets, standing lazily in front of the counter and talking to the boss lady. Are you looking for Lu Shirsu? The boss lady looked at Tiango warily. Who are you to her? Friend. Tiango said. Friend? The boss lady looked him up and down again. He was handsome and looked very suitable for Gao Xinxin. Oh, I think it's your ex-boyfriend. Eh? Don't pretend, you kid, you hurt the girl a lot. Now you know you regret it, and you come here. Yes, Tiango was in a hurry and had to cooperate with the acting. Once, there was a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, Okay, tell her that. Where is she? She just left. She should be wandering around. Wait. Swish. Tengu flew out of the store without saying anything. The proprietress was stunned and fainted, falling on the lazy chair behind the counter. 20 minutes later, on the coast behind the Dolphin Hotel. Qilin and Suzaku had been talking for a while. Crow Shark told Qilin that a blonde boy suddenly appeared, punched him away, and took Gao Xinxin away. Qilin looked at the gray sea and fell into deep thought. It was Jussi who caused the train to be disconnected. Suzaku said, they took people away before us. Qilin nodded, obviously thinking this through. Chase, maybe they haven't gone far yet. Suzaku said. Chase. Qilin said, looking at Crow Shark, you go by water. Crow Shark was staring at Suzaku's chest, as if he wanted to say something. Raven Shark? Suzaku thought he was a little abnormal. Raven Shark finally looked up at Suzaku. Did you hear that? You go by water. Suzaku said, go to the D District Station immediately, and see if you can intercept them. Remember, if you find Josie, don't get too close. You are no match for him. Wait for us to come. Raven Shark still didn't move. Go! Suzaku shouted. Raven Shark then turned around and ran towards the sea, quickly disappearing. Let's go! Qilin turned around and Suzaku followed. The two took the nearest tram back to D District. Along the way, Qilin remained silent, while Suzaku considered various possibilities. It's probably too late to get to the D District tram station, but there are only waterways and airports to return to Licheng. I feel that they will take Gao Xinxin back to Licheng, so Qinglong and Yinliang can go to stop them. As he spoke, Suzaku sighed again, but it's also difficult. They have Nana, who can disguise herself. Gao Xinxin can't disguise herself. Qilin spoke. Why? Nana didn't come for this operation. Qilin was sure. How do you know? Qilin smiled faintly. Because Nana was with Gao Yang, she was almost killed by Yin Liang. Suzaku was shocked. Almost, that means it didn't work. Yin Liang and Qinglong didn't come, so they went to deal with Jussi? Suzaku's face was expressionless. Qilin nodded and said no more. He leaned back, raised his head slightly, and seemed to close his eyes to rest. Suzaku stopped talking. The two of them sat in the swaying tram, the scenery outside the window changed, and the clean sunlight passed over their faces from time to time, and time seemed to slow down. Half an hour passed quickly, and there were still a few minutes to the terminal. At this time, Qilin opened his eyes and said calmly, thinking back on the whole thing, it was such a coincidence. You just found Gao Xinxin, and they came to pick her up, and even got on the same tram with us. Yeah. Shukei felt a little guilty. Qilin sighed. Shukei, why don't you leave? What? Shukei didn't react. Yan and I both gave you a chance. You could have left. Qilin was very sorry, but you stayed, and stayed again and again. Zhu Ke was silent. You chose to stay, and your heart was with Jussi. Why? Zhu Ke was still silent. You knew you were being monitored by Yan, right? So you acted for me, but at the same time reminded Jussi to let them take Gao Xinxin away first. Qilin said. Zhu Ke remained silent. Zhu Ke, Gao Xinxin is not as important as you think. Qilin smiled bitterly. Gao Yan will sacrifice himself for Gao Xinxin, but he will not sacrifice the entire Jussi for Gao Xinxin. How do you know? Zhu Ke asked. Because I am also a leader. Qilin said. No matter what the reason, those who eventually embark on the path of leadership must have some enlightenment. When they reach the fork in their fate, they will naturally know how to choose, just like a divine revelation. Zhu Ke was stunned. After a few seconds, she suddenly relaxed and smiled with relief. So, this trip is actually a test for me? Qilin nodded. Suzaku, you betrayed me. You betrayed us. Suzaku met Qilin's gaze. You have been brainwashed by Yan, and you are leading everyone on a road of no return. The reason I stayed is to stop you from making mistakes again and again. Stop it, Qilin. Stop killing your compatriots. Xiao Li. Qilin slowly turned back and looked at Suzaku gently. There is something you have never understood. It was never Yan who chose this path, but me. He just tried his best to help me, and handed in his own paper by the way. Suzaku was stunned. Hand in the paper? Is Yan a delusion beast? Suddenly, many of his seemingly true and false words became clear in an instant. In a flash, Suzaku figured out some terrible things. Her voice trembled slightly, and she didn't care about the other people in the car. Qilin, you didn't intend to open the door at all. Qilin had a blank expression. You didn't intend to open the door at all, right? I guess right. The air of God is the key to opening the door, and you want to stop us. You never thought about opening the door. Everything I do is for humanity. Qilin raised his hand slightly, and the passengers on the entire tram fainted silently. No! You do it for yourself. Qilin, you selfish lunatic. What do you want? Suzaku didn't say anything else. She forgot what she was going to say. In fact, she had forgotten the language and everything. Qilin's green eyes under the lens had hidden green spots, and he activated the derivative skill of brain formatting, mental fibrosis. In just 3 seconds, Suzaku became the most serious late-stage patient of Alzheimer's disease, and this kind of brain damage can never be repaired. She became a hollow person who can breathe, or in other words, a dynamic vegetative person. Keeping her basic ability to control her body, and preventing her from losing control of her body was Qilin's last dignity to her, and his last kindness to his old friend. Ding-ling. The tram bell rang, and the station had arrived. Qilin stood up, leaned on his crutches, and got off the tram. He was the only one who got off at this stop. Inside the carriage, passengers were lying unconscious, and only Suzaku was sitting on the bench. She tilted her head, opened her lifeless eyes, and didn't even blink, just breathing quietly. The meaning of her life was only breathing. Chapter 742. The next day, Johan and Guanto used Gregor's communication tools to reconnect with Gao Yang, and came to the Guituan villa late at night. Now it is Jussi's latest base. On the morning of the third day, Qinling, Hong Xiaoxiao, and the other three returned to Liqing safely. As soon as they left the dock, they received Johan's voice transmission and met in secret. Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin are still hiding somewhere in Base Wei, and have not appeared. This is Qingling's final plan. These days, she has already successfully learned from Gao Yang. Not only must she think about the chess she wants to play, but also the chess the enemy will play, so as to predict again. They cut off the tram, and Qilin must have guessed that it was Jussi who did it. They will definitely go back to the D District tram station to block it, because this is the only official way out of Base Wei. Wang Zikai deliberately injured the crow shark, and sent a strong signal that Jussi rescued Gao Xinxin, just to make Qilin take the bait. But in fact, Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin did not leave Base Wei at all. Only Qinling, Hong Xiaoxiao and Kyo left. After a while, Nana can go to Base Wei, and then quietly disguise them and bring them back. However, things seem to be going very smoothly. They did not encounter Qilin's pursuit and interception along the way. Presumably, Qilin was too disdainful to play hide-and-seek with them, and went back home directly. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the weather was very good, and it was a warm and sunny day. Gao Yang, Nana, Guanto, Qining, Wang Weiyin, and Zhang Wei stood in the front yard of the villa, waiting for the Qinling team to return. Qinling, Hong Xiaoxiao, and Kyo followed Johan back to the base. Along the way, They already knew what happened in Jiaxing Pavilion. Objectively speaking, they were lucky. If they had not been sent to the island country by Gao Yang at that time, I am afraid that all of them would have died except Wang Zikai. Along the way, Hong Xiaoxiao kept crying. But she had just joined Juicy, and didn't have a deep relationship with everyone, but she was also very sad. She could only comfort Hong Xiaoxiao. Qingling kept a straight face throughout the whole process, and didn't express any opinions. Now Johan brought them back. Qingling saw Gao Yang in the crowd at a glance. He was thinner than 3 days ago, and the edges of his face were more distinct. His face was pale, his eyes were cold and deep, and his long hair was messily pulled back and tied into a short ponytail. He said lightly, "Welcome back to the team." Qingling nodded. Cantu. Hong Xiaoxiao couldn't help it again. She rushed over and hugged Cantu. Cantu couldn't help it either. The two hugged each other and cried bitterly. Zhang Wei's eyes were red again, but he gritted his teeth to hold it back. He told himself that men don't cry easily. "Where is the tomb?" Qingling asked. "The maple forest behind." Gao Yang turned around. "Follow me." 9 graves were buried side by side in the deep woods, namely, Shay, Kuo, Manshi, Huixiong, Xiaotian, Lizi, Fuxing, Shuangshuang, Buzhou, and Yefeng. There was no tombstone, no epitaph. In front of Shay's grave, there were several camellias picked by Wang Wayne for her. In front of Kuo's grave, Zhang Wei found a dozen small stones, and made a 6 for him, which was his last words to the world before his death. In front of Mansh's grave, there was a black gold dagger, which was the weapon he gave to Gao Yang in the desert of Nigua before, and Gao Yang returned it to him now. In front of Huixiong's grave, there was a bottle of beer. In front of Shutian's grave, there was a kite made by Qining for him. In front of Lizi's grave, there was a toy car. She loved to modify cars when she was alive, but unfortunately Zhang Wei was not able to help her burn a car now, so he could only use a toy car as a substitute. In front of Fuxing's grave, there is a book that Zhang Wei found in the study of the villa. It is called Remembrance of the Past Years. Shuangshuang and Buzhou were buried together. Nothing was placed in front of the grave. Qining said that it was enough for them to have each other's company. In front of Yefeng's grave, there is a pair of hiking boots. Everyone stood in front of the grave. No explanation was needed, it was clear at a glance. Hong Xiaoxiao knelt between the graves of Manshi and Huixiong, crying. During the time she joined Juicy, she had already regarded everyone as a family. Among them, her favorite one was Uncle Xiong. He was like the relative in the big family who had a loud voice, loved to be lively, and liked to make arrangements. With him around, I felt inexplicably at ease, and it was warm to find joy in suffering. Others were also sad and sorrowful. I don't know how long it had passed. The cold wind blew through the woods, ruffling everyone's hair. Qingling, who had been silent all the time, suddenly stepped forward, and she opened her right hand, and the black gold dagger inserted in front of Mansh's grave flew back to her hand. Qingling handed the dagger to Gao Yang. "Take it." Gao Yang was silent for 2 seconds, then reached out to catch the dagger. "Captain, what do you do next?" Qingling asked. For a moment, everyone looked at Gao Yang, which was what everyone wanted to ask. Gao Yang tightly grasped the dagger given to him by Manshi, and his voice seemed to be heard in the cold wind. "You are the heir of God. You are the leader. You are our head. Shiran, Rani, Gui Ma are all looking at you, and we are all looking at you too." Gao Yang closed his eyes. Enter the system. Accumulated lucky points 1997 points. Comprehend the guardian talent. Do you want to spend 1920 lucky points to comprehend? Confirm. Understanding. Understanding. Understanding success. Congratulations. Understood new talent absolute defense, serial number 9, the strongest guardian system. Congratulations. Absolute defense directly upgraded to level 3. Congratulations. Absolute defense breakthrough to level 4. Level 4 absolute defense attribute bonus. Physical strength plus 1200, endurance plus 1200, charm plus 800. Detailed skills. Can use different types of energy shields. Can create an absolute barrier. Can only create 1 large absolute barrier or 3 small absolute barriers at the same time. Maintain 10 minutes. Cool down time 1 hour. External objects cannot enter the barrier, nor can they conduct deep-level detection of the barrier. Whether objects in the barrier can leave the barrier is determined by the talent. Update data page. 77 lucky points remaining. Physical strength, 1640 endurance, 1641. Strength, 1104 agility, 1851. Spirit, 2003. Charm, 2302. Luck, 2020. Absolute Defense Level 4. Teleport Level 6. Copy Level 6. Flame Level 6. Illusion Level 6. Spirit Armor Level 6. Lie Detector Level 4. Luck Level 5. Exit System. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and a secret and firm golden light flashed across his eyes. He put away Man's knife and inserted it into the scabbard at his waist. Jiuxi's ideal has not changed, born in the dark, chasing the dawn. But before that, we still have a road to go, and blood to stain on our hands. Jiuxi organization, all listened to orders. Here. Everyone responded in unison, and the sound resounded through the empty woods. Gao Yang slowly looked around his companions, and calmly and firmly said the two words dormant in his heart: revenge. Chapter 743. In the early morning of January 5th, Base Way. The streets were cold and quiet with a little snow, and there were few pedestrians. Only a few 24-hour shops were still open, becoming one of the few warm lights in the dark forest. In the clear glass window of the yellow arch, a girl was sitting, wrapped in an ill-fitting large black down jacket, with a hat covering her hair and forehead, and a warm and thick wool scarf wrapped around her neck, covering her chin and mouth, with only her nose and eyes exposed on her face. She slightly side-glanced. Her clear eyes looked at the street outside the glass window, as if in a daze. After a while, a tall young man came over with a bowl of food. He wore a brown winter hat and a mask, a thin black and white striped sweater and jeans, and didn't seem to be afraid of the cold at all. The young man sat down opposite the girl and took off his mask. It was Wang Zikai. Eat. Gao Xinxin slowly untied the scarf, carefully folded it, and placed it on her legs. She took a look at the food in the bowl and was slightly stunned. How do you know I like children's meal? Gao Yang said so. Wang Zikai didn't care, picked up a glass of ice cola and took a big sip. Gao Xinxin was not in a hurry to eat, and picked up the small toy that came with the meal, a yellow duck with its wings holding its head, looking like it had a terrible headache, looking both pitiful and funny, and more of it was cute. Gao Xinxin was about to laugh, but couldn't help but sigh first. The last time her brother treated her to a children's meal was in April last year. Why did it feel like it happened in the last life? While drinking Coke, Wang Zikai took out an old-fashioned mobile phone that could only receive text messages from his trouser pocket and took a look, but there was still no new message. On the afternoon of January 2nd, Wang Zikai injured the crow shark and carried Gao Xinxin to an abandoned basement to hide. He rested during the day and sneaked out to get food at night. I thought this kind of life would last for a long time, but unexpectedly, after only 2 days, Johan sent a text message to Wang Zikai, telling them that it has been confirmed that Qilin is no longer in Base Way, and Jiuxi will send someone to pick them up and return to Liqing in 2 days. The mission was completed, and Wang Zikai breathed a sigh of relief. Late at night, Wang Zikai took Gao Xinxin out to get some fresh air and eat something. In her own words, she was almost growing mushrooms in the basement. Stop playing, eat it while it's hot. Wang Zikai casually opened a snack box and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Oh, isn't this a star potato cake? Eat it quickly, Xinxin eats stars, ha ha ha. Gao Xinxin rolled her eyes coldly. Do you think you are very humorous? Wang Zikai's smile froze for a second, and he rubbed his nose with his index finger. I don't have much sense of humor. After all, handsome people are not suitable for being funny. Gao Xinxin was too lazy to complain about him, and asked softly, Tell me honestly, is there something wrong with my brother? Wang Zikai already knew that Jiuxi was seriously injured, and there were only 3 people left in Xin Ying's group. Manchi and Huixiong also died. Wang Zikai was a little sad about this, but not much. He was most worried about Gao Yang. Wang Zikai did not answer Gao Xinxin's question, and urged, Eat quickly, we will go back after eating. No. Gao Xinxin was a little unhappy. Aren't we out of danger? I don't want to sleep in the basement. That's right. Wang Zikai scratched his head. Qilin is not here, but there may be others looking for us in Base Way. If a fight really breaks out, I may not be able to take care of you. Gao Xinxin was silent. You must not get into any trouble, do you hear me? Wang Zikai said solemnly. If anything happens to you, Gao Yang will not be able to survive. Gao Xinxin was startled, and her chest softened, which soon turned into a sour feeling at the tip of her nose. Yeah. Gao Xinxin put the toy back into her pocket, picked up a delicious hamburger, and took a big bite. After eating a few bites, she suddenly thought of something and raised her head abruptly. Brother Kai, you too, must not get into any trouble. You are my brother's most important friend. If something happens to you, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on. Wang Zikai suddenly reached out and grabbed Gao Xinxin's wrist. Ah! Gao Xinxin was startled. What are you doing? Wang Zikai looked serious, his eyes bright. What did you just say? Say it again. Ah? Gao Xinxin was a little confused. Say what you just said again. Wang Zikai said coldly. I'm afraid he will. The first sentence. You must not get into trouble. No. The middle sentence. You are my brother's most important friend. Wang Zikai's serious expression was retracted in a second, his mouth trembled, and he suppressed a happy smile. Really? Isn't it obvious? Gao Xinxin looked at him with disdain. Wang Zikai put one foot on the stool, hugged his knees excitedly with both hands, and leaned over. But, I feel that Chuxue is also very important to your brother. It's different, okay? How can my brother say Chuxue is more like a relative? Don't be jealous. Huh? Wang Zikai pointed at his nose, very excited. I am jealous. I think you are jealous, saying bad things about your sister-in-law for no reason. You're talking nonsense. Gao Xinxin glared at Wang Zikai fiercely. Where is the sister-in-law? Qing Ling and my brother are just comrades in arms. They were acting before. I already know it. Okay, whatever you say is true. In short, don't go around everywhere just because you have some skills. Be careful. Gao Xinxin brought the topic back. Don't worry. Wang Zikai patted his chest confidently. Brother is a god. Gods will not die. My only weakness is... What is it? Gao Xinxin was very curious. It's just... I have no weakness, ha ha. Wang Zikai said, picked up a fried chicken nugget, and threw it into his mouth. My brother's only weakness is you two brothers and sisters. Even if it is a god, there are times when I can't protect you. At 1 a.m., the two of them were full and satisfied, and walked out of the Huanggongmen, and walked on the snow-white and dim streets. Soon, the two turned into an alley. Wang Zikai half bent down and patted her back. Get in the car. Next, Wang Zikai carried Gao Xinxin on his back and flew over the eaves and walls, shuttled across the rooftops, avoided the cameras, and returned to the hiding place. Gao Xinxin was a little disgusted, but still took 2 steps back, quickened her pace, and jumped to Wang Zikai's back. Who knew that just as Gao Xinxin jumped up, Wang Zikai suddenly turned around. Ah! Gao Xinxin was caught off guard and ran directly into Wang Zikai's arms. Are you looking for death? Wang Zikai hugged Gao Xinxin with one hand, and covered her mouth with the other hand, and quickly dodged and hid in the shadow under the corner of the wall. Gao Xinxin finally reacted. She quickly shut up, let Wang Zikai hold her, and the two of them entangled in the nose. Gao Xinxin moved her lips, but didn't make a sound. What's wrong? Wang Zikai gently put Gao Xinxin down and looked up. There was movement above. The two stopped talking and waited quietly. Sure enough, after a while, a figure jumped down from the second floor. The figure was holding a bag of food in his right hand and a home medical kit in his left hand, with his back facing Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin, who were hiding in the shadows. He was about to leave when he suddenly realized that someone seemed to be watching him from behind. He turned around quickly, and Wang Zikai approached him with a swish sound and grabbed his neck with one hand. The black shadow wanted to speak, but couldn't say anything. In Wang Zikai's ruthless iron hand, his neck bone was as fragile as a foam stick. Is it you? Wang Zikai recognized the suspicious person in front of him at a glance, and he loosened some of his fingers. What is your name, ya? Shark. Yasha answered with difficulty. Gao Xinxin also recognized Crow Shark, the wandering boy she had helped before. She already knew that he was from the Qilin Union, so she didn't dare to get close to him, and looked at him defensively. Are you following us? No. Crow Shark's face was red, and he was still out of breath. Wang Zikai simply let go of Crow Shark's neck. He thought that this kid didn't have the ability to threaten him, and Gao Xinxin speak. What are you doing here? Crow Shark took a breath and opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start. Too many things happened, his mind was very messy, and his language organization ability was poor. He remembered the skills that Elder Suzaku taught him, to find the key points in the content he wanted to express, and say the keywords directly. Save people, Crow Shark said. Who? Wang Zikai asked. Crow Shark's eyes were moist and quickly red. This time he didn't stare at Wang Zikai's chest, but raised his head and met his gaze. Elder Suzaku. Chapter 744. 15 minutes later, in the back mountain of Baseway Town. Yasha, Wang Zikai, and Gao Xinxin stepped on the soft snow, climbed a hill, and came to a cedar forest. Deep in the woods, there was a brown cabin of less than 10 square meters. From a distance, It looked like an elf cabin in a fairy tale. It should be the duty room of the forest caretaker, but it has been abandoned. After a while, the three came to the cabin. Yasha pushed open the door, and Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin were both shocked. The cabin was basically emptied, leaving only some dusty abandoned debris, and the air still had a stale smell. There was a kerosene lamp on a wooden table, as well as some water and food. In the corner of the cabin was a small wooden bed with a sleeping bag on it, and Zhu Kei was wrapped in the sleeping bag. Outside the broken glass window, moonlight and cold wind came in from time to time with snowflakes, and Zhuchua's already pale face was covered with a layer of gray-blue, looking like a dead person. Wang Zikai asked in surprise, "Is she dead?" "No." Crow Shark shook his head, a little incoherent. President Qilin. Wanxiang. Later. Wang Zikai didn't have the patience to listen to his lame explanation. He walked quickly to Suzaku's side, and immediately smelled a faint smell of blood. Wang Zikai unzipped the sleeping bag with a click and took off Suzaku's coat. Inside was a beige sweater stained with dark red blood. He noticed that the sweater on the right shoulder was severely damaged, as if it had been torn hard. He slowly lifted the sticky sweater stained with blood, and his pupils suddenly opened. Suzaku's entire right shoulder, including the collarbone, was bloody and looked like it had been eaten by some beast. There were several wounds so deep that the bones were visible. If it weren't for Zhuchua's equivalent exchange that gave her body a super passive self-healing ability, she would have died long ago. What happened? Wang Zikai turned around and asked. She was unconscious, and then the beast. The beast bit her. Crow Shark did his best to explain the whole thing. Don't worry about it, save people first. Gao Xinxin snatched the medical box from Crow Shark's hand and came to Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai didn't bother to unlock it, and directly opened the lid of the medical box with a bang. He took a look and frowned. This broken thing can't save anyone, she must have surgery immediately. Wang Zikai's temples twitched with pain. Before each mission, Gao Yang emphasized that Zhu Kei and the people in her group must not be killed, which shows that this woman has a good relationship with Gao Yang. If she died like this, the boy would probably not be able to eat or sleep for several days. If he continued to be emo like this, he would sooner or later become skinny. I am so annoyed. Wang Zikai made up his mind, pulled up the sleeping bag wrapped around Suzaku again, and picked her up horizontally. Go find a doctor. 3 o'clock in the morning, a private surgical clinic. In the operating room, Suzaku changed into surgical gowns and lay on the operating table, covered by a shadowless lamp. A female surgeon in surgical gowns was suturing her wound. Gao Xinxin also wore surgical gowns, holding a sterilized basin containing surgical tools, and assisted the doctor on the side. And by the way, she was also monitoring the lost person, who was almost scared to death by Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai and Yasha were guarding outside the operating room. Yasha borrowed Wang Zikai's mobile phone, and finally explained the whole thing to him in the form of text messages. On the afternoon of January 2nd, Qilin, Suzaku and Crow Shark met on the beach of Baseway. After learning that Gao Xinxin was taken away by Wang Zikai, Qilin immediately developed a subtle hostility towards Suzaku, and even murderous intentions. Crow Shark was born to be particularly sensitive to this kind of breath. He wanted to remind Suzaku, but he didn't know how to remind him. He was just stupid, but not stupid. He knew that if he exposed Qilin in person, he and Suzaku would definitely die. Finally, he pretended to obey the order and jumped back into the sea. But soon he secretly went ashore and followed Qilin and Suzaku on the tram. Of course, he didn't dare to enter the carriage and secretly hid on the roof of the last carriage. When the tram was about to reach the terminal, Crow Shark instantly felt a strong mental pressure, followed by an irresistible sleepiness, and then he fainted with the people in the entire tram. However, he was an awakened person with Sea King after all, with high mental power, and the coma time was very short. After he woke up on the roof, he immediately rushed to the carriage where Suzaku was. Sure enough, Suzaku was in trouble. She turned into a puppet that could only breathe, sitting on the bench with a dull look. An old lady, to be precise, an old and weak killer woke up. She immediately pounced on Suzaku and bit Suzaku. Crow Shark rushed over and kicked the killer away. At this time, the other two high-level beasts in the tram also woke up from their coma. Crow Shark didn't think much, picked up Suzaku, jumped onto the roof of another tram that was already moving, and returned to Baseway again. Then, Crow Shark hid in an abandoned wooden house in the cedar forest on the back mountain. The reason why Crow Shark didn't take Suzaku to see a doctor these 2 days was that Crow Shark completely lacked common sense in this area and didn't understand the island language, so communication was difficult. Second, the crow shark was worried that it would attract high-level beasts. In the water, the crow shark could easily deal with high-level beasts, but on land, he was just a battery scum. Third, the crow shark knew that Suzaku's equivalent exchange could automatically repair the body. As long as Suzaku woke up, this injury would not be a big deal for her. But for some reason, Suzaku never woke up. Even when she was awake, she was like a wooden man, motionless, silent, just with her eyes open, not caring about the injuries on her body, as if it would not hurt. The crow shark felt something was wrong, so he sneaked into the residential area, stole some food and a medical kit, and then fortunately ran into Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin. "You are a pig." Wang Zikai was furious after understanding the situation. "Do you think Suzaku's injuries can be solved by a few bottles of disinfectant and a few band-aids?" The crow shark clasped his hands tightly on his legs, his head lowered, feeling both self-blame and grievance. Wang Zikai said angrily, "If Zhuke dies, I make you pay." The crow shark was stunned, his eyes, which were already red, quickly became wet, and he sobbed, "No, don't. Elder Zhuke can't die." "Eh?" Wang Zikai quickly retracted his fierce face, a little flustered. He was most afraid of others crying. You are a grown man. Why are you crying? Don't cry." The crow shark covered his face with his hands and cried aggrievedly, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Don't blame you, don't blame you." Wang Zikai panicked, and quickly patted the crow shark on the back, and clumsily comforted him. "It's all the fault of that old bitch, Qilin. Don't cry, Zhuke can be saved, he can definitely be saved, I am a god, you believe me." Click. The door of the operating room opened, and the surgeon Miss Suzuki came out. Wang Zikai and Yasha immediately stood up, and went over. "How is it?" Miss Suzuki didn't understand what Wang Zikai said, and simply made an okay gesture. She was a single woman in her 50s. She used to be the chief surgeon of a large hospital in District D. An accidental operation led to the death of a patient. Although she couldn't be blamed for the accident, she still felt very guilty, and resigned to return to her hometown base way. She opened a private surgical clinic, usually seeing some local patients and performing some minor operations, but she hadn't performed a major operation like tonight for a long time. To be honest, she still felt like she was dreaming. In the middle of the night, several young people suddenly broke in, holding a dying woman covered in blood, shouting help in poor Japanese. Miss Suzuki was scared to death, but soon calmed down. In fact, she had encountered a similar thing a year ago. There was a local gang fight. Two younger brothers helped the older brother, who was shot in the leg, to break through the door. They pointed a gun at her head and threatened her that if she didn't save him, she would kill him. The older brother was lucky. The bullet didn't hit the aorta. She took out the bullet for him and sutured the wound. A few days later, the older brother asked his younger brother to send him a banner. "Save my life. Don't mention it." The older brother is quite humorous. Gao Xinxin followed Miss Suzuki out of the operating room, took off her gloves and mask, and sighed with relief. The operation was successful. During this time, she learned some spoken language and could communicate with Miss Suzuki in a simple way. "Thank you." Wang Zikai excitedly held Miss Suzuki's hands. "Thank you very much." "You're welcome. Saving the dying and the wounded is the doctor's duty." Miss Suzuki understood the gratitude in the other party's words, and replied with a smile. She was very happy in her heart. For some reason, she felt that everything tonight might be arranged by fate, so that she could get out of the shadow of the medical accident and regain a new life. The middle-aged woman was immersed in a kind of self-redemption, and her hands suddenly tightened. She looked down and saw that Wang Zikai had taken out a rope and tied her hands neatly. Chapter 745. No! Is this how you treat your lifesaver? Miss Suzuki was shocked and was about to say something when Wang Zikai took off his winter hat and covered her head with it, and pulled it down hard to block her eyes. He then took out a pair of gloves from somewhere, and stuffed them into her mouth. Soon, Wang Zikai tied up Miss Suzuki, threw her into the toilet, and closed the door. Wang Zikai. Gao Xinxin watched the whole process with mixed feelings. She just helped us. Is this appropriate? I'm doing this for her own good. Wang Zikai said, if she turns into a lizard man, I will have to kill her. Gao Xinxin was stunned and nodded. Go in. Wang Zikai waved his hand, and Gao Xinxin and Crow Shark followed him into the operating room. On the operating table, Suzaku's wound had been sutured and bandaged, and he had changed his clothes. Wang Zikai sniffed it closely, and there was no trace of decay in the bloody smell, so his life should be saved. Wang Zikai looked at the Crow Shark. Hey, can she wake up? The Crow Shark lowered his head and shook his head slowly. Qilin, Wanxiang. No one has woken up. Wang Zikai scratched his head irritably, thought for a few seconds, and then gave up. Forget it, I won't die anyway. Let Gao Yang figure out the rest. What should I do next? Gao Xinxin asked Wang Zikai. Stay here or hide. If Wang Zikai was alone, he would not bother to hide, but now he has a family to support, and a vegetative person. If he really encounters an enemy, he can't take care of it at all. Go back to the cabin. Wang Zikai glanced at the crow shark. Pack up and take food, medicine, and everything else with you. The crow shark nodded and turned to walk out of the operating room. Wang Zikai opened his wallet, took out all the cash inside, and handed it to Gao Xinxin. Put this money in the doctor's pocket. I will untie her before leaving. Gao Xinxin was about to take the money, but her hand froze. What's wrong? Wang Zikai asked. Nothing. Gao Xinxin pretended to take the money, and suddenly reached out to snatch Wang Zikai's wallet. Hey, what are you doing? Gao Xinxin saw clearly that the photo in the wallet was indeed the three of them. Wang Zikai in the photo was closest to the camera, showing a big white tooth, smiling, and making AV with his hands. Behind him were Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin sitting at the dining table. The two siblings were happily playing around because of something. This was in the underwater restaurant of Neo Erdive. Everyone was so happy at that time. Grandma, parents were still there. The five of them made an appointment to come together again 3 years later, when Gao Xinxin graduated from high school. No, listen to my explanation. Wang Zikai panicked. I didn't secretly take pictures of you two, I was taking pictures of myself, you were accidentally in the picture. Wang Zikai. Gao Xinxin stared at Wang Zikai with a deep look. What are you doing? Wang Zikai felt that something was wrong, and he took the wallet back at lightning speed, and protected it with both hands. This is my photo, don't even think about it. Gao Xinxin's tense face smiled. It's a good photo, print 2 more, and my brother, and I will keep a copy. Hey! Wang Zikai was relieved and smiled happily. It's not a big deal, no problem. 3 o'clock in the morning, underground secret room. The underground capsule train passage of Qilin Union is complicated, with Shalongzai as the main station, connecting Baihu Hotel and several other important places, including several unknown underground secret rooms. Dr. Jia's Underground Research Institute is one, and Qilin and Yin-Yang are in another place now. This secret room is not big, with complete living and medical equipment. There are 8 multifunctional nursing beds separated by simple screens. There are people sleeping on 3 of the nursing beds, namely Qinglong, Sume, and Xiaoxin. All 3 of them have nutrition tubes inserted into their bodies, and Xiaoxin has the most tubes. There is also an oxygen tube inserted in his nose and mouth. He will face a deep coma for at least 9 months. Qilin and Yin-Yang, who is wearing a crooked mask, stand in front of Qinglong's bed and watch him quietly. Qinglong will wake up in 3 days. Yin-Yang said, don't worry, I will watch him 24 hours a day, and don't let him get into trouble. Qilin nodded. It's just that Zhu was broken. Even if Qinglong wakes up, it's impossible to recover immediately. Yin-Yang's tone is a little regretful, and soon he changes his tone. Since you are determined to get rid of her, why don't you just kill her? Qilin is silent, and the green eyes under the lens are shining. Qilin, you are too confident. Even if there is no means to restore mental fibrosis at present, it does not mean that there will be no means in the future. You and I are very clear that this foggy world is full of absurd miracles. I know. Qilin nodded gently. Yin-Yang paused. So you want to take her with you? We are companions, at least we used to be. Qilin's voice was calm. Her life and death and fate, leave it to fate. You. Yin-Yang sighed. Forget it, if Suzuka doesn't die, at least his talent will not be understood by others, which is not a bad thing. Let's focus on the future. Qilin said. Yeah. Yin-Yang nodded. There are still many medicines developed using Suzuka's energy activity, enough to fight this war. But Suzuka's disappearance needs an explanation, otherwise her people may be in chaos. Suzuka is on a secret mission. Qilin said. Let's announce it to the public first. Okay, if she is found dead somewhere, it will be just his fault. Yin-Yang added. Qilin did not comment. Yin-Yang said again, by the way, Baichuan Group has decided to merge with us. Madame Li seems to believe that Gao Yang is the biggest threat to all mankind. In terms of killing Gao Yang, we have the same goal. But there are many voices within the Baichuan Group, both for and against the merger. We have to take turns with the whip and the candy, and we can only digest it slowly. Oh, and I have trained Lin Chou almost well. He performed well in this mission. Although he is still a mad dog, at least he will not bite his own people again. The 12 zodiac signs refuse to lend us the elemental runes. Do you want to use the miracle rune to upgrade him to level 4? After all, he is an elemental elf, and we urgently need to expand our combat power. Qilin thought for a while and nodded. Okay, but I will supervise the whole process. Yin Yang nodded. Of course, we also need to avoid fighting Jussi during this period, so let's just stay dormant. Qilin pushed his glasses. However, the miracle rune is not effective for everyone. I lent the rune to Baihu to upgrade absolute defense, but he didn't use it for 2 days. I know, it doesn't hurt to try anyway. Yin Yang didn't care. January 6th, 3 p.m. Nanji District, Baichuan Group Underground Base. All members stayed at the base, and everyone carried out a detailed division of labor, busy arranging rooms, organizing workstations, and redistributing areas for food, clothing, housing and transportation. 2 days later, all members of the Qilin Union will move into the Baichuan Group, and the two unions will officially merge. In the future, there will no longer be the Qilin Union and the Baichuan Group, but the Haichuan Group. The underground base in Nanji District will serve as the headquarters of the Haichuan Group. This was a decision made jointly by Li and Qilin. This time, Yin Yang and his men severely damaged the Jussi organization, and the Jussi organization is bound to retaliate wildly, and it is not ruled out that they will attack the weak and innocent. Without the absolute defense of Elder Baihu, Shilongzai and Baihu Hotel are no longer safe. Considering the safety of everyone's life, all members of the Haichuan Group cut off their identities in the surface world, stayed in the safest underground base, and entered a state of total war. This point was agreed by most people. After all, staying alive is more important than moving freely. At this time, 3 people were sitting in a small conference room. They were the 3 former leaders of the Baichuan Group, Wu Sei, Zhong He, and Liao Liao. Wu Sei took out a small anti-eavesdropping jammer from his pocket, pressed the switch, and threw it on the conference table. The black gold ball rolled gurgling to the middle of the 3 people, making a circle of white noise. Wu Sei folded his hands, crossed his legs, and said straight to the point, "You two, I be frank with you." Chapter 746. The establishment of the Haichuan Group has become a fact. From now on, we will be jointly led by Qilin and Madame Li. Ha, joint leadership, it sounds good. Madame Li will become a mascot sooner or later. Zhong He sneered. Zhong He, stop complaining, I'm tired of hearing it. Wu Sei looked indifferent. Leave or stay, you two give me a definite answer. What about you? Zhong He met Wu Sei's eyes, and asked back. I will stay. Wu Sei said. Why? Zhong He didn't understand. I have my own reasons. Wu Sei said. Tell us, give us some reference. Zhong He smiled. Wu Sei's face was not looking good. I don't want to talk about it. Sister Wu Sei, Lila spoke up, can I ask you something? Wu Sei nodded, ask. I have always been concerned about the matter of Jiaxing Pavilion. Logically speaking, Jiuxi has been hiding very well, and the Qilin Union has never found him. This time, Qining just brought people to Jiuxi, and Jiuxi's hiding place was discovered by the Qilin Union. How could it be such a coincidence? Lilu, don't play dumb. Zhong He smiled. How could this be a coincidence? Yes, it's not a coincidence, so there is only one possibility. Sister Ing is a mission impossibly strong. She deliberately joined Jussi, and then found a way to tell Mrs. Li about Jussi's hiding place. Mrs. Li told the Qilin Union, and then the Qilin Union attacked Jussi. Why did Qining do this? Zhong He narrowed his eyes slightly. We Baichuan Group don't have any deep hatred with Jussi. In my opinion, Jussi's existence can also contain the Qilin Union, which is a good thing for Baichuan Group. Wu Sei frowned and avoided Zhong He's gaze. Yeah, I think so too. Lei Lei looked at Wu Sei deliberately, with a tone of tentativeness. Besides, don't you think this is very contradictory? Zhong He knew that Lei Lei had found the problem, and asked in cooperation, what contradiction? If Sister Ing was a spy sent by Madame Li to Jiuxi, she shot and wounded Madame Li, and took away the rune. I can still understand it as a self-torture, but why did she bring so many people? So many people from Group 3 died, even Xiao Tian. Lei Lei's eyes were sad, and she couldn't bear to continue. Sister Ing can sacrifice herself for the mission, but she will never sacrifice Xiao Tian. Indeed? Zhong He nodded. Xiao Tian is everything to Qining. So, I think Jiuxi's hiding place was not exposed by Sister Ing. But who else could it be besides her? It seems that only Zhang Wei and Yin are still alive from Group 3. At least no traces of their deaths were found at the scene, and the possibility of these two is even smaller. Enough. Wu Sei suddenly interrupted. Lei Lei and Zhang He were both shocked. They didn't expect Wu Sei's reaction to be so strong. Wu Sei took a deep breath and said calmly, "Sorry, I was not angry with you two just now, but I don't want to think about some shitty things again." "Wu Sei, you must know something." Zhang He stared at her. "Tell us, I have the right to know with Lei Lei." Wu Sei clenched her fists, and her knuckles turned white. After 7 or 8 seconds, she took a long breath and leaned back in her chair. "Forget it, I tell you everything. Anyway, Lei Lei will guess it sooner or later with his IQ." Lei Lei's eyes moved, and he lowered his head slightly. "I only found out after the incident." Wu Sei looked at the two of them carefully. "I tell you the truth, but you'd better not tell anyone else. Some things are better unknown than known. You go first." Zhong He said. "This whole thing was a trap set by Mr. Li," Wu Sei said. In the next 20 minutes, Wu Sei told everything he knew. Lei Lei and Zhong He had different reactions. Lei Lei became more and more silent as he listened, while Zhong He became more and more angry as he listened. When Wu Sei finished speaking, the anger in Zhong He's eyes turned into deep contempt. "What's wrong with these people? Just because of a dream? I think, even if Gao Yang is really the Curse Abyss, he was forced out by Qilin, Yin Liang and Mr. Li." "Oh, maybe it's true." Wu Sei shrugged. "Then why are you still in Baichuan group?" Zhong He slammed the table and stood up. "Do you still have any blood in you? Otherwise, where should I go?" Wu Sei sneered. "Take a few people close to me and become independent? Then challenge Qilin and Mr. Li? Do I think I am not dying fast enough? Or should I go to GOC? Then I and my people will probably die faster." Zhong He was stunned. "Besides, do you think GOC will still accept people from Baichuan group after the Battle of Jiaxing Pavilion? Besides, when did Mr. Li miss his dream? What if Gao Yang is really a curse?" Zhong He was silent. "John Hyuk, I understand your feelings, but you may not understand mine. I was cultivated by Li, and she has been very kind to me. You know how fucking I feel." Was paused. "How disgusting is it? It feels like I have been eating for more than 10 years, only to find out that the food is made of cockroaches, but I have to continue eating because I have no other choice. The civil war is a vortex, and everyone has been involved. No one can be immune, and no one is safe. I stayed because I want to take good care of my people. If Gao Yang is really Zhu Yuan, then he is the enemy of mankind. I will do what I should do. I will not escape. I will fight to the last second until I leave this broken place or die here." These words calmed Zhong He down a lot, and he sat down again. "I'm done. Go or stay, give me a definite answer." Wu Sei said, "I'm just doing my routine." Liao Le raised his head slowly, a little hesitant. "I should stay. But I want to step down as the team leader. I'm not a leader, and I'm afraid of death. I hope to return to the intelligence department, or the logistics department. If possible, I will stay." Wu Sei nodded. "I respect your choice, but I don't have the final say on this matter. You can talk to Mr. Li later." Liao Le nodded. Wu Sei looked at Zhong He. "Have you thought about it, or do you want to get angry again?" Zhong He lowered his head, and was silent for a long time. He stood up again, put his hands in his pockets, and returned to his nonchalant look. "I'm tired, destroy it. You guys can do whatever you want. I resign, and be my own casual player." "Okay," Wu Sei said. "Remember to write a resignation letter, and do the work handover." "Got it." Zhong He kicked the door open. 5 p.m., Baichuan Group Underground Base, Comprehensive Training Room, Judo Hall. All the members of Group 6 are there. Team Leader Zhong He, Deputy Team Leader Hung Mu, Team Members, Anhegi, Jing Shu, Sa Qing, Han Zhu, Mu Zitu, Xing Kong, Huang Diho, Qing Tian Gao, Huang Fu Rong. Every week, Group 6 will come to the Judo Hall to hold a close combat competition. The rules are simple. You can use any fighting skills, but you can't use talents and weapons. A certain degree of injury is allowed, but serious injury and killing are prohibited. Whoever knocks the opponent to the ground first and rolls on the ground first does not count, or makes the opponent beg for mercy, and wins. This was the training Huang Lian had set up before, in order to improve everyone's physical fitness and survival ability. Draw lots, 2 people in a group, the winner advances, and it goes all the way to the finals. In the past, there was no suspense in the competition, and there were always 4 people in the semifinals: Huang Lian, Zhong He, Anhegi, and Huang Furong. Now that Captain Huang Lian is dead, although his body is still occupied by dust, Zhong He took the initiative to withdraw from the competition considering the odd number, and the final was even less suspenseful, and soon it became a one-on-one duel between Anhegi and Huang Furong. At this time, the two young women were wearing judo uniforms, barefoot, keeping their distance, and confronting each other. Chapter 747. The woman on the right is about 20 years old, petite, slender limbs, long gray hair tied in a waist-length braid, narrow brown eyes, delicate facial features but gives people a sharp feeling, like a beautiful but dangerous dagger. She is an Hegi, Talent Hidden Weapon King, serial number 93, Damage System. Talent Ability. Proficient in all hidden weapons, and small cold weapons close to the body. If you attack the opponent first, the damage will be doubled. She is called Little Killing Expert. And Hegi took a deep breath, bent one knee, leaned forward, and stared at the opponent at a 45-degree angle with the ground. She stared at her opponent without blinking, like an arrow ready to be fired. And Hegi's opponent is a beautiful woman with majestic features, golden blonde eyes, and thick wavy hair tied into a ponytail casually. She is tall, slender, and has wheat-colored skin, which reminds people of those fit and cool pole vaulters. She is Huang Farong Talent Muscle, serial number 113, Reinforcement System. Her muscle strength, endurance, explosive power, and repairability are far higher than other awakeners. This training match that prohibits the use of talents and weapons is tailor-made for her to cheat. After all, muscle strength is a passive ability, and does not count as a talent. Another week of competition. Xiao He and Xiao Huang win quickly. A female wolf versus a big female lion. The victory or defeat is just a moment. A middle-aged man, with wrinkles on his face, sat cross-legged on the side of the field and improvised a doggerel. He has messy brown long hair, a small mustache, wears a green long gown, and holds an ancient paper fan. He looks half ancient. This person is Mu Zitu, Talent Life Thief, Talent 129, Knowledge System. The owner of this talent can temporarily steal part of the other party's memory, experience, knowledge, emotions, and talent, 20%, through physical contact, and the other party will temporarily lose the stolen things. Mu Zitu has few drops of ink in his belly, but he likes to call himself a poet, and thinks he is not inferior to Li Bai and Du Fu, which is why he got the name Mu Zitu. Lao Tu, your doggerel level is getting worse and worse. The middle-aged man sitting next to Mu Zitu teased. He was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, with oily hair, dull eyes, loose skin on his face, deep nasolabial folds, and looked very tired. Just like those failed men in TV dramas, who have been working in the workplace for many years, but are still small clerks, and their wives nag at home, and their daughters despise them. He is Xing Kong Talent Contract, serial number 155, Knowledge Department. He can draft special contracts. Once both parties voluntarily sign and press their fingerprints, they cannot violate them, otherwise they will pay a price, and in serious cases, they may die. However, the binding force of the contract can only last for 48 days at most, and the closer to the critical time, the lower the binding force, which may be related to the low level of talent. Improvisation. Sorry for the joke. Mu Zita fanned the paper fan calmly, not angry. Xiao He. Come on! You must win this time. The young girl next to her cheered for an Hegi. Her name was Jing Shu. As her name suggests, she was elegant and quiet, with a sweet voice and long black hair. Her previous job was a kindergarten teacher. She was also famous for her good temper in the kindergarten, and was selected as the most popular kindergarten teacher every year. Jingshu's talent is Substitute, serial number 109, Auxiliary System. The owner of this talent, as long as he gets some of the target's body tissue, such as hair, nails, blood, etc., he can use the special clay that has been empowered to make a perfect substitute that can last for several days. Of course, these substitutes can only do basic movements and conduct some simple language communication. They do not have real intelligence and ability. After chatting with the substitute for a while, you can detect something wrong. I think it's difficult. The blue-haired woman next to Jingshu spoke. She was pale and thin, with sunken cheeks, hunched back, and looked listless, very gloomy, and even a little scary. She was very suitable to play a female ghost in the movie. Her name is Sa Qing, Talent Blood Curse, serial number 104, Miracle System. She can use her own blood to curse the target. The more real information she knows about the other party, such as real name, blood type, constellation, birth date, palm prints, mole distribution, etc., the better the curse effect. At the least, it will be a minor misfortune, such as drinking water will get stuck in the teeth, and at the worst, it will be a major misfortune, such as choking to death when drinking water. In addition, if the target is stained with a certain amount of her blood, she has a 1/4 chance of killing the target, a 1/4 chance of causing a serious illness, a 1/4 chance of causing severe physical damage, and a 1/4 chance of causing a mental illness. However, every time she launches the blood curse, her lifespan will be shortened, ranging from a month to 3 to 5 years, so she never uses it easily. Even so, she is still prematurely aged at a young age. She is just over 25 years old, but she looks like she is almost 40. The person that Sa-Ching envies the most is Han Jue, who is beside her. Han Ju has silver hair and a kind and peaceful face. He looks no older than 30, but in fact, he will be 60 next year. His talent is longevity, serial number 185, life system. As the name suggests, he can live for a long time and age slowly. I bet big this time, Huang Daihu said. I bet small, Qing Tiangao said. Big refers to Huang Furong, and small refers to Enhegi. The two men talking are a pair of fraternal twins in their 30s. Huang Daihu is the elder brother, strong and sturdy, with a bare waist and tiger back, a black crew cut, a big nose, and thick lips, which reminds people of a simple and honest hippopotamus. His talent is gambler, serial number 115, auxiliary system. Qing Tiangao is the younger brother, weak and feminine, with long chestnut hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving people the feeling of a weak scholar. His talent is personality killer, serial number 127, spiritual system. The two brothers had no similarities in appearance, personality, temperament, and talent. They didn't look like twins at all. They only had one thing in common: they loved gambling. In the eyes of the two brothers, everything could be gambled. On the court, the two women confronted each other for a while, and the air froze. Others stopped talking and watched the game quietly. Swish. Enhegi made the first move. She dived down and attacked Huang Furong. Huang Furong stood still with a confident smile on her face. Chapter 748. Enhegi came under Huang Furong in the blink of an eye, and put the 5 fingers of his right hand together, turning them into a hand knife, and stabbing Huang Furong's throat. Although Enhegi's attack speed was fast, he was barehanded after all, without the blessing of hidden weapons such as triangular spikes, and the attack distance was greatly shortened. Huang Furong had long limbs, and had an advantage. Although she was not as agile as Enhegi, she had enough reaction time. She raised her hand, and easily pushed away Enhegi's hand knife. The other hand reached out to her chest collar. Once caught, she could follow up with a smooth shoulder throw to immediately decide the winner. Enhegi had expected her move. She leaned back with her soft body to avoid Huang Furong's hand grab. At the same time, she knelt on her knees, and slid to Huang Furong's lower body with the momentum. The other hand chopped Huang Furong's left ankle bone. Enhegi was worthy of being an assassin. Even without weapons, every move was aimed at the human body's weaknesses. Huang Furong immediately raised her left foot to dodge, and kicked towards Enhegi. Enhegi shrank her hands, wrapped around Huang Furong's calves, and her feet turned into a pair of scissors, cutting towards the other calf of the opponent, trying to trip the opponent to the ground. As long as Huang Furong fell to the ground for 1 second first, Enhegi would be considered the winner. As the disadvantaged party under the restrictions of the competition rules, this was one of the few ways for Enhegi to win by surprise. Unfortunately, Enhegi still underestimated Huang Furong's talent muscles. When she clamped her feet up, it was as if she was clamped on a hard concrete pillar, and she couldn't trip the opponent at all. Huang Furong's muscles were tense all over her body, and her lower body was as stable as Mount Tai, standing still. Enhegi was startled and immediately let go, trying to roll away, but Huang Furong didn't give her a chance. Her slender hands grabbed Enhegi's clothes on the back, easily lifted her up, and pretended to throw her. Enhegi twisted her waist suddenly, kicked out her legs, and her 2 slender thighs turned into a pair of scissors, clamping Huang Furong's neck. Next, she will use the deadly scissor kick in judo, through snake-like close rotation and entanglement, using her own weight to make the opponent's center of gravity unstable and thrown out. Huang Furong sneered in her heart, waiting for her move. Her muscles burst out with the maximum energy, turning into a solid stone statue. The light weight of Enhegi's body could not shake her at all. Enhegi was also shocked and found that she was trapped, but she had no time to get out. Huang Furong completely ignored the fact that her neck was clamped by the opponent's thighs, and suddenly lifted Enhegi's armpits with both hands, and lifted her up high. Ah! Enhegi screamed instinctively. Bang! Huang Furong knelt on her knees, and threw Enhegi to the ground. Enhegi's legs were still locked on Huang Furong, and Huang Furong's body pressed Enhegi, making her lie flat in a U shape. Enhegi's face suddenly turned red, and this defeated posture made her feel humiliated and ashamed. Do you admit defeat? Huang Furong's smile was full of the teasing of a big sister. And Hegi didn't say anything, holding back a force, trying to break free, but there was no way. Do you admit defeat? Huang Furong asked again, with the enjoyment of a winner in her tone. And Hegi still didn't give up, gritted her teeth, and wanted to move her hands on the ground quietly. Huang Furong noticed it immediately, smiled evilly, and her hands holding the other's armpits suddenly tickled. Ah! And Hegi screamed. She tried to hold it back, and finally squeezed out 2 words from her teeth unwillingly. Admit defeat. Huang Furong then stood up. Xia, if you want to beat me with your bare hands, wait for the next life. And Hegi stood up with a somersault, quickly tidied up her messed up judo uniform, and her delicate and sharp face showed a sense of stubbornness. She didn't say anything, turned back to her seat, and sat cross-legged. Ha, I won the bet again. Huang Daihu was very happy, and gave Huang Furong a thumbs up. Furong, you are awesome. Brother Qin Tiangao took out his wallet, took out a banknote, and handed it to his brother Huang Daihu, half-jokingly saying, Furong, can't you just let it go? What's the point of winning every time? Look at Xio's face. She's about to cry. No need. And Hegi looked stubborn. Did you hear that? Huang Furong untied her ponytail with one hand, and shook her golden curly hair, full of femininity. I'm going to let Xia go, and Xia will be even angrier. High-level letting go won't make people notice, just like... Qin Qinggao's words came to his lips, and he quickly shut up. But everyone knew what he was going to say. Just like team leader Huang Lian. The atmosphere was a little heavy for a while. And Hegi's face was obviously colder than before. She looked down at the ground, and clenched the judo uniform on her thighs with both hands. Everyone. Zhonghe, who had been silent all the time, spoke. The team members all looked over. Today is the last time I will train with you. Zhonghe smiled. I resigned, and I will no longer be your team leader in the future. Resign? Hengmu was startled and adjusted his glasses. Where are you going? Nowhere, just be a casual person, eating and waiting to die. Zhonghe's tone was a little self-destructive. What? Huang Furong was surprised, and a little nervous. She had always had a crush on Zhonghe, but she kept it secret, and treated him as a friend on the surface. Old Zhong, are you kidding? No joke. Zhonghe said. Jingshu lowered her eyes, feeling reluctant and confused for a moment. Team leader, if you leave, our Group 6 will really be disbanded. The Qilin Union is ambitious, and the Baichuan group was swallowed alive. Group 6 was originally birds of the same forest, but they flew away when disaster struck. Musi put away the earthen paper fan, shook his head, and chanted another doggerel, this time without rhyming. Sachin shrugged, looking as if it was expected. Hanju was silent, and didn't say anything. I'm not cut out to be a team leader. Zhonghe smiled bitterly. I used to be the same as you. If I hadn't comprehended Phantom, I would never have been promoted to deputy team leader. Now that team leader Huang Lian is gone, I was pushed to team leader. I was completely forced to do something. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. Xing Kong said, you can't escape. Why can't I escape? Even if I don't escape, what's the point? Now the gods are fighting and making a mess. Why should we be cannon fodder? Zhonghe wanted to say it out loud, but he couldn't say it. It would only increase panic and have no benefit. In fact, he didn't think it was a good idea for others to be independent players like him. At least, he had a strong talent to protect himself, but others might not. Now it's a chaotic world. Independent players may be assassinated. After all, the more awakened people die, the higher the probability of comprehending their talents. The end of the world is approaching. In order to increase the survival rate, human nature can't stand the test at all. Then I will resign too. Huang Furong shouted. Chapter 749. Furong, stop making trouble. Don't persuade me. Huang Furong has made up her mind. Wherever you go, I will go. If you resign, I will resign too. Zhonghe felt warm in his chest, but his face was expressionless. Why? Huang Furong smiled. You have become stronger now, and you look down on me as a burden? How could that be? Zhonghe pretended to be relaxed and joked. When I only had Shunfinger, I also looked down on you. You are looking for death. Huang Furong glared at him. Actually, Hengmu stroked his glasses, his eyes flickering. I have an immature suggestion. Do you want to listen to it? Don't keep us in suspense, hurry up. Huang Furong was delighted. It seemed that Hengmu, the dog-headed military strategist, had an idea. Actually, Hengmu looked around at everyone with a smile. In addition to staying and resigning, we have another choice. Don't talk about going to Juicy. Xing Kong laughed bitterly. The bodies of those people in Chen Ying's group are still warm. If we go, our fate will not be much better. Heh. Sa Qing also smiled pessimistically. This is the outcome of offending the Qilin Union. No, no, no. Hengmu waved his hand hurriedly. Juicy must not go. Regardless of whether Juicy is good or evil, they are now the center of the war. It would be a waste of life to get close to them. But in fact, we still have a big tree to rely on. Tap. Musita put away the fan, shook his head, and began to write a doggerel again. Qilin Union is really domineering. Baichuan group is too weak. Juicy is hard to distinguish between good and evil, and only the zodiac can linger. Old Tu still understands me. Hengmu smiled. Yes, I think we can consider the 12 zodiac signs. Zhong He did not express his opinion and fell into thought. In fact, he did consider the 12 zodiacs, but he did not know much about this organization, and he was a little noble in his heart, and did not want to flatter others. The 12 zodiacs. Huang Furong smacked her lips. This organization is too mysterious. I know almost nothing about them, and do not know what they want to do. I only know that Long is a person from the Xianmen era, and has been living in a hibernation chamber. Shinkong thought for a while, and said, Oh, by the way, Bachiochi used to be a person of the 12 zodiacs, and her ex-husband, Dead Pig, is still in the 12 zodiacs. Xiao Ba is a good person, what a pity. Han Zhu was very sorry. Among the current 6 groups, only Han Zhu, a young senior, knew Bachiochi. Mu Zitu fanned himself with a paper fan, smiling. Bachiochi is a good person, but Bachiochi divorced Dead Pig and left the Zodiac to join the Baichuan group. Doesn't this just prove that the Zodiac is not good? Lao Tu, your inference is too one-sided. Hung Mu said slowly. We all know now that Bachiochi was killed by Chen Hui. She was probably sent by the Zodiac to the Baichuan group to investigate Chen Hui. It is very likely that she has always been loyal to the Zodiac. Well, this possibility also exists. Mu Zitu nodded. After your analysis, I am a little tempted. Me too, why not take a gamble? Huang Giho smiled. I have a hunch that the Zodiac is good. That may not be the case. Brother, you forgot that Gao Yang, Qing Snake, and Huang Yo all ran away from the Zodiac. Look at what good things they have done. Qing Tian Gao smiled faintly. I bet the Zodiac is not a good place. That's better than the Kirin Union. Huang Daihu said. On the contrary, I at least know where the bottom line of the Kirin Union is, and what its purpose is, but the 12 zodiac signs is a mystery, and the unknown is scary. Qing Tiangao said. Hengmu, what is your reason? Zhong He looked at Hengmu, his face a little serious. I want to hear it. Okay. Wait, you are not allowed to mobilize negotiation experts. Huang Furong shouted. Don't worry. Hengmu smiled. How dare I mess around with such things? Then you tell me. I have actually been considering the path of the 12 zodiac signs for a while, and I have also talked to their white rabbit, and learned about the situation of the organization from other aspects. Here are the 3 reasons I summarized. First, the 12 zodiac signs are still neutral at present. They have the ability not to be involved in the vortex of war. Staying in the 12 zodiac signs is at least the safest for now. Everyone nodded in agreement. Second, the zodiac advocates peace. At least from historical data, although the zodiac is mysterious, they have never taken the initiative to provoke a war. Moreover, they have strict discipline, never take the initiative to harm their compatriots, never take the initiative to harm the lost. These 2 rules alone show the humanitarian spirit of the organization. Everyone was thoughtful. Third, this is purely a personal subjective opinion. Hengmu smiled and stroked his glasses. Gao Yang first worked for the Zodiac, and then switched to the Kirin Union. Now, Gao Yang and the Kirin Union are mortal enemies, but he is at peace with the Zodiac. Hengmu didn't say anything else, waiting for everyone to think. What does this mean? Huang Furong blinked, not understanding at all. It doesn't really mean anything. Hengmu smiled and said, but I used to be an HR, and there is an unwritten rule when recruiting people. If a person speaks ill of his former company, or has a bad relationship with his former company, we will not give priority to such people. Of course, this is not necessarily the employee's problem. It may also be a problem with his former company, but in any case, this is a potential hidden danger, so we don't give priority to it. I understand. Shinkong suddenly realized, Qilin Union and the 12 zodiac signs. One has a bad relationship with Gao Yang, and the other has not. In comparison, the possibility of Qilin Union having hidden dangers is greater than that of the 12 zodiac signs. Yeah. Hengmu nodded. There is actually no scientific basis, so this is just my subjective reason. Hengmu looked at Zhong He. Team leader, you want to be a freelancer, I respect you. But from my own standpoint, and the standpoint of everyone, I hope you can help us. Zhong-he was silent. With you taking us to the Zodiac should accept us. But without you, we, the little guys, may not succeed if we go by ourselves. If we fail, we will have to stay in the Haichuan group, and that will be worse than death. We will definitely be the focus of Yanliang's rectification. What Hingmu said makes sense. Huang Furong was a little excited. Old Zhong, why don't you take us to the Zodiac together? Haha, I think it's okay. Huang Daihu was also very excited. Zhong-he was not in a hurry to express his opinion. He looked up at the others and asked for their opinions. Seeing that no one had spoken for a long time, Shinkong spoke first. Although Hingmu's words make sense, and there is nothing wrong with them, I don't know why, but I just can't convince myself. My intuition is that I should stay. I always feel that going to the 12 zodiac signs will cause trouble. I have decided to stay too. Qing Tiangao echoed. Everyone, the Qilin Union is very overbearing, but there is no need to demonize it. Reason tells me that it is more promising to stay in the Haichuan group. Brother, you really don't want to go with me? Huang Daihu was a little surprised. I was going to ask you, brother, do you really want to go to the 12 zodiac signs? Qing Tiangao said. If Lao Zhong is willing to take us there, I will go. Huang Daihu said. You will die by then, I don't care. The younger brother Qing Tiangao was disappointed. Haha, how about we make another bet? Said brother Huang Daihu. Bet on who has chosen the right path. Who's afraid of who? Qing Tiangao also got excited. Our win-loss ratio has always been 50-50. It's time to see who will have the last laugh. So let's bet on who will join different organizations. No, you too. Huang Furong was stunned. I knew you were outrageous, but this is too outrageous, right? Chapter 750. Mu Zita held a folding fan and tapped his palm, saying leisurely, in ancient times, the Shuga brothers each served their own master. Now, the yellow earth and the blue sky each go their own way. Wonderful, wonderful, haha. Sa Qing frowned and sighed again. I'd better stay. I hate moving, and I think it's the same wherever I go. Duckweed is still duckweed when it changes to the sea. I stay too. Han Ju's voice was neither hurried nor slow. He looked young, but his gestures were like an elder. He was indeed an elder, giving people a sense of contradiction. I have similar ideas to Sa Qing, and we should remain unchanged in the face of changes. Jingshu glanced at Zhong-he and mustered up the courage. If the team leader is willing to take me with him, I will go. Only Hegi was left. She was always quiet and concise. Aware of everyone's gaze, she raised her head slightly and said firmly, I won't leave. No one was surprised by this result. Li agreed to merge the Baichuan group with the Qilin Union. One of the important conditions was that after the Haichuan group was established, Chen Ai must be found and killed. On the one hand, it was to investigate the Songmu sect, and on the other hand, it was to avenge Ba Qiuqi, Green Tea, and Huang Lian. This matter had to be put on the agenda immediately. Hegi wanted to avenge Huang Lian, but ironically, even if Hegi wanted to kill Chen Ai, the weapon would still pierce Huang Lian's body. Hegi knew very well that if he went to the 12 zodiacs, he would most likely miss the opportunity for revenge. The 12 zodiacs did not have enough reasons and motivation to kill Chen Ai. The voting results came out. Those who wanted to go to the 12 zodiacs, or at least those who were interested in the 12 zodiacs, Hengmu, Huang Furong, Mu Zitu, Huang Daihu, Jingshu. Those who decided to stay, Hegi, Han Ju, Sa Qing, Shinkong, King Tiango. Everyone looked at Zhong-he at the same time, as if waiting for him to make the final decision. Zhong-he had no expression on his face. After a few seconds, he suddenly sneered, You are not serious, are you? Hengmu was stunned, and hesitated to speak. Zhong-he supported his knees and stood up. I said it before, I am not a leader, I have made up my mind, I will be a casual person in the future. Today's words are just a casual chat. Anyway, this topic has been discussed many times before. Old Yong. Huang Furong stood up. Furong. Zhong-he looked at her coldly. If you also want to resign, I won't stop you, but you have to think clearly about what will happen to a scattered person in troubled times. I won't care about a weak person like you. You? Huang Furong wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Hengmu. Furong, forget it. Everyone, let's go, take care. Zhong-he turned his back to everyone, waved his hand casually, and didn't look back. The next afternoon, Nanji District, abandoned amusement park. It was a rare sunny day in winter, with blue sky and white clouds, and warm sunshine. The cute little sheep tied 2 buns, wearing a white square-neck short jacket and a horse-faced skirt, beautiful and warm, like an ancient fairy. She sat on a carousel with a white rabbit, smiling happily, and there was a Tengu sitting behind her. The dead pig was behind, quietly pushing the carousel. The abandoned amusement park had been out of power for a long time, and the dead pig could only manually generate electricity. At this moment, everyone missed Wu Dahai even more, and his thunder and lightning talent. Today is Meng Yang's 8th birthday, and she specifically asked Baitu, Tiango and Siju to accompany her. It's not safe for too many awakened people to gather together. Baitu thought about it, and decided to let Meng Yang go to this deserted abandoned amusement park. But Meng Yang is not picky at all. As long as everyone is with her, she will be very happy. Okay. Baitu shouted, "It's been 10 minutes, let Siju take a break." "Yeah." Meng Yang nodded. Baitu hugged Meng Yang and jumped off the carousel, and Tiango followed. Siju wore a cyan linen shirt and linen shorts all year round. He came over happily, with a strong nasal voice. "If Meng Yang likes it, you can sit as long as you want." "Uncle Siju, I want to ride the Ferris wheel." Meng Yang pointed to the Ferris wheel not far away and said, "Okay, let Brother Tiango take you to ride the Ferris wheel." Baitu glanced at Tiango. Tengu immediately understood, picked up the cute lamb, put her on his shoulder, and flew to the Ferris wheel. Dead Pig and White Rabbit looked up at the two people in the sky, each with some emotion. Unconsciously, "The cute lamb is 8 years old," Dead Pig said. "Yes." White Rabbit couldn't help but think of the past. The cute lamb was very special. She was a 1-year-old abandoned baby, who was abandoned outside the door of Guima's single apartment. In the middle of the night, Guima was awakened by the crying of the baby. He opened the door, and was really shocked. Logically, Guima should send the abandoned baby to an orphanage, but Guima was an agent after all, so he was very cautious. He first used voice transmission to test it, and found that the baby could actually receive his brain waves, indicating that she was a human. Obviously, the person who abandoned the baby was also an awakened person. He deliberately found Guima because he knew that Guima's voice transmission could distinguish between humans and animals, hoping that Guima and the organization behind him, the 12 Zodiac Animals, could take in the baby. Guima brought the baby back to the organization, and Dohu asked everyone to vote on whether to adopt the child, and the result was a unanimous vote. At first, everyone was prepared for the possibility that Meng Yang's awakened parents would find her back, but as time went by, everyone gradually forgot about this matter and regarded Meng Yang as a real relative. Now, Meng Yang is the child of the 12 zodiac signs. Even if her biological parents find her back, the 12 zodiac signs will never hand Meng Yang over. Ding-ling-ling. Baitu's phone rang, and it was a video call. She picked up the phone, and Fat June in the camera was standing in a cake shop. He had specially done his hair today, wearing a dark gray casual suit, and looked a little more energetic. Soon, he pointed the camera at the cake cabinet. "Sister Rabbit, look here, there are chocolate cakes, baked cheesecakes, ice cream cakes, cream fruit cakes, fresh milk cakes." "Cream fruit cake." White Rabbit interrupted. "Although Meng Xiaoyan loves ice cream, she will have diarrhea in such a cold weather." "Okay. Nothing, hang up first." Okay, I be there right away." White Rabbit hung up the phone. "Has Juanma lost some weight?" Dead Pig asked with a smile, and heard a hint of envy. "Has he?" White Rabbit thought carefully. It seems so, or maybe he looks thin in the video. "Haha, I heard that Juanma recently asked Dohu for devil training, and specifically asked that he not only improve his strength, but also lose weight. You are quite motivated." White Rabbit raised his eyebrows. "Rabbit." The Dead Pig laughed. "Don't play dumb, who is he working so hard for? If you don't like him, don't give him false hope. The beauty trap is a double-edged sword, and it will only hurt others and yourself in the end. Uncle Pig, you are not an HR, you don't know how much pressure I have at work, I can't sleep every day, and my hair is almost falling out." The White Rabbit sighed. "You can't keep those who want to leave, and you can't drive away those who want to stay." The Dead Pig said earnestly, "When you reach my age, you will understand that for many things, don't indulge in techniques, but follow the Tao." The White Rabbit nodded thoughtfully. "Well, I will find time to explain it to Juanma." Chapter 751. 20 minutes later, at the gate of the abandoned amusement park, Pang Jun carried a box of birthday cake in his left hand, and a bag of snacks and drinks in his right hand. He looked around and confirmed that there was no one nearby. He walked quickly into the half-open rusty iron gate. After lunch today, Pang Jun was about to take a nap, and then go to teacher Dohu for training. He didn't expect to receive a text message from by Tuesday. He almost fainted with excitement after just one look. Sister 2 actually asked him out to play. Although it was to celebrate the birthday of Ming Xiaoyang and there were other people, it was still a date after all. Before this, Pang Jun and Bai Tu had acted alone several times, but they were all missions, with completely different meanings. But today, Bai Tu actually remembered him, Pang Jun. This is a qualitative change. Although this is only a small step for Bai Tu, it is a big step for Pang Jun. It seems that the charm improvement course specially customized for him by Teacher Dohu has begun to show results. Teacher Dohu said that if you want to capture a girl's heart, you must improve both hard power and soft power. Hard power refers to money and combat power, but in the awakening world, money is not as important as combat power. The best example is his workplace senior Wuda Hai. As for soft power, it refers to appearance, temperament, conversation and connotation. During this period, Pang Jun worked hard to train and lose weight, and also catered to Bai Tu's interests by reading all the novels that Bai Tu was following, especially the one My Brother is a Destiny Boy. Although Pang Jun thought that this novel was really ordinary, with elementary school writing, poor combat power, cliched plot, and the male protagonist was a saint, a waste, a scumbag, and a knife for the sake of a knife, and he always used lyrics to increase the word count, but in order to have a common topic with Bai Tu, he gritted his teeth and read it 3 times, and he was almost the #1 fan in the book circle. In the past, Bai Tu rarely talked to Pang Jun about anything other than work. Recently, the two of them often chatted until late at night, and they always liked and commented on each other's social circle updates, and their relationship became closer and closer. You said you were a little hard to pursue. You wanted me to give up when I saw the difficulty. You don't need to choose the most expensive gift. Just the fallen leaves of Champs-Élysées. The more Pang Jun thought about it, the happier he felt. He unconsciously hummed a little sweet song and walked briskly through a tree-lined avenue, almost dancing, bringing up the fallen leaves on the ground. Not far away was the Ferris wheel. Sister 2, wait for me, I'm coming. Suddenly, Pang Jun stopped, as if someone had pressed his acupoints. A second later, some kind of cold and strange energy spread throughout his body. His pupils dilated and his expression was painful. Help! Life! Pang Jun wanted to struggle, but he couldn't move. He wanted to shout for help, but he couldn't even speak. His eyes were red, and his face was full of resentment as his muscles twitched. He stared at the direction of the Ferris wheel. No, no. I don't want to die here. 10 minutes later, under the Ferris wheel. Sister Rabbit. Fat Jun came over with a cake and a bag of snacks, sweating and laughing. Under his open casual suit was a light pink shirt, and the buttons on the collar were broken. White Rabbit and Dead Pig were chatting, and they all turned their heads to look over. Why did it take so long? White Rabbit frowned. Something happened on the way, so I was delayed. Fat Jun wiped the sweat off his face with his elbow. This is the cake, and these are snacks and drinks. Jun Ma, you've worked hard. Dead Pig took the cake and snacks with a smile on his face. Ming Xiaoyang and Tingo are still on the Ferris wheel. When they get off, we find a place to eat cake. Okay. Pang Jun smiled impatiently and looked at Bai Tu. Sister 2, I want to tell you something. What is it? Bai Tu asked. Pang Jun touched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. I want to tell you alone. Bai Tu's heart stomped. No way, you want to confess to me so soon? This shouldn't be the case. This doesn't fit your personality. When did you become so resolute? Bai Tu was a little embarrassed. In fact, even if Siju didn't say that today, she planned to find time to make it clear with Pang Jun, but not now. She was also looking for the right time, hoping to minimize the harm to Pang Jun. Bai Tu raised her head and met Pang Jun's eager, excited and expectant eyes. Bai Tu felt a little guilty for a while, and she nodded. Okay. Maybe, there is no most suitable time at all, now is the best time. Let's go to the haunted house. Pang Jun said. White Rabbit was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile, what's going on? Why are you being so mysterious? Hee, it's something very important. Fat Jun assured her, Sister Rabbit, believe me. Okay. White Rabbit glanced at the dead pig, take good care of the cute lamb, we'll be back soon. White Rabbit followed Fat Jun through the deserted paradise, and came to the haunted house. This haunted house was previously the location of the Baichuan group's secret market, but after being attacked by the ghost group's first snow, the Baichuan group gave up on it. Later, there were fewer and fewer awakened people, and the market was no longer available. Thinking of this, White Rabbit felt sad again. Sometimes she would think that if there was no doomsday, the situation a year ago would have been maintained, and the awakened people and high-level beasts would have lived in peace and harmony under the constraints of Songdao. It would not be bad. No, if that's the case, the captain will definitely be very disappointed. When Baitu thought of the captain's disappointment, her heart tightened. After a while, the two walked to the door of the haunted house. Can you tell me? Baitu looked at Pang Jun. Pang Jun looked mysterious. Sister Tu, I can't tell you yet. This matter is very important. I have to go into the haunted house to tell you. Baitu began to be suspicious. Jun Ma, why are you a little bit wrong today? Before she finished speaking, Baitu suddenly felt that she was bound by something. She was shocked and wanted to get out, but her feet were nailed to the ground. Her face was pale, and she wanted to call for help, but her throat had been strangled by the cold force, and she couldn't make a sound. Sister Tu, don't be afraid. Pang Jun hurriedly explained. Come in with me, he has no ill intentions. As soon as Pang Jun finished speaking, Baitu instantly resumed her actions. She calmed down and had guessed who the person who attacked her was. Go in. She sank her face and followed Pang Jun into the haunted house. The two came to the dark building. Baitu turned on the flashlight on her phone to illuminate her and Fat Jun's faces. Then, she shouted into the darkness with a bit of displeasure, Come out. 2 seconds later, a tall and thin figure appeared in the darkness behind the two. He put his hands in his pockets, leaned against a wall, raised his chin, and had a nonchalant smirk. It was Zhong He from Baichuan Group. Now, he is a scattered person. Miss Baitu, long time no see. Baitu turned around and frowned. Why are you becoming less and less civilized? Is this how you greet people? Yes. Fat Jun was still frightened. Your phantom is like a poisonous snake, suddenly wrapped around me, and I got goosebumps all over the floor. Sorry, I have to be cautious and confirm your identities. Zhang Yi shrugged his right shoulder. You may not believe it, but my phantom is alive. It can vaguely feel the energy in your body. I can identify your identity through this, and conversely, you can also confirm my identity through the phantom, right? What do you want to see us for? Baitu asked directly. Direct enough, I like it. Zhang Yi straightened up and walked towards Baitu step by step. Baitu looked calm, but felt an invisible oppression in his heart. Of course, this oppression did not come from Zhang Yi himself, but from his phantom talent. High-sequence talents are strong. Just now, the white rabbit was caught by the phantom without paying attention, just like a rabbit entangled by a giant python, without the slightest resistance. I'm telling you straight. Zhong Yi stared at the white rabbit in the dark, retracted his frivolous smile, and said solemnly, I have left the Baichuan group and want to join your 12 zodiac signs. Chapter 752. Baitu's face was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. This development was beyond Baitu's expectation, but after calming down and thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. The Qilin Union successfully annexed the Baichuan group. According to the information Baitu had found out, the two organizations would be officially merged into the Haichuan group tomorrow, and the base would be moved to the underground base of the Baichuan group. Zhong He has always disliked the Qilin Union, which is obvious to all, but he can't go to Jiuxi, and it's even more impossible for Songmu cult, so the 12 zodiac signs are indeed his only and best choice. After all, with his current strength and clean resume, the 12 zodiac signs will most likely accept him. Can I ask the reason? Baitu said. Yes, but you can only hear some polite words. Zhong He was very frank. However, if you are willing to accept me, then you will gain a very important intelligence. I guarantee that you will be interested. Can you give me a hint first? Baitu smiled shrewdly. The truth behind the Jiaxing Pavilion incident. Zhong He said. Baitu was surprised. It's really great information. Baitu only knew that the Qilin Union attacked the Juicy organization that night, and both sides suffered casualties. Baitu basically knew the death list. After learning that Gao Yang and Qing Snake were still alive, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Juicy was obviously severely injured. After that night, Juicy completely disappeared and had no contact with the 12 zodiac signs in any form. This made Baitu very worried. Now it seems that Zhong He knows some of the truth behind it, which led him to leave the original organization and find another way out. If you can really recruit a general and find out the truth behind Jiaxing Pavilion, it's a buy one get one free, a big profit. Baitu's heart was moved. However, she was an old hand after all, so she didn't show it, but smiled politely and said, If you really want to join the 12 zodiacs, we will definitely welcome you, but I say it first, if you plan to come here as a traitor, forget it, save your life and do something else. In the domain dominated by our captain, no one can lie to him. Once you are found to have bad intentions, you should know what the consequences will be. Long can't detect lies. Bai Tu is deceiving Zhonghe. No problem. Zhonghe put his hands in his pockets, his face was open. I do things openly, and I can do lie detection and mind reading. After a few seconds of silence, Bai Tu felt that he was not lying. Bai Tu stretched out her hand. Congratulations, you have joined the Chinese zodiac. Huh? Pang Jun was dumbfounded. No, Sister Rabbit, it's that simple? Shouldn't we test it first? We risked our lives to join the organization. Oh, right. Bai Tu remembered something. We still have to go through a process. Our organization cannot actively kill our compatriots or the lost, and we cannot have office romances. If you must have a relationship, it's okay to keep it low-key. Colleagues will turn a blind eye. That's all. Is there a problem? No problem. Not actively killing compatriots, and the lost is also my bottom line. Zhonghe said. Well, we will be companions in the future. Bai Tu said. Sister Rabbit. Pang Jun was shocked, his pupils trembled. You are? Too careless. We were. Jun Ma, things are different now. Now is a special period, and the end of the world is coming soon. There is no time to recruit people slowly like before. Bai Tu rolled her eyes, and found a strange metaphor for her double standards. In the past, we recruited you to love first, and then get married, but now we recruit Zhang Hyuk to marry first and then love. Do you understand? I understand. Jun Ma didn't understand anything, but when he heard about marriage and love, he was immediately confused. It was like, Sister Rabbit and I loved first and then got married. Although this was just a metaphor, Jun Ma was still happy in his heart. Your organization is really interesting. Zhang Hyuk smiled crookedly, but I forgot to say one thing. What is it? Bai Tu immediately became defensive. She knew that pie in the sky would not fall, and Zhang Hyuk really had additional conditions, or other ambitions and purposes. I'm not alone. I'm going to bring 5 people with me. If you want to recruit them, you have to recruit the 6 of us. Zhonghe said, there are also Hengmu, Wang Furong, Muzi Tu, Wang Daihu, and Jing Shu. Zhonghe took out a piece of paper from his trouser pocket. It contains the basic information and resumes of the 6 of us. You can consider it, but you have to hurry. Tonight is the deadline. Once the people from the Qilin Union move in tomorrow, it will be difficult for them to escape. Pa. Bai Tu slapped the paper in Zhonghe's hand. Zhonghe sighed in his heart. Oh, it seems that this trick is still not working. Bai Tu's eyes lit up, and he took a step forward and held Zhonghe's hand tightly. No need to look, come together, no one can be left behind. Zhonghe was stunned. Eh? At this moment, Bai Tu's heart was already vomiting fragrance. What kind of silence? Silence. Silent shit luck did I have. My silence. Silence. Silence ancestral grave silence. Silence is silence. Silence emitting green smoke. Early morning, Baseway. There was a light snow in the night sky, and the silent cedar forest was dimly silver gray. Deep in the woods was a small wooden house, with orange light shining through the cracks in the windows blocked by wooden boards. In the center of the wooden house, there was a small red charcoal stove, and the doors and windows were open from time to time to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. In front of the small charcoal stove was a multifunctional wheelchair. Zhu Kei sat on the wheelchair, covered with a blanket. She tilted her head slightly, and the red coal was reflected in her eyes, with a wooden look. Zhu Kei was asleep most of the time, and when she was awake, she was as quiet as a puppet, and never blinked. Keeping her eyes open for a long time caused her eyes to dry up, and she shed tears from time to time. Gao Xinxin would help Zhu Kei close her eyes after a while, but after a while, she would slowly open them again, and continue to look ahead with a distracted look, as if staring into nothingness, stubbornly resisting something. At this moment, Gao Xinxin sat beside Zhu Kei, picked up one of her calves, gave her muscle massage, and whispered to Zhu Kei. Gao Xinxin is very experienced in taking care of vegetative patients. After all, her brother had been a vegetative patient for 3 months before. Sister Xia, after my brother confessed to me, you were the one he mentioned the most. Gao Xinxin chuckled. When he went to the Qilin Union, you took good care of him and treated him very well. Besides, if you hadn't tipped me off this time, I'm afraid I would have been captured by Qilin. It was me who harmed you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have become what you are now. But don't worry, my brother will definitely cure you. He must have a way. Kacha. The wooden door was pushed open. Gao Xinxin was startled and stood up immediately. She thought that Prince Kai and Yasha, who were on a whistle outside, had discovered the danger and came back to inform her, but it turned out not to be the case. The person outside the door had a face that she was very familiar with, but this face had changed a lot, thinner than before. His messy black hair was pulled back and tied into a small braid. His eyebrows seemed to have been weathered, becoming deeper and deeper. His eyes also became deep and revealed a hint of fatigue, until the black eyes reflected Gao Xinxin's surprised and distressed face, and then gradually a little warmth appeared. Gao Xinxin just looked at Gao Yang outside the door, her lips slightly opened, wanting to say something but stopping. Her eyes quickly moistened. Thousands of words stuck in her throat. Thousands of thoughts accumulated in her chest, and finally, it just turned into one word. Brother. Chapter 753. Gao Xinxin opened the door, walked outside in the snowy night, and gently hugged Gao Yang. Gao Yang also gently hugged Gao Xinxin. After a silent hug that lasted 10 seconds, the brother and sister separated. Gao Xinxin tried hard to hold back her tears. She sniffed and her voice was a little dry. Brother, Sister Xiaoli. I know everything. Gao Yang helped Gao Xinxin wrap her scarf tighter. Wait for me outside for a while. Yes. Gao Xinxin bowed, and Gao Yang walked into the wooden house. At this moment, Prince Kai and Crow Shark were standing in the snow outside the house, as well as a purple-haired girl in a sailor suit, Nana. Nana, aren't you cold wearing so little? Gao Xinxin forced herself to cheer up and smiled at her. Humph. Don't confuse my king with the bodies of mortals like you. Nana put her hands on her hips, looking proud. That's right. Wang Zikai, who was only wearing a thin sweater, was also very proud. At first, Wang Zikai was a little disgusted with Nana. This girl called herself queen all day long and didn't take Wang Zikai, the god, seriously at all. Later, Gao Yang privately analyzed with Wang Zikai. God is the highest status, and below God there are immortals, below immortals are emperors, and below emperors are kings. Why bother with a mere queen? If you take it seriously, you will lose. Wang Zikai thought it made sense. Mortals, are you ready to accept the baptism of my king? Nana said, stretching out her hands. Okay. Gao Xinxin knew that Nana was going to pinch everyone's face. She thought for a while. I want to change my face this time. Speak, my king will be merciful to satisfy you. Well, I heard that there is a game character called Shishili that is very popular recently. Do you know? I don't know. Nana rarely plays games other than the second dimension. You don't know this, you've lived in vain. Prince Kai, a console game fan, reached out to Nana. Give me your smartphone, I find pictures for you. Inside the wooden house, Gao Yang slowly walked to the charcoal stove and came to Suzaku, who was sitting in a wheelchair. He knelt on one knee and looked straight at the puppet beauty in front of him. Suzaku's face was also thinner, but there was not much change other than that. Her skin was fair, her features were delicate, and the corners of her mouth drooped slightly. When she didn't smile, she had a high-level world-weary face. Her eyes were scattered, her light was dim, and she had lost the texture of her soul. Although Gao Yang had been mentally prepared, he still felt a dull pain in his chest, followed by burning anger. New and old hatreds turned into boiling flames, boiling the blood in his body. Gao Yang stretched out his hands, covered Suzaku's cold hands, and slowly clenched them. Memories surged uncontrollably. Gao Yang recalled the handshake when he first met her, and the joke that kept turning around. Sister Xia, I'm sorry, I hurt you. I will definitely save you, and help you get revenge. When you get better, we drink milk tea and play in the escape room together. I've read a lot of ghost stories recently, and I tell you when the time comes. Suzaku didn't react at all, breathing quietly, and a tear flowed from her dry right eye that had been open for a long time, slowly sliding down her cheek. Gao Yang stood up, pulled the blanket on her chest up, and wrapped her tighter. When Gao Yang walked out of the cabin, his companions had already changed into unfamiliar faces, standing side by side in the snow waiting for him. They would set off to return to Licheng tonight. Gao Yang spotted Gao Xinxin at a glance. She turned into a cute girl with short light blonde hair and gray-blue eyes. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled for the first time in a long time. He knew that his sister was deliberately cosplaying a certain game character to make him happy. Mortal, let my king give you a new mask. Nana walked towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang nodded. I also want to change my face. Who? Do you know Li Sanwang? Before dawn, the crow shark left by sea. Gao Yang, Gao Xinxin and Wang Zikai disguised themselves as 3 tourists and boarded a flight to the city. As for Suzaku, she could only be wrong temporarily, and put in a large suitcase with special ventilation holes for luggage check-in. Gao Yang's absolute defense can create a shielding barrier inside the box, easily avoiding security checks, while ensuring that Suzaku will not have any problems. When Baihu went to Aurora Town to carry Sarah's body, he also relied on this little trick. Gao Yang sat in the middle seat, Gao Xinxin and Wang Zikai sat on both sides. When the plane just took off, the three of them deliberately avoided heavy topics and chatted casually. Soon the plane entered the high altitude, stable, and the dim environment bred sleepiness. Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin fell asleep almost at the same time, and their heads involuntarily rested on Gao Yang's shoulders. The two of them had not slept well in the past few days. Gao Yang felt the warm weight on his shoulders, and was a little dazed for a while. He remembered the original trip to Nyo Erdive, and the three of them were the same. The cabin was slightly bumpy, and Gao Yang felt the even breathing of his brother and sister, and his heart settled down, and the hard scars softened little by little. No, Gao Yang woke up suddenly, and hatred attacked his heart again, grasping his heart, and his gentle eyes became sharp and cold. Gao Yang looked down at the palm of his right hand, confused. Why can't my talent be upgraded to level 7? Is it because my belief is not strong enough? Or, opening the door, revenge, survival, these are not what I want most? No, I do want these, maybe my belief is not clear and specific enough. I always feel that I have found the exact goal, but I seem to have forgotten it. Gao Yang clenched his right fist. He raised his head slightly, closed his eyes, and murmured softly, Why? Can't I remember? Chapter 754. The next night, in a secret room somewhere in the sewers outside the city, Gregor, wearing a yellowed white vest and loose gray shorts, sat slumped on the sofa. The ceiling light made the oily and acne marks on his face clearly visible. At this moment, his mood was complicated. Because there were 4 people sitting opposite him, except Gao Yang, he had never seen the other 3. They were a high school girl who looked difficult to mess with, a sullen little girl, and a beautiful woman with a wooden expression in a wheelchair. Gregor knew very well that they were all members of the 9 heirs. Gao Yang, I really didn't expect that. Gregor looked at Wang Wayne on the sofa with heartache. She is still a child, and your organization actually employs child labor. Seeing is not believing. Gao Yang looked calm. Her father passed away last spring, and her mother passed away on New Year's Eve a few days ago. Gregor choked up. People are all made of flesh and blood. He looked at this little girl, who was already an orphan, and didn't know what to say for a moment, only heartache. Gregor scratched his face uncomfortably and changed the subject. What about the girl in the wheelchair? Her brain was formatted by Qilin, or maybe some other trick. You can think of her as a vegetable. There is currently no way to treat her. What a beast! Gregor slapped his thigh, and his impression of the Qilin Union changed from neutral to disgusting. Such a beautiful woman, how could he do that to her? Gregor sighed and looked at Gao Xinxin again. This girl won't also. I'm fine. Gao Xinxin pouted. She'd lost her grandma, dad and mom in just half a year. Gregor was stunned. He thought he should just shut up. Oh right. Gao Yang had a blank expression, as if what Gao Xinxin said had nothing to do with him. Man, she is dead. I will take over from you later. What? Gregor stood up excitedly. How did he die? In short, he died in a sneak attack by the Qilin Union. Gao Yang stated calmly. Fuck. Gregor cursed loudly, furious. He walked back and forth barefoot. This Qilin Union is a fucking bastard. Gregor had not been in Jussi for a long time, and he did not communicate much with Manshi, but he unexpectedly admired him. Although Manshi was foul-mouthed, he was very meticulous and understood Gregor very well. Every time Gregor wanted something, Manshi could always get it for him, and he completed it in excess. Once, the wires here were short-circuited, and Manshi came to repair it for Gregor, and the two chatted. Manshi casually talked about his experience as a mercenary. It was at that time that he learned all kinds of survival knowledge. Gregor thought this man was very charming at that time. Even if he was put in a novel, he would be a very good character. Teacher Gu, do you want to turn your grief and anger into strength and join Jussi to fight side by side with us? Gao Yang asked half-jokingly, smiling. Gregor was stunned and immediately sat back on the sofa. He calmed down in an instant. No. This reaction was expected by Gao Yang. He got back to the point. Teacher Gu, the 3 of them will have to live with you day and night for a period of time. Gregor had actually guessed it, but he still put on an embarrassed expression. You know, I like to be alone, of course, except for the time dominated by desire. I understand. Gao Yang nodded, but now is a wartime. If you refuse, they will have to stay by my side. Who knows, they may become the next Manshi one day. Can you really bear it? Gregor looked up at the 3 girls, and remembered their tragic experience, and his heart softened immediately. Okay, but you must not enter my study. I must be absolutely quiet when I write. If you disturb me, I will lose my temper. Thank you. Gao Yang's right hand conjured up a black gold bracelet. You wear it, and can't take it off at any time. Why? Gregor was puzzled. Gao Yang said bluntly, to restrain you and protect them. What? Gregor frowned. Gao Yang used his ultimate move, sincerity. Even if I gave Gao Xinxin a black gold pistol, I still feel uneasy about the three of them staying with a man like you, who has normal physiological needs. You are right. A gentleman also needs defense? Gregor was angry and amused. I'm not a beast. I am a mean person, and I judge a gentleman by my own standards. Gao Yang continued, anyway, I have injected a curse into the bracelet. You'd better not take it off or use your talent by force, otherwise you will immediately fall into a coma for several days. Gao Yang lied. Gao Yang injected the bracelet with the energy of absolute defense, which lasts for 48 hours. Once Gregor wants to take off the bracelet or use his talent, a small absolute barrier will be activated immediately, isolating Gregor from the outside world, and Gao Yang will be able to detect it immediately. Gao Yang didn't tell anyone about the realization of absolute defense, so he naturally couldn't tell Gregor. He was betting that Gregor would not take off the bracelet. I will come here every 2 days to replenish your supplies, and renew the curse power of the bracelet. Oh, you are thoughtful. Gregor was very unhappy, but he thought about it from another perspective. If it was his relatives living with a strange man, he would not feel at ease. It's just a bracelet, no loss. Gregor took the bracelet and put it on. Is it okay? Thank you. Gao Yang nodded. In addition, I will install surveillance cameras in all other places in this house except your study, toilet, bathroom, and bedroom. If you cross the line, I will not guarantee the safety of the manuscripts in your computer. You? Gregor jumped up from the sofa again. You are too cruel. It's better to take my life. I now feel that your shamelessness is on par with Qilin. Yes, I am a shameless villain. Gao Yang said frankly, but I believe that with Mr. G's noble character, these unpleasant things will never happen. Don't flatter me. Gregor was not happy. Not really. Gao Yang smiled faintly. The reason why I feel that he is letting them live with you is not because of these insurance measures, but because Manshi told me that you are a reliable person. Gregor was stunned for a moment, with a helpless smile of I really can't do anything with you. Okay, stop nagging, remember to install a ventilation fan in the study next time you come, otherwise the smoke will spread out, and I'm afraid they can't stand it. Gao Yang's heart trembled. Manshi, you are really good at judging people. I'm afraid the only person you misjudged is me. 2 o'clock in the morning, Licheng University, room 509, building 3, male dormitory. The lights in the dormitory were off, only the computer was turned on, illuminating Lin Dajian's greasy face. He was concentrating on playing a newly launched horror game, the remastered version of Peanut Crisis 4. He replaced the male protagonist with the male protagonist mod of the game Ghost Cry, and his operation was too strong, so he turned a horror game into a game of mowing the grass with no parallels. After killing all the zombies in the village, he finally encountered a small boss. He was distracted and accidentally killed by the boss. In the past, he would have said ouch sarcastically, and continued to challenge until he figured out the routine and defeated the boss. But tonight, he suddenly lost his temper and felt very bored. He quit the game, picked up the cigarette box on the table, took out a cigarette and lit it. Recently, he learned to smoke. Chapter 755. In the darkness, the sparks on Lin Dajian's lips flickered. While puffing out cigarettes, Lin Dajian looked at the 3 empty beds in the dormitory. Mishi disappeared without a word. Gao Yang dropped out of school after his family got into trouble. Qiu was killed by a robber. He was the only one left in the once lively dormitory. Sometimes, Lin Dajian would be in a trance and feel that everyone was still there. The reason why Lin Dajian, who was playing games just now, was distracted was that every time he encountered a boss battle, he would pretend to be exaggerated and shout fuck, attracting his roommates to let them see how scary this monster was, and then he would kill the boss with superb operation to brush a wave of superiority. But now, no matter how good the game is, there are no friends to share it with. Lin Dajian put out the cigarette, but picked up his mobile phone and habitually browsed the social circle. He clicked on Sister Xia's homepage, and only by looking at Sister Xia's daily dynamics could heal his depressed mood. Xiajia's updates were still from a few days ago. Tomorrow is a good day. I really want to play in the escape room, but unfortunately I have to work overtime. Lin Dajian put away his phone in disappointment, took out a cigarette and lit it, took a deep puff, and his lonely figure blended into the dim dormitory. Yes, tomorrow is a good day for me alone. At this moment, two men were standing on the rooftop of the teaching building opposite the boys' dormitory. A man stood in front of the guardrail on the edge of the rooftop, monitoring Lin Dajian in dormitory 509 from a distance. The man was wearing a worn-out dark blue suit, with messy brown long hair parted in the middle, thin cheeks, and a messy beard. He looked down and depressed. It was Lu Qi. The man behind Lu Qi was wrapped in a black cloak and a big hood, with a white mask on his face to hide his ugly face disfigured by the fire. He was Huang Lian, who was completely boarded by Qinhui. Ming Jing. Qinhui's voice was anxious. Should we change our target? Lu Qi didn't speak, nor did he turn around, still concentrating on looking at Lin Dajian's dormitory opposite. Ming Jing and Qinhui are a pair of twin brothers and sisters. According to human standards, they are the twin kings of boarders. At the beginning, Ming Jing's so-called resurrection of Lu Qi's body was actually boarding. However, the cost of boarding the dead is very high, that is, you can no longer change the host and lose your own abilities. From now on, Ming Jing will live in Lu Qi's body and become a real human. The advantage is also obvious. He can inherit Lu Qi's powerful talent. If the talent is not understood by the new awakener, the disadvantage is that he will also inherit Lu Qi's personality, memory, and soul fragments to a certain extent. This caused the once calm and indifferent Ming Jing to be tinged with a layer of melancholy and depth. Qinhui often felt that the brother in front of him was both familiar and strange. Gao Yang has an uncle in the countryside. We can catch his uncle and force him out, Qinhui suggested. Wrong. Ming Jing turned around and explained in a low voice. Whether we catch Gao Yang's uncle or Lin Dajian, Gao Yang will not show up. Even if he shows up, he will definitely come prepared. We may not have a chance of winning. I am monitoring Lin Dajian, because I am waiting for a possibility that Lin Dajian and Gao Yang will have an intersection, just like Qiu and Gao Yang had an intersection before. When this happens, we can launch a surprise attack and kill him. As far as I know, Gao Yang and his uncle in the countryside don't see each other twice a year, so the possibility of the meeting in a short period of time is even smaller than that of Lin Dajian. Qinhui thought for a while, and nodded slightly. I understand. Ming Jing turned around, facing the night wind, and looked at the dormitory building again, but this is also a bad idea. With the lesson of Qiu, Gao Yang may not give us this opportunity again. Otherwise, I will find a way to sneak into the Qilin Union. Qinhui said. Qilin Union is also looking for Gao Yang, which is also a starting point. Qinhui also had selfish motives in proposing this plan. In fact, she has always hated Huang Lian's ugly body. She had no choice at the beginning, and Huang Lian had good talents and could increase her strength. If she could choose, Qinhui still wanted to change back to a young and beautiful woman. Now she doesn't even dare to take off the mask to face Ming Jing. She has an inexplicable inferiority complex. No, it's too dangerous. Ming Jing rejected it. Since your identity and ability were exposed, the Big Three organization has taken targeted precautions against you. You die if you go. Qinhui stopped talking. Suddenly, Ming Jing frowned slightly. He lifted the cuffs of his suit. There was a red bud on his forearm. Its roots penetrated into the skin of Ming Jing's arm, using his flesh and blood as soil. The red bud trembled slightly, and suddenly bloomed, looking beautiful and seductive in the moonlight. Ming Jing reached out, grasped the blooming red flower, pulled it off his arm, and brought out a stream of blood, staining his suit red. The elder is calling us. Qinhui was stunned and nodded. Are we going back? Ming Jing narrowed his eyes slightly, and thought for a few seconds. Go back. The next morning at 3 o'clock, Snow Country, St. Pierre Grand Theater. The theater is located in the most prosperous street in the city, facing a clear lake. Even in the middle of the night, it is brightly lit and magnificent, reflecting the reflection in the lake. The theater building is a magnificent polyhedron building, with graceful and elegant row-arch windows and gorgeous and exquisite reliefs. It has both historical solemnity and religious sacredness. The theater is a huge circular space. In addition to the audience seats under the stage, there are 6 layers of semi-arc high-level audience seats around it, which is a bit like half of the Colosseum. There is a large dome above the center of the theater, with a light blue background, painted with 12 angels with the appearance of children. They are wearing white skirts, have white wings, smile pure, and are carefree. They hold hands and dance happily around the center. In the center is a gorgeous and dazzling crystal chandelier, which looks like a sun with a strange shape. Its light solidifies into pieces of crystal and spreads around. These crystal lights illuminate the entire theater. Staring at it will produce a strange dizzy feeling of being bathed in divine light. At this moment, the theater is empty. On the grand and magnificent stage, the dark red curtain at the front is pulled open to both sides. In the center of the stage is an ordinary brown round table and 5 high-back chairs. Among them, 3 high-back chairs are occupied. The host of this round table meeting is a thin old man. He wears a loose light gray linen robe and is barefoot. Except for an old man's cane in his hand, he has no other accessories on his body. He is very simple. He is bald and has a long and thick silver beard that hangs down to his chest. His eyes are gray and turbid, and there is a copper rust-like pattern texture, which is very strange. The old man's name is Nigu, and he is the doorman of the theater. Of course, this is just his superficial identity. His real identity is the elder of the Sangmu religion, and one of the earliest core members to join the Sangmu religion. Nigu has another special identity. According to humans, he is the king of the lost. Although he is a king, he has no ability or talent. What distinguishes Nigu from ordinary lost people is that he will not run away even if he hears the singing of the trumpeter, and he will not faint or automatically correct his logic because of witnessing supernatural phenomena. He knows very well that he is a lost person, but sometimes he firmly believes that he is a human being. This is a self-deception imprinted in the depths of his soul, which often makes his behavior seem divided and contradictory. But it is precisely this point that allows Nigu to jump out of the limitations of the beast, overlook the overall situation with a higher perspective, and become a wise man and prophet. On the left of Nigu, there is a woman sitting. Chapter 756. She is 1.9 meters tall, with long and slender limbs, wild blue hair, light gray blue skin, and hard dark blue scales covering her private parts, like a piece of armor. She has 2 pointed ears like an animal, with eyes slightly wide apart, narrow and long, and eyeballs erect, like 2 cold golden glass balls. Whether it is based on the aesthetic standards of humans or animals, she can be called beautiful. Her name is Tia, the king of killers among angry beasts. Next to Tia sat a middle-aged man. He was 1.7 meters tall, thin and frail, sitting next to Tia, like a dwarf. He had short and hard brown hair, a slightly wretched narrow face, and brown-blue eyes moving around, as if he was always alert and observing something. The man was wearing a sleeveless black vest, with countless faces tattooed on his arms. Most of these faces had distorted expressions, and they were squeezed together in pain and hideousness, like vengeful spirits being tormented in the oil pan of hell. These faces were not real tattoos, but the resentment of many awakened people before they were killed, which were branded on the man's arms in the form of energy imprint. This man was called Tokus, the king of devourers among the angry beasts. All the talents of the awakened people killed by him would be permanently recorded by him, but these talents would mutate and have limited strength. According to the talent level of the awakened people, the strength of these talents would not exceed level 3. Before, the little red flower growing on Mingjing's arm was the plant talent used by Tokus. Many years ago, he devoured an awakened person with a plant talent, a young man, who was wailing and begging for mercy before his death, which made Tokus very happy. Perhaps it was because the experience of devouring the awakened was too wonderful, which caused Tokus to feel particularly empty and bored on weekdays, of course, except when he saw Tia. This damn beautiful woman fascinated him, but unfortunately he just couldn't pick her up. The theater was empty and silent. On the bright stage, 3 people sat around the table, and Nico was silent. Toku started to gossip. Tia, you are getting more and more beautiful. Don't you really plan to find a man? Tia glanced at Tokus and didn't say anything. Consider me. Tokus smiled. I know you think I'm short, but this is not a problem. When I devour an awakened person of the 1,000 faces, I can become as tall as you want. If you want to be my man, beat me first. Tia said with disdain. Tia, in fact, my strength has long surpassed yours. You are so beautiful, I just can't bear to get serious. Tokus pretended to be gentle. Ha ha ha. Tia suddenly laughed out loud, looking at Tokus with a proud and sympathetic look. I thought about it. You are actually quite cute. Would you consider being my dog? Well, it's not impossible. Tokus actually considered it seriously. If you usually like to hug a dog to sleep. Bang. The heavy door was pushed open, and a golden light shone into the not-so-bright auditorium. 2 figures against the light appeared, and they were Mingjing and Chenhui, who rushed over non-stop. All are here. Nigu hunched his back, leaning on crutches with both hands, his turbid eyes still staring at the table, his voice old and mellow. Mingjing and Chenhui silently passed through the auditorium, jumped onto the stage easily, and sat down on 2 empty seats next to the round table. May the Sangmu bless you, Nigu said. May the Sangmu bless you, the other 4 said in unison. I summoned you all because Lord Sangmu has given new instructions, Nigu said calmly. The four nodded slightly, as expected. Shinai spoke first. Nigu, I want to see Lord Sangmu. I have many doubts. I hope he can. The time has not come yet. Nigu raised his right hand slightly. When it is time to summon you, he will find you. Shinai was silent. In fact, she had expected this answer. Shinai and Mingjing had only seen Lord Sangmu twice, 18 years ago, and 8 years ago, on the last night of the Scarlet Tide. Of course, what they saw was not Lord Sangmu's real body, but only a vague shadow of divinity. Even if he was only the incarnation of part of the divinity, kindness and compassion, in the misty world, he was still supreme, and could not be looked at directly. The enlightenment and shock Lord Sangmu gave her made her unforgettable for life. She believed that everyone present was the same, otherwise they would not have followed and served him so long and loyally. However, the long career of being a traitor, a life of passively receiving and executing orders, gradually wore away Dust's patience and even shook her will. In the 10 years of living with the awakened day and night, she often forgot her true mission, and even had the illusion that she was really a human being, a member of the awakened. In fact, once the boarder succeeds in boarding, he can indeed choose to live as a human. Now, the end of the world is approaching, and the awakened have launched a civil war for the so-called end gate, which has become a mess, which also gives Dust a sense of urgency. Qinhui couldn't help but wonder, when the end of the world comes, can she and Mingjing really follow Lady Sangmu to the other side, or will they end up like the Tail Team? No, I'm different from the Tail Team. I'm different from Xiao Lu, Xiangjie, and even Archbishop Xuanwu. I'm a special existence, I'm a king. I, Mingjing, and other kings are born to be favored by God, shouldering the mission of God's mission, and also enjoying God's favor. There will definitely be a place for us on the other side, in the kingdom of God. Qinhui repeated these words in her heart again, gradually regaining her faith, and her eyes hidden under the mask became firm again. Before conveying Lady Sangmu's will, everyone should report the progress of the task at hand. Nico first looked at the king of killers, Tia, beside him. I've searched all over the world, but there's no trace of him. Tia folded her hands and complained impatiently. The Horn King is not dead, is he? Even if he is dead, there will be a new Horn King. He must exist in this world, but you just can't find him. Nigu answered. Tia's most important task is to find the Horn King. She has been working hard for this for years. At first, the Blue Goddess first found the lost King Nigu. After Nigu became an elder, under the guidance of the Blue Goddess, he found several high-level beast kings present one after another. From the oracle of the Blue Goddess, Nigu learned that all kings have their missions, and the mission of the Horn King is the most special and critical, and must be found. However, after so many years, Tia has not been able to find it, but she has found the Parasite King. However, all parasites, including the king, are defective products. They are corrupt, stupid, driven by evil desires, and willing to merge into a part of human beings. In contrast, the host is the finished product among the greedy beasts. The latest king of parasites found by Tia is a college student. He vaguely smelled the mother's breath on a living beast. In the end, the beast's personality was alienated and ran away. He was killed by the awakened. His end was both tragic and funny. In short, no one cares about parasites and the king of parasites. They are the shame and joke of the animal world. In my opinion, forget it if you can't find it. Lady Sangmu has us, and it doesn't matter if it's one more. Tia sneered arrogantly. Nico sighed slightly, and his cloudy eyes moved to the face of the Devourer King Tokus. What's your mission? You're asking even though you know the answer. Tokus shrugged his shoulders, looking bored. After Bishop Xuanwu died, I've been doing nothing here every day. Tokus's main mission is to get the miracle rune circuit in Qilin's hand, which is very important to Lady Sangmu. At first, the main person in charge of this mission was Bishop Xuanwu, and the assistants included Xiangjie, Qinai, Guima, Traitor, Tokus and others. Tokus was mainly responsible for the communication between several traitors, as well as the communication with Elder Nico and the captain of the tail team, Edmund, and was considered to be the behind-the-scenes coordination. At that time, Xuanwu and Tokus formulated 3 routes for the mission. Chapter 757. The first route: assassinate Qilin directly. Xuanwu never really found an opportunity. Qilin was 10,000 times more cautious than he showed. Moreover, among the 4 elders, the person Qilin trusted most was Qinglong, followed by Zhu Ke. Xuanwu had almost no chance to approach Qilin alone. Even if Xuanwu really found an opportunity to be alone with Qilin, he was no match for Qilin. Therefore, The first route was abandoned very early. The second route, steal the miracle rune directly. More than once, Qilin took out the miracle rune in front of several elders. Xuanwu realized that Qilin's miracle rune was not hidden somewhere, but was on Qilin for 24 hours. Trying to steal his rune under his nose was tantamount to seeking death. This route was also abandoned quickly. The third route, collect as many other rune circuits as possible, and use them as bargaining chips to exchange miracle runes with Qilin. Xuanwu thought that if the Songmu cult could get half of the runes in one go, and then let the Tail team pretend to be a new awakened force to share the power with the Qilin Union, and then use the excuse of renting runes to exchange half of the runes with Qilin for miracle runes, he would be tempted. However, it is not easy to collect more than half of the runes. With Xuanwu's authority, he could only take one rune from the Qilin Union for a short time, not including the miracle rune, and at that time, Qinhui, Huanglian, only had one rune in his hands. Xiangjie entered the 11th rune cave that time, and saw 2 rune circuits at once. She turned against them on the spot for this reason, but unfortunately failed. However, even if Xiangjie succeeded, Xuanwu and Qinhui took one rune at the same time and defected. The Songmu cult would only have 4 runes, not half. Moreover, from the perspective of hindsight, even if half of the rune circuits were used as bargaining chips, Qilin would probably not be willing to exchange the miracle runes. At most, it would be a lease, and he would definitely supervise in person. These 3 roads were actually blocked from the beginning. However, Xuanwu no longer had to worry, because he was soon killed by Gao Yang and Gui Ma, and the mission to seize the miracle runes completely failed. After that, Qinhui still hidden by Chuan group, providing some small intelligence to Toku's, and performing some small tasks. Hearing Toku's answer, Nigu sighed again. The old man looked at the 2 border kings opposite, Mingjing and Qinhui. The last time Nigu saw the brother and sister, they still had their original faces, a pair of handsome men and beautiful women. Now, Mingjing has become a melancholy and tired middle-aged man, and Qinhui has become an ugly man who is completely disfigured by the fire. I have tried to assassinate him twice, but failed. Mingjing's voice was cold and slow. He is very cunning, has strong escaping ability, and seems to be able to predict danger in advance. Mingjing had been assisting Tia in finding the King of Horners until the god's heir appeared, and he was assigned the first important task of assassinating the god's heir. Mingjing's own strength certainly could not do it, so he boarded the body of Luchi, the ace prepared by Xuanwu, and obtained the judgment talent. But even so, his assassination mission failed. After Qinhui was exposed, he carried out the mission with Mingjing. Until now, he was summoned to the snow country by Nigu. Nigu did not sigh this time. He nodded slightly and fell into a brief thought. After a long time, Nigu slowly spoke. Last night, Lord Songmu came to my dream, and he told me that the god's heir was a mistake, like a screw stuck in the gear of fate, and must be erased as soon as possible. This has a higher priority than other tasks. Qinhui's eyes hesitated, and he finally mustered up the courage to ask the question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Why is he called the heir of God? Is he the heir of God? Could it be that God can also make mistakes? God will not make mistakes. Nigu looked at Qinhui devoutly and firmly. The heir of God is just the product of the split of divinity. Lady Songmu is the incarnation of the divinity of kindness and compassion. Today's Song Dao is the incarnation of the divinity of majesty and coldness. Only when the two merge, the true God will come again. The true God tore himself apart just to test all living beings, and the true God merged into one just to save all living beings. Nigu suddenly became emotional, like a devout and paranoid preacher. Everyone. Life is original sin, desire is the enemy, ignorance is the end of the world. Everyone. Nigu stood up, his face trembling, and his beard trembled along with it. His animal personality began to split again, and turned into personality. We humans are mistakes. We need to correct them, repent, and redeem ourselves. And you are angels, angels with the glory of God. Angels who come to test us humans. But Qinhui was about to say something, but was interrupted by Nico loudly. Ah! Everyone! Look at what's in front of you! Look at us! Nicho was getting more and more excited. He was sick again, and this was his specialness. No matter how unconvinced everyone was, there was one thing everyone had to admit. Only this crazy old man understood the oracle the best, and was closest to God's will. We were born with God's mission. Nicho's beast nature returned. He slapped his chest hard and looked at the audience. Foolish beast, playing human. Foolish beast is the audience who are eager to perform on stage. Yes, audience, we are the audience. Nico's body was stiff, and he was silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, he turned and pointed at Tia and Tokus who were sitting in their seats. You, and you, angry beast, hurting humans. Nico picked up the cane in his hand and threw it over. Tia raised her hand to catch it, with a puzzled look on her face. Props. The angry beast is the damn prop. Nico shouted and waved his hand, pointing at Mingjing and Chenhui. You greedy beast, occupy humans. Mingjing and Chenhui were silent. La la la, la la, la 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 la. Nico hummed a cheerful little song, and this old and sturdy body even wanted to dance. That's right, that's right. Greedy beast is music, which makes people immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. After saying this, Nico took an old step and walked a few steps to the front of the stage, looking at the dazzling crystal lamp above his head. Delusion beast, observe human beings. Delusion beast is the ubiquitous light above the head. Nico knelt down with a thump. He crawled on the ground and began to kiss the stage under his feet. Living beast, giving birth to human beings. Living beast, giving birth to all things, just like this stage under his feet. And, what else? Nico stood up tremblingly and looked around. Suddenly, his turbid eyes lit up and pointed to the curtain behind him, and dead beast. Dead beast. Death. It will end human beings. Just like this curtain that announces the end of the performance. Ha ha. Perfect performance. Perfect curtain call. Ha ha ha. God, we must live up to our mission. Save us, take us back to your kingdom. Let us continue to be the carefree angels. Nico is crazy. He fell to the ground with a thud and fainted, with white foam coming out of his mouth as he convulsed violently. Chapter 758. The other 4 people were indifferent to this, and they were not surprised. In fact, Nico was in a state of madness half of the time. The 4 people digested these words silently. Nico often said some crazy words, many of which were meaningless, but some of them could give everyone very important revelations, allowing them to touch some truths behind the oracle in a seemingly false way. About 10 minutes later, Nico woke up on his own. He recovered as usual, as if nothing had happened before, and sat back in the high-back chair slowly. Nico, what should we do next? Dia asked. Kill the heir of God at all costs. Nico said. Oh great. Dia twisted her neck, and made a clicking sound. Fighting was much more interesting than the boring and tedious task of finding the King of Horns. But the problem now is that the heir of God is hiding and can't be found at all. Toku said. Mingjing and Chenhui didn't speak, but obviously agreed with Toku's. Nico thought for a while, and said slowly, Before, we were in the dark, and the heir of God was also in the dark. It was not easy to kill him. But as long as one is in the light, and the other is in the dark, we can break the situation. All of them understood at once, and looked at Chen Ai. Chen Ai had several lives on her hands. Gao Yang must want to seek revenge on her, and the Nine Heirs organization has always wanted to destroy that Sangmu cult. Chen Ai is a good entry point. It is indeed a way to use Chen Ai as bait to lure out the heir of God. Toku said. Chen Ai did not speak. Chen Ai. Nico said calmly, Don't be afraid of death. Death is just reincarnation. In the end, we will all return to the kingdom of God. Chen Ai sneered. I am not afraid of death. I am just wondering, can we win in a head-on confrontation? Nico said, It may not have been possible before, but it's different now. Toku smiled. Chenhui, haven't you noticed that the restraint of Song Dao is getting weaker and weaker? We can recruit troops and do a big job. Okay, what are you waiting for? Tia is already ready to fight. It's better to do it sooner rather than later, while the heir of God has not yet developed. Toku's has the most say in development. He himself grew up by constantly devouring awakeners. Obey orders. Mingjing replied. I have no objection. Chenhui said. Song Mother bless you. Nico looked at everyone. Song Mother bless you. Everyone said in unison. As soon as the voice fell, the curtain in front of the stage slowly moved towards the middle, and soon the curtain fell, and the theater became quiet again. Tonight's round table meeting seemed like a boring drama that no one watched. Late at night, Licheng, a sewer secret room. In the cozy little room, Gao Xinxin just read a fairy tale picture book to Wang Weiyin for 20 minutes, and coaxed her to sleep. Gao Xinxin arranged her hair, and gently pulled the quilt over her. She looked at the little girl who had just turned 5, and felt distressed again. Although Gao Yang had just said a few words about what happened in Jiaxing Pavilion that night, Gao Xinxin could imagine that hell on earth. Wang Weiyin lost her mother in such a hell, which might be a shadow of her life. Who knew that this little girl was very strong? Although she was sad, she did not close her heart. When she missed her mother, She would take out the birthday card and let Gao Xinxin read the words on it to her. As she listened, her eyes turned red, and then she sobbed softly, but she felt better after crying. Gao Xinxin turned off the bedside lamp, left the room, and closed the door gently. Bang! The study door was rudely opened. Although Gao Xinxin was used to Gregor's recklessness, she was still startled. Keep your voice down, Ying just fell asleep. Gao Xinxin lowered her voice and glared at him. It's okay, the child is sleeping soundly, you can't wake him up. Gregor was wearing a loose t-shirt, a pair of shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. He looked haggard and had a strong nasal tone. He staggered to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of Coke, and was still looking for something. Where's the ginger? Where did you put it? Cough, cough, cough. Ginger doesn't need to be put in the refrigerator. It's in the kitchen. Gao Xinxin frowned. Are you cold? I think so, cough. Gregor coughed and walked to the kitchen. I haven't caught a cold for a long time. I thought awakened people wouldn't catch a cold. Gao Xinxin hesitated for a moment and followed him into the kitchen. If you have a cold, take a good rest. You wear so little every day, it's strange that you don't catch a cold. What are you going to do? Let me do it. Okay. Gregor was not polite. Ginger boiled Coke cough. I used to drink this when I had a cold cough cough. I help you cook it, but you better take cold medicine. Gao Xinxin walked to the kitchen counter, took out the ginger, rinsed it with water, and cut it into slices. The Coke in the pot boiled, and she threw all the ginger in. In an instant, Gao Xinxin's head made a ding sound, and a thought came into her mind, and then it could not be shaken off. Jiang, also known as Yanliang boy. Jiang, Yanliang boy. Jiang, Yanliang. Ah! Gao Xinxin screamed, and Gregor, who was already slumped on the sofa in the living room, was startled. What's wrong? Is there a rat? Leave it to me, I poison it. Oh no, I can't use my talent. It's really troublesome. Next time ask your brother to bring some rat poison. Gao Xinxin ran out of the kitchen, rushed into the bedroom, found an old-fashioned mobile phone, and sent a text message to an unfamiliar number. 20 minutes later, Gao Yang disguised himself and sneaked into the secret room of the sewer. As soon as Gao Yang appeared, Gao Xinxin on the sofa stood up excitedly. Why did you come just now? I was so anxious. Gao Yang was relieved to see that Gao Xinxin was safe and sound. He smiled faintly. It's the fastest speed. You have something urgent to talk to me? Gregor had finished drinking ginger and cola, and went back to his room to sleep. Gao Xinxin waved to Gao Yang. Come in and talk. Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin returned to the bedroom, and saw Suzaku sitting quietly in a wheelchair. She kept her eyes open, and tears flowed again. Gao Xinxin quickly took out a tissue, wiped away Zhuqiu's tears, and gently closed her eyelids. In order to take care of Zhuqi at any time, Gao Xinxin slept in the same room with her. Gao Yang felt a little stuffy in his chest, and he calmly digested his emotions and said, Tell me, what's the matter? Brother, I thought of something. Gao Xinxin was a little excited and blinked. Let me tell you the conclusion first, the elder Yin Yang of the Qilin Union. Maybe Master Jiang. Gao Yang was stunned and took a breath of cold air. Chapter 759. Gao Yang told Gao Xinxin almost everything about the Misty World. Gao Xinxin naturally knew that only Master Jiang was left among the delusion beasts. Brother, Jiang's nickname is Yin Yang Kid. Gao Xinxin said, Is this really just a coincidence? Gao Yang's mind was a little confused. He found a chair to sit down and lowered his head to think. No, it's not a coincidence. Gao Yang raised his head, his expression a little more determined. Why does Yin Yang always wear a mask? Why is Yin Yang's talent so weird? I can't find a similar talent in the sequence list. If Yin Yang is Master Jiang, the last delusion beast. Haha, everything can be explained. Brother, I just thought a lot. Gao Xinxin sat down on the bed and looked at Zhuqi in the wheelchair. She slowly opened her eyes again, and her vision was out of focus. Gao Xinxin's voice became softer. I remember you said that Master Jiang gave you, Officer Huang and Qing Ling, a piece of advice not to open the door at the end. Yes. Gao Yang nodded. He already knew what Gao Xinxin was going to say. Qilin said that he must collect the 12 runes and open the door himself, but you insisted on finding a third party to open the door. You became enemies because of this irreconcilable disagreement. I always think this matter is a bit awkward. If it is really for the purpose of opening the door, your and Long's ideas are more reasonable. As long as the door can be opened, it doesn't matter who opens the door, right? So is there a possibility? In the dim light, Gao Xinxin's eyes were dim. Qilin, don't want to open the door at all. Qilin doesn't want to open the door. Master Jiang doesn't want to open the door either. Yin Yang is Master Jiang. The two of them have been in the same group for a long time. They don't want to open the door, but they want to use the matter of the gate of the inn to trick everyone into finding runes together. They must want to collect the 12 runes to do something else, such as destroying the door, or something more terrible, so Qilin has been emphasizing that the 12 runes must be given to him, and he must open the door himself. Gao Xinxin finished speaking, and found Gao Yang staring at her. My analysis is wrong? Gao Xinxin asked. No. Gao Yang smiled with relief. Your analysis is right. You are worthy of being my sister, your brain is good. Don't flatter yourself, I am smart. Gao Xinxin was very proud. Gao Yang retracted his smile, and looked at Zhu Ke in the wheelchair with some sadness. According to your inference, Zhu Ke probably knew the secret that Qilin didn't want to open the door, so Qilin silenced him. Gao Xinxin nodded heavily. It is very likely. But I don't understand. Gao Xinxin stopped talking halfway, thinking that her thoughts were too evil, even if she was just putting herself in Qilin's shoes. You don't understand why Qilin didn't kill Zhu Ke, Gao Yang said for Gao Xinxin. Gao Xinxin nodded. I thought about it too. Gao Yang concentrated and said, the first possibility is that Qilin is too confident and thinks that killing Zhu Ke mentally is enough. Well, it's unlikely. Gao Xinxin touched his chin. Qilin is confident, but he won't be lazy on such an important matter. Yes. Gao Yang nodded in agreement and continued. The second possibility is that Qilin doesn't want Juchu as equivalent exchange to return to Songdao and be understood by others. The only people that Qilin can fully trust are Qinglong and Yin Liang. If someone other than them understands equivalent exchange, he doesn't want to see it. How vicious. Gao Xinxin felt her scalp tingling. The third possibility is that Qilin is sentimental and doesn't want to do things to the extreme, so he still has some room for maneuver. Gao Yang said, but only he can do this. Gao Xinxin's eyes lit up. Great. Does this mean that Sister Xia can still be saved? Very likely. As long as I am still alive, I will not give up on Suzaku. Gao Yang didn't say this. Gao Xinxin. Gao Yang was very pleased. You really made a great contribution this time. Huh. The atmosphere was a little more relaxed, and Gao Xinxin also began to use her traditional skills as a yin-yang master. I don't know who thought I was a burden and sent me to the frontier. I was blind. Gao Yang also briefly switched back to the state of the previous brother-sister bickering. He clasped his hands and knelt on one knee. The 3-month period has arrived. Welcome King Xian back. Humph. Gao Xinxin was also possessed by the spirit of drama, and she twisted her mouth. This time, I will take back everything that belongs to me. After the two finished acting, they looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. After laughing for a while, Gao Yang realized that Zhu Ke had closed his eyes at some point. His head tilted to one side, and his breathing became lighter and slower. Is she asleep? Gao Yang asked. Gao Xinxin leaned in to observe carefully. Well, she's asleep. She's almost sleepy. She sleeps a lot every day, just like a cat. Gao Xinxin glanced at Gao Yang. Come on, carry her to bed. Gao Yang was stunned. Gao Xinxin glared at him. Why are you standing there? Go to work. I usually carry her. I'm so tired. You have a good relationship with Sister Xia. She won't mind. Gao Yang stepped forward, put one hand under Juchua's armpit and the other hand under her knees, picked her up, and found that she was unexpectedly light. In Gao Yang's eyes, Suzaku was a senior in the workplace, a caring elder sister, and a strong awakener with super vitality in her body. But now, she is quiet, fragile, and light, like a puppet beauty that will break if she falls. Gao Yang put Suzaku back on the bed. It's almost time. I'm leaving. You can rest too. You are not allowed to leave. Gao Xinxin shouted. There is still something to do. What is it? Before going to bed, I want to massage Sister Xia's muscles all over her body. Gao Xinxin said, usually I do it alone, and I am exhausted. Today you come to help. This is not appropriate. Gao Yang said. Don't worry, I won't let you touch the places you shouldn't touch. What's on your mind? Gao Xinxin said disdainfully. Gao Yang was angry and amused. Okay, I follow your instructions. You sit over there, start with her fingers, and follow me. Gao Xinxin kicked off her shoes, sat on the bed with her legs spread, picked up Suzaku's right hand, and began to move her knuckles. Gao Yang lifted Juchua's left hand, and did it carefully. From the fingers to the palm, then to the wrist, then to the muscles on the forearm, all the way to the shoulder, and then began to pinch the calf. The brother and sister chatted while massaging Zhu Ke. In fact, Gao Xinxin deliberately made an excuse to keep Gao Yang. She just wanted to chat with him more. She knew that her brother was now the leader of the 9 heirs. His time belonged to everyone. He always had to think about various things, arrange various things, and perform various tasks. He was always in a hurry every time. So, she cunningly used Zhu Ke. She knew that Gao Yang felt guilty, and would definitely be happy to do more for the current Zhu Ke. Everyone said that Gao Yang had changed, but only Gao Xinxin knew that her brother had not changed. He just hid in a very secret corner, let the wounds on his body bleed, fester, and even didn't lick them, because he felt he was not qualified. However, Gao Xinxin would find him. Even if she couldn't heal him, it would be good to just pull him out of the darkness and let him bask in the sun for a short time. Ah! Gao Yang, who was holding on to Juchua's calf, suddenly shouted. Chapter 760. Ah, you, what are you doing? Gao Xinxin was staring at Gao Yang, who was concentrating on massaging Zhu Ke, and was startled by his sudden cry. I remembered another thing. It's still related to Master Jiang. Gao Yang's eyes flickered. Gao Xinxin sighed in his heart. Brother, you are such a workaholic. I'm afraid that when my sister-in-law is about to give birth, you will be holding a laptop and working overtime outside the delivery room. Thinking of Gao Yang's image as a social animal, Gao Xinxin couldn't help laughing. How great it would be if I could really live such an ordinary life in the future. What are you laughing at? Gao Yang asked. Nothing, let's talk about business. Gao Xinxin pursed her lips. Xinxin, do you remember that I told you that it was Lu Qingying who reminded me that there was something wrong with X, so I reminded Qilin, and Qilin was on guard against X. Gao Xinxin tried to recall. I remember. I have hinted at Lu Qingying about this matter. Although she did not answer directly, she tacitly admitted that her source of information was not only from the awakened. I guessed at the time that she might still be trading with high-level beasts. You mean? Gao Xinxin covered her mouth in surprise. X's information was given to her by Master Jiang? It is very likely. Gao Yang nodded. The delusional beasts all have their own answers. For example, Master's answer is to let X kill all humans and become a god alone. This answer is an outlier among delusional beasts, so Master's is a loner. Master Jiang is also a loner, but they are of the same kind after all, and they may have communicated a long time ago, so Master Jiang has always been wary of the combination of Master's and X. Gao Xinxin frowned. But if Master Jiang is Yan Liang, why did he say it through Lu Qingying's mouth? Can't he just let Qilin guard against X? Gao Yang tried to give a reasonable explanation. Maybe Master Jiang only knew what Masters and X were planning, but he didn't know the specific conspiracy. Otherwise Master Jiang would have stopped Qilin from sending us to find X from the beginning, or even earlier, he would have let Qilin kill X. Makes sense. Gao Xinxin nodded. So Master Jiang also thought that X could be used, but not completely trusted, so for the sake of caution, he asked Qilin to keep an eye on him, just in case, but he didn't expect that he was right. Now think about it, Qilin and Long are more than enough to deal with Lilia and Zhong, and there is no need for X to help. Gao Yang continued to analyze. But this is a god's perspective. Before that, the leader of the Dark Ones and the leader of the Awakeners had never fought each other, and they didn't know each other's strength. Yeah, Gao Xinxin agreed. Gao Yang tried to put himself in Jiang Ye's mind at the time. If I were Jiang Ye, I would think this way. I know X and Zui Yi are doing something, but I don't know what they are going to do specifically. Right now, the leader of the Dark Ones has been working with the Songmu cult to do something behind the scenes for a long time, and Mr. Li has predicted that all awakened people will die during the Scarlet Tide. It seems that things are serious. I agree that Qilin should send someone to unite X and the drunkard, uniting all the forces that can be united to fight the enemy. After all, in the face of survival, everyone has the same goal. However, we still have to be on guard against this X. I directly reminded Qilin that Qilin might have to explain to everyone afterwards why he knew that X had a problem in advance, which is very troublesome. So, I might as well tell this through the mouth of Lu Qingying, the information dealer, so that I can clear my relationship with Qilin. After all, if the awakened people know that the leader of the Qilin Union has been secretly colluding with the delusion beast, it will be very unfavorable for Qilin to lead mankind and achieve our ultimate goal. Gao Yang said and looked at Gao Xinxin. How is it? Oh my god. Gao Xinxin was stunned. You have to wear a mask to say these words. It's simply Yin Liang Bin Liang. Yin Liang Bin Liang. Gao Yang knew that Gao Xinxin was playing a joke, and his eyes were a little cold. Wait, he will definitely be cold. 21 years ago, spring. Nanji District, a two-building. In the early morning, the sky was slightly bright, and Lu Haoqiang opened his sore eyes and woke up from the cramped, dim, stale and alcohol-filled room. All night, she hardly slept because of the pain all over her body. Last night, the father came home drunk again, grabbed Lu Haoqiang's hair and beat her. When he couldn't beat her anymore, he took off his belt and beat her, calling her a sissy. Lu Haoqiang is not a sissy. She is a woman, but God gave her hermaphroditism. The father who always wanted a son found out that his wife gave birth to such a freak. He was extremely disappointed and furious. He thought it was a shame for the Lu family, and asked the doctor to perform surgery immediately to turn the child into a boy. But the mother refused to let him go. She only knew that this was her own flesh and blood. Whether the child wanted to be a boy or a girl should be left to the child to choose. Because of this, the couple quarreled a lot and had many divorces, but they didn't get divorced after all. When her mother was still alive, Lu Haoqiang still had someone to rely on. Even though she was given a boy's name, she could still grow her hair long, wear skirts, buy dolls, and be a girl without worries. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. When Lu Haoqiang was 7 years old, her mother fell ill and passed away. Since then, Lu Haoqiang began a nightmare that lasted for 10 years. Her father cut off her long hair, burned her skirts and dolls, and forced her to be a boy. Whenever he saw Lu Haoqiang behave like a girl, he would fly into a rage and call her a sissy. At first, Lu Haoqiang cooperated on the surface, but insisted on being a girl in private until her father found out and beat her up. After being beaten for half a year, Lu Haoqiang was really scared and became a boy honestly. But even so, his father was still not satisfied. He lost his wife in middle age, and lost his iron rice bowl in the factory. His life was not going well. He blamed all this on himself for giving birth to a freak. This was the punishment from the ancestors of the old Lu family. After that, my father started drinking and his life was completely in a quagmire. Then he started domestic violence. Sometimes he would beat her once a week, sometimes every 2 or 3 days. The neighbors couldn't stand it anymore and complained and called the police, but nothing happened in the end. Later, my father learned his lesson and stopped beating Lu Haoqiang with his fists and feet. He used a belt instead, and tried not to leave scars on his face and hands to prevent the neighbors from meddling.